Nyawado acquireth demon cauldron nanja telizeti takankokt demon pill. These extraordinary potion possesses ocular efficacy with the exception of Nudo himself. Any creature a thought consumes it will transform into Adaman, there be gaining goniquicito abilities. As the night descended upon the divine martial city of the Dragon Kingdom, on the periphery of Wua district, a solitarism alhouse emerged, partially obscured by the darkness. The moon concealed itself behind thesters, while the wind owled dominously. A third-eye-earl D. Bespectacledman lay bloodied in his own yard, surrounded by Therum Nanso Faviolent struggle, evoking Gasina Futter despair. A gang of thugs, wielding clubs and exhibiting menacing expressions, encircled him. The leader, H-Ware, brandished a sharp maquette, his head held high in arrogance bellowed, "Howdery u betray your plans. You'ord again Joe Roan grave. Doy I wish to avenge our deceased mother? Let me key it clearer, where thief masters. If it weren't for me brother sparing your life, yo would have joined dio your mother long ago." Thialao hair die out scoffed, signaling a subordinate to withdraw. Before departing, Hecastatus Dane Fulgland sought them in Theground. His eyes fled with contempt. "Remember, we have our sights on your dilapidated house. If I utereta cause a trouble again, next I might want be so see. Of course, if I manage a tozier vivathizer deal, consider yourself fortunate." As the thugs retreated, the courtyard fell in tussle some more. The man, covered in wounds and disconsciousness fading, repeatedly murmured, "Destroy me home, don't violent." At that moment, a shadow-silent lie approached them, revealing itself to be Apich Black Dog. Its nifid theman and thin barkhead towards the darkness behind. Tozier vive judge Grivu injuries, it seems swear fatet to meet, a figure Cladina Black Maskmerjed from the shadows, his voice galmayat enigmatic. The mask was terrifying lie-shaped, resembling the true form of Fataman clawing its way from the abyss. Dominated by an inkai black hue, it seemed capable of swallowing all surrounding light. The eye sockets were hollow and deep, emanating an eerie glow, reminiscent of fadements. One a glance could feel as thophonus vera soul weighs a triscoff being devoured. The corner softy masser led into a peculiar smirk, exuding an array of malevolency and cruelty, adorned with intricate magical patterns that shimmer ominously. "Xiaohei, dono trushius no tiet dead," the Musked figure stated, revealing gay black pull in his right hand. Thepple glimmered with a mysterious red light, as if harboring an indescribable power. "Do you desire strength? But the prior transformation ito adaman, from Wictherus Nordern." The Muskedman crouched down, his words imbued with an irresistible. Strength demon thesitwa words is lithered in totha bespectacledman seer slag invisibles or pints. His shed grew heavier, rendering high mutable to speak, yet the summondal is remaining strength toned ever so slightly. In the next instant, a round pill was thrust into his mouth. Thepple was gold dan melted upon contact. Themon's badabi gonto imatiniri ereglo, and thwounds the thad bled perfu, slibigan to heal gradually. Sound soft bonus cricken jekkoed within him, crisp and resonant. His face contorted dash a screamed in agony. It hurts, imminent excruciating pain. Ashis cry softer interrupted. His muscles swelled, tearing apart his teared clothing. Theweof his muscles deep into a dark blue. His shins and feet expanded, with claws extending to about 5 centimeters in length, no a deep crimson. His head became increasingly exaggerated, 2D red horn sprouting from the crown. And his eye as grew to theses of copper bells, strange and bludgered. "What is this?" That transformed man gazed at the shan centerer, unable to fathom the reality unfolding before him. Hepa shed himself up, staring in astonishment at the masked figure. "How did I become Lachesis? To gain power, one must pay Thepris. Do you not like it?" The masked figure replied nonchalantly. "No, Illivite, I adore it. I can feel an endless surge of power within. The demonized Mangrened cruelly, it will destroy Hosuo have ravaged me home." "Suit yourself," the masked figure responded indifferent to Themon's desires, turning to leave. "Can I return to my former self?" The demonman, gazing Gathashans, asked urgently. "Suppress our negative emotions and find calmness. As for how long you can maintain your human form, that depends on you." With that, the masked figure even Ishiden Tothanite, accompanied by the black dog. "Negative emotions? Find calmness?" The demon man muttered these words repeatedly. Asked the horn say to Fische Dan, the color of fist bota fluctuated. Harrow aired in frustration. Damn it, I can't fin peace. It will destroy hose scoundrels. Suddenly, he pered to recall something and call adieu. Urgently, minimize Wang Feng. Big brother. What is your name? How will I find you in the future? Butelt Hackeridheim was the howling wind off tonight. The figure soft teaman and gattle reedy faded into the darkness. Wu Dao Wang Feng continued to suppress his negative emotions, gradually returning to his original form. He surveyed the surroundings and realized Sklozid destroyed. Fortunately, due to the ongoing demolition, Thera was deserted, leaving him behind. Never mind, I'll clean up first. Once side destroyed hoses scoundrel shideouts, I want people to stay here in a longer. Wang Feng hast I liar turned indoors, his art brimming with Fourian determination. Meanwhile, on a rural path, Ammon and Dadagwaked side by side, as a fleisure list drawing. Indeed, that power acquired is related to the materials. Cactus, needles, Nyawadi raised his right fist. And 3 white spikes, each over 10 centimeters long, suddenly protruded from his knuckles. Then, with a thought, Hera tracked the spikes and 2 Kauta black noted Bukta recurdis findings. Sequence 4 Spike Demon. Original name Wang Feng. Materials Cactus Needle. Unable to stabilize a human form of consuming demon pill. Significant enhancement in physical attributes. Gained spike abilities. Further detail spending. After completing his notes, Niao Udea tucked the black noted Bukawandad dressed the small black dog beside him. Tode has been fortuitous in counter-edifate individual right away. I wonder how far he can develop thy's ability. The stronger he becomes, the stronger he shall be. Excitement and anticipation laced thward soft nyug beneath his stimmen mask. Shower responded with bird teeth, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Theman and dog's figure since again vanished along through Ralpathy. A Theo the Rendoff Wuhua district, a tallocation aimed home reconstruction project department, Ian Man and a Sakuratai uniform emerged from the entrance. Impatiently inquiring, "Were you? What brings you here at this late hour?" At the entrance stood Wang Feng, silently staring without a response. His gaze was resolute and cold, as if he had made a momentous decision. His unsworn glasses were now where to be found. I never expected that not only has my body grown stronger, but my nearsightedness has also improved. Those scoundrels, tonight I shall ensure they all meet their demise. Wang Feng's gaze was unnaturally calm as he fixed his eyes on the demolition project office. Are you mute? The security guard's expression grew increasingly impatient as he strode towards Wang Feng. With a resounding thud, the guard saw a shadow of a leg rushing towards him. He was sent flying 10 meters away. Crashing heavily to the ground, grievously injured, blood spilling from his mouth, his life hanging in the balance. Earning a meager salary of 1 to 2,000 a month, instead of hiding, you come out to seek death. Wang Feng, with a sidelong glance at the fallen guard, proceeded directly into the demolition project office. Inside a metal shack of the office, sounds of drinking, dice rolling, and boasting filled the air, creating a cacophony. Brothers, drink up, but don't get drunk. At midnight, we'll demolish Wang Feng's home, and this project will be deemed complete at that time. I'll treat everyone to a delightful time at Platinum Han. A young man with yellow hair raised his glass, exuberantly shouting under the influence of alcohol. The boss is mighty. The boss is incredible. Following the boss, we surely feast and revel. A chorus of sycophants echoed his sentiments. Before the young man could respond, a thunderous crash resounded. The concave metal door shot into the room like a projectile. Thud. The spinning door pierced through the abdomen of 2 lackeys, slamming them against the metal wall. Witnessing this scene, the young man and his lackeys were startled. Their dazed minds suddenly jolted awake as if doused in cold water. The 2 once lively individuals now lay with blood gushing from their abdomens. Pinned lifelessly to the wall, rage surged within the young man. His eyes fixated on the entrance, and he shouted furiously. "It's you, you cowardly waste! You dare kill my men! I shall make you wish for death." With that, he drew a machete from beneath the table and bellowed, "Kill him!" A throng of lackeys brandished machetes and clubs, charging towards Wang Feng. Without uttering a word, Wang Feng merely stepped back slightly. Fully aware that the confined space would limit his movements once he transformed. Die! A lackey raised his machete and swung it at Wang Feng. With a loud bang, The lackey felt as if striking a wall with his machete. His hand throbbed painfully, and the weapon flew from his grasp. This is the monster, a ghost. The young man and his companions watched in horror as Wang Feng's arms began to swell, transforming into deep blue skin. His arms now as thick as iron barrels. Even his head sprouted 2 red horns, his mouth flattened, sharp fangs bared, his visage grotesque. His height, once a mere 170 centimeters, now towered at 3 meters. An embodiment of terror. The machete clanged against Wang Feng's arm, leaving no mark, merely rebounding off him. If there were no judges in this world, I shall become the king of hell, you vile beasts. Today, I shall be your judge. Wang Feng unleashed a powerful punch towards a lackey in front of him. Bang. The lackey's chest caved in from the blow, and he perished on the spot. Devoid of life. Kill him, kill him. Even if he is a monster, we have the numbers to chop him down. The young man trembled, his legs quaking, his body weakening as he instinctively retreated in another direction. At that moment, he understood that fleeing was the wisest choice. This situation was beyond his control. Some lackeys, heeding the young man's orders, though gripped by fear, charged forward recklessly, emboldened by their numbers. Slash, slash, slash. Wang Feng raised his clawed hand and swiped forward, allowing the opponent's weapons to strike him without fear, feeling neither pain nor injury. However, those charging lackeys met their grim fate. In mere seconds, they were all pierced by his claws. The remaining survivors, witnessing such a scene, immediately retched, "Run, run quickly." It was unclear who uttered the command, but soon others discarded their weapons and scattered in all directions. Now, it was too late to escape. Wang Feng's scarlet eyes scanned the surroundings, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You're running too slowly, speed up." Like a cat toying with a mouse, not even 5 seconds had passed when all present, except for the young man, were mercilessly slaughtered. You dare kill. The men in black will not spare you." The young man, seeing Wang Feng's enormous figure approaching him step by step, was enveloped by terror and threatened. "Ha ha ha, no matter what, today I shall rid the world of your filth and slaughter you wretches." Wang Feng's colossal hand seized the young man, his eyes blazing with fury, his words dripping with resentment. This isn't my fault. Big brother, spare me. I was merely following Su Yang's orders. If you seek vengeance, look for him." The young man, struggling in Wang Feng's grip, pleaded desperately. "I came here specifically for you and that beast Su Yang. Where is he?" Wang Feng raised the young man higher, bellowing in rage. "He is at Platinum Han, entertaining an important guest with his brother. Beyond that, I know nothing." The young man trembled in fear, losing control of his bladder. Hastily confessing, terrified of being a second too late, he feared this demon would end his life. "You caused my mother's death. All of you must die." Wang Feng hurled the young man to the ground with a mighty force, the floor fracturing beneath the impact, and the young man was instantly lifeless. "Platinum Han? Su Yang, Su Hai, I shall make you both pay dearly." Wang Feng's blood-red eyes fixated on a direction, his coarse voice filled with resentment. In Wuhua district, at the distant fragrant villa, there stood opulent villas exuding an air of affluence. In one of the corner villas, it was one of Nie Wudao's strongholds. Inside the villa's hall, a man and a dog lounged lazily on the sofa, appearing well-fed and content. "Jian Yin, have you obtained it?" Nie Wudao slowly rose, addressing a shadowy figure in the corner of the hall. "As per your command." The task was completed successfully. From the shadows, a figure clad in black emerged. The individual was entirely shrouded in black clothing and a hat, obscuring their face. In each hand, they held an animal, a sheepdog and an owl, both seemingly unconscious and motionless. "Thank you for your hard work. Go and rest." "Understood." Jian Yin set down the sheepdog and owl before disappearing from sight once more. "This time, let us create something amusing." Nie Wudao flipped his right hand, revealing a pitch-black, four-legged cauldron. Chapter 3. The Demon Cauldron. The Demon Cauldron, as dark as ink, bore 4 red skulls carved on its sides, each adorned with horns, and 2 scythes crossed beneath, creating a chilling sight. "I wonder if I can refine 3 materials simultaneously this time." Nie Wudao placed the demon cauldron on the ground and tossed the sheepdog and owl into it, causing them to vanish. The cauldron was several times smaller than the sheepdog, yet managed to contain it. He then poured a cup of water into the cauldron, but it flowed out like it was hitting an invisible wall, spilling all over the floor again. It seems I can only refine 2 types of materials. Unless I remove one, I cannot fit any additional materials. Nya Wudao expressed slight disappointment. Cradling the demon cauldron, he sank into the sofa. In the next moment, the cauldron emitted an eerie red glow, with a low hum resonating from within. As if it were cooking. 3 seconds later, a black pill slowly floated to the surface. The mental strain was immense, nearly draining him completely. I need to rest now. Nya Wudao stowed away the demon cauldron and the newly refined demon pill. The effort of creating a single demon pill had almost exhausted his mental faculties, requiring a full day of rest to recuperate. In other words, refining 1 demon pill a day was already his limit. In Wuhua District, at the Law Enforcement Division's captain's office. What kind of monster is this? How can a person transform into such a state? A middle-aged man in a law enforcement uniform, after viewing the surveillance video from the Demolition Project office, wore an extremely grim expression, incredulously stating, "Captain, the scene was utterly horrific. Everyone retched, a young law enforcer, pale as a ghost, clearly having vomited several times, replied weakly. Wang Feng, 33 years old, unmarried, a primary school teacher, mother deceased, currently alone, with no vulnerabilities." The head of the Law Enforcement Division examined the documents in hand, his expression darkening. He then instructed a nearby young law enforcer. "No one is allowed at the scene. Especially reporters. Seal all information. Otherwise, we might be in deep trouble. Also, inform them that once the monster's location is traced, no one is allowed to act recklessly. If the situation deteriorates, shoot on sight," the captain added. "See to it immediately." The young law enforcer nodded quickly in response. The captain watched the enforcer leave, exhaling deeply, then stared at the documents in hand, pondering for a long while, muttering to himself, "This Wang Feng has no prior offenses. Nor is he a reckless person. Why has he transformed into this? What exactly has he encountered? This kind of monster is beyond our capacity to handle. We should report to the Divine Marshal headquarters first." At Platinum Han, the most luxurious night venue in Wuhua District, now donned in black attire, Wang Feng silently walked into Platinum Han. "Welcome." 2 young hostesses in kipayos stood at the entrance, bowing with smiles. "Good evening, sir. How may we assist you?" A front desk manager approached Wang Feng with a smile, respectfully inquiring, "Where is Su Yang's private room?" Wang Feng replied without a hint of expression, "Greetings, sir. Without the consent of Mr. Su, it is rather inconvenient for us to disclose any information." Upon hearing this, the front desk manager clearly discerned that the man in black before him had not received an invitation from Su Yang. He was an uninvited guest. Out of courtesy, the front desk manager politely stated, "You may contact Mr. Su, and if he agrees, I can escort you." "You seem to have misunderstood my intention. I am inquiring about which private room Su Yang is in. Please take me to him." Wang Feng's gaze turned frigid, a murderous intent locking onto the front desk manager. Realizing the hostility of the newcomer, the front desk manager was about to call for security when a pair of large hands grasped his neck. Lifting him off the ground, "Ugh!" The front desk manager clutched at Wang Feng's hands, utterly unable to break free. Despite his unimposing stature, the man before him possessed immense strength, and a choking sensation turned his face crimson as he groaned in agony. "What are you doing? Stop this at once. Do you dare to disrupt the Platinum Han? You must be seeking death." The surrounding staff and security approached with fierce intent. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of impacts echoed as several staff members and security were instantly sent flying, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground in a mere instant. No one could discern Wang Feng's movements. It was as if those who had rushed at him had simply fallen without warning. This spectacle sent the newly arrived patrons of the Platinum Han fleeing in terror, while the remaining staff exhibited expressions of panic and confusion. "Where is Su Yang?" "No answer, and I'll kill you." Wang Feng replied coldly, his words laced with lethal intent. "On the 9th floor. On the 9th floor." The front desk manager gasped painfully. "Which private room on the 9th floor?" Wang Feng disregarded the others, hoisting the front desk manager as he continued his inquiry. "There is only one room on the 9th floor, typically used by Mr. Su to entertain esteemed guests." The front desk manager exerted every ounce of strength to respond. Already out of breath, upon entering the elevator, he pressed the button for the 9th floor. With a chime, the elevator ascended slowly. Upon reaching the 9th floor, The doors opened to reveal a lavish hall, shimmering with gold and reeking of wealth. "Lead the way," Wang Feng commanded. The front desk manager's complexion had turned a sickly shade, his hand trembling as he pointed in a direction. Wang Feng continued to drag the front desk manager toward that path. Platinum Han, 9th floor, Imperial Hall. Within the dimly lit private room sat 9 individuals, 6 women and 3 men. A balding man with a Mediterranean hairstyle raised his glass and buttered up a suited man, saying, "Lord of the city, I've placed those 2 crates of local specialties in your car. My brother and I are your soldiers. Wherever you command, we shall strike. Mr. Su, you are too polite, truly." The bald man did not refuse, smiling as he replied, "I am merely the vice lord of the city for now, not the lord of the city. Such titles cannot be misused. When the lord is absent, do you not become the lord?" Another man, resembling the Mediterranean man, chimed in to flatter. This man was Su Yang, while the Mediterranean man was Su Hai. "Ha ha ha, you two truly know how to speak and get things done." The vice lord of the city embraced 2 young beauties, laughing heartily. After taking a sip from the drink one of the beauties had offered, he slowly remarked, "By the way, has that stubborn household been dealt with? We must not let it hinder the progress of the project. Soon, I've sent someone to handle it, planning to resolve it by midnight. You can rest assured, Lord of the city." Su Yang's hands were not idle either, resting on the 2 beauties beside him, wearing a look of indulgence. "Let them be demolished. If they refuse to move out, we shall crush them. Such is their misfortune." The vice lord of the city spoke in a condescending manner, as if discussing a trivial matter. Just as Su Yang was about to respond, a loud crash reverberated through the air. 4 shadowy figures were flung into the private room, crashing heavily to the ground. A voice filled with murderous intent rang out. "The vice lord of the city treats human life as if it were mere grass. How is this different from a beast?" Chapter 4. The abilities user. The 9 individuals within the private room turned in unison to face the sound. The double doors had been kicked so violently that they were deformed and sent flying against the wall. The bodyguards outside lay scattered, unconscious and unresponsive. "Su Yang, Su Hai, you are in high spirits tonight." Wang Feng stepped inside slowly, surveying the 9 individuals within the private room. His gaze eventually settled on the lecherous and corpulent vice lord. "And you, Li Shanhe?" "Wang Feng." Su Yang recognized him immediately, having encountered him twice over land disputes. His expression fluctuated between uncertainty and alarm as he beheld the deformed door and the fallen bodyguards. He found it hard to fathom how this seemingly honest man had suddenly become so ferocious. "You are the stubborn household?" Su Hai questioned darkly, his expression grim. Witnessing the fallen bodyguards and the mangled door left him in shock. Was this person even human? Such terrifying strength. The vice lord, Li Shanhe, sported an unpleasant expression. "What is the matter with your Platinum Han? How can any Tom, Dick, or Harry simply barge in?" At this point, Su Yang realized that due to the customary silencing of his phone when receiving esteemed guests, he had missed dozens of calls. Yet, this was no longer of importance. Su Yang gradually rose, coldly stating, "If you wish to cause trouble, be prepared to pay the price." With that, he drew a handgun, aiming it at Wang Feng, and pulled the trigger. The dark muzzle emitted 3 bullets in rapid succession. "Price?" Wang Feng sneered coldly, his muscles swelling as his form grew larger. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a 3-meter-tall blue demon. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 bullets struck Wang Feng's blue skin, ricocheting off without leaving a marked eye. In the next moment, Wang Feng shifted and appeared before Su Yang, seizing him by the throat. "I am here to avenge my mother today. You scum should not have survived this long. It is the heavens that are unjust." Ugged, Su Yang felt his feet leave the ground in an instant, turning red in the face and struggling to breathe. All of this transpired in less than a second. "A ghost? A monster? Help!" The women instinctively screamed, scrambling toward the corners in a desperate bid for safety, their terrified eyes fixed on Wang Feng. Silence. Wang Feng's left hand flicked, and 6 sharp spikes shot out. The 6 women collapsed in fear, their faces pale. "What kind of monster are you?" Su Hai's expression darkened as he pulled out a handgun. The vice lord Li Shanhe remained silent, his face grim as he slowly retreated to the bedside. "A monster here to take your lives." With that, Wang Feng clenched his right hand, and Su Yang's breath ceased. "You dare to kill my brother? I will kill you!" Su Hai cried out, seeing Su Yang's body being carelessly discarded on the ground. ready to pull the trigger. "Fear not. Your turn will come soon," Wang Feng proclaimed, his form shifting once more. He crushed the gun in Su Hai's hand and delivered a powerful punch. Su Hai was struck hard, sent flying against the wall, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. "Now, only you remain, the mastermind, Li Shanhe." Wang Feng's gaze bore into Li Shanhe by the window. "Let us discuss this calmly. There is nothing that cannot be resolved," Li Shanhe said, a hint of fear in his eyes, feigning calmness. He then shouted, "You all, hurry and reveal yourselves. Are you waiting for my demise?" Two figures swiftly shot in through the window at blinding speed. Chapter 5. Slaughter. A sudden recoil force pushed Wang Feng back several paces, while one robust figure crashed heavily into the wall. The Vice Lord's corpulent form had long since vanished, and a heavy voice echoed from outside the window. "Zhong Yin, I will retreat first. You hold him off, this guy is as heavy as a pig." Wang Feng glanced outside to see a slender figure in white soaring through the air, clutching the Vice Lord, whose face was contorted in pain, as they sped away. However, the Vice Lord's bulk hindered their speed. "Nowhere to run!" Wang Feng shouted in desperation, launching 3 black spikes from his right hand toward the Vice Lord. With 2 sharp sounds, 2 of the spikes pierced him, blood gushing forth from the wounds. Clearly gravely injured. "Damn it, this mutant has a ranged attack. He can hit from such a distance." The white-clad figure struggled to carry the bleeding Vice Lord, accelerating away. "This guy must possess at least C-level power. Li Shanhe has truly provoked a monster like you." The payment was indeed insufficient. "Damn it!" Zhong Yin exclaimed, feeling the tumult within his veins as he wiped the blood from his lips, cursing, "An abilities user? You actually managed to withstand my punch." Wang Feng, witnessing Li Shanhe's escape, felt helpless and internally noted, looking at Zhong Yin. After all, he had only read about abilities users in novels or watched them in films. He never imagined they truly existed. However, considering he could transform into a demon himself, he found it hard to be surprised by any extraordinary existence. "Mutant, we harbor no enmity. I am merely here for the money. Moreover, the men in black have already arrived. How about we part ways here?" Zhong Yin said cautiously, keeping a wary eye on Wang Feng. "How could I let such a rare opportunity to spar with you slip away so easily?" "Take another punch from me." Wang Feng's crimson eyes brimmed with fighting spirit as he raised his right fist, ready to strike Zhong Yin. "Damn it, this guy is mad." Zhong Yin realized the peril and deactivated his rock-hard form, making his body agile as he swiftly dodged to the side. With a resounding crash, the entire wall was shattered by a single punch from Wang Feng, reducing it to countless fragments that fell from the 9th floor. The once pristine private room now bore an irregular gaping hole where the wall had stood. "Stop. We are the agents in black. Do not resist." Dozens of black-clad operatives surged through the doorway, their faces marked with wariness, each taking a defensive stance with their weapons aimed squarely at Wang Feng and Zhong Yin. However, as the black-clad operatives beheld the scene before them, expressions of astonishment spread across their faces. A few of them, upon witnessing the gruesome spectacle of blood pooling on the ground, felt their stomachs churn, their faces turning ashen. The moment they laid eyes on Wang Feng's terrifying visage, a wave of dread washed over them. With a loud bang, a startled operative inadvertently discharged his weapon, setting off a cascade of gunfire as the others instinctively followed suit, bullets raining down upon Wang Feng and Zhong Yin. "Damn it. Yin Hua!" In an instant, Zhong Yin's body transformed into solid rock, and he leaped out of the window, vanishing from the sight of the enforcers. Countless bullets struck Wang Feng, leaving only dark stains upon his form. "Get lost, one by one. Aren't you annoying?" Wang Feng, increasingly enraged by the incessant interruptions, sprouted numerous black spikes across his body, shimmering with an eerie glow, in the blink of an eye. These spikes detached from his body and shot out in all directions. Screams echoed as crimson splattered like petals scattered by a celestial maiden, staining the floor anew. Under the onslaught of Wang Feng's black spikes, the black-clad operatives suffered devastating losses. Wang Feng cast a disinterested glance at them before leaping through the jagged hole he had created. Disappearing from the sight of the surviving operatives, the headquarters of the black-clad operatives in Xinwu City, a bald man slammed his hand on the table in disbelief. "What? Over half of the 30-odd personnel deceased?" He was Han Yi, the highest-ranking leader and commander of Xinwu City. The monster was currently untraceable, and all were engaged in an exhaustive search for its whereabouts. Point one operative, trembling under Han Yi's fury, reported, when did such a formidable mutant come to exist in Shenwu City? Also, how did Li Shanhe and the Shujiao brothers provoke this mutant? Han Yi's brow furrowed deeply as he sank back into his chair. The deputy city lord was in charge of the demolition and reconstruction project in Yuanhua district, with the Shujiao brothers contracted for the job. The mutant in question was named Wang Feng, whose mother had been beaten to death during a conflict over the demolition. The operative continued to relay the details verbatim. Once again, it was these three colluding together. Were it not for the support of the Li family from launching, I would have dealt with Li Shanhe long ago, allowing him to wreak havoc in Shenwu City, creating chaos. Han Yi's anger surged even further upon hearing this, clearly harboring long-standing grievances against the deputy city lord. The reporting operative was a trusted confidant of Han Yi, so there was no concern about the information leaking. Han Yi pressed further, what about Li Shanhe now? Is he dead? Li Shanhe has sustained severe injuries. With multiple internal organ damages, he has been transported to Shenwu Hospital and is currently under emergency treatment. This troublemaker truly has a remarkable constitution. He can still be saved. Forget it. Notify the black-clad operatives in other districts to head to Wuhua district for support. Ensure the safety of ordinary citizens. You may leave now. Han Yi rubbed his temples, his eyes narrowing, clearly fatigued. As he watched his subordinate depart, Han Yi pulled out his phone and composed a text message. A mutant has been found in Wuhua district. Request immediate support from the Longwei team. No sooner had he sent the message than he received a prompt reply. Received. Arrangements underway. In Shenwu City, Wubei district, located in the northern part of the city. A red-haired woman and two men stood on the rooftop of an abandoned teaching building. The intelligence is wrong. They've all fled. The woman, wielding a sword, remarked with evident irritation. Dr. K is cunning enough. But none of his subordinates are pushovers. After such an extended chase, how did they manage to escape again? Grumbled a portly man in a black uniform, appearing somewhat out of shape. What's the plan? Red team? Inquired another man holding a gun, his expression stoic and calm. Forget it. Let me report this to the higher-ups first, the red-haired woman said, reaching for her phone to make a call. However, a message interrupted her. Mutant sighted. Proceed to the headquarters of the black-clad operatives in Wuhua district to find Han Yi. Capture alive if possible. Otherwise, eliminate on the spot. Chapter 6. A new demon. After reading the message, the red-haired woman tucked her phone away. A new mission has arrived. Let us go. The trio had no time even for a brief rest, clearly accustomed to such situations. At Shenwu Hospital. On the rooftop of the main building, Chong Yin seemed utterly exhausted. Leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. Xiaobai, you've never faced that mutant. His danger level is no less than Class C. ITS, likely only the boss can handle him. The one referred to as Xiaobai, clad in white, was Chong Yan's partner, Bai Yu, the very one who had saved Li Shanhe. This matter is not straightforward. How could an ordinary mutant possess such strength? Has that dangerous individual, Dr. K, developed a new serum? Bai Yu pondered, stroking his chin, his brow furrowed in thought. Regardless of the situation, we should report this to the boss first. The current circumstances are beyond our control. Moreover, with Li Shanhe still in critical condition, we do not know whether he will survive, Chong Yin replied, his expression serious. They have found a compatible organ, with a 90% chance of saving him. What we should be concerned about now is whether that mutant will come here. Even if the two of us join forces, it will still be a tough battle, Bai Yu said, his face solemn. Eyes filled with worry. Chong Yin slowly rose, dusting himself off as he gazed into the distance with a faint smile, appearing somewhat simple-minded. That's not for us to worry about. Let the boss handle the headache. If the other side offers more money, we'll put in more effort. If not, what right do we have to exert ourselves? As for sacrificing our lives, dream on. With that, the two exchanged knowing glances and shared a hearty laugh. At the entrance of Shenwu Hospital, the moonlight of the early morning appeared somewhat desolate, the cold wind howling, chilling to the bone. I've told you, your son is brain dead. The surgery was unsuccessful. We have done all we could. Please leave. 3 security guards forcefully ejected a woman, seemingly in her 30s, from the hospital. This woman, named Su Qing, was actually 40 but still retained her charm. Tears streamed down her face, and her expression was slightly deranged as she repeatedly cried out, "My son is only 18. He merely had gastroenteritis. How could he be diagnosed as brain dead after a blood test? No, I want to see my son. I must see him. Get out of my way. Su Qing pushed the guards aside, her demeanor growing increasingly frantic as she attempted to rush back inside. Slap! One of the guards, incensed, shoved Su Qing down, scolding, "Don't overstep your bounds. This is not a place for you to act recklessly. The enforcers have stated that the hospital's procedures are legitimate and the surgery was without fault. Patients must bear the risks. If you continue to make a scene, we'll send you straight to the enforcement department." Upon hearing the term enforcers, Su Qing's mind went blank. When she was unable to see her son, she immediately called the enforcement department. They arrived shortly and, after a brief investigation, asserted that everything was in accordance with protocol before receiving an urgent order and leaving. The moment the enforcers departed, it felt as if the sky had fallen and her last glimmer of hope had vanished. Mother and son relied on each other, left with no one else. At that moment, her heart was filled with despair. "Please, I beg you, let me see my son. He is my only child. He merely has diarrhea. How could he be brain dead?" Tears streamed down her face as she painfully rose to her knees before the three guards. As Su Qing prepared to bow her head, one guard rushed over to stop her, urging, "We can only do what the hospital permits. We are powerless. Let's try to understand each other. Why don't you go home and wait for the hospital's notification?" Upon hearing this, Su Qing laughed, a laugh tinged with madness, murmuring, "Notification? A perfectly healthy person is diagnosed as brain dead just for having diarrhea. What notification could possibly suffice? I demand to see my son. The hospital must provide an explanation. It must." As Su Qing reached the end of her plea, her heart had spiraled into madness, her eyes bloodshot. What explanation? Get lost. Just as she attempted to rise, the guard who had previously pushed her delivered a swift kick to Su Qing. The sound of impact echoed as she collapsed once more, clutching her abdomen in agony, tears mingling with pain on her face. "Damn it, you're asking for trouble. We need our rest too. Get lost or we'll beat you to death." The guard who kicked Su Qing glared menacingly, cursing. He then turned to the other two guards, ordering, "Shut the door. We don't need this foul woman barging back in." Watching the door slowly close, Su Qing endured the sharp pain in her abdomen yet lacked the strength to rise, her hands scraping against the ground. Son, return my son to me. I am an incompetent mother. I cannot protect you." Su Qing's feeble words betrayed her profound sorrow and intense unwillingness to accept her fate in the dimness. A shadow gradually approached her, as Su Qing beheld a mysterious figure donning a devilish mask. She thought death had come for her soul. With a sorrowful smile, she murmured, "Son, I cannot protect you, but on the road to the underworld, I will accompany you. You will not be alone." Eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. Yet the very individuals responsible for our demise still roam this world, carefree and unrepentant. Where is the justice? Where is the moral order? Upon uttering these words, the eyes slowly closed, awaiting death. Justice and morality forever lie within the range of missiles. Though I cannot provide you with missiles, I can bestow upon you the power that rivals them till you desire it. But be warned, you shall become a demon. Calmly stated, Nye Wudao, adorned with a mask of malevolence. If it can save my son, I would willingly transform into a demon, or even a ghost. After hearing this, Su Qing forcefully opened her heavy eyelids, gazing at Nye Wudao's demonic mask, a flicker of hope emerging within her. Excellent. A black pill was thrust into Su Qing's mouth, dissolving instantly. Within 3 seconds, Su Qing, lying on the ground like Wang Feng, began her transformation into a demon. Her heart, once stagnant, now surged like molten lava. The darkness within her was amplified infinitely by the effects of the demon pill, overwhelming her body with negative emotions. Waves of pain and an unceasing rush of power flooded into Su Qing, eliciting a pained wail from her lips. Horns sprouted from her head, sharp fangs bared. Her visage grotesque, with deep blue skin and claws extending from her hands and feet. She appeared a head shorter than the demonized Wang Feng, barely reaching 3 meters. Is this my form? The demonized Su Qing stared in bewilderment at her own hands. Robust deep blue palms with claws sharper than any blade. Have I truly become a monster? A demon? Su Qing's heart struggled to accept this reality, turning her gaze to the spot where Nye Wudao had just stood. Where is he? Chapter 7. 1 verses 2. Forget it. No matter. What does it matter if I become a ghost? I shall exact vengeance upon them. Su Qing's crimson eyes burned with fury, murderous intent enveloping her heart. At this moment, she was no longer merely a woman but a full-fledged demon, her humanity gradually fading. Aren't you going to leave? What are you howling about? The security guard who had previously used violence against Su Qing emerged from the security room. Visibly annoyed, the sight before him rendered him utterly speechless. The large door had been twisted into a mangled mess, wide open. Am I dreaming? What is happening? The guard rubbed his eyes, completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, a massive hand seized his throat, leaving him breathless. Feeling the suffocating grip, he turned to see pupils as wide as saucers, a gaping mouth with a long, crimson tongue, and rows of sharp teeth that sent shivers down his spine. Help! Help! The guard, nearly fainting from fear, managed to shout, though his voice was barely a whisper. Die! Crack! His neck was snapped with a single motion. The taste of my son is there. The demonized Su Qing's senses of taste and sight received a terrifying enhancement, directing her gaze toward the main building. Her crimson eyes filled with confusion as she muttered, Why does that room and the other have my son's scent? In that moment, Su Qing's figure vanished from the doorway. Racing towards the main building, operating room 2. Sigh. I feel as if I am losing years off my life. The doctor in a white coat gazed at a young man on the operating table, full of helplessness. The chief has finished preparing everything, his assistant reminded him. All stitched up, you can go rest now. Although the doctor had performed such procedures countless times, he still felt a sense of discomfort, fatigue weighing heavily on him. By the way, Xiao's son, you. The doctor turned to look, only to be completely petrified by the scene before him. The assistant, Xiao's son, was being held aloft by a gigantic blue monster. Blood streaming from his 7 orifices, lifeless. And that blue monster was the demon Su Qing, who had tracked the scent of her son to the second operating room, bursting in to find her son on the operating table. Along with the doctor and his assistant in a fit of rage, she crushed the assistant to death, and as the doctor prepared to scream for help, she seized him as well. What have you done to my son? Su Qing glared at the lifeless body on the operating table, her eyes filled with hatred and fury. Her son lay there, with his chest and waist appearing as though they had been slashed open, but were now stitched together, the skin slightly sunken, clearly missing something vital. I don't know. I only followed the hospital's orders. The doctor desperately grasped Su Qing's hand, trying to ease his own suffering. To breathe fresh air. How could you commit such inhumane acts, devoid of conscience? Are you even human? You are the true demons. Su Qing had clearly grasped the truth of the situation, her disbelief mingling with fury. To think such a thing could happen to her, no wonder her son was declared brain dead. The doctor, though terrified, still attempted to argue. Who was the person who received my son's organs? If you don't tell me, I'll crush you. Su Qing said in a low voice. The deputy city lord, Li Shana. Die. The one who exchanged my son's organs must also perish. Su Qing's crimson eyes blazed like flames as she tightened her grip. The doctor's neck was crushed into a mangled mass, blood streaming from his features, and he breathed his last. Son, you rest here. Mother will retrieve what belongs to you, and we will return home together. A flicker of maternal love surfaced in Su Qing's crimson eyes as she gazed at her son on the operating table. She then turned to look in another direction, seething. The culprit is there. You bear my son's scent. With that, she bolted towards another operating room in mere seconds. As Su Qing traversed the corridor, approaching her destination, 2 figures burst through the window, blocking her path. One was a muscular man clad in a yellow tracksuit. None other than Zhong Yin. The other, dressed in white, appeared somewhat frail, and was by you. Hey, mutant, how did you find this place? Zhong Yin questioned, his expression one of discontent and caution. No, he isn't the same mutant as before. Although I only caught a glimpse, I won't forget that face. But you fixed his gaze on Su Qing. Look similar, though I'm a bit face-blind. I wouldn't make a mistake. Zhong Yin scanned Su Qing once more, affirmatively stating, different, this mutant is clearly shorter than the previous one, and this one's chest muscles are more developed inside isn't to be underestimated. By you observed Su Qing again, further confirming his assessment. Step aside, do not block my path. Su Qing had little patience left, her anger surging as she neared her destination, now obstructed. Like a raging bull, she charged forward, raising her fist to strike. Damn it, the captain is so slow. In the end, it's left to us brothers to confront her. Yin transformation. Zhong Yin grumbled before his arms turned to stone once more. Having learned from a previous encounter, he was now more cautious. Be tactical. Baiyu drew a short knife from his waist and charged from the left. As the two attacked from opposite sides, Su Qing, lacking combat experience, hesitated momentarily. Baiyu struck first, a blade aimed directly at Su Qing. Instinctively, she raised her left arm to block, feeling as if her skin would be sliced open, the pain only fueling her fury and frenzy. Banged, the powerful stone fist followed, striking her squarely in the chest. Su Qing's massive form was sent flying, rolling several meters before crashing into and damaging some equipment, finally coming to a halt. It felt as though striking iron. She was completely unharmed. Is this still a mutant? Baiyu exclaimed, astonished at Su Qing's unscathed arm. Indeed, this is not the same person. This mutant feels considerably weaker, her movements and attacks lacking the previous intensity. The threat level is at most D rank. Yet her defensive capabilities are impressive. She can withstand my punches, quite resilient. Zhong Yin appeared considerably more relaxed, finding this mutant much easier to handle. Not good. She is trying to escape, Baiyu warned, watching as Su Qing rose from the ground and fled without a backward glance. "I'll pursue her," Zhong Yin exclaimed, rushing after her. "Beware of the enemy's ploy to lure you away," Baiyu called out after him, concerned. Chapter 8. The Red Lotus Squad with you here, I am at ease. It is not often one encounters a weak opponent. I must capture her. Excitement echoed through the corridor as Zhong Yin pursued. Who on earth are these two? One can even transform into stone. What kind of sorcery is this? Su Qing's seething anger manifested into a dangerous aura as she turned and fled. Shortly after, she arrived at the second operating room, seizing her son from the operating table and hoisting him onto her shoulder. "Dante, run!" Zhong Yin's voice echoed behind her. Su Qing, indifferent, dashed from the second operating room, racing down the corridor. There, she sniffed the air, confirming a direction before leaping down the corridor, a drop of over 10 meters. Boom! A thunderous crash resonated. Dust billowed upward as Su Qing burst from the haze, vaulting over a 3-meter-high wall, sprinting towards the direction she had just identified. Damn it, this mutant may lack combat prowess, but her speed is astonishing. Zhong Yin landed on the ground, witnessing Su Qing leap the wall and hurriedly exerted all his strength to pursue her. An empty street, one person and a dog traversing the darkness. Xiaohei, the demon pill concocted by that combination indeed offers little enhancement to combat power, yet its sensory capabilities are unparalleled. Nie Wudao, holding a black notebook, recorded notes while conversing with the black dog beside him. Woof! Xiaohei responded to Nie Wudao as usual. On a fresh page of the black notebook, it is recorded. Sequence 5. The Eye of Heaven Demon, Su Qing. Materials: Shepherd Dog Owl. After consuming the demon pill, her physical capabilities have experienced a tremendous enhancement. Both her perception and tracking abilities have significantly improved. Combat strength is somewhat lacking, with other aspects yet to be supplemented. However, she excels in tracking. Nie Wudao, feeling the abilities transmitted back from the Eye of Heaven Demon, Su Qing nodded slightly in satisfaction. He closed the notebook, and a knowing smile emerged from beneath the demon mask. Facing two Class C ability users is indeed a bit grim. Nevertheless, as it is the novice period, I can extend them protection this once. Woof! Xiaohei barked excitedly beside him. This time, I can't. I haven't tried it in a long while and have become somewhat rusty. Next time, you shall come. Nie Wudao smiled faintly at Xiaohei. Hearing this, Xiaohei felt a bit dejected, yet was still pleased enough to wag his tail at the prospect of next time. It is nearly time. Let us go and capture some materials. Nie Wudao beckoned Xiaohei to move in another direction. Meanwhile, on the other side, has this person gone mad? I am no beauty. Aren't you tired from chasing me for so long? Su Qing, carrying her son, ran desperately, unable to fight back, nor shake off the pursuit. It felt like being stuck to a piece of stubborn adhesive. Damn it, how can this mutated person run so fast? If it weren't for the boss promising a reward for capturing the mutant, this task might just wear me out. Zhong Yin released his rock-like transformation, pushing his speed to the limit just to barely keep up. Wait, why does this street feel so eerie? It seems this money won't be easy to earn. Zhong Yin surveyed the deserted street. With all the shops seemingly for rent, realizing something was amiss, forget it, I want to pursue this money. If I have to run, then so be it. Just as Zhong Yin was about to give up and turn away, a voice emerged from the shadows. Since you're here, come back to the villa for a cup of tea. A figure wearing a demon mask stepped forth from the darkness, flames enveloping his right leg. He delivered a powerful kick to Zhong Yan's neck. Zhong Yin sensed danger and was seized by a chill, turning to see the masked figure. Before he could even activate his transformation, a sharp pain shot through his neck, and dizziness overwhelmed him. His head sagged, and his eyes closed with a thud. He collapsed to the ground, rolling a few times before losing consciousness completely. Xu Qing halted her steps upon witnessing Nie Wudao's intervention. Her eyes brimming with joy, however, recalling her earlier cleverness, a flicker of fear crossed her mind, leaving her anxious and hesitant. Since you've already carried one, you wouldn't mind carrying another, would you? Nie Wudao glanced at Xu Qing. Then at the unconscious Zhong Yin, stating calmly, all right, Xu Qing responded hastily, jogging over to hoist Zhong Yin onto her other shoulder. Watching Nie Wudao and Xiao He depart, she hurriedly followed in their wake. In Wuhua district, on the outskirts, a group of 53 individuals arrived in a grand procession upon a patch of wild land. What was termed wild land was, in fact, an abandoned building site. Merely the structure had been erected, surrounded by a wall. Leading the group were 3 young individuals clad in black uniforms, a golden dragon head embroidered on their backs, appearing to be in their 20s, 1 female and 2 males. Have you determined that the ability user fled here? The first to speak was a red-haired woman, evidently the leader of the group. Yes, Commander. There are no surveillance cameras nearby, so the last footage shows the monster disappearing in this vicinity. An older law enforcement officer respectfully answered, eye in his eyes. Despite their youth, these 3 were not individuals he would typically encounter. Had it not been for the mission to capture the monster, he likely would never have crossed paths with them. All right, you all are in charge of the perimeter. If you spot the monster, shoot from a distance, the red-haired woman decisively commanded. Let us go. Since the higher-ups have given us this task, whether it be a mutant or monster, we shall capture it alive. Otherwise, we will eliminate it on the spot. Drawing a long sword from her waist, she strode towards the nearby unfinished building. Understood, Red Team. The 2 followed closely behind. Watching the trio depart, the older law enforcement officer finally exhaled, feeling as if a mountain pressed upon him, struggling to breathe. Uncle, who exactly are they? Why do they command such authority? Why are we, a bunch of old-timers, listening to their orders? A young officer approached, whispering, you know nothing. Those 3 are the dragon guards from Longqing, possessing special abilities. Even if we all banded together, we wouldn't stand a chance against them. The older officer scolded, casting a glance at the Na'vi officer. Had I not seen that monster with my own eyes, I would never believe in the existence of superpowers. But can those 3 handle it? We have already lost many brothers to that monster. This is a request for assistance from the headquarters to Longqing. Coincidentally, the Honglian team is on a mission in Shinwu City, which is why they were dispatched to support us. If they too are incapable, then we are in serious trouble, the older officer remarked gravely, surveying the group. Everyone, check your weapons and keep an eye on the perimeter. Do not slack off. Chapter 9. Fierce battle. This abandoned building served as an unfinished plaza, spanning dozens of acres, designed to integrate commerce and entertainment, with residential buildings included. On the second floor of the abandoned structure, as dawn broke, the weak sunlight sprinkled across various areas. The originally dark corners became visible, revealing scattered stones, sand, and construction debris. In a dim corner, a figure suddenly rose, eyes gleaming with an eerie red light, vigilantly observing the staircase entrance on the second floor. Could it be another ability user? How did they find their way here? This individual was none other than the fleeing Wang Feng, who had barely slept for 2 hours, a sense of crisis enveloping him, fully awakening his mind. Not far from the staircase entrance, a flicker of firelight ignited, illuminating a vast area. The red-haired woman held a sword in her left hand, her right index finger engulfed in a roaring flame. Casting light around her, the hedgehog-like monster, with formidable attack and defense, was classified as a sea-level threat, yet unexpectedly, it was hiding here. The red-haired woman slowly approached, her gaze locking onto the corner where Wang Feng was concealed. However, she did not rush to attack. Instead, her expression remained indifferent as she continued. I am the captain of the 11th team of the Dragon Guards, Honglian. As a mutant, you must have heard of my name. You have two options, surrender or die. Beside Honglian, two Dragon Guard members stood ready. One, with a wolf's tail named Guhong, drew a pistol, aiming directly at Wang Feng. The other, an unremarkable but stout man named Dali, flexed his muscles, preparing for battle. Damn it, what bad luck! First, I encounter two, and now three at once. Wang Feng twisted his neck and shook his hands, visibly frustrated. In the next moment, he transformed into his demonic form. Towering at 3 meters high, with black spikes sprouting from his fists and a row of spikes emerging from his back, resembling a hedgehog. Surrender? Over my dead body. When I was bullied, none of you stood up for justice. Now that I strive for my own, you present yourselves with such righteous airs, wanting to judge me? Do you even have the right? Die! Wang Feng roared, initiating his assault upon the three. Overestimating yourself, Guhong scoffed, pulling the trigger and firing a shot. You think you can hit me with that? Wang Feng sensed the imminent danger, instinctively dodging to the side, charging forward. Whoosh! The bullet zipped through the air, sparking as it grazed by, curving mid-flight and continuing its trajectory towards Wang Feng's back. To bang, it struck true. Wang Feng felt as though he had been hit by a heavy fist from behind. Had it not been for the spikes on his back absorbing the majority of the bullet's force, he would have surely been injured. Stumbling forward and crashing to the ground, a wave of pain coursed through him. Gritting his teeth in agony, a massive figure descended from above, a colossal fist aimed at Wang Feng. Damn it, what kind of bullet is that? Wang Feng, disregarding the pain, retracted the nearly broken spikes from his back, rolling away to evade the incoming fist. Boom. The impact created a deep crater in the ground. That was a floor 30 centimeters thick, reinforced with steel bars. Was it due to poor construction or the sheer strength of that punch? At this moment, Wang Feng's back was enveloped in darkness, clearly indicating that the bullet's power far exceeded that of ordinary ammunition. More importantly, the bullet had the ability to curve, possessing tracking capabilities, and the hefty attacker. That punch was undeniably formidable. Most crucially, the red-haired woman wielding the sword had yet to make her move. Facing these two, Wang Feng already felt himself at a disadvantage. This round, we will take you down. The flame on the red-haired woman's left index finger extinguished instantly, and her sword ignited in flames. Guhong drew another pistol, pointing both of them at Wang Feng. Dali clenched his fists, muscles bulging, fixating his gaze upon Wang Feng. Damn it, I'll fight to the end. Wang Feng contemplated for a brief moment, allowing two colossal black spikes to sprout from his back once more, bending forward as he charged towards Dali. Bang bang! Two bullets whizzed through the air, hurtling towards Wang Feng. Whoosh whoosh! Wang Feng maintained his speed, the massive spikes behind him shooting forth like missiles, directly intercepting the two bullets. Daring to clash head-on? In terms of strength, I've never lost to anyone. Dali faced Wang Feng's menacing fist, brandishing a sharp spike. With unwavering courage, charging forward. Fool! Wang Feng scoffed coldly, sidestepping deftly and delivering a powerful kick to Dali's side, exclaiming, my target is him. Utilizing the momentum, Wang Feng surged towards the lone eagle. He had never intended to engage Dali in a direct confrontation. His initial objective was to eliminate the marksman first. After all, the king had years of experience in team battles. Dali felt a jolt in his lower back from the kick, as if his very kidneys were shattering, and he was sent sprawling to the ground, cursing in pain. Observing Wang Feng charging straight at the lone eagle, he grimaced and shouted a warning, be careful. Seeking death, the lone eagle's eyes glinted with icy resolve as he retreated. Raising his dual guns, the dark muzzles aimed at Wang Feng. His prowess as a gunmaster allowed him to expertly wield firearms, enhancing bullet power and ensuring 100% accuracy. However, the use of such abilities demanded a toll on mental energy. And the sole drawback was the inability to fire continuously. Bang bang. 2 bullets were fired, targeting Wang Feng. The same trick won't work on me, Wang Feng sneered, maintaining his speed as he dashed toward the lone eagle. 2 massive spikes erupted from his back, soaring towards the bullets like missiles, intercepting them. Though not be arrogant, a flash of red light darted before Wang Feng's eyes, and upon closer inspection, it was Honglian. A fiery long sword, enveloped in flames, lunged toward Wang Feng with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to evade. Such swiftness. Wang Feng crossed his arms to shield his head, bracing for the incoming strike. Sizzling, bang, a searing sensation enveloped his arms, immediately followed by a tremendous force that propelled him backward, forcing him to retreat several steps before regaining his balance. Damn it, this woman is fierce. She actually burned me. Wang Feng grimaced at the acrid scent of charred flesh. Glancing at his scorched arms where he had defended against the sword, he mused, had that struck my head, it would have been disastrous. Clearly, this woman possessed a far superior intellect compared to that rotund fellow. And eliminating the marksman would not be an easy feat. Then let her taste my wrath. Spike barrage. Wang Feng recognized the precariousness of the situation and unleashed his most formidable attack, a multitude of spikes sprouting from his body. Chapter 10. B-class power. Every time Wang Feng employed the black spikes, it drained his mental energy, especially when executing a wide-range attack, rendering him unable to use them again for a time. With a mighty shout, all the black spikes shot forth like a hailstorm, scattering in all directions. Watch out! Hong Lian retreated a few steps, positioning herself in front of the lone eagle, flames once again enveloping her long sword. The sword danced in her hands like a vibrant red serpent, and wherever the fire reached, the black spikes were thwarted. Dali, however, was not so fortunate. As he rose from the ground, he witnessed the unfolding scene and exclaimed, "What the hell?" He instinctively shielded his head with his arms, dodging left and right, yet still sustained numerous hits. What kind of ridiculous skill is this? It truly hurts like hell, and I've been pierced by so many spikes. Dali began to extract the black spikes from his body, initially bleeding profusely, but after a few moments, the wounds miraculously healed, returning to their original state. That fat fool possesses immense strength, high physical defense, and self-healing abilities. Wang Feng observed Dali, gaining insight into his current capabilities, before refocusing on Hong Lian and the lone eagle, analyzing. The red-haired woman controls fire, is incredibly fast, and wields a notable sword technique. The wolf-tailed man has precise marksmanship and great power, but his close combat ability is the weakest. After a moment's contemplation, he concluded that the breakthrough lay with the lone eagle, while Dali might not be his match. He was durable, and it would take time to defeat him. Conversely, Wang Feng discerned that Hong Lian's overall strength surpassed that of Dali within their brief skirmish. Dali. Hong Lian merely called his name, brandishing her long sword as she advanced toward Wang Feng. Dali immediately understood her intent and swiftly approached the lone eagle. At this juncture, the two of them could only defend jointly to withstand Wang Feng's onslaught. Otherwise, they would be individually overwhelmed. Do not think that just because you are a woman, I will spare you. Wang Feng, still seething from the burns, channeled his rage into his fists, merging 3 spikes into one, transforming it into a 1-meter-long black spear, akin to a knight's lance. The colossal black spear, propelled by a fierce wind, shot toward the oncoming Hong Lian. Hong Lian's long sword was once again enveloped in flames, resembling a spiraling drill as it thrust toward Wang Feng. Sizzling, the spear and sword collided, illuminating the dim surroundings with flashes of electricity and fire. This fiery ability is quite troublesome. Wang Feng retreated a few steps, observing a section of the black spear visibly scorched and severed, his agitation mounting. His black spikes had grown even harder, and this creature's strength continued to escalate. Hong Lian, stepping back, maintained a placid expression. Yet internally, she was alarmed. A murderous intent flickered in her eyes as flames erupted around her, and she declared fiercely, "If I cannot capture him alive, then he shall die." Fire Lotus. The flames blazed brilliantly, akin to the sun, while Hong Lian's figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, an intense heat enveloped Wang Feng. As if he were ensconced in an oven, blossoms of flame erupted like a sea of fire. What incredible speed! Damn it, this woman is astonishingly powerful. Wang Feng sensed the ominous presence of death closing in, as massive spikes sprouted from critical areas of his body, forming his strongest defense. The red team is truly B-class. This technique is undeniably impressive and extraordinarily potent. Dali observed Hong Lian's attack, his heart racing with admiration. Hong Lian's form seemed to dance amidst the flames, countless red flaming swords slashing toward Wang Feng. Bang, bang. Additionally, 2 bullets were fired from either side, targeting Wang Feng. Could it be that I am to perish here? Wang Feng gazed upon the tempestuous blades of flame surrounding him, a sense of helplessness swelling within. He reflected on how he had only just become a demon 2 days prior, with numerous righteous deeds yet to be accomplished. Before his transformation, he had been a feeble scholar, utterly powerless. Now, as a demon, he had finally acquired the strength to eradicate all malevolent forces. Yet now, faced with the specter of death, he felt unwilling, resolute against the idea of dying so easily. I refused to accept this. Wang Feng's crimson eyes shimmered with an eerie light as countless spikes erupted from his body, radiating a dark glow. Whoosh! Countless flames cascaded upon Wang Feng, akin to waves crashing against the shore. Run! Several black sword beams sliced through the flames, resembling crescent moons, as a voice of indifference echoed amidst the darkness. A massive black figure was hurled from the conflagration, crashing to the ground, charred from head to toe. Damn it, that barely held up. I almost met my end. Wang Feng felt as though he were being roasted alive, nearly cooked to perfection. The aroma was surprisingly enticing, but the pain was excruciating. After struggling to rise, Wang Feng suddenly recalled that indifferent voice. Had he not been shielded from the subsequent harm by a mysterious figure in black amidst the flames, he would have likely perished on the spot. That's right, I must run. With this thought, he turned and fled in another direction. The flames seemed to dissipate like leaves in the wind, and two figures stood merely a meter apart, facing each other. Yet neither made a move. Anomalist? Why did you save that creature? Do you realize you are opposing the Dragon Guards? Hong Lian, gripping her longsword, questioned with a wary expression. Dali and the Lone Eagle positioned themselves behind Hong Lian, ready for any sudden attacks from the figure wielding a black longsword. Who I am is of no concern to you. Farewell for now. The figure in black gradually faded from sight, seemingly never having existed. Stop! Don't go, Hong Lian interrupted, thrusting her sword forward, yet it pierced only the air. Red team. Shall we pursue? Dali inquired, glancing at Hong Lian. This individual possesses strength on par with my own, at least B class, and has the ability to conceal themselves. If we rashly pursue, we may pay a hefty price. Hong Lian, suppressing her fury, responded gravely. The series of failures weighed heavily upon her, but as the captain, she could not afford to act impulsively. She had learned from past mistakes. The current situation in Shenwu City was increasingly complex, with mutants and unidentified anomalists, all exhibiting at least C-class strength. What on earth was happening here? The Lone Eagle observed the two with a serious demeanor. Let us return to the Enforcer's headquarters and devise a strategy. After pondering for a moment, Hong Lian decisively stated, I in the Wuhua district, atop an unnamed mountain. Damn it, that was quite a brutal strike. I still feel the pain. The demonized Wang Feng dashed across the mountain, terrified that the three anomalists might be in pursuit. Leaning against a large tree to catch his breath, he heard a loud crack, bang. The tree seemed to snap under his weight. Crashing to the ground, is this made of paper? Wang Feng stared at the fallen tree, speechless. Chapter 11. Sword-hidden demon, this little injury won't kill me. They haven't followed, a cold voice echoed from the darkness. Who? Wang Feng jumped in fright, scanning his surroundings warily as several black spikes sprouted from his body, resembling a cornered beast with its fur bristled. A figure in black emerged from the shadows. Who exactly are you, and why did you save me? Wang Feng, still on guard at the sight of the figure, took a few steps back. Sequence 4 Spike Demon, the figure in black slowly replied. Spike Demon? Who? Wang Feng asked, bewildered. You me? Wang Feng pointed at himself in confusion. I know I am a demon, but what does Sequence 4 Spike Demon entail? The Demon Codex, designated by my master, the figure in black continued. The question lingered in Wang Feng's mind. Are you human or something else? The enigmatic figure, Jianyin, spoke with an air of authority. You are a demon too, Wang Feng exclaimed, his crimson eyes wide with disbelief. My mission is complete. It is time for me to depart. Allow me to impart 2 crucial pieces of information. First, the novice protection period for demons grants you only 1 chance for salvation, and you have exhausted it. Second, Deputy City Lord Li Shanhe is not dead. He has been revived. From this point forward, you must rely solely on yourself, yet you possess the potential to become even stronger. With that, Jian Yin's presence faded into nothingness. Li Shanhe, that scoundrel, is still alive. How can this be? I distinctly shot him in the heart. Wang Feng shook his head in incredulity, denying the very notion. Impossible, utterly impossible. Yet, he couldn't shake the thought that Jian Yin would not deceive him. He murmured to himself as he gazed at the spot where Jian Yin had vanished. Gradually, his demonic transformation receded, and he resumed his human form. Retrieving his phone. Upon unlocking the screen, he found a single signal and opened the news app. A headline ignited his fury anew, rekindling his demonic essence. The title read, Shenwu Hospital Helicopter Transfers Seriously Injured Middle-Aged Man in His 40s in 20 Minutes. Several comments in the video captured Wang Feng's attention. Comment 1. Insider News. The individual saved is surnamed Li and holds a high position. Comment 2. Was this transfer truly necessary? What a coincidence. Li Shanhe, regardless of the distance, you shall meet your demise. With his demonic nature resurfacing, Wang Feng gazed toward Shenwu Hospital from the mountaintop, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. In the Wuhua district, at the remote fragrance courtyard. A heavy weight pressed upon the eyelids of Zhong Yin, making them feel as though they were burdened by 1,000 pounds. With great effort, he opened his eyes to a minimalist decor, where a soft sofa lay before him. On the couch reclined a man and a dog, both adorned with black masks inscribed with the word demon. It was none other than Ye Wudao and Xiao He. Nearby stood the demon he had pursued not long ago, now trembling and devoid of the previous ferocity. Who are you to dare ambush me? Zhong Yin seethed, recalling the kick that had rendered him unconscious. Just as he attempted to rise, he felt the weight of chains binding him. Straining against them, he realized he was ensnared in several loops of iron chains, as thick as his own arms. Leaving him dumbfounded. Am I being wrapped like a zongzi? Awake already? Your physical condition seems adequate, Ye Wudao remarked nonchalantly from the couch. Behave yourself, and you might avoid further suffering. After all, you are the first material for an ability user. You dare to kidnap me? I am a member of the Tiandun Guard, a legitimate security organization registered in Longqing. Zhong Yin threatened fiercely. Your affiliation with that minor organization means little to me. Even if you were part of the Long Way, what of it? Ye Wudao replied, reclining against the sofa, tilting his head back. Tiandun is my boss, possessing formidable strength. Should you dare to abduct me, he will undoubtedly come to my rescue. Zhong Yin, undeterred, continued to invoke the name of Tiandun, attempting to intimidate Ye Wudao. Enough of your prattle, Xiao He. Ensure he behaves. Increase the dosage. After all, he is still an ability user. Ye Wudao's eyes closed slowly as he spoke. Woof! Xiao He, still on the sofa, gradually stood up, producing a syringe larger than a thumb, filled with a transparent liquid. This dog can stand? Zhong Yin gasped in astonishment as the black dog rose, its forelegs remarkably agile. Wielding the enormous syringe, It approached Zhong Yin with a mischievous grin, exuding an unsettling excitement. Brother, please, let's discuss this calmly. You must be after money for my ransom. I have plenty in my account. Just take it. As Xiao He closed the distance, now mere meters away, Zhong Yin panicked, desperately pleading. Seeing no sign of hesitation from the duo, panic set in. Did they not desire wealth? A thought crossed his mind as he exerted every ounce of strength to retreat, only to find himself cornered against the wall. Please, don't come any closer, he cried, his voice filled with dread. With the syringe piercing his arm, the liquid within began to diminish steadily. Zhong Yin watched the black dog administer the injection. He could no longer endure. His eyes closed, head tilted, and once again, he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the fifth sequence, the demon of heavenly eyes, Su Qing, stood nearby. Ye Wudao turned to her, observing her shift uncomfortably under his penetrating gaze. Why, Your Excellency, she stammered, instinctively diverting her eyes, speaking cautiously. There was an innate reverence within her, akin to a bloodline suppression, compelling her to submit. Fetch some clothing, Ye Wudao instructed Xiao He, who hurried off to retrieve an outfit, returning promptly with it in tow. Suppress your negative emotions, anger, hatred. Doing so will facilitate your return to human form, aiding in your actions, Ye Wudao continued, observing as Xiao He delivered the garment to Su Qing. Suppress negative emotions? Anger. Su Qing closed her eyes, striving to quell the torrent of rage and hatred within her. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 5 minutes. Su Qing opened her crimson eyes, examining her hands. Her 5 claws were perfectly aligned. her skin still a deep blue, and her massive palms unchanged. Beneath the mask, Nya Wudao regarded her transformation with a fleeting glimmer of intrigue. Chapter 12. Tiandun Guard, Emoyi. Xiao He stared at Su Qing, who was still in her demonic form, equally bewildered. The man and dog exchanged glances, as if arriving at a shared understanding. Xiao He, fetch a custom raincoat for her to wear, Nya Wudao mused, stroking his chin as if lost in thought. Why, Your Excellency, I will accept whatever form I may take without you. I could not even see my son's remains, let alone seek vengeance. Su Qing knelt, causing the ground to tremble beneath her. As she prepared to bow her head in reverence. Nya Wudao's calm demeanor shifted slightly, prompting him to speak. Do not bow. The ground may collapse. I spent a fortune on this villa. Why, Your Excellency, you possess immense power, granting me such formidable strength. Might you save my son? Su Qing's massive demonic head lifted slightly, though she dared not meet Nya Wudao's gaze, pleading softly to the present. I lack the means to resurrect the deceased, but the future may hold possibilities. I can only promise that if I attain the ability to bring the dead back to life, I will rescue your son. I believe in you, Your Excellency. Su Qing's conviction was palpable, her unwavering trust in Nya Wudao transcending reason. And what of my son's remains, Jianin? Has the task been completed? Nya Wudao did not respond directly, instead turning to a corner of the room. Indeed, Your Excellency, Jian Yin's figure emerged slowly, almost ghost-like, before Su Qing's astonished eyes. I have a favor to ask. Please preserve the child's body for me. Nya Wudao instructed, gesturing toward the second floor, where a cold storage room awaited. However, the temperature and functionality of that room were insufficient to maintain the integrity of a corpse. Special techniques were required. Of course, Your Excellency, Jianin nodded, making his way to the cold storage. It fits rather well, Nya Wudao observed as Su Qing donned the specially crafted raincoat, nearly enveloping her entire form save for her feet. With gloves, foot coverings, and a mask, she would be adequately concealed, though her appearance would still raise questions due to her nearly 3-meter stature. Thank you, Your Excellency, Su Qing expressed her gratitude. From now on, you are not permitted to come here without my consent. Understood, Your Excellency, Su Qing nodded repeatedly, though questions lingered in her mind. Your quest for vengeance cannot be accomplished alone. Seek out the sequence Force-Spiked Demon. Your objectives align. Nya Wudao rose slowly, stretching as he spoke. Very well, Your Excellency. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command me. Su Qing bowed deeply before departing. As she left, Xiao He remarked, she is so weak, unable to return to human form. How will she find the spiked demon? Her tracking abilities surpass your imagination. She is akin to a human CPS. Such talents should not be underestimated. While she may lack combat prowess compared to the spiked demon, locating individuals is still within her capabilities. Nya Wudao smiled subtly, approaching Zhong Yin, the grin beneath his demonic mask radiant. Now, let us observe what concoctions this ability user's combination can yield in the demonic cauldron. Master, you wouldn't dare toss it into the demonic cauldron, would you? Xiao He questioned as Nya Wudao retrieved the cauldron. Not at all. Even if I were to refine an ability user, I would not be so extravagant. We shall proceed step by step. Nya Wudao stood before Zhong Yin, scrutinizing the scant black hair atop his head, furrowing his brow. This hair is so short, I cannot possibly use a knife to shave it off. As his gaze shifted downward, he spotted a long black hair peeking from the collar of Zhong Yan's shirt, his eyes lighting up. Now, this chest hair is rather lengthy. The depths of the demonic cauldron remained inscrutable, and he cast in a tortoise shell alongside a tuft of hair. A crimson glow flickered once more, and moments later, a black demonic pill slowly emerged in Shinwu City, at the Shinwu Grand Hotel. Ah, the massage was truly exquisite, a sensation of profound comfort washing over me, leaving my entire body significantly more relaxed. Baiyu observed the young woman before him as she diligently worked on his shoulders. Her eyes gently closed in blissful enjoyment. After exhaling a slow, deep breath, he opened his eyes and continued, All right, I feel much lighter now. You may leave. Certainly, sir, I am number 66, should you require my services again in the future. Do not hesitate to summon me. Wishing you a pleasant day, goodbye. The young woman, clad in formal attire, offered a faint smile before exiting the luxurious suite with a small case in hand, just as she was about to close the door. A pair of large hands pressed against it, accompanied by a sly smile. If you close it, how am I supposed to get back in? Surely, I cannot resort to breaking the door down. To her surprise, the figure before her was a man towering at nearly 2 meters, dressed in a black suit and wearing sunglasses, with both hands clad in black leather gloves. Momentarily at a loss, she could only watch as the suited man stepped inside. Firmly shutting the door behind him, Dotto, by Zhong, you certainly know how to indulge yourself. With Zhong Yin missing in action, you still find time to call for a lady. The man settled into a nearby armchair with a casual demeanor. MODUI. I cannot believe the boss sent you, Baiyu exclaimed, feeling a mix of joy and embarrassment as he prepared to rise, only to realize that his appearance beneath the covers was less than presentable. Hastily, he pulled a pair of shorts over himself before daring to stand, offering a smile. Well, I thought I might take a moment to unwind. Mo Yi, one of the elite operatives of the Tiandun Way, second only to the leader himself, was known for his impressive skills and an annual salary in the 9-figure range. A few thousand is nothing, but over $1 billion is a different story. Enough with the small talk. Here is the intelligence I procured from the headquarters of Shinwu City at great expense. Take a look. He tossed a folder onto Baiyu's bed. Baiyu quickly opened it. Skimming through several A4 sheets filled with information, his expression growing more intense with each line. MODUI. This, in less than 3 days, 2 new mutants have emerged. Those Dragon Guard fellows have actually shown up and even had a confrontation with that hedgehog creature. How did Li Shanhe manage to provoke the mutants? They are relentlessly hunting him down. With newfound clarity, Baiyu began to piece together the chaos swirling in his mind, stating thoughtfully, however, with the involvement of the Dragon Guard's Honglian team, things should become much more manageable. Should they assist us, dealing with those 2 mutants will be a mere formality, and we should be able to track down Zhong Yan's whereabouts. His gaze turned complex as he regarded Mo Yi, slowly adding, if all of this is indeed part of K-Doctor's scheme, we may be facing something far more intricate than it appears. Shinwu is likely on the brink of a significant upheaval. It seems you haven't been completely consumed by indulgence. Your mind remains sharp, Mo Yi remarked approvingly as he accepted the documents Baiyu handed back. Chapter 13. Joint Conference with a Serious Expression. He continued, as it stands, the Dragon Guard is short-handed, which is why they have invited us to collaborate. With the assistance of the Enforcer's Tianyan system, capturing those 2 mutants should pose no issue. Have you agreed to cooperate? There's no downside to this. Collaboration between law enforcement and civilians benefits all. Besides, our intelligence capabilities pale in comparison to those of the Enforcement Department. Mo Yi stated before rising. Get some rest tonight. We will visit the Enforcement Department in the Wuhua District tomorrow. As Mo Yi exited Baiyu's room, he closed the door and spoke once more. The following day, in the Wuhua District Enforcement Branch. In the conference room, 7 individuals gathered around the table, with Han Yi, the chief of the Shinwu Enforcement Department, seated at the center. To his left sat Mo Yi, Baiyu, and the Wuhua District Branch leader, while to his right were Honglian, Guiying, and Dali. Now that everyone is present, let us commence the meeting. If anyone has additional intelligence or thoughts to share, feel free to speak up. Han Yi's tone was serious. Reflecting the gravity of the situation, given the numerous lives lost recently, particularly the casualties among the enforcers under Bai Jinhong's command and several fatalities at the hospital. The Dragon City authorities were taking this matter very seriously. From what we've gathered, the hedgehog creature is not worth discussing. The monster at the hospital is slightly smaller than the hedgehog, has average combat capabilities, but decent defenses, rated as D-level danger. Mo Yi initiated the discussion. Glancing at Baiyu, do you have anything to add? I must say, its speed surpasses that of most A-level mutants, yet its combat style is utterly chaotic. The greatest threat remains the hedgehog creature, which possesses formidable melee and ranged abilities. What puzzles me is how Li Shanhe managed to offend both of these monsters simultaneously. Baiyu continued, then turned to Han Yi. That hedgehog creature is a transformation of Wang Feng, triggered by the forced demolition of his ancestral home, overseen by Deputy City Lord Li, with the project contracted to the Su brothers. Our investigations into the hospital's monster reveal it to be a transformation of Su Qing, whose son's corpse was also stolen. Why are 2 ordinary individuals capable of becoming monsters in such a short time? Even K-Doctor couldn't accomplish that, otherwise, we would be overrun with mutants. Han Yi provided a detailed explanation regarding Wang Feng's case, but remained tight-lipped about Su Qing's motives for pursuing Li Shanhe. redirecting the conversation towards the mutants created by K-Doctor. Regardless of the reasons, capturing those two monsters will unveil the truth. Instead of discussing these unproductive matters, we should establish a combat plan. Honglian calmly suggested as her gaze swept across the room. Captain Honglian makes a valid point. However, what are your thoughts on the combat strategy? Emoyi responded with a subtle smile, indicating his agreement. Since both of these monsters are targeting Deputy City Lord Li, it stands to reason they will strike again. We cannot afford to overlook any investigative efforts. The plan should revolve around Deputy City Lord Li. Han Yi, astute as ever, was not to be underestimated. Although his combat prowess may not match that of these mutants, his intellect was unmatched in the Wuhua district at a street-side beef noodle shop. Damn it. I'm starving. Wang Feng, wearing oversized sunglasses, was devouring a bowl of beef noodles with great delight, his face a picture of enjoyment. Has it really been days since I last ate? The shop owner stared in astonishment at the towering bowls piled high on the table, his jaw nearly dropping. Boss, bring me 2 more bowls. Wang Feng continued to gorge himself, urging the owner in a muddled manner. Coming right up. The owner hastily brought over 2 more bowls of beef noodles. Casting a curious glance at Wang Feng was surprised at his own appetite. Normally, 1 bowl would suffice. Yet today he had consumed over 20 bowls and still felt unsatisfied. This is truly delectable. As he finished the last 2 bowls the owner had just served, a flicker of wariness crossed his eyes as he glanced towards the door. A dark figure flitted by like a ghost, vanishing without a trace. Ding.500 deposited. Boss, I've settled the bill, Wang Feng said as he paid, a hint of suspicion lingering in his eyes as he swiftly made his way outside. After navigating a few turns along the village path, he arrived at a dilapidated shrine. The same aura as mine, yet no sign of hostility. What could they possibly want from me? Wang Feng remained vigilant, casting a glance around the shrine before ultimately stepping inside. What greeted him was a figure clad in a black raincoat, their hands and feet covered in black coverings, shrouded entirely. Upon raising their head, Wang Feng realized they stood nearly 3 meters tall. Spike, my master has sent me to find you. As the figure pulled down their hood, a gruff voice emerged. Wang Feng's eyes widened as he beheld the creature's double horns, crimson eyes, and menacing visage. With deep blue skin around the neck. Demon, why lord? Wang Feng hesitated for a moment before speaking, recalling the figure in the demon mask. Nya Wudeo.it was that very lord who had granted him a second chance at life, imbuing him with immense power. I am the 5th sequence Tianyan demon. Yu Qing introduced herself. Tianyan, demon? Wang Feng surveyed her closely, failing to see any additional eyes on her forehead. Why call yourself the Tianyan demon? Yet, he felt a sense of camaraderie, realizing he had found an ally, albeit one of dubious nature. My purpose in seeking you is to eliminate Li Shanhe and reclaim what belongs to my son. Su Qing stated plainly. Eliminate Li Shanhe? Wang Feng hesitated again before shaking his head. No, Li Shanhe's life is mine to take. No one can claim it. Very well, but you must ensure his body below the head remains intact. For I wish to retrieve what belongs to my son, Su Qing conceded, reiterating her request. Let us collaborate then. Wang Feng smiled slightly, adding, by the way, transform back into your human form. I'll treat you to beef noodles. With that, he turned and headed toward the beef shop, only to notice that Su Qing had not followed. Don't you like beef noodles? No, that's not it. I can't transform back, Su Qing replied awkwardly. Wang Feng looked surprised before responding. Then wait here. I'll finish my meal and pack some for you. You need your strength to take down that beast, Li Shanhe. And with that, he departed in the Wuhua district, the prison. Sunlight bathed the surrounding greenery, casting a blinding glow. Outside the prison gates, luxury cars were parked in orderly rows, each occupied by men in black suits and sunglasses, standing respectfully at the entrance, awaiting their turn. Chapter 14. Steel Bullet Demon. Closest to the prison was a woman clad in a striking red dress. Her wavy hair cascading elegantly, her figure curvaceous and appearing to be in her early 30s, creak. The heavy prison gates slowly swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in a black coat, with a square jaw and slicked-back hair. Chewing gum with a broad smile as he stepped out, Big Brother. All the subordinates clad in black suits and sporting sunglasses bowed respectfully, uttering in unison. The middle-aged man nodded, a look of greater satisfaction spreading across his face as he slowly approached the woman in the red dress. Darling, Let us dispel the bad luck first. The woman in the red dress produced a twig adorned with countless green leaves and gently swept it over the middle-aged man a few times. That should suffice, he remarked with a smile, appearing affable as he turned around. All right, let us all get in the car and head back. After exchanging farewells with the others, the woman in the red dress walked towards the nearest luxury vehicle. Tian Wuhua, you murderer. They couldn't punish you, but today, I shall avenge my 2-year-old son by killing you. A disheveled, white-haired homeless man wielding a watermelon knife sprinted towards the middle-aged man, who was none other than Tian Wuhua. Unfazed by the oncoming assault, Tian Wuhua wore a smirk of disdain. Guoli, I admire your patience. Despite your family being shattered, you still seek revenge? I exist in this world solely to kill you and avenge my son. Guoli yelled hoarsely, quickening his pace as he closed the distance to less than 10 meters. In that moment, Guoli resembled a powder keg ready to explode, igniting at the sight of Tian Wuhua. You reported our company for producing toxic children's food, yet you ended up imprisoned for 2 years, while I was incarcerated for just 1 despite the uproar that followed. Do you still dare to commit murder in broad daylight? Hoping for another stint in prison? Tian Wuhua scoffed, his expression dripping with scorn, akin to gazing upon an ant. With a triumphant smirk, he added, my time inside was a pleasure, while yours was a torment. That is our disparity and why wife left me. My son perished due to your toxic food. I will kill you, and even if I face execution, I will not flinch. Upon hearing this, Guoli's eyes turned bloodshot, his madness escalating as he surged forward, fear courting death. One of the subordinates executed a sweeping kick towards the charging Guoli. With a sudden thud, Guoli was toppled to the ground. Caught off guard at as he lay there. Another subordinate stomped on his hand, sending the watermelon knife flying. What a mad dog, utterly brainless. Do you think you can approach me with so many of my men around? Tian Wuhua sauntered over, placing a boot atop Guoli's head. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Guoli's eyes bulged with fury, struggling desperately, clearly enraged to the utmost. After all, his nemesis lay right before him. Yet he felt utterly powerless. Behave yourself. One of the subordinates kicked Guoli in the abdomen. Guoli writhed in agony, his body curling up like a boiled shrimp. Let me tell you, those thousands of victims opted for reconciliation. Only you, this stubborn fool, resisted. If it weren't for my wealth, would I have been released in just a year? Think with your pig brain. Challenging me is tantamount to seeking death. Tian Wuhua scoffed, stepping closer, his foot grinding against Guoli's face. Seeing Guoli's bloodshot eyes, wild like a beast, Tian Wuhua laughed maniacally. Let me inform you, once I am out, I can continue producing children's food. What can you do about it? Who can touch me? With a derisive laugh, he spat a glob of phlegm onto Guoli's face, casting him a disdainful glance before striding toward his vehicle. Teach him a lesson, but don't kill him. Tian Wuhua casually instructed upon entering the car. A throng of black-clad subordinates swarmed around Guoli, pummeling him mercilessly. Blood flowed from his wounds as he lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. His eyes devoid of light, tears streaming down his cheeks. Why, dear? It is my inability that prevents me from avenging you. It is my weakness. A shadow loomed over Guoli's form, and through his blurred vision, he discerned a figure donning a devilish mask crouching beside him, staring intently. It seems you require my assistance, fellow destined one. The newcomer was Nye Wudao. Who are you? Guoli managed to utter, expending his last ounce of strength. Since the formal authorities cannot bring him to justice, shall we attempt a more unconventional approach? Nye Wudao's voice was calm yet possessed an enchanting quality. Do you wish to obtain the power to exact retribution? Then embrace your inner demon. His words echoed from the abyss, instilling fear yet also illuminating a glimmer of hope. Give me. Guoli's consciousness began to waver as he murmured. Before he could finish, something round was thrust into his mouth, dissolving instantly. In the next moment, like Wang Feng before him, the blood ceased to flow from his wounds, and they began to heal. Even his broken limbs mended, and his body commenced its transformation into a demonic form. His physique morphed into a deep blue hue, claws sprouting from his hands and feet. His crimson eyes glinted like bells, and a pair of sharp horns sprouted from his head, revealing jagged teeth. Towering at a height of nearly 3 meters, his massive head was crowned with a cascade of white hair that flowed down to his back. Sequence 6, Steel Bullet Demon. May you succeed in your vengeance. Nya Wudao remarked coolly before turning away Dado. And to revert to your human form, you might try suppressing your negative emotions. What is this? Guoli rose, staring at his deep blue claws in bewilderment. Steel Bullet Demon? Sequence 6? Approaching a puddle by the roadside, he gazed at his reflection, a visage twisted and fierce, his eyes glowing red, muttering to himself, "Is this the demon? Is this power?" His words were laden with disbelief and inquiry. Suddenly, Guoli's arms twisted and transformed, black gun barrels replacing his forearms. His former clawed hands had morphed into sleek, dark gun barrels, cold and terrifying. This power, I relished. A cruel smile crept across Guoli's demonic face as he surveyed his surroundings. Realizing the man in the devilish mask had vanished. Chapter 15. Rock Armor Demon. The Black Notebook recorded. Sequence 6. Steel Bullet Demon. Guoli. Material. Steel Gunpowder. After consuming the demon pill, significant enhancements in all physical aspects. His head adorned with thick white hair, he possessed long-range attack capabilities with extensive destructive potential. Further details to be added. This ability is quite commendable. Nya Wudao strolled along a narrow street, observing his right hand. His index finger had been replaced by a black gun barrel, and after another twist, it vanished, reverting to a finger. The Steel Bullet Demon should perform admirably. He tucked the black notebook away and ambled leisurely to a food stall. "One egg pancake, please. What toppings would you like?" The vendor inquired. 10 eggs. Nya Wudao replied with a faint smile, having removed his devil mask. "All right, just a moment." The vendor ignited the stove and began cooking. 2 minutes later, Nya Wudao, devouring the pancake, strolled along the street, surveying his surroundings. Fortune favors me. It appears there is another destined individual over there. His eyes gleamed as he shoved the remaining pancake into his mouth. Retrieving his devil mask, underneath a tall building, a crowd had gathered. A young man stood at the edge of the rooftop, exuding a sense of impending despair, his face devoid of light, poised to leap at any moment. The building stood 9 stories high. A fall from such a height would surely result in a catastrophic outcome. "Don't jump. Think of your parents," a well-meaning bystander shouted from below. "I'm an orphan." The young man replied, his demeanor lifeless. "Well, you are quite handsome. Surely you must have a girlfriend." "Think of her," the bystander urged. "She left me for someone else. She was my only hope for survival. But you have friends? Brothers, right? They ran off with my girlfriend." "Women are like clothes. As long as you find a good job and earn a living, you can find someone else." The bystander was at a loss for words. Resorting to changing the subject, "I work in construction, but I was fired by my brother. His father is a construction mogul. The industry has blacklisted me. I can't find work that I know nothing but moving bricks." The young man shook his head in despair, his heart heavy with hopelessness. The bystander was utterly speechless, turning to the onlookers. "Stop just watching. Someone should intervene." The crowd exchanged glances, reluctantly chiming in, "Let us wait for the authorities." Only a master negotiator could sway him in this situation. "Hey brother, since the construction industry has no place for you, I have a profession that might suit you. Are you interested in hearing about it?" A calm voice emerged from behind the young man on the rooftop, followed by a large hand resting on his shoulder. "Whoa." The young man nearly lost his footing at the sudden voice and grip, his heart racing. Who the hell are you?" Turning around, he found a figure clad in a devil mask standing beside him, his expression one of anger and fear. "Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you can change your profession and seek vengeance." With a devilish mask adorning his face, Nya Wudao gazed intently at the young man and remarked, "Of course, if you are unwilling, I could lend you a hand and push you down." As he spoke, Nya Wudao placed a hand firmly on the young man's shoulder, feigning the act of pushing him off the ledge. Wait, I regret it now. I don't want to die just yet." "What profession are you referring to?" The young man, realizing that Nya Wudao was not jesting, hurriedly inquired. "To become a demon, to do as you please." Nya Wudao articulated each word with an air of profound temptation. "A demon? The very one rumored in the dark web? The demon that Platinum Han killed dozens of enforcers?" The young man suddenly recalled an article he had encountered online. The Platinum Han incident had been suppressed domestically, yet it was fully detailed abroad, complete with illustrations of a spiked demon, a creature covered in spikes, with blood-red eyes. etched vividly in his memory. He turned a questioning gaze towards Nie Wudao. Is this true? Can I truly become like that, to act without restraint? You may give it a try. If it proves to be poison, then so be it. After all, with your mediocrity, living holds little significance. Nie Wudao flipped his right hand to reveal a black demon pill, then pulled the young man back from the edge of the rooftop, as the ensuing scene could not be witnessed by the onlookers below. This consuming it will transform me into a demon? The young man hesitated, his expression laden with complexity. Nie Wudao merely nodded in affirmation. Very well, if death is to be my fate, then perhaps I might truly become a demon. Gaining that terrifying power to enact my will and take vengeance on those treacherous couple. Gathering his resolve, the young man snatched the demon pill from Nie Wudao's hand, swallowing it whole as it dissolved upon contact. By the way, my name is Zhang Yu. What is yours? He asked. You may call me Demon or Wudao, Nie Wudao replied, observing Zhang Yu with keen interest. Whoa, this pain is intense. It can't possibly be rat poison. Can it? Zhang Yu felt an excruciating agony coursing through him, rendering him unable to heed Nie Wudao's response. Consuming the demon pill ignited a furious blaze within him, fueled by thoughts of his girlfriend's betrayal and his brother's treachery. The anger erupting like a volcanic explosion. It feels as though my muscles are about to burst. My entire body seems on the verge of exploding. The pain is unbearable. Suppress your negative emotions. Perhaps it will allow you to temporarily regain your human form. You may attempt it. Sequence 7, Rock Armor Demon. I anticipate your growth. With those parting words, Nie Wudao's form gradually faded from view. As Zhang Yu began his transformation into a demon, his skin turned a deep shade of blue, and he grew to an imposing height of 3 meters, resembling the demonized Wang Feng. The only distinction was that Zhang Yu's limbs and body were covered in a thin layer of deep blue armor. Chapter 16. Assault on Lialu Goodness. He wasn't deceiving me. Aside from the painful process, this power, this sensation is exhilarating. Zhang Yu glanced at his hands and body, reveling in the abundant strength surging within him. Sequence 7, Rock Armored Demon, is it? Suddenly, his crimson eyes fixated on the staircase entrance, as his enhanced hearing detected numerous footsteps approaching 0.5 individuals on the second floor. Zhang Yu discerned the footsteps below with clarity, as well as their positions and numbers. However, he thought, if suppressing negative emotions could restore my human form, how could I quell my fury without exacting revenge on that treacherous couple? A cruel smile spread across the demonized Zhang Yu's face. First, I shall settle the score with those two. Zhang Yu cast a glance towards the staircase, then directed his gaze elsewhere, muttering to himself. 0.5 enforcers emerged from the staircase entrance, surveying the empty rooftop with puzzled expressions. Where.is everyone? In Wuhua District, at the headquarters of Lialu Group, the stronghold of Tian Wuhua, Guali had lost count of how many times he had come here to assert his rights. The last time, he had fallen victim to a trap laid by Tian Wuhua, resulting in a wrongful 2-year imprisonment. Having lost his son during that period, his wife had also divorced him. As he gazed at the towering skyscrapers in the distance, memories flooded Guali's mind. With the surge of rage within him, 2 black cannon-like protrusions emerged from his chest, reminiscent of rocket launchers. Hey, who are you? This is Lialu Group. It's no place for just anyone. A robust young man in his 30s stepped out of the security room. He glanced at Guali, towering at 3 meters with deep blue skin, resembling a monster. The 2 cannon-like protrusions were aimed directly at him, while numerous black gun barrels adorned his arms. Are you mute? Can't comprehend human speech? This is Lialu Group, not a cosplay venue. Get lost. The security guard shot an impatient glare at Guali, pointing angrily. After all, with the door between them, he doubted Guali would leap in to attack Tian Wuhua inside. Guali's rough voice boomed. Why goodness, that voice sounds quite convincing. However, whether our chairman is in there is none of your business. Who do you think you are? Scram, or I'll teach you a lesson for nothing. The guard's patience was wearing thin as he brandished a club, threatening Guali. Bang. Bang bang. 3 gunshots rang out. You. The guard looked down at his chest, where 3 gaping wounds bled profusely, then lifted his gaze to see Guali's smoking gun barrels. With a final blink, his head tilted, and he collapsed, lifeless. Someone has been killed. A young man in a suit emerged from the building, witnessing the scene and shouting in sheer terror. What? Who dares to cause trouble? Someone's been killed. Who has the audacity to make a scene at Liulu Group? Don't they value their lives? Damn it. Where are they? I could have sworn I heard gunshots. Isn't Shaoli in the security room? What happened? 5 young men dressed in security uniforms exited the cafeteria, each wearing different expressions. Upon seeing their colleague Shaoli sprawled in a pool of blood, they froze in shock. Then they spotted the group's entrance, which had been forcefully kicked open, the 2 massive iron doors lying nearby, leaving them utterly stupefied. "What is this?" One of them pointed at Guoli. Trembling uncontrollably, his words faltering. Bang, 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 banged. A cacophony of gunfire erupted. Guoli raised his arms, aiming at the 5 security guards, the numerous gun barrels on his arms firing in unison, as the flames erupted from the gun muzzles. The 5 guards were instantly riddled with bullets, resembling a hive of bees. "Monster, report to the enforcement department. Quickly shut the main entrance downstairs. Everyone, hurry and escape through the back door." Inside the headquarters of Liulu Group, panic-stricken cries echoed, laced with urgency and fear. The top floor, the 18th, served as the office of Wu Tianhua, while the 17th floor below housed the offices of the general manager and assistant manager. At that moment, several gazes peeked through the windows of the 17th floor, spotting Guoli looking up, only to hastily duck down and draw the curtains closed. "Manager Wu." Guoli recognized a familiar figure on the 17th floor and smirked slightly as the silhouette vanished, swiftly making its way towards the headquarters. Then, with a powerful leap, he soared over 6 meters high, covering 2 full floors. At this point, Guoli's arms had reverted to their original form, and his clawed hands grasped the window of the 3rd floor. Using the leverage, he leaped again, shattering the window into countless shards that cascaded to the ground. Guoli's massive figure continued to leap along the building's exterior, his hand clamping onto the window. Swiftly reaching the 8th floor's FAAD, Manager Wu, indulging in food, drink, and gambling must be quite taxing. A few steps and you're already out of breath at the vast floor area or your own frail physique? Guoli's enormous head poked through the window, mockingly observing a panting, overweight man in the hallway. You'd. What kind of monster are you? To even recognize me?" The man, referred to as Manager Wu, gasped, leaning against the wall. This rotund individual, known as Wu Datu, was the cousin of Wu Tianhua. Seeing Guoli's form had rendered him shaking with fear, his body trembling from both terror and the effects of excessive indulgence, leaving him with little strength. Meanwhile, the other assistant managers had long vanished, leaving only Wu Datu, quaking in fear. After all, with a monthly salary of merely 10 to 20,000, who would exert themselves for such paltry compensation? Still thinking of escaping, Guoli observed Wu Datu struggling to move towards the elevator in the corridor. Raising his right hand, his index finger twisted, transforming instantly into a black gun barrel. Bang! The black bullet pierced through Wu Datu's calf. A sharp pain shot through his leg, nearly causing Wu Datu to faint, his scream echoing. Stumbling, he fell to the ground. Did you ever imagine that your misdeeds would lead to this day? You relied on Wu Tianhua as your backing, committing countless wrongs, and I spent 2 years in prison because of you. Guoli approached Wu Datu slowly, his blood-red eyes fixated on him. Who are you? Stay back, please." Wu Datu's face drained of color as he watched Guoli advance, fear gripping him, his body instinctively retreating, nearly on the brink of collapse. Chapter 17. Retribution, decapitation. Your demise is merely a side matter. Where has Wu Tianhua gone? Guoli's foot pressed down on Wu Datu's back, his massive foot larger than the man's entire form. "I don't know where my brother went." Wu Datu struggled incessantly, finding himself utterly unable to move even an inch, writhing in agony. Bang! That a plume of black smoke erupted from the black barrel of Guoli's right palm, as a dark bullet pierced through Wu Datu's other calf. I'll talk. Please don't kill me," Wu Datu cried out in anguish, hastily pleading for mercy. Having lived a life of ease and comfort, he simply could not endure such torment and continued, "My elder brother has gone to Shenwu Hospital to see Deputy City Lord Li Shanhe." "Very well." Guoli nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, then turned his gaze towards the direction of Shenwu Hospital and slowly made his way there. Phew. Watching the deep blue behemoth turn away, Wu Datu could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Collapsing onto the ground, bang! Another dark bullet pierced through Wu Datu's heart, blood spilling from his mouth as his eyes gradually closed, breath leaving his body. Ian Wuhua District, at a certain construction site. Inside a solitary tin house. It shook violently. What the dot doing business in broad daylight? The demonized Zhang Yu, with scarlet eyes like copper bells, stared intently at the tin structure. A cruel smirk playing upon his lips, he crouched down, pressing his massive hand against the ground. In an instant, the earth beneath the tin house trembled as if struck by a magnitude 12 earthquake. Surprisingly, apart from the ground under the tin house, no other area showed signs of disturbance. Inside the tin house, a man and a woman, dressed in formal attire, lay on a large bed. A young man, momentarily pausing his language studies, wore a perplexed expression. Strange, why is it shaking so violently? Did I lift the barbell too forcefully, and the tin house can't handle it? Huge brother, stop lifting, or you'll cramp up, and that won't be good, the young woman, her cheeks slightly flushed, chided. The violent shaking left them disoriented. Suddenly, the entire tin house cracked apart and collapsed. In an instant, both were enveloped in darkness, as if something had seized them, and they were dragged out. I see that boss who? What a lively day, a chilling voice echoed. The young man's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he slowly opened his eyes. A ghost. The young man gasped at the sight of the enormous, deep blue head with horns like a beast. Its visage grotesque enough to nearly render him unconscious. Attempting to flee, he realized he was already lifted off the ground like a mere chick by the creature. The young woman, his plaything, lay unconscious in the monster's grasp. Silence, you worthless filth. Zhang Hu, do you know who I am? The demonized Zhang Yu effortlessly lifted Zhang Hu, questioning him. Recalling how his girlfriend had been snatched away days prior, thrown out, and how he had been completely ostracized by the industry. He reveled in the reversal of fate, now able to determine Zhang Hu's life or death. You know me? Realizing the creature hadn't attacked, Zhang Hu, bewildered, inquired, is this an earthquake? Why do I feel a bit dizzy? The other young woman stirred, groggily awakening. Why do I feel unwell? Huge brother, where are you? She slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Zhang Hu, her face lit up with joy, but when her gaze shifted to Zhang Yu, her expression shifted to one of terror. What kind of monster is this? Am I dreaming? With that, she began thrashing about, her body trembling involuntarily. Shut up, you wretch. Zhang Yu exerted a slight pressure with his left hand, threateningly stating, Li Wan, open your eyes and see who I am. It hurts. A surge of agony coursed through Li Wan, bringing her fully to consciousness, and she ceased her struggles. You went to university without money. Yet I funded your gaming practice. The cosmetics and trips you indulge in are from my frugal savings. Even your job was secured through my connections. Zhang Yu's furious voice echoed, his scarlet eyes fixated on Li Wan, as if he wished to devour her whole. And how did you repay me? You cozied up to a wealthy heir, kicked me aside, and then had the audacity to expel me, even orchestrating my industry ban. Zhang Yu's rage twisted into a cruel smile as he surveyed the two. You filthy couple. How delightful to witness this. You are Zhang Yu. Zhang Hu was the first to react, his face a mask of disbelief. The Zhang Yu he remembered was a pitiful sycophant, a mere amalgamation of the likes of Fei Yangyang, He Xiaohu, and Shuimian Gue. How had he transformed into this fearsome entity? Zhang Yu? Li Wan finally grasped the situation, her voice tinged with realization. Yet as she recalled the creature's claims, it became evident that all of this was indeed Zhang Yu's doing. Staring at the monster before her, she asked incredulously, Are you truly Zhang Yu? What else could it be, you wretched creature? Zhang Yu's icy, murderous gaze bore into Li Wan as he spoke with heavy emphasis. Zhang Yu, I was wrong. Please spare me. I promise to treat you better and make amends. Li Wan, sensing the monster's terrifying power, immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, pleading earnestly. Then, shifting her gaze, she pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Hu, exclaiming, It was him, all him. He threatened me. If I didn't comply, he would expel me. Moreover, it was his idea to expel you and orchestrate your banishment. I had nothing to do with it. How dare you, you wretched woman? You blame everything on me. You added me on WeChat yourself. And it was you who suggested expelling and banning Zhang Yu, claiming you feared his revenge. Zhang Hu hastily countered, panic-stricken at you. Do you believe me? I swear I love you. Li Wan feigned innocence, her cheeks flushed with faux tears. No, Zhang Yu, Don't believe that, wretch. Zhang Hu's words were cut short. I believe you. 1. With a swift motion, Zhang Yu discarded Zhang Hu's lifeless body onto the ground at you. Thank you for believing me. It truly touches my heart. Li 1. Not sparing a glance at Zhang Hu's corpse, spoke sincerely to Zhang Yu, her face alight with admiration at you. You've become so powerful. I have an idea. We could storm the Taixing group, seize control of Zhang Tai, and thereafter, we would have anything we desire. After stating her scheme, Li Wen beamed with self-satisfaction, hoping for Zhang Yu's praise. Noticing Zhang Yu's silence as he stared at her, Li Wen felt a pang of anxiety and cautiously remarked, it's a bit uncomfortable being held like this. Could you let me down? One must admit, you are quite wicked. Zhang Tai has treated you well, promoting you to a managerial position, yet you concoct such a venomous plan. Zhang Yu's eyes darkened as he gazed at Li Wen. A cruel smile crept onto his lips as he declared, You think I would serve as your sycophant again? Dream on. I swear I shall never be a sycophant again. Die. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhang Yu clapped his hands, and with a sickening crunch. Kill. Monster. This is Dias and T that boss who? Dead. A group of construction site managers, donned in red safety helmets, approached from a distance. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene of mangled flesh and a disfigured corpse, they displayed expressions of sheer horror. Now that you're here, you all shall stay. Zhang Yu, consumed by bloodlust, lunged towards the group of construction managers, Ian Wuhua District, the Enforcers Division. This creature is entirely different from the previous two, armed with guns and cannons. What on earth is happening? The headquarters commander, Han Yi, rubbed his temples, his expression one of exasperation as he reviewed the surveillance footage. Tian Wuhua was just released today, and immediately upon his release, the Lielu group encounters a monster attack. What a coincidence. The division leader frowned, pondering it may be related to Tian Wuhua's food incident, especially considering the complex relationship he shares with Li Shanhe. Han Yi rested his hands on the desk, his index finger absent-mindedly tapping the surface. Are you suggesting that these monsters share a common target, all aimed at Li Shanhe? The division leader's eyes lit up with sudden realization. Precisely. Therefore, it would suffice for the headquarters to dispatch a team there. Focusing primarily on Xinwu Hospital, Han Yi sank into the chair behind him, fatigue evident in his voice. Commander, the division has received new reports. An enforcer rushed into the office, breathless, clutching several photographs. Calm down, AS enforcers. We must maintain decorum, the division leader admonished, his brow furrowed. My apologies, sir, but you must see this. The enforcer quickly presented the photographs, continuing, at the suburban construction site of the Taixing Group, a monster murder incident has occurred. The first victims were Zhang Tai's son Zhang Hu and his girlfriend, along with over a dozen construction managers and several security personnel. Commander, take a look at this. The division leader glanced at the photographs and immediately recognized the seriousness of the situation. Approaching Han Yi with urgency. This creature is covered in armor plates, entirely different. Could it be yet another new monster? Han Yi scrutinized the photographs with intensity, his voice grave. Considering the two previous monsters along with the recent gun-toting creature and this one, the situation appears dire. After a moment of contemplation, the squad leader remarked, this matter is likely more complicated than it appears. These may not be the mutants created by Dr. K. Han Yi suddenly rose, his gaze profound, as if he had come to an epiphany. After pondering for a brief moment, he addressed the enforcer behind the squad leader, saying, have the Honglian team send someone to deal with that armored creature. And do not hesitate to eliminate it. Understood, the enforcer responded hurriedly, retreating. What about the situation at the Shinshu Hospital? The squad leader inquired. With the two from Tiandun and the Honglian team, dealing with two monsters should not pose a problem. The most pressing concern now is the whereabouts of that artillery creature. We cannot allow these monsters to wreak havoc unchecked. Han Yi rubbed his temples once more, gazing into a particular direction, murmuring, Lord of the city, when will you return? The current situation is beyond my control. A luxury vehicle sped towards Shinshu Hospital, disregarding red lights as it raced along. What? There's a monster bombarding our headquarters? Tian Wuhua, reclining lazily in the back seat, jolted upright, only to bump his head against the ceiling. Suppressing the headache, he continued, when did this happen? On the other end of the phone came the response. You just left not long ago. Damn it, I'm almost at the hospital now, and you're just calling me? Immediately, he barked, Notify the enforcement department at once. They must come and resolve this issue immediately. His face flushed with anger as he slammed the phone down. It's only been a year, and the world has turned upside down. Now we have monsters too. Those useless enforcement officers I've been keeping around Haven to proven useful in a critical moment. Even pigs can fetch a good price. They are utterly useless. Leaning back against the seat, Tian Wuhua cursed incessantly. The woman in the red dress beside him cautiously advised, "Don't let your anger harm your health. Your well-being is paramount. Damn it, I'm furious right now." Noticing her alluring figure and seductive lips, he felt increasingly irritated and impatiently said, "Get me a bottle of chrysanthemum tea to cool me down." The driver in the front seat, catching a glimpse of the woman in the red dress, producing a bottle of chrysanthemum tea from somewhere, quickly averted his gaze and continued driving nonchalantly. Moments later, after finishing the tea, Tian Wuhua exhaled a deep breath, feeling considerably relieved. The vehicle gradually slowed down until it came to a halt at the entrance of Shunshur Hospital. "I'm sorry, but no one is allowed to enter the hospital at this time. Please seek treatment elsewhere." A young man in a security uniform emerged from the security booth, gesturing for the vehicle to stop. "What? Is this hospital refusing entry now?" Seeing the hospital entrance remain closed for an extended period and the security guard speaking, Tian Wuhua's anger flared once more. Lowering the car window, he leaned out and shouted, "You filthy security guard, do you know who I am? How dare you block my car? Do you want to die?" "I'm sorry, but the hospital has regulations. No entry or exit is permitted during this time." The security guard recognized Tian Wuhua immediately, responding with a calm demeanor. "Damn it, are you asking for a beating?" Tian Wuhua flung open the car door and stormed towards the entrance, hurling insults from across the gate. The driver and the woman in the red dress hurriedly exited the vehicle, pointing at the security guard and demanding, "Open the gate immediately. Mr. Tian has urgent matters to attend to, or you'll find yourself fired." Following suit, 5 more vehicles arrived, disgorging 20 suited subordinates, each looking fierce and ready to charge in and confront the security guard. "Tian Wuhua, if you continue to act so recklessly, don't blame me for being rude." A middle-aged man in a security uniform approached from their line of sight, speaking sternly. "Isn't that Zhang?" Tian Wuhua halted, turning to speak, but the middle-aged man interrupted. "I will say it again. Leave. I specifically came to see Deputy City Lordly." "Is this your attitude?" Tian Wuhua, already irked by the attack on headquarters, retorted, "Do you know my relationship with Deputy City Lordly?" Tian Wuhua, leave at once, or don't blame me for being impolite." The middle-aged man's expression darkened at Tian Wuhua's arrogance. Just as Tian Wuhua was about to respond, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in horror. As if he had seen a ghost, and he shouted, "Run, hurry and run." "What the hell? Is there a ghost behind me?" Tian Wuhua turned around, only to be rendered speechless once more. A 3-meter-tall dark blue monster stood 1,000 meters away, adorned with black horns, a terrifying visage, and sharp teeth. Its long white hair billowed in the wind, resembling a vengeful specter. Strangely, the creature bore 2 black cannons on its shoulders, seemingly fused with its body. Countless black barrels extended from its chest and abdomen, all aimed directly at Tian Wuhua and his entourage. "Tian Wuhua, your life is forfeit." The demonized Guoli seethed upon spotting Tian Wuhua, unleashing its full arsenal. "It's the artillery monster! Run!" the middle-aged man within the gate shouted, retreating in haste. Boom, boom. Gunfire and cannon blasts erupted simultaneously, as a torrent of bullets shot forth amidst bursts of flame. .2, fist-sized black shells were launched from the cannons, leaving behind thick plumes of black smoke as they rocketed towards Tian Wuhua in the blink of an eye. Thud, thud, thud. The 20 black-clad subordinates were instantly riddled with bullets, collapsing to the ground, bloodied and lifeless. "Mr. Tian, you." The woman in the red dress looked back at Tian Wuhua in disbelief, blood pouring from her mouth, and before she could finish her thought, she crumpled to the ground. "Your death is preferable to mine. Besides, I've paid you handsomely. What's wrong with you taking a few bullets for me?" Tian Wuhua, with quick wit, yanked the woman in the red dress in front of him, using her as a human shield. However, before he could revel in his cleverness for even a second, an explosive roar erupted. "What the hell kind of monster is this? A human-shaped heavy weapon?" Tian Wuhua cursed. "Damn, this firepower rivals that of an entire battalion." The gates of Shunshur Hospital were blown apart, sending both the middle-aged man and the young security guard flying from the sheer force. Tian Wuhua was also caught in the blast of those two shells. His entire form hurled into the hospital. I can't feel anything. Lying on the blood-soaked ground, Tian Wuhua reached down, finding nothing but emptiness. His lower body had been obliterated, and his left hand was charred beyond recognition, leaving only his right hand capable of movement. Yet, with some semblance of awareness, he instinctively touched his body. Indeed, calamity begets calamity. Under such bombardment, he still remained alive. Guo Li slowly entered through the shattered gates, his voice cold and dripping with malice. Suddenly, two beams of laser light shot towards Guo Li like fiery pillars at astonishing speed. Guo Li instinctively sensed the danger. As the barrels on his chest retracted, he executed a side roll to evade the incoming laser beams. Upon striking the ground, the lasers ignited two patches of blue flames, roaring to life. However, the lasers did not dissipate. They directly pursued Guo Li, who had just dodged them. Has technology advanced so far? They've even brought laser guns. Guo Li performed another roll to evade the lasers, feeling their scorching intensity. Should he be hit, he would either die or be severely burned. Following the source of the laser beams, he discovered it was not a laser gun but a man in black. At the entrance of the main building, the man in black held a pair of sunglasses in his right hand, his eyes shimmering with light, radiating like the sun. Those two beams of laser light were emanating directly from his eyes, continuously firing forth. Guo Li, astonished, aimed the two cannons on his shoulders at Mo Yi. Firing once more. This artillery monster is surprisingly agile. Mo Yi, filled with surprise and anger, found himself evading the unexpected attack, and upon seeing two shells fired at him, he quickly donned his sunglasses. As he put them on, the laser beams ceased, and Mo Yi swiftly dodged the incoming shells. Tian Wuhua, you will die today. Not even Jesus can save you. Guo Li's gaze locked onto Tian Wuhua not far away, even though Tian Wuhua had been reduced to merely his upper body. As long as there was breath in him, Guo Li was determined to ensure his demise. With Guo Li's massive form charging towards Tian Wuhua, his right hand's 5 fingers twisted and morphed into 5 black gun barrels. Die? Guo Li aimed the 5 barrels at Tian Wuhua, ready to pull the trigger. You monsters truly are oblivious to your surroundings. How dare you come here to seek death? A fleeting silhouette in white surged toward Guo Li from the side. With a whoosh, a flash of white light whizzed towards Guo Li's neck, radiating an intense brilliance. Get lost, Guo Li, enraged at being interrupted yet again, had no time to dodge and raised his left hand to shield himself. The sound of steel grinding against steel erupted, sparks flying as the blade met Guo Li's arm, merely leaving a black gash. Why are these monsters so resilient? Bai Yu, frustrated, glanced at Guo Li's arm, which bore only a faint scar, and in the next instant, a whirlwind enveloped his short sword as he propelled himself towards Guo Li's back, executing a move akin to the Qin Emperor circling a pillar. Guo Li's lips curled into a cruel smirk. It was bad. Bai Yu forcefully twisted his body mid-air, changing direction. He dropped the short knife to his toes, pushing off with great force, and darted sideways. Bang, bang, bang. Damn it, I couldn't dodge that. Bai Yu felt as though his right foot had been pierced, tumbling several times on the ground before finally halting. Looking down at his right foot, blood gushed forth. 2 bullet holes glaringly visible. A sharp pain radiated from the wound to the crown of his head. Gritting his teeth to endure the agony, he pulled out a syringe from his pocket and injected it into his right foot to ease the pain. This gun-wielding monster was even more formidable than the spiked creature. Tian Wuhua, no one can save you now. At last, I can avenge my son. Guo Li extended his right hand once more, 5 gun barrels aimed at Tian Wuhua. Fire, bang, 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 boom. Hundreds of figures clad in black emerged from all directions, each wielding guns and shields, with some even shouldering armor-piercing cannons. The pitch-black muzzles and cannon mouths were directed at Guo Li, and upon a single command. They all opened fire. Faced with an onslaught of gunfire and cannon fire, Guo Li was utterly enraged, throwing his head back and roaring. May you all perish. Countless black cannon muzzles erupted from various parts of his body, 2 directly rising from his shoulders. With a deafening roar, innumerable shells shot forth from the cannon mouths, raining down in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions echoed relentlessly. Ah. The screams were ceaseless. Where are my hands? My feet? Why can't I feel my second brother anymore? Help! Help me! Hundreds of black-clad figures, a few hundred meters away, suffered nearly 90% casualties under Gua Li's bombardment. What kind of power is this? Even mutants can't be this strong, can they? Hidden in the shadows, Imoyi gazed at the hellish scene from afar, fear etched upon his sunglasses. This strength must be at least class A. I can't believe I'm battling such a monster. Baiyu, recuperating in the grass, was momentarily stunned by the explosions surrounding him, already contemplating flight. When he beheld Gua Li's position, the thick smoke dissipated to reveal a colossal figure, leaving him aghast. How is he still alive? As the smoke cleared, Gua Li's deep blue skin was charred black. The countless cannon mouths on his back had vanished, replaced by gruesome wounds as if his entire skin had been flayed. His robust limbs were torn apart by armor-piercing rounds, flesh and blood vividly exposed. I told you. Today you shall die. Gua Li seemed impervious to pain, staggering towards Tian Wuhua. His right hand, with 5 gun barrels once again aimed, resembled the scythe of death. Bang, 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 bang. Dozens of black bullets were unleashed in rapid succession, reducing Tian Wuhua's head to a pulpy mess. Only when he was rendered unrecognizable did Gua Li cease firing. My dear, I have finally avenged you. Finally avenged you. Gua Li howled to the heavens, repeating it several times. A sense of relief washing over him. That moment, a profound dizziness struck his mind, a feeling of physical exhaustion creeping in, and he murmured, I never imagined firing shells would deplete my mental and physical strength so rapidly. Then, casting a glance around, he spotted Imoyi crouching in the corner, Baiyu in the grass tending to his wounds, and the surviving dozen or so enforcers. His crimson eyes glinted like blood, a cruel smile curving his lips. This wretched world is better off without you, so perish. The filth of this world is not the world itself, but humanity or monsters like you. Outside the gates of Shenwu Hospital, a middle-aged man clad in a trench coat, bearing a scar extending to the corner of his eye, alighted from a small car. It seems I have arrived a bit late, but as long as this monster is not dead, it is not too late. Just as the steel bullet demon Guoli launched a frontal assault on Shenwu Hospital, a massive figure and a shadowy presence stealthily circumvented the hospital's defenses, quietly slipping inside. All the enforcers had gathered at the main building. I shall seize this moment. The demonized Su Qing led Wang Feng in through the back of Shenwu Hospital. I hadn't anticipated this demon to be so fierce, capable of firing shells. Without him, we would not have been able to infiltrate so effortlessly. Wang Feng leaped effortlessly over a 3-meter-high wall, flipping inside. The vicinity was devoid of anyone, yet 3 presences lingered on the top floor. Su Qing looked up at the building, her expression darkening. 2 of those do not seem like ordinary people. And the other is Li Shanhe, mixed with my son's aura. At this point, Su Qing's massive hand instinctively clenched into a fist, her inner rage becoming increasingly difficult to control. Currently, 2 ability users had appeared at the gate. Yet the red-haired woman had yet to show. Her squad consists of 3 people, which seems inconsistent. Wang Feng pondered, recognizing the 2 white-clad figures at the gate. The sunglasses-wearing man was evidently new. Clearly, the 2 upstairs must be ability users, likely members of the Honglian squad. Let us go, we cannot miss this opportunity. After Su Qing spoke, she leaped straight towards the top floor, too impatient to disguise her presence. After all firepower was focused on the main gate of Shenwu Hospital. They could not spare resources to assist here. Wait, hold on. Wang Feng glanced at Su Qing, feeling somewhat helpless. In the next moment, his body began to swell and transform, instantly morphing into a demon. So, it is that red-haired woman. This time, I will certainly reclaim my honor. With a forceful push of his right foot, he leaped up. The 2 colossal figures continued to leap along the outer wall until they reached the 9th floor. Leaping through a window into the corridor, a red-haired woman wielding a long sword and a man with a wolf's tail tied to his arm, holding a gun, were none other than Honglian and Guiying. They had been waiting for Wang Feng, while Su Qing's presence was anticipated. The spiked monster, trying to take advantage of a moment? Such trivial tricks cannot deceive our captain, Guiying coldly stated, both hands gripping guns directed at Wang Feng and Su Qing. With monsters emerging one after another, you are not mutants. Mutants do not possess such power. Seeing the brutal battle at the gate, Honglian recalibrated her assessment of Wang Feng and the other demons. her face hardening as she inquired, "What exactly are you monsters, and what schemes do you harbor?" Chapter 21. The Power of the Black Needle. Indeed, we are not monsters but demons. I am Sequence 4. The Spiked Demon, and he is Sequence 5, the Eye of Heaven Demon. Wang Feng grinned, baring his sharp teeth, pointing at himself and Su Qing as he introduced them. Su Qing's crimson eyes shifted slightly, about to stop Wang Feng from speaking. Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, "He never told us not to speak, so it's fine to share. Don't be nervous, knowing we are demons, what of it?" "Who is he?" "You are Wang Feng, right?" "She is Su Qing." "How did you become like this? Or who transformed you?" Honglian's cold eyes fixed on the two as she questioned. If it were before, encountering a mutant, Honglian would have killed them outright without a word. However, too many questions lingered, and everyone was at a loss, forced to endure as they sought answers from these demons. "It is your kind that has caused us to become this way. If it weren't for you high and mighty individuals, we would not have fallen to such depths. If even a sliver of justice existed in this world, innocent lives would not be lost." The more Wang Feng spoke, the angrier he became, pointing a finger at Honglian as he continued to shout, "It is precisely because this world lacks justice that we are here to cleanse this filthy realm, to eradicate all corruption." Upon finishing, Wang Feng clenched his fists, a black spike, as thick as a knight's lance, sprouting from the tip of his knuckles. "You monsters think you can play the role of justice? You are nothing but a bunch of evil beings," Honglian scoffed, flames erupting from the sword in her hand. "You are mistaken. We simply aim to cleanse this garbage world. Ha ha ha." Wang Feng laughed maniacally, his eyes reflecting a hint of madness. His massive form surged forward like a cannonball towards Honglian, solemnly stating, "Leave Li Shanhe to you. This time, I will not let you escape." Flames accompanied by swordlight surged forth, as Honglian thrust her flaming sword directly at Wang Feng. "Escape." Wang Feng chuckled coldly, the black spike piercing forward as Su Qing responded, intending to crash into a wall to take a shortcut. With a resounding bang, the entire wall crumbled inward. "Where do you think you're going?" Guile aimed at Su Qing and squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang. .2 bullets whizzed through the air towards Su Qing, their speed astonishingly quick. "Still trying to hinder me? Dream on." Wang Feng confronted Honglian head-on, while two black spikes erupted from his back. Like cruise missiles, they intercepted the two bullets, successfully blocking them. Meanwhile, Su Qing, with her powerful demonic physique, smashed through the wall in 2 blows. Charging towards Li Shanhe's location, "Guile, you go and stop that monster." After stepping back, Honglian lunged forward with another thrust aimed at Wang Feng. "Understood," Guile replied, retreating while wielding his guns. "I can stall you, but you cannot stop me." Wang Feng, unfazed, drove the black spike on his left fist straight ahead. The black spike on his right fist struck at an awkward angle toward Honglian's heart. But that was not the end. Over a dozen black spikes erupted from his back, launching like missiles towards Guile. "This spiked monster is significantly stronger than during our previous encounter. Has his power increased so rapidly?" The solitary eagle, perceiving the imminent danger approaching from behind, had no choice but to abandon the pursuit of Su Qing. With dual pistols in hand, he repeatedly pulled the triggers. Banged, bang, banged, a multitude of bullets soared into the air, targeting the black spikes that were hurtling towards them. With a deafening roar, they collided, producing a billow of smoke before vanishing from sight. "Damn it," Honglian seethed, her heart aflame with anger. She had never anticipated that the two of them would be intercepted by such a monstrous entity, one that appeared to engage them with such ease. Taking a step back, Honglian deftly evaded Wang Feng's black spike. However, at that moment, Wang Feng's combat spirit surged, and in a prime state of battle readiness. He would not allow Honglian to escape so easily. With a mighty roar, the knightly-like black spikes lunged towards Honglian's vital points, their speed akin to that of a fleeting shadow. "This monster has grown alarmingly swiftly," Honglian thought, a tinge of irritation creeping into her mind. Flames enveloped her once more, the terrifying heat distorting Wang Feng's black spikes as they approached. "Flame Lotus," she declared, her eyes seemingly ready to emit fire. As though she were atop a mountain ablaze, countless flames, resembling lotus blossoms, surged towards Wang Feng with the speed of the wind. Not this technique again. Regrettably, one should never employ the same tactic against a demon twice. Wang Feng swiftly retreated, his speed reaching its zenith. As long as he remained outside the range of Hong Lian's sword strikes, the lethal power of her technique would be significantly diminished. Though this maneuver was exceptionally rapid and difficult to counter, it was limited in range. With sufficient forewarning, one could indeed evade its grasp. This was a crucial reason why Wang Feng had maintained distance from Hong Lian. However, I have prepared new techniques specifically to deal with you, Wang Feng asserted, continuously retreating as he raised both fists. The two immensely thick, black spikes atop his fists began to compress, growing smaller and smaller until they were transformed into a single black needle, shimmering with an eerie dark luster, almost impossible to discern. Die! Wang Feng's ruthless gaze swept over the duo. Swish, swish. Two black needles shot forth from his fists, aimed at Hong Lian and the solitary eagle. You cannot evade this. Today, I shall end you. Hong Lian brandished her flame sword, leaving behind a series of crimson afterimages, akin to a venomous serpent relentlessly pursuing its prey. Facing the nearly invisible black needles, Hong Lian thrust her sword in an effort to deflect them. To her dismay, a sizzling sound erupted as the sword and needle briefly clashed, and with a crack, the tip of her sword was sheared off. Swish. The black needles maintained their velocity, unimpeded. This is bad, Hong Lian thought, realizing the gravity of the situation as she barely managed to shift her position. Thud. The black spike pierced through her left shoulder, blood gushing forth and staining her dragon guard uniform. At that critical moment, had it not been for her remarkable speed in evading critical areas, the spike would have pierced her heart instead of her shoulder. The solitary eagle, however, was less fortunate. Possessing keen perception, he raised his gun at the black needle. Yet, contrary to expectations, the bullet did not negate the needle's assault. Instead, it was fragmented by the needle. Swish, thud. The solitary eagle attempted to dodge, but lacked the reflexes and agility that Hong Lian possessed. A wave of searing pain radiated from his chest, and he felt a metallic taste in his throat as blood poured forth. His vision blurred. He looked down to find a bloody hole punctured through his chest. Suddenly feeling weak, his consciousness became hazy. He vaguely heard Hong Lian cry out, "No," before his body collapsed heavily to the ground. This move was crafted especially for you. It's unfortunate that you managed to evade the fatal blow, Wang Feng remarked, surprised and regretful that Hong Lian had eluded a critical hit. His original plan was to eliminate both, but although she had escaped, she was still injured, at least one of them would perish. So it was not a complete failure. Crackling sounds reminiscent of firecrackers erupted nearby. This was the signal agreed upon by Wang Feng and Su Qing. The mission was accomplished. It was time to retreat. Wang Feng, having no inclination to linger, promptly made his way towards the window. Despite her left shoulder injury, Hong Lian still possessed the strength to continue fighting. Moreover, the black needle could only catch one off guard. Once released, if the enemy was forewarned, its effectiveness would be severely diminished. Continuing the battle would be futile and could potentially lead to her demise. As Wang Feng retreated, Hong Lian chose not to pursue but hurried towards the solitary eagle, who lay in a pool of blood. Su Qing and Wang Feng, having broken through the walls, gazed toward the entrance of the Divine Martial Hospital, where the cacophony of battle raged on. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck. An anomaly in the clear blue sky. The Lord of Divine Martial City, Lei Hong. Concealed in the shadows, Mo Yi observed the middle-aged man in black, his expression shifting dramatically before an ecstatic smile broke forth. An A-class ability user, the Lord of Lei Hong City, Bai Yu, enduring the agony in his foot, stood up and murmured to the distant Lei Hong, his eyes brimming with joy. The Lord of Divine Martial City. Guo Li, battling the drowsiness encroaching upon him, stared at the trench-coated man at the entrance with confusion. This man had appeared on television numerous times, a memory that lingered vividly in Guo Li's mind. Who would have thought that after attending a conference and being delayed for several days, such a series of events would unfold? Lei Hong's black coat billowed in the wind as his profound gaze locked onto Guo Li. Speak, who are you? Confess honestly, and you may suffer less. Speak of your mother. I detest your kind. Always wearing that condescending air, Guo Li retorted, his right index finger transforming into a black gun barrel, aimed at Lei Hong. Ready to fire. Boom. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Guo Li. Bang. Blue blood gushed forth as Guo Li's massive frame was blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground. A visible wound marred his chest. flesh torn and blood flowing freely, to withstand a bolt of lightning from me is impressive. No wonder such a throng of individuals cannot subdue you, Lei Hong observed with interest as he glanced at Guoli. With lasers and lightning, this world is indeed extraordinary. Guoli struggled to rise, the pain intensifying his clarity of thought. If I were an ordinary person, I would not be able to assume the role of this lord. Thus, regardless of whether you are a mutant or some kind of monster, you shall remain here today. A faint smile graced Lei Hong's lips as he swiftly raised his right hand, his finger pointing skyward. With a resounding boom, another bolt of lightning struck Guoli. Bang! Overwhelmed by his injuries, Guoli was unable to evade and was once again sent flying. Yet, before being propelled away, he forcibly conjured a black cannon from his chest. Aimed at Lei Hong, unleashing a cannonball. Die, you negligent dog of a lord. Millions of citizens have suffered because of you. Seeing Guoli blasted away once more, Lei Hong remained unfazed by the incoming cannonball. With a flick of his left hand, the projectile detonated midair. Lord Lei Hong, I come to assist you. From hundreds of meters away, Imo Yi shouted, removing his sunglasses as two beams of laser shot towards the falling Guoli. I join as well, Bai Yu's voice chimed in, as two white blades whirled like darts toward Guoli, accompanied by a gust of wind. It's time to finish this, but don't kill him. Lei Hong remarked nonchalantly. Another bolt of lightning descended from above Guoli, targeting his legs. Suddenly, a multitude of cannonballs materialized above the Divine Martial Hospital, each resembling a small express delivery. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless cannonballs plummeted downwards, striking at Lei Hong, Imo Yi, and Bai Yu's locations. What? Lei Hong exclaimed in shock, his eyes widening at the unexpected turn of events. Yet, he quickly composed himself, raising his hands as the incoming cannonballs, much like before, detonated mid-flight, leaving behind thick plumes of smoke. What in the world? Where did all these missiles come from? Meanwhile, Bai Yu and Imo Yi, seeing the barrage of cannonballs raining down, summoned every ounce of hidden potential within them. Fleeing for their lives, as the thick smoke dissipated, all that remained where Guoli had lain was a pool of blue blood. His figure had vanished entirely. Lei Hong gazed at this scene, his brow furrowed in contemplation, remaining silent as he fixed his gaze in a specific direction. On the rooftop of a building in the Wuhua district, with the Eye of Heaven Demon's full map positioning and the Steel Bullet Demon's cannonballs. The act of killing was rendered invisible. The cannon ports behind Nye Wudao blossomed like flowers, occasionally emitting plumes of smoke. It was somewhat taxing on his mental energy. With a thought, Nye Wudao retracted all cannon ports. Returning to his original state, donning a black short-sleeve shirt once more, he then sat on a bamboo stool, pulled out a hamburger, and took large bites, remarking, not bad, though it's a bit cold. Looking up towards a certain direction, he murmured to himself, they should be arriving soon. As soon as he finished speaking, two massive figures leaped from the outer wall, landing not far from Nye Wudao. Master, Su Qing greeted respectfully, her right shoulder bearing the unconscious Li Shanhe. Master, it's been a while, Wang Feng said, appearing somewhat awkward, fully aware that the power he possessed was bestowed upon him by the masked demon before him. As his strength increased, his admiration for Nye Wudao grew. It has indeed been a while. You've become much stronger, Nye Wudao acknowledged, nodding in approval at Wang Feng, then turning his attention to Su Qing. If you had delayed any longer, I would have been compelled to withdraw. Master, this is Li Shanhe. He harbors my sons. Su Qing's voice faltered, her tone choked with emotion as she struggled to finish her sentence. Chapter 23. Taixing Group. Wang Feng, seek your vengeance, but ensure that everything below the head remains intact. Nye Wudao stated, finishing the last morsel of his hamburger, rising to dust off his trousers nonchalantly. Thank you, Master. Wang Feng's words were laden with gratitude, yet upon beholding Li Shanhe resting upon Su Qing's shoulder, a surge of hatred ignited in his crimson eyes. Subsequently, Su Qing gently laid Li Shanhe on the ground, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him, fearful that Wang Feng, in a fit of rage, might leave Li Shanhe in a state unfit for burial. At that moment, Li Shanhe remained in a state of unconsciousness, his breath faint and labored. The fact that Li Shanhe had not been torn to shreds truly felt like an injustice to Wang Feng. With a swift motion, his right hand grasped Li Shanhe's neck and twisted with force. A crack resounded. and Li Shanhe's life force was extinguished, as Wang Feng gazed upon the lifeless body of Li Shanhe. A peculiar calm enveloped him. He had avenged himself, yet the satisfaction commonly associated with retribution eluded him. Why was this so? Wang Feng pondered, inspecting his own hands, the very hands that had delivered the fatal blow to the architect of his torment. Just as his confusion deepened, a shadow descended from the heavens like a shooting star, and upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a figure clad in black, carrying an immense, deep blue form. In stark contrast, it resembled a child bearing a small truck. Jian Yin? Wang Feng recognized him instantly, recalling how he had once been saved by this very individual. Observing Jian Yin, who was covered in injuries, with his white hair now stained a deep blue from blood, Wang Feng questioned whether this was the demon responsible for the bombardment of Shenwu Hospital. Serial 6 Steel Bullet Demon, Nia Wudao replied, glancing at Jian Yin and gesturing towards Li Shanhe's corpse on the ground. This body is entrusted to you. Understood, my lord, Jian Yin responded silently, hoisting Li Shanhe's body onto his shoulders before vanishing once more into the darkness. Leaving no trace behind, Xu Qing gazed at Jian Yin's abilities with envy. The steel bullet is in your hands. This level of injury won't be fatal. It's merely a matter of mental and physical exhaustion. He will recover in a few days, Nia Wudao remarked, casting a glance at Guoli on the ground, addressing Wang Feng and Xu Qing. With that, he gradually faded away, disappearing from sight. Everyone is so enigmatic. Vanishing without a trace, Wang Feng marveled, unable to sense the presence of Nia Wudao and Jian Yin. What do we do now? Xu Qing turned to Wang Feng, inquiring. I have slain a member of the Dragon Guard, and Guoli has taken the lives of numerous enforcers. We have committed an egregious crime. Those individuals are likely searching for us across the globe. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Feng responded, their strength far exceeds our own, and we have revealed far too much of our capabilities. For now, we can only avoid confrontation and recuperate. Leave Shenwu City? Xu Qing asked. Temporarily depart and take him with us. Wang Feng replied, hoisting the steel bullet demon, Guoli, onto his shoulders. At the Taixing Group building, Zhang Dong glanced at the meager amount of gold bars before him, an expression of disbelief crossing his face. Is this a jest? The demonized Zhang Yu glared at the 1-meter-long wooden box, clearly dissatisfied. He pointed at 2 other boxes filled with coins, his massive face looming ominously over Zhang Tai as he growled. Is this truly all the cash you possess? Do you take me for a fool? Zhang Tai, now nearing 60, trembled in fear, unable to meet Zhang Yu's terrifying gaze, his eyes filled with dread. Currently, this is all the cash the group can spare. Retrieving more on short notice is impossible, he stammered. Zhang Yu's eyes scanned the chaotic scene of bodies strewn across the lobby, then settled on the dozen or so trembling survivors crouched on the floor. I have made it clear. Provide me with sufficient cash and gold, and I may spare the rest of you. But this paltry sum, is it enough to purchase your lives? The group can only produce this much at present. If you desire more, you must grant me time, Zhang Tai implored, his face drained of color. He had witnessed this monster rend employees asunder, and those who attempted to flee were mercilessly cast aside. Meeting their demise in this dire situation, fighting was futile, and escape was impossible. Confronted with Zhang Yu's demands, he could only comply unconditionally, clinging to a thread of hope for survival. Give me half a day? No later than midnight, and I will gather another box of gold bars and 3 boxes of cash for you, Zhang Tai hastily offered. Very well, but should you fail to deliver, I will slaughter you all. Zhang Yu retorted, plopping down on the ground as the marble floor cracked beneath him. He glanced down, then directed a mocking gaze at Zhang Tai. For a construction conglomerate of your size, is it not shameful that you resort to cutting corners on your own projects? All in the pursuit of profit. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tai's expression darkened, and he lowered his head in silence, unable to respond. The situation escalated rapidly. Zhang Yu stood, his disdainful gaze fixed on the entrance. I've witnessed thieves among the mutated, but witnessing a mutated individual robbing a place so brazenly is truly an embarrassment to your kind. A stout figure approached from outside, offering a sarcastic remark to Zhang Yu. Moments later, 60 enforcers armed with firearms entered in 2 coordinated lines, effectively blocking the entrance. Their imposing presence sealed Zhang Yu's fate, akin to trapping a dog in a corner. Behave yourself. Do not assume that their arrival means you can evade your debt. Should you entertain any other thoughts, they will be of no help to you. Zhang Yu cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Tai before shifting his attention back to the stout figure. Declaring, I have declared the Tai Xing group building my territory. How can I be accused of robbery when I am merely taking what is mine? Raising his massive right hand, he pointed menacingly at the stout figure and the 60 enforcers. Proclaiming with authority, you have trespassed upon my domain, and for that, you have sealed your fate with that. His fingers glowed with a yellow luminescence, coalescing into a stone projectile. With a swift motion, he launched it toward the stout figure like a bullet. Humph, mere parlor tricks, as a member of the Dragon Guard. I shall surely seize you today. The stout figure raised his right hand, clenched into a fist, retaliating against Zhang Yu's advance. The impact resounded with a thunderous echo, sending shockwaves through the surrounding area. Dio, you really think you can stand in my way? Dream on, Zhang Yu sneered, retaliating with another punch, exuding an overwhelming force. The initial strike from Dali could withstand a couple of hits, albeit with considerable effort. However, in a state of subsequent fatigue, he was directly sent flying by Zhang Yu's 2 punches. His entire form was propelled outwards, akin to a ragdoll tumbling across the ground for several rolls before finally coming to a halt. Not a single part of him remained unscathed. His chest was indented, his clothing tattered, and his visage was smeared with dirt. Humph, useless waste. Your body may be soft, but your tongue is as sharp as ever. Zhang Yu remarked disdainfully as he observed Dali, who lay battered outside the door. He increasingly relished the power coursing through him, feeling fortunate for his choices and even more so for encountering that mask-wearing demon who had granted him such strength. Pathetic. Keep going. It just so happens that I have nothing better to do. Let's play some more, Zhang Yu taunted, raising his right hand and beckoning provocatively with his fingers. You did, I swear. Dali's chubby cheeks were nearly squished together from the pain as he staggered to his feet, his wounds gradually healing. The next moment, what transpired left Zhang Yu utterly astonished. You dare to run? I will return, Dali boldly declared, fleeing without a backward glance. Can one truly be a coward? Shouldn't the fight continue until death? Zhang Yu stood there, dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Zhang Tai and the dozen or so survivors were plunged into despair. Upon witnessing a Li and 60 law enforcers approaching with great bravado, hope had surged within them. However, now, with 60 law enforcers suffering heavy casualties and Dali, their leader, fleeing in disgrace, the light of hope within them was utterly extinguished. All eyes were devoid of light, resembling soulless automatons, their gazes vacant. What are you standing around for? Have you brought the gold and money? Zhang Yu bellowed in fury, nearly striking out in frustration. Yet, fearing he might inadvertently kill Zhang Tai with a single blow, he could only scold, don't expect that group of useless fools to save you. The only thing that can rescue you is gold and currency. They are already on the way, Zhang Tai stammered, nearly soiling himself from fear. In the capital city of the Dragon Kingdom, Longqing, there lay a suburb replete with opulent mansions. Sprawling across dozens of acres, surrounded by 5-meter-high walls that resembled ancient fortifications. The mansions, crafted in a classical European style, resembled castles, with each dwelling guarded by patrolling soldiers clad in military uniforms, creating an atmosphere of stern vigilance. Within the largest mansion, in the Grand Hall, sat 2 individuals at a tea table made of pure ebony. They bore a striking resemblance to one another, and there were hints of similarity to Li Shanhe as well. One was an elderly man with a full head of white hair, his spirit still remarkably vibrant, likely in his 80s. The other, with graying temples and a furrowed brow, appeared as if he were a mold of Li Shanhe. This man was the patriarch of the Li family, Li Shanhe's elder brother, Li Shanhai. Have you made contact with Dr. K regarding Shanhe's abduction? Is it his people behind this? The elderly man inquired, sipping his tea slowly. Father, Dr. K has replied. It is not his doing. Even if we refuse to cooperate, there is no reason for them to antagonize us, Li Shanhai responded. If it is not Dr. K, then who else could possibly be creating these monsters? Chapter 25. The Demon Revelation. According to the recent reports from Xinwu City, these monsters refer to themselves as demons, all transformed from humans. Moreover, they are solitary and exhibit no weaknesses, yet they share a common thread of misfortune, each in some way connected to Shanhe. After pouring another cup of tea for his father, Li Shanhai continued. Han Yi is using Shanhe as bait. If this fails, We must ensure that the Han family pays a price. Raising his gaze to Li Shanhai, he added, furthermore, the Honglian team of the Dragon Guard was unable to handle even that group of monsters. Such incompetence is utterly unacceptable. Contact Dr. K and inform him that as long as Shanha is rescued and all those monsters are eliminated. Money is no object. We can also discuss the previous cooperation. Father, if we collaborate with Dr. K, and if the Dragon Lord discovers any clues, we might. Li Shanhai's eyes betrayed deep concern, tinged with fear. The Li family has entrusted you for so many years. Yet you remain excessively cautious, almost timid. We have neither expanded nor strengthened, but rather regressed, the elderly man said, a flicker of disappointment passing through his eyes. He then rose slowly, continuing, contact Dr. K and instruct him to deploy his mutants. Sparing no expense to rescue Shanha. We must see him alive or dead. Additionally, regarding Lei Hong, he must provide an explanation concerning Shanha's incident, as he is the lord of Xinwu City. With that, he walked slowly into an adjoining room. In Xinwu City, Wuhua District, at the distant fragrant courtyard, moonlight bathed the villas in a mystical glow. The luxurious exteriors took on an air of mystery, while dim lighting illuminated every corner of the hall, creating a somewhat raucous atmosphere. From within a cage constructed of steel and iron, a voice echoed with suppressed rage, "Damn mutt, you have tormented me for an entire day. When I get out, I will flay your skin and stew you." After speaking, he slumped to the ground, utterly drained. The large black dog in front of the cage held a massive syringe, a smug grin plastered across its face. "Brother Chongyan, who told you to have such spirit? I can't let you off easy. It would be an insult to your tough exterior." Glancing at the nearly empty syringe, it continued, "You think you can flay my skin? You must first manage to get out of there. With one jab, I can guarantee at least another day of peace for you." Chongyan's eyelids grew heavy as he attempted to retort. His mind and mouth betrayed him, and within seconds, he lost consciousness entirely. He had developed an increasing resistance to the anesthesia. From the shadows emerged Nie Wudao's figure. "Indeed, this guy can still hold on for quite a while, tough as nails. Brother, you have spent the day out and about, while I have been stuck here watching this unfortunate soul. What a bore." Xiaohei discarded the syringe and hurried over. "There's no choice. If you don't watch, we can't allow Jianin to see it." Nie Wudao plopped down on the sofa, reclining comfortably. "Be brother. I can do what Jianin can. Let him keep an eye on that unfortunate soul. I'm dying of boredom," Xiaohei pleaded, hope lighting up his face. "Jianin can handle things silently, avoiding trouble, and you nearly cause a catastrophe every time." Nie Wudao shifted aside. Exasperation etched across his features. He vaguely recalled the last time Jianin was too busy and had asked Xiaohei to retrieve some materials. The result was nearly demolishing a museum. Since then, Xiaohei had been relegated to guarding the premises or accompanying him on outings. "No, brother, listen to my defense. No, hear my explanation. That last time was an accident. Who could have known they would?" Xiaohei babbled, his mouth moving faster than his thoughts, his urgency causing him to stumble over his words. Nie Wudao was uninterested in arguing, glancing towards the dark corner with a smile. "Did you obtain it from the lab?" "Master, I have fulfilled the task." Jianin emerged from the shadows, carrying a container of nutrient solution. The container was filled with blue liquid, housing a sea snake that appeared to be in a state of hibernation, utterly motionless. The Belcher sea snake combined with the queen bee. This combination should prove quite intriguing, Nie Wudao remarked, standing up to observe the still creature with keen interest. He turned to Jianin and inquired, "Is Yin Kai still counting money at the Taxing Group?" "Yes, master. That fellow has stirred quite a commotion," Jianin replied. "He may cause even more trouble than the spikes. However, the more trouble he causes, the quicker his strength will grow. Keep an eye on him. After all, he has a protection period as a novice." Nie Wudao took a sip from the cup in front of him, speaking slowly. "Furthermore, you are tasked with obtaining the corpse of the Lone Eagle. Ensure it is secured." "Understood, master." Jianin placed the nutrient solution down and vanished once more. "Share something interesting with the Dragon Guard and the Law Enforcement Department," Nie Wudao said, pulling out his phone and opening a web page. On the web page, a colossal demonic head loomed, menacing and grotesque, with 5 blood-red words boldly displayed. "Demon Revelation, Ian Wuhua District, at the Law Enforcement Department S Subdivision." In the office of the squad leader, Lei Hong, clad in a black trench coat, gazed out the window, his expression pensive, lost in thought. Meanwhile, at the massive desk, Han Yi, the subdivision leader, along with Honglian, Dali, Mo Yi, and Bai Yu, stared in shock at a tablet computer displaying a webpage with 5 blood-red words: Demon Revelation, Sequence 1, Demon Sequence 2, Demon Sequence 3, Demon Sequence 4, Spike Demon Sequence 5, Eye of Heaven Demon Sequence 6, Steel Bullet Demon Sequence 7, Rock Armor Demon Sequence 8, Spider Demon Sequence 9. To be updated. Please stay tuned. Have we traced the IP address? Hani asked, his face contorted with anger as he addressed the subdivision leader. The webpage before them was a blatant provocation, a brazen challenge to the authority of their law enforcement department, more audacious than the mutants themselves. The source is in the beautiful country, the subdivision leader replied, his brow furrowed. Upon hearing this, Han Yi fell silent. How could they possibly reveal their location so easily? The Spike Demon was the one who had fought with Captain Honglian. The Eye of Heaven Demon was the weaker one, while the Steel Bullet Demon was likely the one who bombarded the gates of Shinwu Hospital. As for the remaining Rock Armor Demon, that must refer to the Taixing Group's involvement. But what of the Spider Demon? Adjusted his sunglasses, analyzing the situation with great conviction, his mind filled with questions about the Spider Demon. Chapter 26, Dragon Guard by Zifeng and Lord Lei of the City. Currently, the 3 demons, Spike, Eye of Heaven, and Steel Bullet, were nowhere to be found. We should head to the Taixing Group. Only then can we ascertain their intentions and the whereabouts of the other 3 demons. The inner fury of Honglian was barely contained, her face a mask of rage as she recalled the death of the Lone Eagle, Captain Honglian. I have already consulted with the higher-ups. You and your team must return to Longqing. There are urgent matters awaiting you, Lei Hong stated calmly as he turned to face her. No, Lord Lei. This is my mission. I will not leave until I have avenged the Lone Eagle by eliminating that group of demons. Honglian replied defiantly, shaking her head. This is an order from above, personally conveyed by your brother. Moreover, the 8th Squad is already en route to the Taixing Group and should be arriving shortly, Lei Hong continued. Unfazed by Honglian's reaction, upon hearing about the 8th Squad, Honglian's expression shifted slightly, her surprise evident. The 8th Squad consisted entirely of B-class superhumans, known for their formidable strength, and she had not anticipated their deployment from the Dragon Guard. Just then, a text message chimed on her phone. Upon opening it, she found an encrypted message. The sword is broken. Return to Longqing at once. No delays. Dali, let's go back, she said, pocketing her phone, her angry eyes betraying a hint of reluctance, yet predominantly filled with helplessness. After exchanging farewells with Lei Hong, she departed. Lord Lei, the chief of the Tian Shield has issued a command. We should withdraw as well, said, signaling to Bai Yu as he bade farewell to Lei Hong. Thank you for your hard work, Lei Hong acknowledged with a nod. As the 2 left, Lei Hong turned to Han Yi and the division leader, speaking in a grave tone. These demons each possess B-class strength, if not higher, particularly the Steel Bullet Demon, whose range of destruction surpasses that of any typical A-class superhuman. Placing his right hand on the conference table, he continued, I have requested new weaponry from above, which will be distributed to each district. The 8th Squad will pursue these demons, and law enforcers in each district must stay vigilant within their jurisdictions. Should anything unusual arise, contact me directly, bypassing standard procedures. Understood, Lord, the 2 responded promptly. Outside the law enforcement division, Bai Yu jogged up to, his face a mask of confusion. We're leaving. What about Chongyin? That lad is likely in grave danger. If he were a mutant, we might have been able to negotiate and perhaps redeem him at a cost. However, he has most likely been captured by the demons, and we have no leads or intel on them. Moreover, those demons are exceedingly powerful, especially the Steel Bullet Demon, whose firepower exceeds even my laser. I nearly met my end here, recounted, his heart still racing from the close call. What did the chief say? Bai Yu inquired, having developed a bond with Chongyin over the years, his concern palpable. This all stems from Li Shanhe. We are merely mercenaries, according to the chief, as long as money can resolve the issue. It is not a problem, replied, adjusting his sunglasses as he continued. Hearing this, Bai Yu could only sigh in resignation. Taixing Group. Though slightly delayed, the delivery had finally arrived, much to Zhang Yu's satisfaction as he surveyed the 5 large wooden crates before him. 2 crates of gold bars and 3 crates of cash, estimated to be worth several hundred million. The money and gold have been delivered. Can we be spared now? Zhang Tai, sitting on the ground, watched helplessly as his possessions were stripped away. His eyes devoid of hope, yet his words were laced with desperation. Those small fry do not concern me, Zhang Yu retorted, his crimson eyes scanning the remaining staff with indifference. A sinister glimmer flickered in his gaze, sending chills down Zhang Tai's spine as he continued, but you, who have committed countless wrongs, merely dismissing a young man is one thing, but to blacklist him is unforgivable. If you remain alive, it would be a travesty of justice. With that, he shook his head and advanced with a swift stride. You are not keeping your word. Are you? Zhang Tai's eyes widened in realization as he pointed at the rapidly approaching rock-armored demon. Zhang Yu, struggling to speak. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, Zhang Yu's massive hand struck down, killing Zhang Tai instantly, his body collapsing with a thud. The other survivors, having endured a day of captivity, were already emotionally and physically drained. Witnessing such a gruesome scene, many fainted on the spot. With these startup funds, it should suffice, Zhang Yu declared as he approached the 5 wooden crates, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. I asked the Sequence 7 rock-armored demon inside. From outside the main gate, a relaxed voice floated in, reminiscent of an old friend. Oh? Zhang Yu was taken aback, surprised that anyone would come at this hour. He turned to see 3 figures approaching. All 3 were clad in black uniforms, adorned with golden dragon emblems on their backs. The one in the center wielded a white fan, embellished with pristine feathers. The one on the left held a staff, a green headscarf tied atop his head. The one on the right was robust, brandishing a silver warhammer. I am the Dragon Guard by Zifeng. With a flick of his wrist, the white fan unfurled gracefully. Exuding an air of refinement, Lai Qingyi, the youth with the green headscarf, spoke calmly. Yin Xiaotian, the one with the silver warhammer, boomed, his voice resonating like thunder. You are with that fat fool, are you? Did he send you here after getting beaten up and fleeing? Zhang Yu sneered, glancing at the 5 wooden crates and then stepping forward, disdain evident in his demeanor. He spread his arms wide, nonchalantly declaring, Don't think that I fear even if 10 of you come. Bai Zifeng observed Zhang Yu's approach, and the 3 halted, standing 100 meters apart, their gazes locked. Bai Zifeng maintained a smile. Unperturbed. If you were a mutant, our encounter would not be so cordial. However, as a new breed of demon, you are of great research interest. Therefore, will you surrender? I fear we might inadvertently end your life, which would be quite unfortunate. Chapter 27. 1 against 3. Bai Zifeng spoke as if addressing a trivial matter, his demeanor composed and elegant. How about this? If you agree to serve under me, I promise you a life of luxury and indulgence. Once I ascend to the position of Dragon Lord, I will bestow titles of City Lord upon each of you. What do you say? Zhang Yu scoffed at this proposition, looking at the trio with disdain. Indeed, persuading one to surrender was far from an easy task. Bai Zifeng gently fanned himself, expressing a hint of exasperation. In the next moment, his eyes flashed with determination, and the fan in his hand emanated a sharp, blinding light as he declared, Receive my attack. As his words fell, he swept the fan forward in a graceful arc, sending a crescent-shaped wind blade darting toward Zhang Yu at the entrance. Zhang Yu snorted, raising his right hand to block, his arm encased in a golden glow as a small stone wall materialized before him in midair. The wind blade sliced through the stone wall effortlessly, reducing it to dust. The wind blade then struck Zhang Yu's arm, yet it felt as though it had collided with an impenetrable steel wall, dissipating with a thunderous sound. Could it be that Dali cannot compete? Such formidable defense, even my captain's wind blade cannot inflict harm, Li Qingyi remarked, astonished as he gripped his staff tightly. Physical attacks appear ineffective against him. Only techniques with extreme penetrating power might stand a chance. Bai Zifeng mused, his expression still calm. The demon proved to be intriguing, far superior to those mutants, justifying their journey. Yin Xiaotian brandished his warhammer, his eyes ablaze with the fire of battle. Although Zhang Yu had managed to block the wind blade with one hand, he was still pushed back half a step by its force. Clearly, the power of that wind blade far surpassed that of ordinary bullets. This fan-wielding adversary was indeed formidable. Zhang Yu secretly acknowledged this. Taking several steps outside, he bent his knees slightly, pressing his right palm against the ground as he bellowed. Now it's my turn. Let the dance begin. As his voice echoed, the ground beneath Bai Zifeng and his companions trembled violently, akin to an earthquake, sending shockwaves through their bodies. The trio struggled to maintain their balance as shadows enveloped them, prompting Bai Zifeng to shout, "Scatter!" It was too late. A colossal figure loomed above them. Its fist, encased in thick rock, descended like a hammer. "You talk too much. I'll be the first to strike." The massive rock fist came crashing down toward Bai Zifeng, decisive and overwhelming. "Captain, I'll handle this." Yin Xiaotian rushed forward with his silver warhammer eye in his haste. Yin Xiaotian was unable to unleash his full strength. The warhammer was effortlessly knocked from his grasp, and before he could recover, the rock fist struck him squarely in the chest. Wah! Yin Xiaotian felt as though he had been hit by a freight truck. A mouthful of blood spurted forth as he flew back over 10 meters, momentarily disoriented, as if he had glimpsed his long-deceased great-grandmother. Had he not awakened as a mutant, his enhanced physique would have surely sent him to join her after that blow. "Old Yin, are you all right?" Li Qingyi, wielding a Qimei staff, swiftly maneuvered to the side of Yin Xiaotian. Her eyes alert as she scrutinized Zhang Yu and inquired, "Damn it, I'm in excruciating pain, yet I'm still alive. However, if I endure another hit, the outcome may not be so favorable. Allow me a moment to recover." Yin Xiaotian, lying on the ground, coughed up a couple of mouthfuls of congealed blood, his complexion noticeably improving as he spoke slowly. "You seek death." Bai Zifeng's gaze was fixed on the distant Zhang Yu, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The feather fan in his hand unfurled like a peacock displaying its plumage, the surrounding feathers standing erect like sharp blades. He exuded none of the earlier elegance and affability, but rather resembled a figure radiating lethal hostility. Had it not been for Yin Xiaotian shielding him from the sudden punch, he would likely have sustained grievous injuries. It seemed he had underestimated his opponent. With a slight shift of his foot, he executed a rapid approach akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, arriving behind Zhang Yu in the blink of an eye, and ominously uttered, "Chaotic wind splitting formation." "What is this?" Zhang Yu sensed the overwhelming aura of death surrounding him, as though manifesting in the form of tangible blades. A yellow glow emanated from his body, thin layers of rock enveloping him. Simultaneously, a tempest roared around him, encasing him as if he were caught in the eye of a tornado. "Die!" The chilling voice of Bai Zifeng seemed to emanate from nowhere. Countless wind blades surged toward Zhang Yu, descending upon him with a relentless ferocity, leaving no room for evasion. "Damn it, this is just theatrics. Get away!" Zhang Yu, engulfed in the tempest, felt an intense agitation within him. Clenching his fists tightly, he was enveloped in a radiant yellow light. In the next moment, countless sharp stones coalesced, floating around him. Whoosh, 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 they shot out in all directions like a torrential downpour of bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. The collision between the sharp stones and wind blades resonated with intermittent, deafening sounds. As the tempest subsided, thick smoke billowed up from the clash between Zhang Yu and Bai Zifeng, dust swirling around, obscuring visibility. Amidst the smoke, a figure darted toward Li Qingyi and Yin Xiaotian, several feathers from his feather fan falling to the ground. His tone, devoid of the earlier calm, now conveyed a sense of urgency. "This guy is incredibly resilient. How is he not gravely injured? If it weren't for my armor, that last move would have left me bloodied." Zhang Yu's massive form staggered backward, the armor on his body showing signs of damage, though it began to regenerate. "I never anticipated that even the chaotic wind splitting formation would fail to breach his defenses. Captain, this fellow's physical defense is indeed formidable. We can only resort to that move," Li Qingyi remarked, visibly astonished, as she helped Yin Xiaotian to his feet. Bai Zifeng and the others exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement. "Leave him here," Li Qingyi commanded, striking the ground with her Qimei staff. With a resounding thud, it appeared as though several colossal serpents writhed beneath the surface, causing a slight tremor. Swish, swish. Multiple shadows erupted from the earth, coiling around Zhang Yu's legs like giant serpents. Yet that was not all. Further shadows ensnared his massive form. What is happening? I thought this was a melee fight. It turns out she is a mage. A control type at that. Zhang Yu, bewildered, gazed at the multitude of vines encircling him and finally comprehended his predicament. Chapter 28. Wronged and oppressed with a tremendous effort, Zhang Yu strained against the vines, which were surprisingly resilient, refusing to snap apart, binding him like elastic bands. Quickly, I can't hold on much longer. As Zhang Yu attempted to break free, Li Qingyi felt an overwhelming pressure, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. Whoosh! Bai Zifeng waved his feather fan, launching a wind blade toward Zhang Yu's eyes. Damn! How insidious! Zhang Yu's arms were bound, and with his eyes shut, he turned his head to withstand the blow. Bang! As expected. The wind blade struck the crown of Zhang Yu's head, dissipating into nothingness. A mere parlor trick. Do you think you can harm me? Just as Zhang Yu allowed a triumphant smile to cross his face and opened his eyes to look, Yin Xiaotian had already leaped in front of him, his face a mask of fury. Child's play. Your wind blades couldn't harm me. What can your pathetic hammer do? Zhang Yu regarded Yin Xiaotian, who gripped a war hammer, unfazed even though his arms were bound. Who said I was going to use the hammer? Yin Xiaotian, with a mischievous smile, opened his mouth wide in an O shape. Damn it, are you also not a melee fighter, but a mage instead? A sense of foreboding washed over Zhang Yu, a palpable sense of danger enveloping him. The air seemed to thicken, tension and anxiety permeating every corner. Yin Xiaotian's eyes, which had been squinted, suddenly widened, a resolute glint flashing within them. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving as if he intended to draw in the very essence of the world. In an instant, the surrounding air began to tremble. An invisible force rapidly coalescing into visible ripples, radiating outward from him. Roar! He unleashed a deafening roar that transcended mere sound, embodying a sonic attack imbued with unmatched power. The sound waves surged forth, and wherever they passed, flowers, grass, and trees toppled, dust swirling into a tempest of unprecedented ferocity. Zhang Yu was hurled backward by the terrifying sonic attack, spewing blue blood as he flew over 10 meters before crashing to the ground. I.am drained. Yin Xiaotian's all-out strike had nearly depleted his mental and physical strength, leaving him utterly powerless as he collapsed to the ground. Old Yin, several dozen meters away, Bai Zifeng and Li Qingyi, covering their ears, rushed toward Yin Xiaotian, hastily removing their earplugs as they ran. That was close. That blow nearly cost me my life. Zhang Yu's complexion was pale, blood oozing from his ears, staggering to his feet, struggling to maintain his balance. The external sound seemed faint, his mind clouded, vision hazy, and a profound dizziness engulfed him, leaving him feeling quite unwell. How is he still alive and able to rise? Li Qingyi, supporting Yin Xiaotian, was alarmed, her expression shifting drastically. This is absurd. Not only does he possess high physical defense, but he can also withstand my sonic blast. What manner of creature is this? Yin Xiaotian leaned against Li Qingyi's shoulder, his voice weak. Old Yan's sonic blast, at such close range, could incapacitate even an S-class defensive ability user. Yet this rock-armored demon can still stand? Bai Zifeng, puzzled, held his feather fan defensively, eyes fixed on Zhang Yu, whose presence stirred a storm of emotions within him. Seeing Zhang Yu shake his head, appearing somewhat off-kilter, he cautioned Li Qingyi and Yin Xiaotian behind him. Old Yin, keep your guard up. This creature is peculiar. Wait, he is fleeing? Li Qingyi pointed toward Zhang Yu's retreating figure, addressing Bai Zifeng. Bai Zifeng glanced at Zhang Yu disappearing into the building and then at the weakened Yin Xiaotian, his heart torn. Nevertheless, he resolved, take old Yin to the hospital. We must withdraw. No, Captain, that creature is injured. We should press our advantage. Yin Xiaotian, enduring his discomfort, forced the words out. Wuhua District, there is more at stake than just the rock-armored demon. If we fall for the enemy's ploy, it will be counterproductive. We must prioritize treatment, Bai Zifeng replied after a moment of contemplation. He then pulled out his phone, stating, send a medical team. The battle is over. Almost became deaf. Those dragon guards are a peculiar bunch. One misstep could lead to disaster. Zhang Yu entered the hall, shaking his head as he hoisted the 5 wooden boxes off the ground. Sprinting in the opposite direction of Bai Zifeng without a backward glance, crashing through a window. His massive form leaped several times before vanishing from sight. In the early morning, Wuhua District, Enforcer Division. Dim light illuminated the open space in front of the building. Where a biting wind howled, a middle-aged man with graying temples was forcibly escorted out by 3 enforcers, expelled from the Enforcer Division. I refuse to accept this. I demand to see your squad leader. Why am I not allowed to appeal? Those 3 rapists were apprehended and then released. If you continue to shield them, I will file a complaint with the Divine Marshal Headquarters, the graying man. Upon seeing the 5 characters of the Enforcer Division on the plaque, grimaced and shook his head in response. The 3 enforcers turned back, looking at the middle-aged man through the door, and spoke in unison. Qianzhang, our investigation has revealed that this matter was consensual on your daughter's part. Moreover, they have already compensated you with 200,000. What more do you want? Indeed, it's the middle of the night. If you're not tired, we certainly are. Why make a fuss? You're insane. Complaining to the headquarters? I warn you, if you continue causing trouble, I will arrest you for creating a disturbance. The 3 enforcers, now utterly exhausted, had lost all patience and threatened him outright as they left. One of them casually remarked, they are relatives of the squad leader. You think you can capture them? Are you out of your mind? You protect criminals, act with favoritism, and slander my daughter. I will complain to the headquarters. I will not give up, even if I have to go to Long City. Qianzhang's face turned ashen with anger, his chest heaving as he pointed shakily at the departing enforcers. In the next moment, his phone rang. Qianzhang suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, hastily grabbing his phone, and upon seeing it was a neighbor. He answered, Old Chun, your daughter has jumped off the building. You need to come back quickly. Chapter 29. Venom Demon what? Qianzhang felt darkness cloud his vision, as if the sky had fallen. The phone slipped from his grasp and crashed to the ground. Trembling all over, Qianzhang hurriedly picked up the phone that had fallen to the ground. After hailing a taxi, he rushed home. Before long, the taxi came to a stop in front of the entrance of a dilapidated community. At that moment, Qianzhang, with his hair now streaked with gray, appeared to have aged several years. He opened the car door and stumbled out, noticing a crowd gathered at a certain spot. Summoning all his strength, he ran over. The poor young girl had lost her life at such a tender age. What a pity. She had just completed her college entrance examination with the highest score in the district and was set to attend the prestigious Longqing Academy. Her future bright ahead of her. Who could have imagined that while working a summer job, such a heinous act would befall her? Honest and straightforward, Old Chun had endured so much hardship. His wife had passed away years ago, and he had relied solely on his daughter. Now, just as she was achieving academic success, fate dealt her a cruel blow. Those monstrous perpetrators had gang-raped a young girl, captured in the daylight only to be released at night. An affront to justice that warranted the severest punishment. Indeed, it was lamentable that the final say did not rest with them. Sighing, the crowd fell silent as they noticed Old Chun staggering toward them, their sympathetic gazes lingering on him. As Qianzhang navigated through the throng, he was met with the sight of blood pooling on the ground, yet his daughter's figure was nowhere to be seen. With a trembling voice, he inquired, where is my daughter? A neighbor quickly responded. She was taken away by the ambulance. Which hospital? Qianzhang felt a wave of dread wash over him. I don't know, but it shouldn't be Shenwu Hospital. It was bombed at my daughter. Return her to me. Qianzhang could bear it no longer, unleashing a roar that echoed with the pent-up anguish of years. He then dashed in a frenzied direction. The crowd exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Lele, my daughter. Qianzhang called out as he raced toward the nearest hospital, his voice filled with desperation. Upon reaching an empty street, the cold wind howled around him. A dark figure loomed in the middle of the road, clad in a white trench coat, the hem billowing in the breeze. What caught Qianzhang's attention was the terrifying, ghastly mask it donned. He halted, a flicker of clarity returning to his mind, and asked, Who are you? You are searching for your daughter, who has fallen to her death, aren't you? The figure, Nia Wudao, did not answer directly but posed a question in return. You know, I not only know but can also grant you the power of vengeance. You must be reading too many novels. Young man, I have no time to indulge in such trifles. Qianzhang scoffed, feeling that he was being toyed with, and continued running toward the hospital. Still in disbelief? With a light tap of his toe on the ground, a stone wall erupted from the earth, blocking Qianzhang's path. Why is this? Startled, Qianzhang recoiled, his eyes wide with shock as he turned to look at Nia Wudao. Remembering the videos he had seen on the Demonic Sounds platform, he recalled scenes of demonic battles, albeit blurred, yet the memories remained vivid. With a hint of suspicion, he asked, Are you a demon from the Demonic Sounds platform? Nia Wudao simply nodded in response. Calling upon heaven yields no answer, and calling upon earth brings no response. Relying on the law, yet the law does not afford me protection. Qianzheng looked up at the night sky. A hollow laugh escaping his lips then, glancing back at Nie Wudao, he self-deprecatingly remarked, "When watching those videos, I wished for the enforcers to eradicate you demons, to restore peace to Xinwu City. Who could have imagined that when injustice befell me, it would be a demon that sought me out?" With that, he knelt down, bowing his head in earnestness. "If you grant me vengeance, I am willing to pay any price." Very well, a black demonic orb appeared before Qianzheng's eyes. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. "Your daughter is not in the hospital. She is at the crematorium in less than half a second." Qianzheng's body erupted with pain, curling him into a tight ball as he writhed in agony. A torrent of heat surged within him, transforming him as his skin darkened to a deep blue, his head and body swelling. Power coursed through Qianzheng, destructively reshaping him, the intensity escalating with each moment. Soon, he stood 3 meters tall, his body gleaming with a smooth, deep blue sheen. A serpent-like tail extending 2 meters behind him, tipped with a massive stinger. Opening his enormous crimson eyes, he found that the man who had worn the demonic mask had vanished. "Is this the power of a demon?" Qianzheng marveled at his claws, feeling the boundless strength within him. Rising to his feet, he turned toward the direction of the crematorium, his eyes burning with fury. "Those beasts dare to incinerate my daughter to cover their sins. Such inhumanity shall not go unpunished." With that, he vanished from sight, racing at breakneck speed toward the crematorium in Wuhua District, at the crematorium's incinerator. A disgruntled worker grumbled, "Having to wake people up to work overtime at this hour, they treat us like cattle. Stop complaining. We haven't even processed the paperwork, and they want us to burn it right away." "They said it was urgent," another worker replied, tossing a body bag into the garbage bin. "Who are these people to be in such a rush? Can't this wait until morning? I heard it's a directive from the upper echelons of the enforcement department. We just have to follow orders, no questions asked." As the 2 workers glared at the incinerator, their faces etched with frustration and impatience. Suddenly, the stone wall erupted with a thunderous crash, debris flying in all directions. Ah! The 2 workers were struck by flying debris, collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from their heads. A massive irregular hole appeared in the wall, and a colossal figure emerged from the shadows. "Is this the place?" The deep blue figure, dragging a lengthy tail, demanded angrily, clutching a white-clad worker. "Yes, this is the place. They ordered us to bring that girl here. I'm innocent. Please spare me," the white-clad worker pleaded, gasping for breath. "Who will spare my daughter?" Qianzheng's face twisted in rage as he suddenly exerted force, throwing the body outside through the gaping hole. "A demon! It's a demon!" The 2 fallen workers, bloodied and terrified, stared wide-eyed at Qianzheng. Instinctively retreating, their feet desperately scraping against the floor. "What about the girl?" Qianzheng leaned against the hole in the wall, glancing at the burning incinerator. His pupils quivered, yet he still held onto a flicker of hope as he asked the 2 workers. She's already being burned," one of the workers blurted out in fear, but upon seeing the endless madness reflected in Qianzheng's crimson eyes, he realized he had said the wrong thing and turned even paler with terror. With a resounding crack, the wall crumbled under Qianzheng's grip. "You worthless scum must all die." In a flash, he appeared before the 2 workers, his massive tail swinging and striking them with a deafening impact. Boom! The 2 workers were sent crashing against the opposite wall, lifeless. "Lele!" Qianzheng shouted, blood tears streaming down his face. Gripping the handle of the incinerator, his movements faltered. He did not pull it back but instead slowly released it. "Lele, your father is a failure. I couldn't save you, but I will ensure that everyone pays for it." Though transformed into a demon, Qianzheng lacked the courage to pull open the incinerator drawer. He could not bear to look, could not face the charred remains of his daughter. "There is no reason for me to remain here any longer. Let it all be destroyed." With that, his long tail swept across, demolishing the load-bearing walls and columns supporting the building. Moments later, the entire structure housing the incinerator collapsed with a resounding crash. "What is happening?" "The building has collapsed. Quick, report to the enforcement department." Dozens of security personnel rushed to the scene, staring in shock at the ruins where the building once stood, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. "A demon! We must notify the enforcers. We have a demon here." The crowd, gripped by fear, turned and fled. For who would sacrifice their life for a mere 3,000 a month? Amidst the rubble stood a towering figure, deep blue skin and a long tail trailing behind. In a flash, the massive form disappeared from sight. Reappearing before the fleeing security personnel, the enormous tail swung out, not to strike, but to pierce their chests with the stinger, swiftly withdrawing and lunging toward another guard. Oh, what is happening? The first guard felt his body grow weak. Collapsing onto the ground, in the next moment, his lips turned purple, foam spilling from his mouth as he convulsed violently. Gradually, his yellow skin began to be replaced by deep blue. In mere moments, he was entirely transformed. His skin a deep blue, claws extending 5 centimeters from his fingers and toes, sharp teeth bared as he swayed unsteadily before launching an attack on the remaining guards. Wong, what happened to you? Don T, grab me, one guard cried out as he was ensnared by the transformed guard's claws. In the next moment, my entire body went limp, collapsing to the ground as if paralyzed. There were still 3 left. The scene that had just unfolded was witnessed by Chan Zheng, who cast a glance around and saw 3 normal security guards frantically fleeing for their lives. One of them darted forward, his tail striking out, delivering 3 swift stabs, and the 3 guards fell one after another. Moments later, they too transformed into beings with deep blue skin, unsteadily rising to their feet. All the security guards had been assimilated by Chan Zheng, becoming deep blue monsters, yet they did not attack one another. The venom granted them the ability to become like me, enhancing their physical attributes, with claws that possessed a paralyzing effect. However, even after attacking normal humans, they were unable to assimilate those they struck. Chan Zheng gazed at the throng of deep blue figures before him, feeling an inexplicable connection with each of them. He didn't even need to see them to know their number. 25 security guards had been assimilated, and he had established a mental link with all 25 of them. Without his command, they would act on instinct. Upon receiving orders, they would unconditionally execute them until the task was complete or they perished. These assimilated beings would henceforth be referred to as demon servants. With a mere thought, Chan Zheng issued a command to utterly destroy the crematorium. The 25 demon servants scattered, seeking out any surviving targets. Chan Zheng continued his rampage, targeting other buildings, intent on turning everyone in the crematorium into demon servants. Since it had come to this, he might as well go all out. Chan Zheng advanced towards the other buildings. At the distant Shangbiao courtyard, in Nie Wudao's villa, Sequence 9, Venom Demon Chan Zheng material, Cobra, Queen Bee, enhanced in all physical aspects, his deep blue skin exceptionally smooth, a massive tail adorned with bee stingers. A strike could leave a venom mark, turning the victim into his servant, whose physical attributes would also be augmented. Yet, the servants lacked the ability to assimilate others, gaining soft-bodied capabilities. After finishing his notes, Nie Wudao closed his notebook and put it away. I'm back. He smiled. My lord. The retrieval was successful. Jianin appeared before Nie Wudao, shouldering the corpse of the lone eagle. Did Hong Lian notice you? I suspect she won't realize until we reach Longqing. Well done. Though it may not be useful now, it's always good to be prepared. Nie Wudao nodded approvingly. Jianin vanished once more, taking the lone eagle's body with him. The last time I tried to refine 3 materials, it didn't work. It should be fine now. Nie Wudao thought as he retrieved the demon cauldron, observing the 3 materials lying quietly on the floor. A whole unconscious cheetah, a whole unconscious giant eagle, and part of a shark, incomplete. Grabbing the cheetah and giant eagle, he tossed them into the cauldron. And this, he said, throwing the shark remnants into the demon cauldron. This time, nothing was ejected, indicating that he could refine 3 materials in the future. In the next moment, the demon cauldron glowed with a strange red light, and shortly thereafter, a black demon pill slowly floated out. The mental energy expended on these 3 materials was nearly doubled, nearly exhausting him. Nie Wudao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, leaving him considerably fatigued. Chapter 31. Siege. Retrieving the demon pill and the demon cauldron, he returned to the sofa to sip tea, leaning back to rest in Wuhua District at the Black Cloaked Division's headquarters. Captain, should we head over? A member of the Black Cloaked Division cautiously inquired. Go? What nonsense. Even with heavy artillery, we probably wouldn't stand a chance against those demons. The division captain snapped, rising from his seat in anger. His eyes bloodshot, he continued. I specifically ordered that little girl to be sent to the crematorium to be burned. to avoid any unforeseen incidents that would require lengthy explanations. Just a moment later, those demons attacked the crematorium. What a coincidence, Captain. Your cousin's factory was also attacked. Many have turned into blue monsters, rampaging like zombies in a film, the black-cloaked member reported, his face filled with fear. Terrified of incurring the captain's wrath. Mentioning those 3 scoundrels makes my blood boil. Why are they still alive? With their money, they provoke trouble daily, gang-raping little girls, driving them to suicide, only to summon demons to the crematorium? What nonsense is this? The division captain's anger escalated, his brows knitting together. As he spoke, a hint of confusion crossed his face. Wait, how did these demons appear so fortuitously? It all began with that Wang Feng. Something doesn't add up, they are all victims. The more he analyzed, the more he felt he was overlooking some clue. Captain, a multitude of blue monsters have surrounded our law enforcement division. A black-cloaked member rushed in from outside. Panic etched on his face. What? Have those monsters gone mad? They dare to attack us, the black-cloaked division. The captain's disbelief was palpable as he immediately ordered, "Arm yourselves, distribute weapons, and let us go investigate. Additionally, request reinforcements." Understood. I'll handle it right away, the black-cloaked member replied, quickly departing. The division captain led the earlier members swiftly down the stairs. Moments later, they arrived at the building's entrance, utterly stunned by the scene outside. The entrance was filled with deep blue monsters, all swaying unsteadily, yet they did not assault the black-cloaked division's door. Meanwhile, over 200 black-cloaked members were inside, armed with handguns and other weapons. All on high alert. Since the blue monsters had not attacked and no orders had been given to fire, everyone remained motionless. The division captain hurried to the door, peering through to see the blue monsters. His pupils suddenly constricting. Among them were 3 faces he recognized all too well, standing right at the forefront. His eldest cousin, second cousin, and third cousin. Cousins, the division captain called out tentatively, hoping to gauge their current state. But the 3 had already transformed into demon servants, devoid of any self-awareness, merely swaying in place. Enough shouting. Those 3 criminals deserved death. This is their rightful punishment. However, I've changed my mind. Let them bite each other. A massive figure emerged from the throng of blue monsters, dragging a colossal tail as it taunted. You are Qianzhong, aren't you? The division captain, recalling his previous suspicions, immediately identified him. I never intended to hide. I am indeed Qianzhong, the father of the daughter you so cruelly victimized. Heaven does not forsake the righteous, and my allies are not celestial beings, but the very demons you despise. Ha ha ha. Qianzhong laughed maniacally, a haunting sound filled with rage and resentment. Qianzhong, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? I will ensure justice for your daughter, but your brazen assault on our black-cloaked division constitutes rebellion. A challenge to the entire Dragon Kingdom, do you understand? The division captain struck a righteous pose, threatening Qianzhong from inside. You seek justice for my daughter? If you could provide that, I wouldn't even be standing here today. Don't think I can't attack you? I could even march into Longqing if I wished. Qianzhong's eyes filled with disdain as he surveyed the 300 blue demons behind him, then turned back to the division captain, his madness intensifying. Thanks to your 3 cousins, I never imagined that a factory would contain 275 individuals, all of whom have now become my servants. Ha ha ha. After a moment of wild laughter, Qianzhong continued, do you know why I haven't attacked yet? Because I'm waiting for you. Now that you're here, I won't waste any more words. Let the battle commence. As soon as he finished speaking, Qianzhong waved his hand, and the 300 demon servants surged forward, attacking the law enforcement division. Open fire! Kill them! The division captain ordered, his heart pounding in terror at the sight of the advancing blue monsters. Captain, these are ordinary people. Are we really going to open fire? A black-cloaked member asked, his face pale with dread. Most of the black-cloaked members merely chambered their bullets, hesitant to pull the trigger. They have become monsters. If they don't die, we will, do you understand? Open fire! The division captain roared in anger, firing the first shot. Other black-cloaked members followed suit, their bullets raining down like a storm. Bang, bang, bang. As countless bullets struck the demon servants, they merely slowed their advance, showing no signs of being truly killed. How is this possible? Are they really zombies? Shot multiple times, and they still don't die. A black-cloaked member exclaimed, his gun smoking as he stepped back in fear upon witnessing the first demon servant breach the door. Everyone, fight while retreating. Aim for their heads, the division captain, remaining somewhat lucid amidst the chaos, recalled the many zombie films he had watched and commanded decisively. Upon hearing the order, the 200 black-cloaked members regained their composure, aiming for the heads of the swaying demon servants rushing towards them. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets flew thick and fast. When the bullets struck the heads of the demon servants, all the law enforcers were left dumbfounded. What in the world? Their heads are blown apart, and they can still walk? Chapter 32. Timely reinforcements. In a way, this is harder to kill than zombies. Step back, for they are approaching. The crowd of figures clad in black was utterly dumbfounded, as if their souls had been snatched away. The foremost line of demonic minions had lost half of their heads, with brains spilling forth as they sluggishly advanced towards the black-clad ones. No, wait, look, a few of the monsters have fallen. A keen-eyed black-clad figure noticed several minions lying on the ground. Never to rise again. The squad leader continued firing at the remaining demonic minions, and upon witnessing them fall to the ground, shouted, "Aim for the head first, then the upper body, and they shall never rise again." The others rejoiced at this, their fear gradually dissipating as they continued to retreat while firing. However, in such close proximity, some demonic minions had already reached the enforcers, their claws slashing towards the black-clad figures. One black-clad figure raised his weapon and fired a shot at the head of a demonic minion, blood splattering everywhere, but the next moment, he was impaled through the chest by the minion's claws, letting out a scream as he fell to the ground. These monsters possessed tremendous strength. One black-clad figure found himself entangled with a demonic minion, unable to fire his weapon. He nimbly dodged the minion's claws. He delivered a kick, bang. The demonic minion took the blow head-on, standing firm like a mountain, not budging an inch. It immediately swung a powerful hand towards the black-clad figure. The enforcer's leg felt numb from the kick, and with a cry, he raised his hands to block. Boom. The black-clad figure was sent flying by the minion's strike, crashing into the wall several meters away, blood spewing from his mouth, unconscious and on the brink of death. These creatures are not only strong but also extraordinarily resilient. What can we do? Many black-clad figures, after exchanging blows with the demonic minions, felt a surge of trepidation, contemplating retreat. Block their path, push them back. Those who flee will face punishment for cowardice. The squad leader had already retreated towards the building, witnessing the black-clad figures being pushed back, his heart racing, yet he maintained a facade of calmness. Sternly commanding, "If we retreat any further, the remaining men will only have the option of fleeing into the building and resorting to guerrilla tactics." The situation was dire. Nearly half of the 200 black-clad figures had suffered casualties, while the 300 demonic minions had only lost less than a third. The odds were overwhelmingly against them. Must we truly withdraw? Abandon the black-clad division? The squad leader, observing the worsening situation, questioned himself internally. Yet his submachine gun continued to blaze away at the demonic minions ahead. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed through the air as a blinding white light split the dark night like a serpent. A bolt of blue lightning descended from the heavens, striking directly into the throng of demonic minions. Bang. The 3 black-clad figures struck by the lightning exploded into a shower of flesh, scattering in pieces. Blue blood splattering across the ground. Outside the enforcer division, 2 figures approached slowly. One was clad in a black trench coat with a scar across his face. The other wore a dragon guard uniform. A green headscarf tied around his head, wielding a staff by was none other than Lei Hong, the lord of Shinwu City, and Li Qingyi, a horde of monsters, so utterly lawless. Lei Hong's expression darkened as he raised his hand for another strike of lightning. A bolt struck again from the sky, instantly cleaving 4 demonic minions into fragments. These demons are even more perilous than that group of mutated beings. If they dare to attack the division today, they will surely attack the headquarters tomorrow, and still refuse to surrender. Li Qingyi shouted angrily as his staff struck the ground. Clang! It was as if 10 snakes were rapidly writhing beneath the surface, appearing from above as if human veins were bulging. Inside the enforcer division, the demonic minions pressed on, attacking the black-clad figures with reckless abandon, seemingly impervious to pain or fatigue. Damn it, These monsters feel no pain and tire not. One black-clad figure found himself cornered against the wall, his eyes filled with despair. It seems today I truly must make the ultimate sacrifice. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the ground. The floor shattered instantaneously as a vine shot up from the earth, coiling around the demonic minion like a serpent, binding it tightly. Seizing the opportunity, the black-clad figure fired 2 shots at the ensnared minion, swiftly dispatching it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9 vines erupted from the ground in quick succession, ensnaring the demonic minions, granting the enforcers a chance to counterattack. Brothers, reinforcements have arrived. Let us slay these monsters, kill them. Evil shall not prevail over righteousness. We shall triumph over this horde of monsters, eliminate them. Avenge our fallen brothers. The suppressed black-clad figures shouted out in righteous fury, as if invigorated, sounding the horn of counterattack. Lord Lei and the dragon guards have finally arrived. The squad leader, witnessing their timely support, exhaled a sigh of relief, raising his right hand with fervor, declaring, "Evil shall ultimately be vanquished by justice. Brothers, let us annihilate them." With that, he felt a surge of strength, his spirit soaring. "Justice? You dare to speak of justice? Your kind, with your corrupt and lawless ways, are a calamity to the citizens of Wuhua District." A voice dripping with disdain and resentment echoed from the darkness. "Who?" The squad leader swept his submachine gun around, eyes filled with vigilance, a chilling sensation creeping down his spine, panic setting in. "Qian. Qianzheng, stop hiding and show yourself. I'm right behind you." A pool of blue liquid began to rise from the ground, reassembling into a demonic form, solidifying. "You?" The squad leader spun around, eyes widening in horror as he aimed to shoot. Qianzheng smirked disdainfully, extending his right hand, the claw on his index finger transforming into a stinger. Lunging towards the squad leader's neck, "Even if they arrive, it will not save you. Rather than kill you, I would prefer to turn you into a demonic minion, allowing you to serve a purpose." "You!" The squad leader attempted to speak, but a wave of weakness washed over him, his body racked with pain as it gradually turned a deep blue. Rustling sounds emanated from the ground, a vine burst forth. Lunging straight at Qianzheng, whoosh. Qianzheng swiped with his 5 claws, severing the vine into 6 pieces, which fell to the ground. Sequence 9, Venomous Demon? Lei Hong approached Qianzheng's location, lightning crackling in his hands as he struck outwards, obliterating the encroaching demonic minions. Chapter 33. Intense battle. What? Lord Lei has personally come to the rescue. Is there truly no one left in Xinwu City? Qianzheng looked up at Lei Hong from a distance. Speaking slowly, "I never expected the transformation from human to demon to be so profound. Qianzheng, how did you become this way, and who is behind you?" Lei Hong's gaze sharpened as he studied Qianzheng, pausing before continuing. "If you are willing to cooperate, I will let bygones be bygones, guaranteeing it in the name of the Lord of Xinwu City. When I was a good man, you all treated me like an ant, trampling upon my life and dignity at will. Now that I've become a villain, you wish for me to become a good man, and should I defy your wishes, you would punish me. You speak both good and ill. Let me tell you, this world does not revolve around your whims," Qianzheng proclaimed, laughing wildly, as his massive deep blue tail surged toward the nearest enforcer, the stinger at its end stabbing forward. "I have 100 ways to make you cooperate." Lei Hong's expression darkened, his hands clawed, lightning crackling ominously. "Is that so? Then let your squad leader experience your methods firsthand." Qianzheng observed the now fully assimilated squad leader, a smirk playing at his lips. The squad leader, now entirely covered in deep blue skin, bore claws sharper than ever. Ugh, ugh, stumbling, he ran towards Lei Hong, his crimson eyes filled with murderous intent. "You can turn people into something akin to zombies. Your threat level surpasses that of other demons." Lei Hong regarded the transformed squad leader with a calm demeanor, bellowing, "Thunder Serpent." Without hesitation, he thrust his palms forward, unleashing 2 bolts of lightning. The 2 bolts coalesced in midair, forming a lightning serpent thicker than an arm, slithering toward the squad leader with incredible speed. Ugh, ugh. The squad leader, now a demonic minion, charged at the raging lightning serpent head-on without losing momentum. Whoosh, thud. The lightning serpent struck the squad leader directly, piercing through his abdomen and launching toward Qianzheng. Crack. The squad leader exploded in a thunderous roar, reduced to mere fragments, not even leaving a whole corpse behind. Such ruthlessness towards his own subordinates. No wonder he is the lord of Shenwu City, decisive and formidable. Qianzhang sneered, remaining unperturbed as the lightning serpent bore down upon him. He retreated rapidly until he hit the wall, and the serpent was almost upon him. It is time to end this. Lei Hong coldly observed the cornered Qianzhang, his face brimming with confidence. No one can escape the wrath of the thunder serpent. Yet what transpired next left his face pale with disbelief. What is this ability? Liquid transformation? Qianzhang's massive deep blue form began to twist, morphing into a puddle of humanoid liquid, slipping through the cracks in the wall and vanishing in an instant. Boom. The lightning serpent struck the wall, causing it to explode violently, debris flying everywhere as the entire building trembled slightly. The once solid wall was transformed into a massive gaping hole, charred and irregular around the edges, in the depths of the chasm. A pool of deep blue liquid surged upwards, reforming into a towering 3-meter-high deep blue demon, trailing a lengthy tail behind it. Lord Lei, your thunderous might is indeed formidable. Yet what does it matter if you cannot strike me? Qianzhang taunted, his voice barely fading before he darted towards the outside. Though you may liquefy, surely you cannot maintain that form indefinitely, Lei Hong observed with a piercing gaze, revealing the flaw in his opponent's strategy through years of combat experience. With a flicker of lightning, he pursued relentlessly. The situation grew increasingly dire for Qianzhang. Under Li Qingyi's command, the call for a counteroffensive echoed. Originally numbering around 200, the demonic minions were now reduced to less than half, while the enforcers still boasted 70 or 80 members. Under the onslaught of Lei Hong's lightning strikes, Qianzhang's efficiency in assimilating the enforcers plummeted, as the pace of assimilation could not keep up with the slaughter of the demonic servants. Retreat! Li Qingyi exclaimed, crouching down as she pressed her hands firmly against the ground. Dozens of vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring towards Qianzhang and forming an immense vine cage, sealing him within tightly. In the next moment, a pool of liquid squirmed out from the confines of the cage, continuously shifting across the ground. You managed to escape this? Li Qingyi gasped in astonishment, her mental energy nearly depleted. Now, let us see how you fleed as Lei Hong aimed at the instant Qianzhang transformed into his demonic form. He raised his right hand. A bolt of lightning descended from the skies, striking directly towards Qianzhang. Qianzhang could not maintain his liquid state for long. The longer he lingered, the greater the drain on his mental energy. The moment he reverted to human form, he experienced a brief moment of hesitation, sensing the impending crisis from above, yet unable to evade it in time. Boom! The lightning struck squarely, sending his colossal figure hurtling backward. Crash! He slammed heavily against the wall, collapsing to the ground. His body was charred black, blue blood oozing from countless wounds. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to perceive even this. Qianzhang struggled to rise, his crimson eyes fixed on the slowly approaching Lei Hong. If I cannot even handle you, how can I call myself a city lord? Am I even worthy of being an A-class supernatural being? Lei Hong smirked arrogantly, raising his hands confidently. Though you may withstand one of my lightning strikes, the next two will surely reduce you to ashes. Run! A booming command echoed through the void. In the next instant, several stone walls erupted from the ground, effectively isolating Lei Hong and his companions. Do not escape! Lei Hong, witnessing the sudden emergence of a stone wall, was caught off guard as two bolts of lightning struck blindly against it. Boom! Both bolts landed precisely where Qianzhang had just stood. The towering walls crumbled to dust, leaving behind two smoking craters on the ground before Lei Hong. Why, Lord? Has the venom demon been annihilated? Li Qingyi stumbled forward, inquiring. He escaped. I felt no impact upon him. Lei Hong's expression darkened, veins bulging on his forehead, seething with rage. Having already let the steel bullet demon slip away, now allowing the venom demon to elude him right under his nose. How could he maintain his standing in the Dragon Kingdom henceforth? Chapter 34. The spider demon bind those surviving blue creatures and send them to the laboratory for research, to see if there is any way to revert them to their original forms. As for the deceased, send them for cremation to prevent any further complications. Lei Hong instructed the remaining black-clad individuals. As the night's veil gradually lifted from the horizon, a faint bluish-gray hue spread forth. A charred figure fled down an unnamed street with remarkable speed. Who goes there? A massive tail, black and blue, lashed out behind. Bang! The ground was cratered by the impact, stones shattering into fragments. What the hell? Venom, is this how you repay your savior? A colossal figure staggered back, visibly displeased. The Venom demon, Qianzheng, turned to face a similarly styled demon, albeit one clad in armor. Are you the rock-armored? That wall wasn't I doing. Who else could it be? The rock-armored demon, Zhang Yu, replied, utterly speechless. No, my apologies. I was too tense, Qianzheng admitted, a hint of shame creeping in, before asking, what brings you here? My base is nearby. I stepped out for a stroll and sensed the presence of my kind. So I came to lend a hand. Zhang Yu grinned, his wide mouth displaying a somewhat unsettling smile. Thank you. Should you ever need assistance, I will be there. Qianzheng expressed his gratitude, turning to depart. Wait, don't rush off. If you leave now, you want to know where to go. Why not consider my suggestion? Zhang Yu urged. What suggestion? Qianzheng asked, turning back. You're injured and running about, easy prey for them. If we collaborate, even in dire situations, we can ensure our own safety. After all, an ally is strength, Zhang Yu analyzed earnestly. Observing Qianzheng's hesitation, he continued, moreover, your abilities are unlike mine. I envy your power to assimilate others. If you merely bide your time and develop, the world eventually belong to us both. Bide my time and develop? Qianzheng looked at Zhang Yu with a puzzled expression. You clearly haven't played enough games. You can turn humans into your minions, right? But your close combat skills aren't particularly strong. This indicates you thrive in team battles. Just give yourself time to assimilate more beings. If you manage to assimilate supernatural beings, you'll become invincible, Zhang Yu explained patiently. Indeed, that's a splendid idea. You're quite clever, Qianzheng nodded in agreement. This place isn't safe. Come with me back to my base, and I'll share my plans with you. How does that sound? Sounds good. With that, the two immense demon figures vanished into the shadows of the unnamed street, in Shindi City, Shindi District. Under the blazing sun, it was midday. The Shindi Grand Hotel, the most opulent establishment in Shindi City, boasted a plethora of complete facilities with hundreds of luxurious rooms. Inside the presidential suite, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline lounged on the sofa with a beer belly, lecherously eyeing a popular star sprawled across the bed. You come to perform on my turf, and you want even deign to share a cup of tea with me? If sweet words want do, I shall resort to force, he declared. Grabbing a nearby glass, opening a pill box, and swiftly swallowing 2 blue pills with a gulp of water, his movements fluid and decisive. Rising slowly, he could feel the fiery energy surging within him as he gazed at the motionless figure on the bed. Saliva almost dripping from his lips. Even if you are a goddess of the otaku, today you will succumb to me. He rushed over, impatience etched across his face, just as a faint voice drifted from behind. Minister of the Judgment Department, Ho Qingchuan, keen on foreign languages, has ravaged numerous popular stars, even the Sailor Moon, leaving no one unscathed, you beast. Who? Ho Qingchuan felt a chill run down his spine, turning to face the source of the voice, only to be met with a shock that left him slumped on the bed, terror etched across his features. A dotted demon. Before him stood a towering blue creature, approximately 3 meters tall, adorned with 2 horns atop its head, deep blue limbs marked with 3 circular white stripes. Asked the Minister of the Judgment Department. No one can hold you accountable, for you determine what is right or wrong. The white-striped demon strode forward. Its crimson eyes fixated upon Ho Qingchuan. Did not come any closer. Ho Qingchuan trembled, pointing a shaking finger at the advancing demon as he threatened. If you approach, I'll scream. Swish. The spider demon casually swatted his head. Ho Qingchuan grimaced in agony, clutching his throat, unable to utter a single word. Go ahead, scream, scream louder. Since no one can judge this vile creature, today I shall enact judgment upon you and personally send you on your way. The white-striped demon extended its left hand and struck again. Hiss. With that blow, Ho Qingchuan's life extinguished, collapsing to the floor. A look of sheer terror plastered across his face. The white-striped demon leaped out of the window, its threads shooting forth once more, adhering to the tall wall, as the threads retracted. Its massive form drew closer to the wall, moving as if on solid ground, making its way towards the rooftop. On the rooftop stood 3 shadowy figures, clad in black uniforms, embroidered with golden dragon heads on their backs, watching as the white-striped demon landed gracefully. Sequence 8, Spider Demon, the Dark Enforcer of Shundi District. I have long admired your reputation, the leading young man with blue hair spoke. You are the Dragon Guards? The Spider Demon's crimson gaze swept across the trio. I am Yi Chun, captain of the 7th team of the Dragon Guards. Yi Chun replied with a slight smile, introducing himself. It's a scorching day, and you've waited so long. It can't possibly be to engage me in combat, can it? The Spider Demon looked up at the sky, staring directly at the sun, showing no sign of discomfort. You are unlike other demons. They indiscriminately slaughter the innocent, while you only rid the world of those who deserve it. Yi Chun maintained his calm demeanor. The 2 other Dragon Guard members remained silent, simply standing still. The Spider Demon remained silent, slowly lowering its head to regard Yi Chun. You've waited for me all this time, not to save that beast, nor to seek battle, but merely to praise me. Yi Chun smiled once more. That scum is no loss. We seek your cooperation. Chapter 35. The Triad of Evil, Collaboration. What collaboration? Join the Dragon Guard and become the first demon to enlist. The benefits are quite appealing, wouldn't you agree? Yi Chun's eyes gleamed with confidence as he extended an olive branch. Can demons truly become part of your Dragon Guard? The Spider Demon regarded Yi Chun with keen interest. Noticing that the Spider Demon did not outright refuse, Yi Chun felt a surge of joy. After all, even the mutants had been recruited by them. All were treated equally, so long as they protected their homeland and followed orders. They were considered good comrades. You wish to utilize me, don't you? The Spider Demon grinned, revealing sharp teeth, his expression grotesquely amused. Utilize? Where did that notion arise? We of the Dragon Guard never coerce any member. Outside of mission duties, you are entirely free, Yi Chun replied with a calm smile, sincerity evident in his words. Oh, I shall contemplate your proposal then, the Spider Demon said, tilting his large head and regarding Yi Chun with a casual demeanor. Very well, I look forward to your wise decision, Yi Chun responded with another genuine smile. May I take my leave now? The Spider Demon inquired. You are free to go at any time. Your liberty is not restricted. Yi Chun quickly affirmed, gesturing toward the exit, indicating that the demon could leave whenever he wished. As the 3 watched the Spider Demon scale the wall and depart, the Dragon Guard member on the left could not help but speak up. Captain, you have stooped to join the Dragon Guard. You should be in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Yi Chun, wearing a look of exasperation, replied, Isn't this all for the sake of completing the mission? The higher-ups believe this Spider Demon is our best chance at recruitment. Unless he embarks on a killing spree like other demons, we should not provoke him lightly. Do you think he will agree? Another Dragon Guard member queried, Brother, my powers aren't clairvoyant. How could I possibly know? Yi Chun wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the sky, lamenting, The sun is both blinding and scorching. Let's follow him. Captain, I heard that the Wuhua district has suffered tremendous losses. Even the A-class mutant, Lord Lei, merely managed to drive off the Venom Demon and has yet to capture him. Why are we not allowed to assist? Instead of being burdened with monitoring this Spider Demon? The earlier Dragon Guard member asked, perplexed. Brother, why do you have so many questions? If we are not to go, then let it be. The higher-ups have their own plans. Please spare me your inquiries. Let me have some peace, Yi Chun replied, arms outstretched as he grasped the backs of their shirts, a slight grin forming. We are taking off, gentlemen. With that, Yi Chun lifted the 2 Dragon Guard members and floated gently into the air. One member was about to ask, Captain, why? You are rather heavy. Please refrain from speaking. If I accidentally lose my grip and you fall from 100 meters, that won't be my concern. Yi Chun interrupted him with a smile. As night fell, vibrant neon lights flickered to life across the towering edifices of the Shinwu district. Inside a bar, inebriated youths danced recklessly in the pulsating atmosphere, their movements uninhibited beneath the crimson glow. In a secluded booth, a bloodied tattooed man lay sprawled on the cold floor, adorned with a tattoo of Ultraman Taro across his chest. All forces tremble at the mere mention of our Triad of Evil. Do you, a mere Ultraman gang, dare to defy us? A man clad in a black suit, sporting sunglasses and slicked-back hair, leisurely swirled his wine glass and took a sip. The tattooed man glared defiantly at the suited figure. Spitting blood, our Ultraman gang has no cowards. Even if your Triad is formidable, we shall never submit. Is that so? Well, you are quite impressive. the suited man replied with a slight smile, then instructed his subordinates. Take him away and let him witness our methods. A warrior deserves a unique demise. The tattooed man's legs were seized, his body dragged painfully across the floor, and in terror, he pleaded, No, please, I surrender. I am willing. Don't kill me. You seem to have misunderstood. I am not here to frighten you. I offered you a chance, but unfortunately, you proved to be inadequate, the suited man stated, finishing his wine and gesturing for his subordinates to leave. At this moment, only 3 figures remained in the booth. Aside from the suited man, there was a middle-aged man in a t-shirt with a buzz cut, clearly showing signs of gray hair. And another figure, heavily bundled up like a tank, also wearing oversized sunglasses. Jin Ci, we have nearly eradicated all the criminal factions in the Xinwu district. It is time for you to unveil your plans? The heavily bundled figure inquired, his voice gruff. Don't be hasty. Everyone has exited. Let us enjoy a glass of wine, the suited man, Wang Feng, replied, pouring a glass of red wine and pushing it toward the demon Tianyan. Smiling invitingly. The taste is quite exquisite. Do give it a try. He poured another glass for the buzz-cut middle-aged man. Here, Gangdan, you should sample it as well. Gangdan waved his hand dismissively. I cannot stomach this. I prefer something stronger. He seized a bottle of white liquor from the table, opened it, and gulped down nearly half in one go, sighing in satisfaction. Now this is invigorating. Unfazed, Gangdan turned to Wang Feng. Continuing, we have been here for several days, and we have subdued the various criminal factions. What are our next steps? Wang Feng, observing their inquiries, wore a mysterious smile. Naturally, we must engage in arms dealing, recruit personnel, and aim for something grand. The more individuals we have, the easier it will be to accomplish our tasks. Relying solely on the 3 of us is far too slow. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Wang Feng rose, continuing, while we have avenged ourselves, our true enemies are not just Li Shanhe, but also those who stand behind him, at present. We must organize our own faction to contend against them. After all, the strength of the Dragon Guard cannot be underestimated. Should we succeed, we shall emerge as heroes, wielding the power of discourse. If we fail, our fates are either death or continued flight. Chapter 36. The Mutant Wells listening intently. Gangdan nodded thoughtfully, hesitating before speaking. The Wuhua district is far from peaceful. The Venom and Rock Armor demons have formed a minor alliance, with Venom assimilating a group of subordinates, effectively stalling some of the enforcers and Dragon Guard. The Spider Demon in the Xinwu district is also on a rampage, beheading those high-profile figures. His identity remains a mystery, making things rather chaotic. This indeed presents us with an opportune moment for development, but the greatest variable remains the Dragon Guard. Their capabilities are unpredictable. The ability users are classified into 5 tiers, A, B, C, D, and F. We have only encountered the A-class user, the Lord of Xinwu City, who is remarkably powerful. There are several B-class members in the Dragon Guard as well, and if they dispatch more A-class users from Longcheng, our situation could become dire. Tianyan, the demon Su Qing, gently set down the now-empty wine bottle, analyzing the situation seriously. There will always be a way when one reaches a mountain. A boat will dock when approaching a bridge. Venom and Rock Armor will not remain complacent, and we are not the only ones stirring trouble. The mutants are also a factor. We shall await the right moment. One move can determine the outcome. Wang Feng took a full bottle of red wine and drank deeply, exuding bravado. Ahem, he burped, casting a meaningful glance at the 2. Moreover, we have that esteemed individual to consider. Speaking of mutants, a distinguished guest approaches, Su Qing remarked, her crimson gaze directed toward the booth's entrance. Wang Feng and Gangdan followed her gaze, watching as the door slowly swung open. A golden-haired man clad in a tailcoat entered, his square face, broad forehead, and prominent nose giving him an imposing presence. He smiled politely at the 3, introducing himself, I am Wells. I sincerely appreciate your allowing me to enter. A mutant, what brings you to us? Wang Feng set down his wine glass, scrutinizing Wells with a slight smile. Unless you present us with an intriguing reason, it may be challenging for you to leave this place alive. Su Qing and Gangdan remained silent, their eyes fixed on Wells, eager to discern the motives of this mutant. Referring to me as a mutant is not incorrect, but in your terms, we also bear another title, superhumans. Wells confidently proclaimed, his smile unwavering. Dr. K has long been aware of your formidable achievements. Even the Dragon Guard has found it challenging to contend with you, which is why I've been sent as a representative to discuss collaboration. Collaboration? What form of collaboration? Wang Feng inquired, raising an eyebrow as he regarded Wells. Our ideology as superhumans is to invite all of humanity to join in this glorious evolution, to be reborn, unbound by the constraints of lifespan, to become stronger and achieve immortality. Wells closed his eyes, spreading his arms wide, as if a devout believer proclaiming his faith, his passion evident as he spoke of their ideals. We do not have the luxury of time to indulge in your fanciful ideologies. Let's get to the point, Gang Dan interjected bluntly, his expression unyielding. Very well, Wells remained unperturbed, shrugging his shoulders in resignation as he continued. We have gathered intelligence from the Dragon Guard stating that you two transformed from humans into demons. And you are quite powerful, each possessing abilities around B-class. Wells cast a fleeting glance at the three of them and continued. Thus, we wish to collaborate with you. Whatever you require, be it manpower, weaponry, or finances, we shall provide unconditionally. It appeared that you had conducted considerable research on us prior to your arrival. Surviving until now amidst the collective efforts of nations to eradicate you demonstrates a certain level of capability. Wang Feng slowly rose to his feet and calmly replied to Wells, that is indeed the case. If we are to collaborate, we must comprehend the needs of our allies. If we cannot meet them, how can we expect a successful partnership? Wells responded with unwavering confidence. What is it that you require from us? Wang Feng inquired, his expression inscrutable. We need one of you to return with me to provide samples such as blood and hair for the doctor's research. Of course, should there be any breakthroughs, you shall also reap the benefits. This is a matter of equality. Wells believed he had offered a generous proposition, exuding an air of self-assurance. Are you treating us as guinea pigs? Just as Wang Feng's words fell, his figure vanished without a trace. A shadow flickered before Wells, a terrifying force descending from above. Crack, crack, crack. Thud. A massive blue hand crashed down from the sky, and Wells was instantly crushed to death. Wells met his demise. You send a robot to negotiate, yet expect sincerity? Do you think us fools, believing every word you utter? Wang Feng's right hand morphed into a demonic claw as he stood beside the now metallic wreckage of Wells. His voice icy. The machine lay in ruins, two mechanical parts exposed. A mechanical voice echoed once more, you shall pay for your actions today. The superhumans will dominate the globe. With a swift kick, Wang Feng obliterated the remaining pieces of the machine. Then turned to Su Qing and asked, Tianyin, can you detect their whereabouts? There are 10 individuals in that direction. One of them feels strikingly similar to this robot, Tianyin pointed out. These mutants will think twice before underestimating us without suffering a painful lesson. Guali declared as he stood, tossing the bottle of white liquor aside. A glint of resolve in his eyes. Seems the time for the hunt has arrived. Wang Feng glanced at the two. His gaze feral and predatory. In the Divine Martial District, at the cemetery. At 1 o'clock in the morning. A young man clad in white, appearing to be around 28 or 29, with a buzz cut. Seemed as though he had just been released from prison. In his hands, he held a floral wreath and 2 cans of beer as he approached a gravestone. Standing tall, his piercing gaze softened upon reading the name inscribed on the stone. He exuded righteousness, unafraid of the encroaching darkness and the eerie atmosphere surrounding him. Placing the floral wreath at the gravestone, he twisted open a can of beer, pouring it out before the monument. As if recalling memories of the past, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Uncle, I failed to provide for you in your old age and repay your kindness. I am filled with remorse, Ren Feng lamented. Those who harmed you, I shall avenge you this time. After speaking, he opened another can of beer and gulped it down to Wu Renfeng. We have been searching for you for quite some time. Who would have thought you would be here at this hour? A voice called from a distance. Chapter 37. Severely wounded, breaking through, Wu Renfeng discarded the beer and surveyed his surroundings. Both sides of the path were crowded with people, his gaze gradually turning icy. I can't believe you scoundrels still exist. It seems our earlier efforts to eliminate your leader were insufficient. Is that so? While you may have been a special forces soldier capable of taking on 10 men single-handedly, we now number in the hundreds. We could exhaust you to death. Today, we shall avenge our leader, for without that, how can we maintain our standing in the Divine Martial District? A bald man wielding a machete, accompanied by a throng of lackeys, blocked Wu Renfeng's path. Brother, Shouldn't we be calling ourselves the Three Evil Gang now? A terrified minion hastily interjected. Understood. They are not here, so what if I misspoke? The bald man responded, a hint of trepidation flickering in his eyes, but still discontented. The other route was also obstructed by a group of tattooed thugs wielding machetes, leaving Wu Renfeng no choice but to forge ahead. My uncle was killed by your leader. He deserved his fate, and you accomplices are equally deserving of death. Wu Renfeng's face betrayed no fear as he clenched his fists, scanning the crowd around him. You are the one who shall perish, the bald man bellowed, pointing his machete at Wu Renfeng. Kill him. As his words fell, hundreds surged toward Wu Renfeng, yet the narrow passage hindered their simultaneous advance. Observing their approach, Wu Renfeng opted against the main path, leaping beneath the gravestones. Due to the cemetery's tiered arrangement, he could only vault over one gravestone at a time. Don't let him escape. Block him, the bald man shouted. Realizing Wu Renfeng was attempting to flee, two henchmen armed with machetes awaited him below, poised like hunters. Stand aside, Wu Renfeng leaped down, only to face three glimmering blades aimed at him. He quickly sidestepped, delivering a kick to one henchman's wrist. The weapon clattered to the ground. You seek death. Wu Renfeng seized the fallen machete and retaliated with a swift strike. Three thugs failed to evade in time. One was struck in the neck and collapsed, while the other two received wounds and were sent flying by a subsequent kick. Kill him. Don't let him escape. If anyone fears for their life, I will certainly have their head. The bald man seethed, but he was too distant to intervene, relying solely on his remaining minions. Clear the way. Wu Renfeng wielded a machete in each hand, cutting a bloody path through the throng. Slay him. The pursuing thugs rallied, surrounding Wu Renfeng, seemingly emboldened by their numbers. Another flurry of blades ensued, but with his keen instincts and remarkable speed, Wu Renfeng fought his way through, though he bore 2 knife wounds and his back was drenched in blood. Damn it, get out of my way! The bald man, seeing Wu Renfeng on the verge of escape, furiously drew a handgun from his pocket. He aimed it at the retreating figure and emptied the magazine. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots rang out, and several of Wu Renfeng's attackers fell, lifeless. If one were to say his marksmanship was poor, he had hit his own men. If deemed skilled, his last bullet struck Wu Renfeng's right arm. Damn! The moment the bullet struck, pain coursed through his body, rendering his right arm weak. With his left hand, he swung the machete, aiming for the vital points of the remaining thugs. After dispatching several, Wu Renfeng finally broke through the encirclement, dashing toward the cemetery gate. How is it possible? He is wounded, and you can't catch him? What are you all doing? The bald man, witnessing Wu Renfeng's silhouette fading into the night, felt utterly defeated, his fury boiling over as he berated his men for letting him escape. What are you standing there for? Hurry, pursue him. If you can't catch him, bring me his head. This rabble is only growing in number. It is excruciating. Wu Renfeng plunged into a narrow alley, concealing himself beside a garbage bin. Setting down his machete, his white attire was now stained crimson with blood. Gripping his side in agony, he gritted his teeth. His back lacerated by several wounds, the pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Here, take this paper to wipe yourself. A stack of white tissues was presented to Wu Renfeng. Thank you, he instinctively replied. Reaching for the tissues, suddenly, his pupils constricted, his instincts igniting like a cornered beast, a chill running down his spine. Grabbing the machete beside him, he struck forward without hesitation. The entire reaction unfolded in less than a second. A lightning-fast reflex akin to the last desperate strike of a dying creature. The attacking blade was suddenly halted, caught between 2 fingers, immobile. Wu Renfeng's icy stare fixed upon the figure before him. Exerting all his strength, yet the blade would not budge an inch. Wearing a peculiar mask inscribed with the word demon, the figure radiated an ominous aura that compelled Wu Renfeng to abandon the machete and retreat hastily. However, he quickly realized he was backed against a wall, with no room to escape. With his wounds exacerbated by the sudden movement, blood flowed freely from his injuries. Intense pain radiated from his back and right arm to his mind, causing him to slump against the wall. Sitting on the ground, he gritted his teeth, striving to remain conscious. Indeed, quite the tenacity. Nya Wudao exerted pressure with his fingers, effortlessly snapping the machete in 2. regarding Wu Renfeng with an expression of admiration. He then approached slowly, gazing at the wary and defiant Wu Renfeng. I am here to assist you. Just consume this, and you will gain immense power. With that, Nia Wudao produced a demon pill seemingly out of thin air. Assist me? Gain immense power? As if such fortune would simply fall from the sky, Wu Renfeng sneered, casting a cold glance at the demon pill. Enduring the pain coursing through him, he continued, stop the charade. If you seek revenge, do it swiftly and grant me a merciful end. Are you unfamiliar with demons? Nia Wudao's voice, somewhat puzzled, emerged from beneath the mask. Demon? Could it be the one from The Sound of Magic? Wu Renfeng recalled the video he had seen on his phone during his 3 years of confinement. Today, I have just been released from prison. During my time there, I was exposed to a variety of knowledge. Thus, upon purchasing a mobile phone today, I promptly downloaded an app to keep myself informed about the latest news. Chapter 38. The Celestial Demon.it brings back memories of my days in the Special Forces, where I had also heard whispers about individuals with extraordinary abilities. Wu Renfeng cast a peculiar glance at Nia Wudao and inquired, what do you require of me? There is no need. Others are already attending to my affairs. Nia Wudao replied calmly, in the end, it's all the same. I will consume. Wu Renfeng took the demon pill from Nia Wudao's hand. His gaze fixated on him as he slowly declared, if I can truly attain such power, I shall promise you 10 tasks, without any regrets. With that, he swallowed the pill whole in less than half a second. His entire body erupted with the sound of cracking bones. His head and body swelled, and an excruciating pain engulfed him. In his haze, he heard the demon man utter, Sequence 10, Celestial Demon. Moments later, Wu Renfeng completed his transformation. Standing at an imposing height of 3.5 meters, his massive head bore 2 sharp horns, and his crimson eyes glimmered with ferocity, showcasing his sharp fangs. His deep blue skin was cloaked in a layer of blue scales, while a pair of blue wings, spanning approximately 3 meters, sprouted from his back. Squeezing into the narrow alley, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Wu Renfeng instinctively wished to retract his wings. With a mere thought, they visibly shrank until retracted into his body. Astonished that the pill had instantaneously healed him, Wu Renfeng gazed at his deep blue hands and feet, his crimson eyes filled with disbelief. With another thought, the massive blue wings extended once more, and his crimson eyes sparkled with excitement and exhilaration. Such formidable strength. With that, he leaped into the air, his enormous wings flapping rapidly as he soared in a particular direction. Meanwhile, Nia Wudao ambled through another alley, observing the colossal figure in the sky as he documented. Sequence 10. Celestial Demon Wu Renfeng. Material: Cheetah Giant Eagle Shark. Height: 3.5 meters. Enhanced physique, possessing wings for flight. Covered in blue scales, capable of thriving in the sea. Remarkably swift, gaining wind attribute abilities, with exceptionally comprehensive combat capabilities quite fitting for him. Nia Wudao smiled faintly as muscles rippled on his back, giving rise to a pair of golden wings. With the flutter of his wings, he gradually ascended, flying toward the villa in the Divine Martial District. At dawn, a 5-star hotel stood as a stronghold of the Sani gang, the usual meeting place for their leaders. On the topmost floor, a conference room spanning nearly 500 square meters was devoid of a traditional conference table, featuring only 3 enormous wooden chairs, intricately carved from solid wood, with lifelike reliefs showcasing opulence. The leftmost chair was particularly grand, nearly 5 times larger than the other 2, occupied by Su Qing, who was completely enveloped and still wore oversized sunglasses. In the center sat Wang Feng, flanked by Gueli. Before them stood 6 men of varying ages. The youngest was 24, while the eldest approached 60. Some appeared dazed, as if they had not slept well, while others sported flushed faces akin to a monkey's rear, barely able to stand, clearly having indulged in excess alcohol, yet afraid to act out. Nonetheless, they shared a common trait. They were all exceedingly obedient. Displaying an air of humility, one would have imagined that these 6 individuals were once the most formidable gang leaders in the Divine Martial District, now reduced to standing like meek lambs during a meeting. I hope calling you all for a meeting at this late hour isn't too burdensome. Wang Feng leaned back in his chair, tapping his right index finger against the wooden armrest while scanning the 6 before him. No, not at all. We were awake early and it's just the right time to rise. One of the older leaders eagerly replied, eager to please. Indeed, boss, since we pledged our allegiance to you, we shall comply with your commands. No matter the time or place, and we shall face any challenge without hesitation. The flushed middle-aged man, emboldened by the liquor, spoke earnestly, and the other four nodded in agreement, creating a facade of warmth and unity. At least on the surface. Although you have submitted to us, you have merely transitioned from gang leaders to hall masters. The personnel remains unchanged. While we have not overly constrained you, the clandestine tasks must still be executed. Anyone who dares to act contrary to my directives should be well aware of the consequences. Wang Feng's cold gaze swept over the group once more. The 6 hall masters felt as though they had been plunged into an icy abyss, shivering in fear as they comprehended the gravity of the situation. How goes the acquisition of weapons? Wang Feng nodded in satisfaction and continued, Boss, we are nearly prepared. Every member has been equipped, except for a few heavy arms and explosives. The eldest white-haired hall master reported cautiously, and what of the foreign school in Divine Martial City? How is the investigation progressing? Wang Feng turned his attention to the youngest man, inquiring, this young man, having inherited the family business, was the former leader of the Heeshang gang, now serving as the Heeshang Hall Master after aligning with the Sani gang. Boss, this matter is quite strange. On the surface, they have denied our entry for investigation. Undercover inquiries have sent several capable subordinates inside, yet they have all gone silent, the Heeshang Hall Master said, his tone growing more apprehensive as he glanced fearfully at Wang Feng's reaction. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng looked at Su Qing and Guili, noting their lack of response before proceeding. Next, there is a matter of utmost priority for you. Investigate all foreigners within the Divine Martial District. I require every detail, especially regarding those who exhibit extraordinary traits, those who stand out from the norm. The 6 hall masters listened in a haze, yet managed to nod in understanding, replying, understood, boss. Just as everyone assumed the meeting was concluding, the Heeshang Hall Master's phone emitted a series of notifications. Boss, my apologies. I forgot to silence my phone in the rush, the Heeshang Hall Master exclaimed, his face filled with panic as he fumbled to silence it, only to accidentally hit the answer button, causing further distress as it slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. I'm so sorry, boss. I didn't mean to, he stammered, hurriedly bending down to retrieve the phone. Chapter 39. Spike vs. Celestial. A chilling voice erupted from the phone. Big brother, there's a demon. The brothers at headquarters have all been slaughtered. You must flee. Don't return. The message was abruptly cut off by a horrific scream. Hearing those words, the Heeshang Hall Master went pale, paralyzed with dread, unsure whether to pick up the phone or leave it be, his mind swirling with confusion. When had he offended a demon? This thought lingered ominously in his mind. Just as he was about to retrieve the phone, Wang Feng had already taken it into his possession. Hello, can you hear me? A coarse voice resonated from the receiver. Unmistakably demonic. Wang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he responded, I can hear you. The Heeshang gang is finished tonight. You must be that little brat. Your father perished at my hands, and today you dare send someone to ambush me. I will annihilate your entire family to avenge my uncle. If you have the guts, come at me. I will be waiting. Of course, if you don't come, I will find you. I will slay you. For anyone involved in the underworld must perish. The voice on the other end spewed forth this tear, uncertain of the identity of the individual before him. Wang Feng gazed at the multitude of corpses scattered throughout the courtyard, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. Let us proceed, he suggested. Upon landing, Guali surveyed the scene of severed limbs and utter devastation and spoke directly. The grand double doors had mysteriously vanished, leaving only a dilapidated doorframe as a remnant. 3 figures slowly traversed inside. The expansive hall measured at least 1,000 square meters, soaring to a height of 10 meters, adorned with opulence. Regrettably, the walls were splattered with blood, staining the ornate murals crimson. Some wall panels and bricks lay shattered, while the furniture and ornamental sculptures in the hall were reduced to countless fragments, creating a scene of chaos. A colossal figure sat in the center of the hall, shoving generous portions of beef and lamb into his mouth, accompanied by hearty gulps of beer, his sharp teeth glistening with grease. His entire body was covered in fish scales, streaked with vivid blood. Yet this did not deter him from his meal. Who might you be? Wang Feng inquired first. If my memory serves me right, You must be the celestial demon, he continued. After finishing the last morsel of meat, Wu Renfeng stood slowly, brushed off the dust and blood from his body, and regarded Wang Feng with a steady gaze. I never expected to encounter a sequence 10, as Yu Qing, observing the celestial demon Wu Renfeng, felt a twinge of danger. You three share a similar essence, Wu Renfeng remarked with a slight smirk, eyeing the He Shang Tang's leader that Su Qing held by the scruff. Indeed, you resemble that old scoundrel. You managed to escape back then. Today, you shall not evade me again. I intend to ensure that old fool has no progeny. Please, boss, save me. The He Shang Tang leader, held immobile by Su Qing, could only struggle helplessly as he shouted. Silence, Wang Feng coldly admonished, casting a chilling glance at him, rendering the leader mute with fear. Turning his attention back to Wu Renfeng, he gestured towards the He Shang Tang leader with a faint smile. I can hand him over to you for your disposal, but what shall we do about the many subordinates you have slain? If you possess the capability, you may slay me as well. Wu Renfeng retorted, his crimson eyes brimming with provocation. Wang Feng, unperturbed by the challenge, shook his head. We owe our formidable powers to that esteemed individual. I believe he would not wish for us to turn on one another. Therefore, I propose that you join us in our grand endeavor. You think too highly of yourself, why greatest disdain is for the underworld, why transformation serves to eradicate all forms of it. Otherwise, it would all be for naught. Wu Renfeng resolutely declined, surveying the three before him with confidence. Of course, should you three manage to defeat me, I might reconsider. The underworld? It is unworthy of our allegiance. It merely serves as our tool. Wang Feng decisively seized the He Shang Tang leader and hurled him towards Wu Renfeng, continuing, It appears words have failed us. A fist is the most effective means of communication. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Feng underwent a transformation, towering to a height of 3 meters, his skin a deep blue, with 3 sharp spikes protruding from his fists. Hissed, Wu Renfeng leaped into the air, a claw slashing through the space, cleaving the He Shang Tang leader in two with a single strike. Spike demon, let me witness your sequence 4 prowess. Wu Renfeng's wings unfurled behind him, extending about a meter, resembling a slingshot as he propelled himself towards Wang Feng on the ground. The master has named you celestial. Surely, you possess some extraordinary qualities. Against you, one is sufficient. The demonized Wang Feng's crimson eyes ignited with battle fervor, his legs slightly bending. With a powerful charge, he launched himself towards Wu Renfeng. The ground beneath him fractured like a spider's web, caving in midair. Wu Renfeng clenched his right fist, scales covering his knuckles, and struck downwards with the force of a raging storm aimed at Wang Feng. Unfazed, Wang Feng countered with a punch of his own, his spikes gleaming with deadly sharpness. The raw essence of battle unfolded as their deep blue fists collided midair, unleashing a terrifying gust that swept outward. Rippling waves of energy expanding into the surroundings. The entire rooftop was torn apart by the ferocious wind, scattering debris and glass across the ground. The hall transformed into an open square, yet the previously chaotic scene now resembled a desolate ruin. Even Guoli had transformed into a demon, using his hands to shield himself from the barrage of rubble and bricks. With a thud, the ground sank beneath Wang Feng's weight, the spikes on his right hand breaking off halfway. In the air, Wu Renfeng flapped his wings, the scales on his right fist sustaining some damage. Caving inwards, 2 demons, one airborne and the other grounded, exchanged glances across the chasm. Again, they both bellowed simultaneously. Wu Renfeng's damaged scales regenerated instantly, while Wang Feng's spikes were formed anew. The 2 massive figures collided once more in the sky, pure power clashing together. Another deafening roar erupted, sending shockwaves that crumbled the surrounding walls. This disturbance caught the attention of various factions, who hurried toward the source on an unnamed street. A lithe silhouette danced gracefully atop the rooftops, clad in a sleek black leather outfit. Her long, black hair billowed in the wind as she turned her masked face toward the direction of the cacophony. Are they hosting a demon party over there? How unkind of them not to invite me, she mused. With a flick of her wrist, a white silk thread shot forth, adhering to a building 100 meters away. As she reeled it in, the leather-clad woman propelled herself toward the source of the thunderous noise. Just as she departed, 3 figures descended, Yi Chen and 2 members of the Dragon Guard. Captain, shall we join the fray? One of the team members urged. No need for your suggestion. We might just capture a demon and strike it rich. Another chimed in. Wei Qian shot them a glance, grasping their arms and taking off from the ground toward the sound of the explosion. You two need to lighten up. You're truly hindering my speed. Within a certain guest house, 10 blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners turned their gazes toward the source of the commotion, puzzled expressions adorning their faces. What a ruckus the ability users are making in the dead of night. Is there another superhuman presence in Shinwu City aside from us? Shall we join the revelry? One suggested. Forget it. The doctor's orders remain unfulfilled, another replied. What do you fear? I have a feeling that only by venturing there can we better accomplish our mission. Right, Wells? Let it go. Those demons are not to be trifled with. One slap would obliterate my robot. It's utterly brutal, Wells sighed, shaking his head in discontent as he sipped his coffee. If you won't go, I shall take a look. They won't catch me anyway. They won't catch you. Then they certainly won't catch me. Two figures slowly rose, disregarding the warnings as they advanced toward the source of the booming sound. I suggest you all confront me together. Otherwise, I shall defeat you one by one. At that moment, the courtyard had transformed into a desolate wasteland, where massive wings flapped majestically, casting a proud gaze upon Wang Feng and his companions. This fellow is formidable. He grows stronger with each exchange, his speed ever increasing. His rate of growth is astonishing. Wang Feng's crimson eyes fixated on the airborne Wu Renfeng, eye in the air. He too would engage. Gua Li's back muscles bulged, coalescing into a massive cannon. The dark maw aimed at Wu Renfeng above, and with a series of booming sounds, 3 cannonballs, each the size of a fist, were launched toward him from 3 different angles to intercept and prevent Wu Renfeng from fleeing. Wu Renfeng's crimson eyes narrowed as, at the moment the cannonballs were about to strike, he executed a powerful flap of his wings, propelling himself backward. 2 of the cannonballs collided, erupting in an explosion that also triggered the third. A blinding white light illuminated the night sky, resembling daylight. This one poses a significant threat, Wu Renfeng thought, his vigilance heightening as he observed the explosion's aftermath. Suddenly sensing a dangerous presence behind him, a massive cannonball plummeted toward him. Wu Renfeng beheld the projectile so close, his expression shifted in alarm, and he enveloped himself with his colossal wings. In the next instant, boom! The gigantic cannonball detonated. A searing wave of heat and overwhelming force sending Wu Renfeng flying. You boast too much. Do you think you can take on 3 by yourself? You are no Elbu. Wang Feng had already positioned himself at Wu Renfeng's landing point. A massive spike protruding from his fist as he leapt into the AI art. By heaven! Such power! Wu Renfeng felt a sharp pain in his wings, which had been significantly damaged by the explosion. He quickly turned to see Wang Feng charging towards him at an alarming speed, uttering something about Elbu. I am no Elbu. You think to ambush me? Not that easily. Wu Renfeng's right wing flapped fiercely, propelling him swiftly to the left, still trying to escape. As Wang Feng's punch was about to miss, he deftly adjusted his trajectory, lunging toward Wu Renfeng. Zing! Caught off guard, Wu Renfeng was pierced through his right wing. Damn, how could you land a hit? Wu Renfeng grimaced in pain, retaliating with a swift kick. Wang Feng found no escape in the air, raising his left arm to barely block the blow. Thud! Wu Renfeng's powerful kick struck him squarely, sending him plummeting downward. Come again! Wu Renfeng beheld 2 ominous black projectiles hurtling towards him, his heart weighed down by an unsettling dread. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he once more unfurled his tattered wings. Veering to the side with urgency, Chapter 41. A meeting again. This fellow is remarkably resilient. Were it not for his lack of proficiency in utilizing his own abilities, inflicting harm upon him would surely be a formidable task. Wang Feng executed a deft roll, landing with steady poise, his tone gravely serious. Spikes, he warned, for groups are approaching. We must retreat. Tianyan approached his side, his demeanor stern. Wang Feng nodded in acknowledgement, directing his gaze towards the steel projectile demon Guali who stood nearby. Let us withdraw, steel demon. This adversary can soar through the skies, and capturing him will not be a swift endeavor. Prolonging this standoff may lead to unforeseen consequences. Guali remained silent, his attention fixed on Wu Renfeng suspended in the air. You are indeed formidable, he conceded. I take back my previous remarks. 1 against 2 is indeed a challenge, but 1 against 1 is another matter. Wu Renfeng's eyes gleamed with combat fervor, visibly acknowledging the prowess of Wang Feng and Guali. Let us call it a draw for today. and we shall engage again another time. Why prior invitation still stands. You are welcome to join us at any moment. Wang Feng, too, recognized Wurenfeng's strength, responding slowly. Let us retreat. As his words faded, the trio made a swift exit from the battlefield. Wurenfeng gazed at the three figures vanishing before him, momentarily taken aback, his vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings, peering into the distance as he murmured. No wonder. It seems others have arrived, and in considerable numbers. Very well, I shall withdraw for now. Wurenfeng identified an unoccupied direction and, with a powerful beat of his expansive wings, took to the skies. By the time the four groups arrived in succession, they found only a desolate wasteland, with the instigator long since escaped, leaving them empty-handed and with no advantage gained. Noon, beneath the blazing sun, within the Divine Martial City's Divine Martial District, the headquarters of the enforcers convened. Ladies and gentlemen, the number of demons has been steadily increasing in recent days. While we have not encountered any major crises, if we do not address this matter promptly, we risk harboring ticking time bombs. The head of the conference table sat Lei Hong, massaging his temples, his brow furrowed deeply. His left sat Han Yi, the commander of the Enforcer Corps, while to his right were Bai Zifeng, the captain of the 8th Dragon Guard Squad, and Chun Ping from the 7th Squad. Noticing the silence from the other three, Lei Hong turned to Chun Ping and inquired, Didn't Captain Yi Chen say he would be joining us? Is there an unforeseen circumstance? Chun Ping replied politely, City Lord, there has indeed been an unexpected development. Neither of us possess flight capabilities. Only the captain can keep pace with that spider demon. Lei Hong nodded, refraining from further questioning, and turned to Bai Zifeng. Captain Bai, when can we expect resolution in the Wuhua district? The delay is becoming increasingly troubling. Bai Zifeng pondered for a moment before responding. The rock armor demon and the venom demon are working in tandem. At present, our squad can only suppress them, preventing them from assimilating ordinary citizens. However, eliminating them poses a significant challenge. Those two are exceedingly cunning, perpetually evading direct confrontation. Observing the deepening furrow in Lei Hong's brow, Bai Zifeng felt a pang of frustration, promising, in half a month, our 7th squad will eliminate the rock-armored and venom demons. I vow by the Dragon Guard's name. Captain Bai, hold on. I have faith in your capabilities, Lei Hong interjected swiftly, cutting off Bai Zifeng's oath. He continued, the individuals who have been assimilated by the venom demon have been sent to the laboratory, and results are forthcoming in the development of an antidote. When can we expect the antidote to be ready? Bai Zifeng inquired eagerly, recognizing that the venom demon's minions also posed a significant dilemma. If an antidote could be developed, it would severely diminish the venom demon's power and significantly bolster their chances of victory. Lei Hong doused his enthusiasm with a dose of cold reality. According to our projections, if an ordinary person is exposed to the venom demon's toxin, an antidote can neutralize it within an hour. However, the longer we delay, the less effective it becomes. Upon hearing this, Bai Zifeng's outlook shifted slightly towards optimism. Having an antidote was certainly better than not having one at all, and every life saved counted. We shall depend on you for matters in Wuhua. Lei Hong implored, then turned his gaze to Han Yi and Chen Ping, continuing, currently, the Divine Martial District faces significant challenges with the Spike Demon, the Tianyan Demon, the Steel Demon, the Spider Demon, and the Celestial Demon, 5 demons lurking here, each more perilous than the last. Additionally, there have been reports of several anomalies operating within the Divine Martial District, and our manpower is insufficient. Noting the gravity of Lei Hong's expression, Han Yi suggested, at present, there are no additional personnel from Dragon City available for support. Perhaps we could collaborate with the Tian Shield Guard. You know how that fellow operates. If we seek his assistance, it will likely require a negotiation of no less than 10 billion. Lei Hong remarked, a look of distaste crossing his features at the thought of Tian Shield's mercantile demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and added, very well. You may discuss this matter with Tian Shield. I will communicate with Dragon City as well. At the very least, we need to dispatch another squad of Dragon Guards or 2A-class psychics. Otherwise, we will not be able to handle those 5 demons. Understood, Han Yi affirmed. Let us conclude this meeting. Should you require anything further, consult with Commander Han. Lei Hong rose slowly, fatigue evident in his demeanor. In a certain villa, a young man with a resolute countenance and a buzz cut opened his bleary eyes. Stretching languidly as he sat up, reveling in the satisfaction of a restful slumber. He then stood before a large mirror, contemplating. I never imagined that my recovery abilities would be so formidable after becoming a demon. Reflecting on the scars he bore from his encounters with the Spike Demon and the Steel Demon, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Upon waking this morning, he found his injuries nearly healed. Warren Feng's spirit soared with the realization of his newfound strength. Perhaps this was the power he had yearned for. Once a Special Forces soldier, he had been unable to withstand the onslaught of blades, guns, and artillery as a mere mortal. Now transformed, his demonic physique could easily overpower any weaponry. Surveying the expansive room, he noted the layer of dust covering the floor, a clear indication that it had been a long while since anyone had resided there. This was precisely why Warren Feng had chosen this villa. He then approached a table, opening a large bag filled with an assortment of food, milk, bread, cooked beef, and more, all items he had casually taken from a supermarket. Unaware of whether he had paid for them, he twisted open a bottle of milk, unwrapped a package of cooked beef, and with one hand holding his meal and the other gripping his phone, he opened the app Magic Sound, scrolling through videos with great delight. His curiosity piqued by this novel experience, he paused on one video for a full 15 minutes, watching it nearly 10 times. The video showcased the exterior of a school, expansive in its grounds and opulent in its design. Chapter 42. Thea is peering out cautiously. She scanned the entire school grounds with the corner of her eye. Several buildings were scattered throughout the campus, their facades almost identical, devoid of any distinguishing features. What puzzled her was the utter absence of students. Not a single shadow flitted by. Clearly, something of monumental significance was concealed here. The Spider Demon's gaze fixated on a van parked by one of the buildings. With heightened awareness, she meticulously plotted a safe route, utilizing her white silk threads to navigate swiftly and stealthily into the edifice. Strangely, where was everyone? Once inside the lobby, the Spider Demon relied on her acute senses but detected no signs of life. Instead, she encountered a plethora of surveillance cameras and an assortment of decorative items. The dimly lit hall was remarkably clean, though the atmosphere felt oppressively heavy. No, there lingered a faint scent from that direction. Faced with the multitude of cameras, the Spider Demon felt a twinge of annoyance. Resorting to her tried-and-true method, she coiled the white silk into a ball and launched it at the cameras, covering them, though she knew it would only buy her a limited amount of time before detection. Never mind, she thought, as her petite figure darted past the remaining cameras, heading toward the source of the scent. After a winding journey, she finally arrived at a black door. The layout struck her as labyrinthine. Had she not transformed into a demon with extraordinary senses, she would have surely lost her way long ago. The cameras along the route had all been obscured by her white threads. Once again, the white silk shot forth, slipping into the keyhole of the black door. With a metallic creak, the door opened to reveal a staircase plunging into darkness, descending step by step into the depths below. The basement! The Spider Demon inhaled the rich, mingled scents wafting from below and vanished into the shadows, making her way downwards. Navigating through the oppressive gloom and numerous steps, a bright light suddenly blazed before her. As the Spider Demon emerged into the light, the sight that greeted her left her utterly astonished. It was nothing short of an underground gladiatorial arena, sprawling over the size of several football fields. Yet, it was partitioned by immense steel cages, each containing 2 young fighters clad in ninja uniforms, appearing to be barely past their coming of age. Under the harsh brilliance from above, the Spider Demon was taken aback to see these youths engaged in combat. Wielding various supernatural abilities, armed with katanas or shuriken, their hands frequently formed intricate seals, unleashing fire or water in dazzling displays. One might mistake it for a circus performance, a real-life rendition of a ninja from the land of water. The Spider Demon found herself momentarily entranced. Her lips curling slightly. In a corner of the arena stood an instructor, his face mostly obscured by a black mask, his sharp gaze suddenly darting toward the underground entrance. Noticing its emptiness, he appeared puzzled, contemplating for a moment before turning back to observe the battling youths within the cages. Scatter! The Spider Demon flicked her right arm in annoyance. If it weren't for me, you would have been discovered long ago. The blue-haired youth remained unfazed, offering a slight smile as he whispered, You've been with me this whole time. Are your dragon guards really so idle? The Spider Demon dismissed his comment, taking cover while peering outside. You overestimate things. I'm here on serious business. I've been curious about this island school for quite some time, but I've never had the chance to investigate. Yi Chen's smile faded as he too gazed outside, whispering, however, "It's just as I suspected. These islanders are indeed up to no good." "How much do you know about these ninjas?" the spider demon asked cautiously, carefully observing the underground arena, fearful of being detected. "Let me enlighten you. The situation in the islands differs significantly from our Dragon Kingdom. Those possessing special abilities are referred to as ninjas. Their combat techniques also vary. They employ hand seals to channel mental energy and unleash skills, minimizing energy consumption, though the process is somewhat cumbersome," Yi Chen explained quietly while keeping an eye on the unfolding events below. "Wait, can anyone become a ninja?" the spider demon inquired, confused by the sight of hundreds of ninjas below. "Not quite. Legitimate ninjas must awaken their innate powers. However, the ability to mass-produce ninjas is linked to their experiments." As Yi Chen mentioned experiments, his expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "Are you suggesting that the missing persons were captured to serve as test subjects?" The spider demon's eyes grew cold as she gazed upon the arena. "Indeed, the islands possess a technology that forcibly awakens the innate abilities of individuals under 18, which can be classified as supernatural powers. The downside is that such individuals rarely live beyond 30. This technology was developed centuries ago through experiments on our Dragon Kingdom's people, and later, they began mass-producing these artificially created ninjas, only to discover that these synthetic ninjas mysteriously died around the age of 30. Recalling the past, Yi Chen felt a surge of anger, wishing to storm the islands immediately. After calming himself, he speculated. So, to ensure a sufficient supply of ninjas, the islands turned their attention to foreigners, coercing them to awaken their abilities and become their combatants. Thus, those who went missing became experimental subjects while the ninjas below are largely our Dragon Kingdom citizens. The spider demon's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Yes, judging by their expressions, they've likely been brainwashed. Yi Chen's face grew serious as he observed the battle unfolding beneath them, pondering how this institution came to exist on the island. "Then I shall destroy this place." A fierce glint flashed in the spider demon's eyes. Just as she prepared to step forward, suddenly, the ceiling of the basement erupted with red lights and a deafening alarm. Level 1 alert. Intruders detected. The masked man in the corner of the arena looked up, squinting his eyes, and his figure vanished in an instant. 3 intruders in total. One has already been spotted and is being surrounded. All personnel engage in combat. Eliminate the intruders. The announcement reverberated through the underground. Echoing incessantly, hidden in the shadows, the spider demon and Yi Chen exchanged glances. "Do you have companions?" Yi Chen asked, puzzled. "Not companions," the spider demon replied, shaking her head as she looked in another direction. "It's likely another of my kind. Though I'm unsure how he found this place. 2 remaining intruders detected. A small drone hovered in the air, its faint red light aimed at the concealed spider demon and Yi Chen. "Damn it, I can sense people, but I forgot about these pesky machines." The spider demon glared at the drone, her white silk springing from her wrist, piercing through it. The drone plummeted, enveloped in smoke, but the commotion drew the attention of the ninjas below. "You demons possess such peculiar abilities, yet undeniably powerful," Yi Chen remarked enviously. "What's this? Planning to forsake righteousness for wickedness. No longer wanting to be a dragon guard, but a demon instead." The spider demon shot him a sidelong glance, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Let us not get into that," Yi Chen sighed, turning serious. "By the way, what's your name? I can't keep calling you spider demon. You're a dragon guard. Can't you find out my name?" The spider demon retorted as a group of young ninjas armed with katanas and shuriken began to surround them from the stairs. Yi Chen was left speechless, watching as an endless stream of ninjas approached. At that moment, both exits were blocked, leaving them no choice but to leap into the gladiatorial arena below, a daunting 9 meters down. Lin Shi, with the water radicals and the setting sun, the spider demon introduced herself. With a swift motion, she shot forth another white silk thread, ensnaring the foremost ninja. With a powerful flick, she hurled him backward, akin to a bowling ball striking down a wave of opponents. A figure vaulted in from the side, landing gracefully on the railing, locking eyes with Lin Shi. "You managed to infiltrate here. Luck is on your side," the masked man stated coldly as he drew a short knife from behind. "But encountering me means your luck has run out." Meanwhile, from Yi Chen's side, A shadow surged forward. He swiftly pushed off the railing, executing a backflip midair, narrowly evading the attack. Suspended in midair, Yichin spotted the assailant, a boy with a watermelon-shaped head. Looking quite ordinary, that foot struck the wall, leaving a dent. The watermelon-headed boy turned to Yichin, a scornful expression crossing his face. So you were just a mouse, a flying mouse, quick to scurry away. Not afraid. Come fly up here then, Yichin replied, raising an eyebrow, taunting him from above. Come down here, you filthy rat, the watermelon-headed boy retorted, raising his middle finger in defiance. Bring it on, you worthless piece of watermelon. Yichin spun in the air, continuing his taunts. Damn it. The watermelon-headed boy fumed at the insult, knowing that personal attacks hit hardest. He waved his hand angrily at the surrounding ninjas. Use ranged ninja techniques to bring him down. The ninjas complied, forming hand seals and opening their mouths. A giant fireball erupted from one, while another released a spiraling column of water, a barrage of attacks converging upon Yichin. Such a lack of martial ethics. Yichin remained unfazed, deftly dodging the onslaught with agile movements, rendering their attacks ineffective. The two sides were at an impasse, resorting to ranged techniques to bring him down. On the other side, the figure of the masked man appeared to have suffered a tremendous blow, propelling him backward, causing him to crash into the ninjas behind him. You have chosen the wrong opponent. Encountering me is your misfortune. The demonized Lin Shi stood nearly 3 meters tall, with a grotesque visage and 3 bands of white stripes adorning his robust limbs. So, he is a demon. It is no wonder his strength is so formidable. The masked man pressed one hand against the head of a nearby ninja, using it to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze akin to that of a wounded beast, feral and ruthless. Chapter 44. A-class ninja. With a short knife in hand, its blade gleaming ominously, the masked man's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he assumed a stance to draw his weapon. Declaring in a deep voice, even if you are a demon, you shall perish beneath my blade. Thunderclap Iato. With a crackle, electricity coursed along the blade, and the blinding light of the knife left trails of afterimages. Resembling phantoms, with a clang, the short knife suddenly halted midair, unable to advance even a fraction. What is this? The masked man's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon closer inspection, a fine thread was positioned directly across the knife's path. Such a slender thread, and yet the knife, charged with electricity, could not sever it despite the masked man's full exertion. Your name is quite resounding, yet your speed is lacking, your blade rather dull, and your intellect somewhat dim. Beyond shouting and blustering, you are of little use. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Lin Shi's mouth as he derided. The masked man was instantly impaled. Lifeless on the spot, his breath extinguished, a pitiful end indeed. Only his eyes, filled with disbelief and defiance, remained wide open. With a thud, a watermelon fell to the ground. The ninjas behind were thrown into disarray, unable to retreat or advance. After all, if even their powerful instructor was slain in a single strike, how could these novice ninjas possibly contend with such a monster? Speak. Where is your leader? Lin Shi flicked another white thread from his wrist, yanking the nearest ninja back, placing a foot upon him as he inquired. No. I don't know anything. The ninja gasped, fear etched across his face. With a spray of blood, the ninja was cleaved in two. There's another one. Lin Shi's crimson eyes locked onto the watermelon-headed man directing from afar, while the surrounding ninjas relentlessly assaulted Yichin, who hovered in midair. What? Kakadong has been killed. The watermelon-headed man glanced at the corpse of the masked man, whose eyes remained unclosed in death, instinctively looking towards the towering demon. Their gazes met. This is bad. If he cannot defeat him, then the watermelon-headed man sensed impending doom and prepared to flee, but unexpectedly, a white thread ensnared his ankle. Move again, and you shall find yourself forever immobilized. The massive figure advanced slowly, its gruff voice chilling to the bone. The ninjas attacking Yichin turned to assault the approaching Lin Shi. Just as they were about to unleash their fiery onslaught, a white thread snaked its way into their mouths, emerging from the top of their heads. 6 ninjas were impaled in succession, their faces contorted in terror as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Demon.its a demon? Run. Whoever shouted first was lost to the chaos as other ninjas echoed the cry. panic overrunning their reason as they scrambled downward, a mass of confusion. Speak, who is your leader? And where is he? Lin Shi applied pressure to the watermelon-headed man's right foot, his tone icy. Cracked, the sound of bones fracturing echoed. Ah! The watermelon-headed man contorted in agony, his fingernails digging into his flesh, releasing a heart-wrenching scream. Yet, he still gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, displaying remarkable fortitude as he declared, "Even if you kill me, I will not tell you." Oh? Lin Shi's white thread shot forth, piercing the watermelon-headed man's heart. The watermelon-headed man died, not understanding why this demon could kill so decisively, without even a condition laid forth. What now, Lin Shi? You've killed him. Who do we turn to now? Yi Chun's figure descended slowly onto the pathway, pointing at the corpse of the watermelon-headed man. Get lost. I don't need your guidance to accomplish my tasks. If you continue to prattle, I may just have to deal with you first. Lin Shi shot a cold glance at Yi Chun before turning his attention elsewhere, his eyes narrowing slightly as he murmured to himself. It seems the strong here have all been drawn away by that fellow. No wonder this side presents little challenge. Why? Yi Chun felt Lin Shi's icy gaze and couldn't help but wonder. Does becoming a demon change one's personality so drastically? Hearing Lin Shi's mutterings, Yi Chun couldn't resist asking, "What do you sense? They're coming." Lin Shi didn't finish his thought, but continued to fixate on that direction. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the wall exploded, sending countless fragments and iron debris cascading into the arena below. A massive figure was hurled out, blue blood gushing from its wounds. Its battered wings flapped weakly, its scales in disarray. Damn, how are these people so strong? In midair, the towering demon Wu Renfeng wiped the blood from his mouth, his scarlet eyes fixated on the gaping hole in the wall. A flying demon. It seems I am not the only one who can soar. Yi Chun gazed at Wu Renfeng, flapping his enormous wings, his tone tinged with excitement. This aura, it must be him, the demon from that night. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the sequence 10 flying demon. How unfortunate he looks. The spider demon Lin Shi observed Wu Renfeng's disheveled state, then turned to the vast wall breach. Truly a demon. He has managed to hold on for so long against the combined might of the three of us. A detached voice emanated from beyond the wall. Moments later, 3 figures appeared atop the 3.5-meter-high wall. Standing shoulder to shoulder, clad in black, with red clouds embroidered on their backs, they exuded an aura of danger, each distinct in hairstyle. To think they are the cadres of Tianlu. Yi Chun, well versed in such matters, instantly recognized the 3. Tianlu. Lin Shi turned to Yi Chun, puzzled. This fellow seems to lack combat prowess, yet his knowledge is exceptional. He can speak on any topic. The ninja organizations in the islands are divided into 2 factions, Tianlu and Dilyu. Their philosophies differ, yet both host formidable individuals. Those who are deemed cadres typically possess A-class abilities. It's no wonder the flying demon has been beaten so severely. Yi Chun patiently explained. He then pointed at the 3 Tianlu cadres, stating, the one in the middle with disheveled hair is called Qinsho Tianju, adept in wood-style ninjutsu. The bald one on the left is called Lidu, skilled in lightning-style ninjutsu. The one on the right wielding the Wolf Fang Club is Yasha, proficient in water-style ninjutsu. Chapter 45. 3vs. In just a few sentences, Yi Chun divulged all the intelligence on the 3 Tianlu cadres, nearly stripping them bare. His face was adorned with pride, almost eager for Lin Shi's praise. As though to say, aren't I well informed? You've finally proven somewhat useful, Lin Shi replied nonchalantly. Yi Chun, rendered speechless, stared in disbelief. There are still 2 foul rats here. Upon hearing Yi Chun's voice, Qinsho Tianju turned to look, his gaze shifting upon seeing Yi Chun's Dragon Guard uniform, his expression peculiar as he remarked, I never expected the Dragon Guard would ally with demons, even taking on the role of an information broker. You truly bring honor to your Dragon Guard. Unfazed, Yi Chun replied with a smile, your intel is hardly a secret. What is there to hide? His gaze swept the surroundings, a wicked smile spreading across his face. I am merely curious why a mere school warrants the presence of 3 A-class ninjas. What secrets do you harbor? Regardless of whether you are Dragon Guard or demon, you will meet your end here today. Qinsho Tianju declared with utter confidence, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Is that so? Confidence is commendable, but it seems you lack room to maneuver here. Should you leap down from this height, you'll likely end up as little more than a target, Yi Chen retorted, soaring into the air once more. Challenging Qinshu Tianju with a somewhat smug demeanor, at this moment, the three Tianlu figures stood approximately 9 meters above the arena below. With no foothold should they jump, they would become easy prey. Can you fly? Do you think this is the sky? Qinshu Tianju pressed his hands together, forming 10 different hand seals before shouting, giant tree descends. As his words fell, the ground of the arena cracked open, and trees sprouted rapidly as if on steroids, growing into towering giants, their trunks so thick they pressed against the surrounding railings. The entire hollow space became congested with colossal trees, providing ample footholds. The terrain had completely transformed, and the aerial advantage was utterly nullified. Wow, he can do that too. Yi Chen was left utterly dumbfounded. Finish them. I shall personally deal with this dragon guard. Qinshu Tianju leaped onto a tree trunk, charging toward Yi Chen. Then I shall take care of this white demon. Lidu set his sights on the spider demon Lin Shi, electricity coursing through his body as he crouched slightly, launching himself like a cannonball. It seems we must continue to engage. I hope you can endure a little longer. Yasha, wielding his Wolf Fang club, formed a seal with one hand, sending a torrent of water surging toward Wu Renfeng. I am 1 against 3, and being suppressed like this is quite embarrassing. If one-on-one combat cannot subdue you, I might as well take my own life. Wu Renfeng had already retracted his wings and crushed the tree trunk beneath his claws as he darted towards the shark demon. Ever since he transformed into a demon, from initially facing one opponent and then 2, to now battling 3, he had been continually thwarted, devoid of any beginner's protection period. The pent-up fury that had been simmering for so long erupted violently from Wu Renfeng's claws. He swung his claws directly at the oncoming shark demon, the howling wind akin to a furious beast roaring forth. Engaging head-on, I fear no one, the shark demon, towering like a giant gorilla, felt his battle spirit ignite upon seeing Wu Renfeng charge him directly. And he swung his spiked club with all his might. Water enveloped the club, swirling like a vortex as it struck towards Wu Renfeng. With a resounding boom, Wu Renfeng's claws sliced through the outer layer of water, directly colliding with the spiked club. Good heavens, what immense strength! The shark demon was sent flying backward, crashing through several tree trunks before finally coming to a halt. He spat out a mouthful of blood, tightly gripping the trembling club, his hands numbed by the terrifying force of Wu Renfeng, almost losing his grip on the weapon. Indeed, as Tianju had warned, one cannot confront him directly. The physical power of these demons is utterly terrifying. The shark demon, his complexion pale, recalled Tianju's warning after suffering a setback. Furthermore, the 3 of them had previously attacked Wu Renfeng while avoiding his sharpness, using ninjutsu to barely suppress him. With this thought, the shark demon formed several hand seals once more, ultimately unleashing a torrent of water that manifested countless water sharks in midair, intending to take the initiative and strike first. Do you truly believe this will impede me? Wu Renfeng's figure shot forth once again, his claws swiping through the air, releasing 2 gusts as sharp as blades towards the front. Whoosh! The numerous water sharks were instantly shattered by the 2 gusts, cascading down to the ground like a torrential downpour. Meanwhile, Wu Renfeng lightly tapped the tree trunk with his toes, and with a crack, roots thicker than telephone poles snapped under his weight, his form vanishing like a specter. His speed was astonishingly increasing, becoming ever more agile. The trees instead served as his allies. As the shark demon watched Wu Renfeng's figure disappear from sight, cold sweat broke out upon his brow. His vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, sensing the palpable intent to kill behind him, the shark demon swung the spiked club backward and shouted, "Great torrent smash, witness as I crush you." Water enveloped him instantaneously. The spiked club encased in spiraling currents, smashing backward. Boom! It shattered countless tree trunks, yet all he could see was the fleeting shadow left by Wu Renfeng, his heart sinking in shock. This demon's speed had increased so dramatically that he seemed like a different entity compared to half an hour ago. Below, the shark demon raised the spiked club to strike downwards. 2 late .3 beams of white light streaked upward from below, like shooting stars, flashing past in an instant. Wu Renfeng delivered a powerful kick, sending the shark demon tumbling backward like a kite with its string cut, obliterating every tree in his path. The spiked club flew off into the unknown, and the shark demon's body plummeted from the heights. suffering 3 gruesome wounds that stretched from his feet to his face, rendering him nearly in 4 pieces. Boom, his body crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater, dust swirling up. This officer of the Great Flow met his end far from home. Simultaneously, not far away, explosive sounds reverberated through the air. Yi Chun thrust his hand forward, sending an invisible shockwave towards Qinshu Tianju. Chapter 46, Black Flames. Quite troublesome. Qinshu Tianju's arm transformed into a wooden pillar that extended forward. With a resounding thud, he staggered back several steps, the wooden pillar being shattered halfway by the shockwave. Reverting back to an arm, his expression grim. Even when Qinshu Tianju unleashed all his might, Yi Chun managed to evade, while also needing to guard against his invisible shockwaves, which, although not deadly, were undeniably bothersome. How amusing! Who truly is the soft target here? Yi Chun darted swiftly among the tree trunks, mocking. Observing Qinshu Tianju's disgruntled demeanor, he continued to taunt. Do you think you're your grandfather? Relying on shouting for ninjutsu? To flaunt such half-baked would release ninjutsu is to embarrass your grandfather. Yi Chun, emboldened by his position, relentlessly trampled over Qinshu Tianju's dignity, almost as if he were about to stamp on his face. I will surely kill you. As Qinshu Tianju's wrath surged, he repeatedly formed seals. A tremendous sound erupted, drawing his attention. The once aggressive and relentless shark demon had plummeted to his demise. His body nearly cleaved in half. Initially, he had been fortified by Yi Chun's taunts, but upon witnessing this, he was left utterly dumbfounded. During their first encounter with the demon, the 3-on-1 scenario had given them a false sense of security, believing they could easily dispatch these fiends, only to find the shark demon was the first to fall. What further astonished him was that Yi Chun did not seize the opportunity to ambush. Instead, he pointed toward another direction, suggesting he take a look. Following Yi Chun's finger, Qinshu Tianju could no longer contain himself, a mouthful of old blood spewing forth, his eyes bulging in disbelief. That moment. The spider demon Lin Shi stood upon a tree trunk, 2 white threads binding Lei Du tightly, stating coldly, I'm sorry, my threads are non-conductive. Before Lei Du could respond, Lin Shi began tossing him around as if he were a yo-yo, disorienting him thoroughly. Electricity crackled around Lei Du, providing a defensive shield against the white threads. Otherwise, he would have been pierced through long ago. Get off me, Lei Du, never having endured such humiliation, bellowed, Thunderblade. His right palm surged with electric energy, crackling like a blade of lightning. Zzz, using his palm as a sword, he unleashed an electric slash. Struggling against the dizziness in his head, Lei Du grit his teeth, managing to sever the white threads binding him. Staggering, he landed on the trunk, only to be met by a renewed assault of white threads. Damn it! How bothersome! Lei Du cursed, using his right foot to spring away, darting toward Qinshu Tianju. Seems your island's ninja prowess is not as impressive as I thought. You run quite fast though, Lin Shi remarked disdainfully, choosing not to pursue. The situation had dramatically reversed, shifting from a 3-on-3 to a 3-on-1. With Qinshu Tianju unable to subdue Wu Renfeng even in a 3-on-1, their advantage had vanished, and they faced imminent annihilation. The other ninjas were merely at D rank, still in training, unable to contribute significantly, and many had perished in the chaos of their battle, half dead, half fled. You dare conduct such inhumane experiments in Dragon Country? Heaven will not claim you. I shall. Wu Renfeng leaped, blocking another route, his tone chilling. After a series of battles, Wu Renfeng's combat prowess had surged dramatically, his wounds healing automatically. Now, he could easily handle Qinshu Tianju and Lei Du. I am quite curious. Why are you able to conduct such experiments so brazenly here? Lin Shi refrained from attacking, eager to unravel the mystery in her heart. Casting a meaningful glance at Yi Chun. Upon hearing this question, Yi Chun's expression shifted from earlier levity to somber seriousness. Realizing the school's underground held such dark secrets, he felt tumultuous emotions brewing within, though he maintained a facade of calm in Lin Shi's presence. When Lin Shi's crimson gaze swept past him, Yi Chun understood her implication. As a dragon guard, did he truly have no knowledge of the underground affairs of the island schools? Yi Chun remained silent, his focus unwavering on Qinshu Tianju and Lei Du. At this moment, Wu Renfeng and Lin Shi, 2 demons, alongside the dragon guard Yi Chun, formed a triangular formation, encircling the two island ninjas. At this moment, the grave expression on Qinshu Tianju's face gradually dissipated, replaced by a cold smirk. Why are we able to operate here? Why ask me? You should question your own kin. After saying this, he cast a scornful glance at Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Indeed, the island school's affairs were anything but ordinary, potentially of great consequence, something he had been completely unaware of. Why? Yi Chen slowly inquired. Are other island schools in different cities conducting similar experiments? Who knows? Qinshu Tianju shrugged nonchalantly, but his right hand revealed a crystal. Grasping Lei Du with his left hand, he smirked mockingly. Even if you destroy this place, it will be in vain. Only the experimental materials and data will be regrettably lost. Stop him. He intends to flee, Yi Chen exclaimed in alarm, his expression turning grave upon seeing the white crystal in Qinshu Tianju's palm. Lin Shi and Wu Renfeng also sensed the peculiar energy emanating from the white crystal, instantly realizing it was Qinshu Tianju's means of escape. You think you can leave? Not a chance. Lin Shi's dark blue wrist flicked out a white thread, darting toward Qinshu Tianju's palm with lightning speed. Simultaneously, Wu Renfeng surged toward Qinshu Tianju at an incredible pace, like the wind. Too late, farewell. Qinshu Tianju, seeing Lin Shi and Wu Renfeng attack simultaneously, scoffed dismissively, even waving a farewell gesture. The white crystal shattered at his grasp, transforming into shimmering starlight that enveloped both Qinshu Tianju and Lei Du. Their figures began to blur in the eyes of the others, too late for anyone to react. Suddenly, 8 clusters of black flames appeared out of nowhere around Qinshu Tianju and Lei Du. Blazing fiercely in an instant, 8 clusters of black flames spread out like liquid, forming a cubic black dome that ensnared Qinshu Tianju and Lei Du within. Their bodies, which had become indistinct, regained substance as the black dome emerged. Lin Shi's white silk thread collided with the exterior of the black dome, igniting instantly as the black flames voraciously consumed the white thread. Advancing towards its source. Chapter 47. The Flame Blade Demon. What is this? Lin Shi sensed the perilous aura of the black flames through her white thread, her pupils constricting as she instinctively allowed the thread to fall away. Retreating hastily, the astonishment in Lin Shi's eyes lingered. She could envision that had she not relinquished the white thread, the black flames would have reduced it to ashes, and she too might have met an untimely end. This Wu Renfeng perceived the swift formation of the black dome and immediately sensed impending doom. Yet the speed was too rapid for him to evade. He could only halt in his tracks. However, he was still a fraction too late. Upon contact with the black dome, he was struck by an icy, bone-chilling agony. As if he had plummeted into an endless abyss, it was a sensation unlike the physical burn of flames. Akin to a whip lashing deep within his soul, the pain indescribable. He recoiled immediately, his left claw severing the skin seared by the black flames. Had it not been for the scales protecting him, he might have lost his right hand. The flesh of his shadow clad in black leaped gracefully from rooftop to rooftop, burdened by a large white sack, until it finally descended onto a particular rooftop. The figure turned its head, glancing back, and asked, "Have you followed me this entire way, seeking the meaning of life, or perhaps contemplating your own demise?" The 2 silhouettes behind did not attempt to conceal themselves. Rather, they boldly settled not far from the small black figure. One sported short hair and appeared rather clever, while the other, with a buzz cut, seemed somewhat dull-witted, both clad in ninja attire. They appeared to be around 19 years of age. Yet their faces bore the marks of hardship. "Brother Dog, we wish to join you." The short-haired youth spoke first, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Has your mind been emptied by that group of islanders? Have you lost your sanity?" The small black figure paused momentarily, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. "We are not islanders. We were merely brought here against our will." The short-haired youth wore a look of helplessness as he continued. "Moreover, we are unlikely to see our 30th year. Our lives span merely a decade or so. And then what?" He pressed on. "We witnessed you moving equipment from the laboratory with remarkable skill and saw you unleash black flames upon it. You are, after all, a demon." The short-haired youth spoke without reservation, his expression unguarded. "Do you not fear that I might incinerate you?" The small black figure inquired. "Kanglin and I have already made our decision," the youth boldly declared. "Either we become demons and defy fate, or you shall burn us to ashes." The short-haired youth and his buzz-cut companion exchanged a glance filled with determination, then smiled openly at the small black figure. "You are so certain about following me, believing you can become demons?" The small black figure regarded the two youths with a peculiar glint in his eyes, scrutinizing them from head to toe. "We possess mediocre talents, and those island instructors have entirely given up on us. Thus, aside from cleaning and performing logistical tasks, we have sought every opportunity to gather intelligence, hoping to escape." The short-haired youth's tone was tinged with a mix of resignation and hope. "During this time, we have come to understand the existence of demons and have collected substantial information. Hence, only by becoming demons can we alter this wretched fate," he asserted confidently. "You two are quite intriguing. It is rare for someone to approach me so openly," the small black figure remarked with a slight smile, a radiant expression lighting up his face. "Brother Dog, we are willing to pay any price." The short-haired youth and the buzz-cut youth nodded resolutely. "Very well. Wait here for a few minutes while I step away," the small black figure said, leaping away with the large white sack, his speed increasing tenfold. Observing this, the buzz-cut youth found himself momentarily bewildered. The short-haired youth stared as the small black figure vanished in the blink of an eye. "Oh, you think Brother Dog will return?" the buzz-cut youth asked. Gazing in the direction of the small black figure's disappearance, "If all goes as expected, he should," the short-haired youth replied. Moments later, a shadow darted through the air above. The two youths looked up to see four small black figures descending slowly. They reached out to catch them, each holding a black pill and a slip of paper. The paper held by the short-haired youth bore the inscription, "Qin Jiuxiao, Sequence 11, Explosive Fist Demon." The slip held by the buzz-cut youth read, "Yikanglin, Sequence 12, Cold Gun Demon." The two youths, Qin Jiuxiao and Yikanglin, exchanged smiles before swallowing the black pills along with the papers. In an instant, their ninja uniforms burst at the seams, torn asunder. Their skin turned a deep blue, one adorned with crimson patterns, the other with snow white. Chapter 49. The 3-0 youth. The aura of flames and frost soared to the heavens, as if a new path had unfolded before them. Yet, it remained uncertain whether they could truly change their miserable lives. In the Divine Martial City, within the Divine Martial District, at the Imperial View Pavilion in Nie Wudao's villa, the small black figure languidly reclined on the sofa. "Complaining, brother, you let Jianin leave, but one tea let me show off. It's not every day one encounters such exceptional talents." He rolled over, relishing the affectionate calls of Brother Dog, a title he had not heard in ages. "You've said that 100 times, Nie Wudao remarked, seated on the balcony, savoring his tea. He then filled a cup from the teapot, offering it to the small black figure. "Please, don't refer to me as brother. It feels rather uncomfortable." The small black figure sprang up and approached, still basking in the comfort of being called Brother Dog by his two young companions. My lord. Jian Yin's figure materialized on the balcony. "Today, you two should each consume a pill." Nie Wudao produced 2 demon pills in his right hand. The small black figure and Jian Yin, accustomed to this, took the pills and swallowed them whole. Moments passed. 1 minute, 5 minutes, half an hour. "Brother, still no change. This time, it's probably already reached the large intestine," the small black figure said, sipping his tea, devoid of sensation. Jian Yin remained silent, standing by that. "I can sense it. It seems I must adjust the formula once more, or perhaps wait until the 4 materials are refined," Nie Wudao mused, peering into the distance. "If I refine demon pills using 2 types of materials, I can create 2 a day. However, with 3 types, only 1 can be produced daily." He contemplated deeply before rising, resolving to enhance the versions of the single-digit demons. With that, he conjured 5 demon pills and handed them to Jian Yin. "I entrust this task to you. Consider it a benefit for them. In the future, to obtain updated versions, they must complete tasks to earn demon pills. Please inform them that specific tasks can be found on the demon official website." "Understood, my lord," Jian Yin replied, receiving the demon pills before vanishing once more. By the way, Xiaohei, have you organized those items?" Nie Wudao inquired casually while sipping his tea, noticing the small black figure's lack of response. He turned to see him engrossed in a tablet. Approaching, he found the small black figure swiping through videos with great enthusiasm. The screen was filled with young women dressed in scanty attire and colorful stockings. Twisting and turning enticingly. It was evident that the small black figure's account had been labeled by the Demon Sound platform for such content. The small black figure gently swiped the screen, avoiding using his sharp claws as a new video began to play. What is this? A man, and such an unattractive one. The small black figure scoffed, raising an eyebrow in disdain, ready to swipe away. Wait, Nya Wudao interjected, blocking his paw. Brother, when did your tastes change? No longer interested in 18-year-old maidens. The small black figure cast an odd glance at Nya Wudao. Take a closer look. It's somewhat intriguing on the screen. A hefty young man sat in a shabby motel room, which contained nothing but a bed, likely costing 50 a day for lodging. The young man appeared disheveled, his eyes void of light, addressing the camera with a breathless tone, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Greetings, Demon Lord. My name is Yiling Tian, and I am a 3-0 youth. No parents, no wife, no weaknesses. After a deep breath, he offered a bittersweet smile. Continuing, my education is limited, earning just over 3,000 a month. I have been on 99 blind dates, yet not once have I succeeded, for I possess nothing. Half a year ago, my only relative, my mother, fell gravely ill. We sold our ancestral home, and every last penny was spent on her treatment, allowing her to endure for merely 6 months. Yet, I have no regrets, for in the next life, I shall not encounter her again. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, and with an awkward smile, he added, I share this not to elicit sympathy, but because I no longer wish to be human. It is too exhausting, truly exhausting. Of course, I have contemplated leaping from a great height, but I fear pain. I am a coward. As he spoke, the smile on his face morphed into something peculiar. To ensure the demons would see this video, I borrowed 100,000 from various online loan platforms, channeling it all into promoting this video. If it is seen, then so be it. If not, it merely means my fate is sealed, and I am beyond salvation. With that, the hefty young man offered a forlorn smile, as if finding solace in his admission, before lying back on the bed. The video concluded, looping repeatedly thereafter. Wow, brother, this guy is truly a talent, a contemporary sleeping dragon. The small black figure exclaimed, eyes wide with admiration, nodding appreciatively before turning to Nya Wudao. If this fellow were to become a demon, it would be quite the spectacle. Observing the small black figure's eager expression, Nya Wudao remained silent, lost in thought. Go and organize the items taken from the laboratory. Do not spend all day watching swimwear. I shall step out for a while. With that, Nya Wudao vanished from sight. Wait, brother. You all go out to have fun, leaving me here to guard the house and sort through those. The small black figure grumbled, staring at the spot where Nya Wudao had just been. Atop a 100-meter ancient tower, shrouded in mist yet breathing clear air that sharpened the mind, a figure clad in dragon guard attire stood at the pinnacle, resembling a lightning rod as his blue hair danced in the wind. Yichen quietly surveyed the scenery of the Divine Martial District. High-rise buildings, farmland, pastures, mountains, and rivers all lay before him. He produced a specially designed phone and dialed a number. After several rings, a steady, serious voice answered. Tinged with irritation, I've called you several times without response. What exactly are you doing? Are you inquiring about the matters concerning the Island Nation S school? Yichen spoke calmly. I entrusted you with the task of keeping an eye on the spider demon and devising a way to incite rebellion against it. Yet here we are. Rather than accomplishing the mission, you've allowed the situation to devolve into chaos, dragging us into the mire alongside the demon, resulting in the Island Nation S school being reduced to ruins. This is a grievous diplomatic incident. Do you comprehend that? The voice on the other end of the line was clearly struggling to contain its fury, questioning sternly. You are aware of what I wish to ask. Why has such a situation arisen within our dragon nation? Yichen remained undaunted by the anger emanating from the other end, exhibiting an unusual sense of calm. You need only to fulfill the task I have assigned to you. Refrain from overstepping your bounds. Remember, you are a dragon guard. Your foremost duty is to accomplish the directives given to you. The voice on the line was grave, leaving no room for contradiction. If it were a different matter, that would be one thing, but we share a historical enmity with the Island Nation. Why have their ninjas appeared within our dragon nation? Why is there an experimental base devoted to their nefarious agendas? Using our own people as subjects? What is the reason behind this? Yichen's agitation grew with each word, culminating in a fervent outburst from several hundred meters in the AIRD. Yi Chun, watch your tone. This is a matter that transcends your understanding. Do not pry into issues better left untouched. Knowing too much could be detrimental to you. The reprimand from the other end softened slightly towards the end. I cannot fathom it, truly. When my elder brother infiltrated the island nation with 2 members, he uncovered the entire ninja program's experiments. In their efforts to relay this intelligence, their entire 3rd squad was annihilated. As he spoke, Yi Chen's voice quivered, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. What was their purpose in undertaking such perilous endeavors if not to thwart the island nation's inhumane experiments? And now, those very experiments have surfaced in our dragon nation. The moment I laid eyes upon them, I could hardly believe it. I was foolishly hopeful that you were unaware. Yet it is evident that the higher-ups are fully cognizant, leaving us in the dark. Can you truly justify this to the fallen Dragon Guard members? Can you face those warriors who sacrificed themselves for our nation? By the end, Yi Chen's voice escalated to a near shout, his emotions spilling forth in tears, his second bout of weeping, as the first had been reserved for his elder brother. At this moment, his resolve crumbled entirely, for he believed that no rationale could ever justify the introduction of such experiments. These were inhumane, abominable endeavors that would surely ignite the wrath of the Dragon Nation's populace if brought to light. Upon finishing his tirade, Yi Chun sank down atop the tower, unable to regain his composure. The voice on the other end, after a lengthy silence, did not respond with fury but rather with a heavy tone. Yi Chun, the upper echelon undoubtedly has their considerations. Your current state of mind is perilous. Do you realize this? I believe you are unfit to continue your assignment. Return to Dragon City immediately. This is an order. Before the voice could finish, Yi Chun hurled the special phone away. With a casual wave of his left hand, a shockwave shattered the device into fragments. To hell with it. He exhaled deeply, akin to a deflated balloon, his gaze vacant as he surveyed the entire Divine Martial District, where every city bore the mark of the island nation's school, inevitably concealing unspeakable secrets. If I do not destroy these, how can I honor my elder brother? Slowly rising, he spread his arms wide, embracing the caress of the wind, and leaped down, carried by the breeze. In a suburban villa, a middle-aged man donned in a t-shirt sat in a grand chair, his graying hair clearly visible. Baby, Dad misses you, he murmured softly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he held a photograph tenderly. The left side of the photo was missing a third, featuring only a charming child and a sunlit young man dressed in matching attire, appearing to be around 30, with a full head of black hair. Their smiles radiated warmth, evoking a sense of nostalgia. A man with slicked back hair, clad in a suit and sunglasses, entered the room. Observing the middle-aged man's demeanor, he hesitated, extending his hand only to withdraw it. Uncertain of how to offer comfort in such a situation, the middle-aged man carefully stored the photograph away, reorienting himself, and inquired, "What is the current status of the thorn?" Wang Feng approached slowly, shaking his head with a bitter smile. The island nation's school is indeed formidable. Experiments involving superpowered individuals are ongoing, with ordinary people remaining the victims. The crimson apple is already rotting within, he continued, yet I did not anticipate that they had sunk to such depths. Colluding with the island nation's ilk, Guo Li abruptly stood, his voice rife with indignation. We are merely demons disguised in human skin. Some are true demons clad in human guise. Otherwise, my son would not be in this state. These people deserve condemnation. They fear nothing. A colossal figure gradually ascended from the staircase, exuding a chilling aura brimming with malice. With deep blue skin and towering nearly 3 meters tall, Su Qing appeared in her demonic form. As she had yet to revert to her human guise, Thorn, when I initially agreed to collaborate with you, my intent was solely to eradicate those lofty beasts. Show them, we are nothing but pawns. Only when they are extinguished can my baby's vengeance be fulfilled. This is the sole reason for my survival. Guo Li glanced at Su Qing, then turned to Wang Feng, his gaze sharpening as he focused on the city lord's mansion. Time cannot be squandered any longer. We must seize the city lord's mansion. While we too are developing, the increasing support for their superpowered individuals puts us at a disadvantage. Guo Li spoke. His thoughts crystallized. Tian Yin, what are your thoughts? Wang Feng did not respond, instead smiling at Su Qing. Currently, the law enforcement department's focus is diverted by the island nation's school incident. We are not under direct threat. However, we have indeed detected the presence of some formidable superpowered individuals recently, so we must proceed with caution. Su Qing offered a measured suggestion, avoiding any rash actions. Give me 3 more days, Tianyan. Assist me in locating Tong Tian. If he can aid us, our chances of success will significantly increase. Wang Feng regarded both individuals thoughtfully before nodding to no problem. Just as Su Qing was about to exit, a figure materialized in the hall. Jian Yin. It has been far too long. Wang Feng greeted the figure clad in black attire. It was evident to the trio that his appearance signaled a matter of importance, as Jian Yin had not sought them out for quite some time. Jian Yin, does the master have any instructions for us? Su Qing inquired, her heart buoyed by the thought of receiving the master's attention. Here are 3 of these for you, Jian Yin said, revealing 3 demon pills in his right hand. He extended his arm, distributing the demon pills accurately among the 3 of them. These demon pills are a gift from the master. How much strength they bestow depends on your luck. To obtain more in the future, you must complete the tasks issued by the master. For specific tasks, refer to the demon official website. Chapter 51. The Thousand-Armed Demon. With that, Jian Yin's form vanished once more. Wang Feng felt increasingly unable to gauge Jian Yin's strength. Each time he felt himself grow stronger, Jian Yin seemed to elevate his own might even further, leaving him to chuckle ruefully. I wonder if consuming this will allow me to return to my human form. I scarcely recall what I originally looked like, Yu Qing mused, staring at the demon pill in her palm with a flicker of anticipation. Guoli remained silent, directly swallowing the demon pill, followed by the others in succession. In a run-down hotel room, a plump young man lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Sigh, it has been a whole day, and those demons have yet to pay me a visit. However, his phone incessantly chimed with notifications, all comments. Upon opening them, he was not surprised by the content. Video comments. Hey, bro, have you turned into a demon? If so, count me in, bro. Did you really take out a loan for internet traffic? That's impressive, bro. If you send me 50, I can make you a demon. Don't trust the guy above. Believing him is akin to believing I'm Qin Shi Huang. Send me 25, and I'll make you a grand marshal, bro. If you've become a demon, just give a shout. I'm tired of working in the factory every day. Scanning through the comments revealed nothing of substance. He turned over, adjusting his sleeping position, feeling somewhat disheartened. Forget it. I have no expectations. I'll just sleep it off and later find a taller building to jump from, lest I jump and end up half dead. At the front desk of the hotel, 5 figures clad in law enforcement uniforms approached slowly. Excuse me, is there something you need? The front desk attendant felt a pang of anxiety at the sight of the 5 enforcers, an inexplicable fear washing over her. Where is Yiling Tian's room? One enforcer stepped forward, speaking sternly. Are they here for a vice raid? Or to apprehend a murderer? The front desk attendant's mind raced with various scenarios from films, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded as she stared at them. I'm asking you a question. Another enforcer raised his voice, adopting a more aggressive stance. Why, Yiling Tian? One moment. Let me check. The front desk attendant's body trembled as she frantically opened the room records. Her nerves taut. IN 302. Whereas the room card? Hurry with the room card. As the front desk attendant fumbled about, the enforcers could no longer suppress their impatience, exuding an air of superiority. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Yiling Tian shook his head with a smirk. In an instant, his fists struck out rapidly, resembling phantoms as they effortlessly repelled 4 members of the black-clad faction. Goodness, he is truly skilled. The foremost member of the black-clad group was left battered and bruised, stumbling back several paces, his eyes filled with stars. Dare you to attack the black-clad? That would only compound your sins. At least by 2-fold. One of the remaining black-clad members, his gaze tinged with fear, still mustered the courage to threaten Yiling Tian, attempting to intimidate him. Since you have already assaulted us, do not expect us to show mercy. What follows will not be mere brute force, but a serious effort to subdue you. He drew a long stick from his waist, his expression darkening. If we cannot contend with a demon, how could we possibly handle you? The other 3 black-clad members drew their sticks as well, a cruel smile spreading across their faces. Is there a possibility? Yiling Tian tilted his head, a slight smirk gracing his lips as his skin gradually turned a deep blue. His bones crackled ominously, expanding in size. I am a demon too. Chapter 53. Ruthless slaughter, I am a demon too. In the blink of an eye, Yiling Tian transformed into a towering figure of 3.5 meters. His upper body adorned with 3 arms, his visage grotesque and fearsome. His head grazed the ceiling, causing cracks to deepen. Is this fellow truly a demon? Demon. The 4 black-clad members closest to Yiling Tian were instantly engulfed by sheer terror, their sticks slipping from their grasp and clattering to the ground. Suddenly, a deathly silence enveloped the room, punctuated by the reverberating thuds of 4 falling bodies. Retreat, retreat at once. The captain of the black-clad group, nearest to the door, was the first to snap back to reality, shouting. He understood the horror of demons. The 5 of them stood no chance against one and would be mere fodder, without a backward glance. He sprinted toward the door, though it felt like 1,000 miles away. Let me go. The captain found himself slowly lifted off the ground, as if floating, his legs flailing helplessly. Gradually, he felt a suffocating grip, glancing back to see himself hoisted by a massive deep blue arm. The other 4 members experienced the same fate, akin to chicks being grasped effortlessly. Why such fright? I am just a law-abiding citizen. Why would I harm you? We can communicate civilly, can't we? Yiling Tian grinned widely, revealing sharp teeth, continuing his mockery. His blood-red eyes swept over the 5, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. Yiling Tian, should you dare to act against us, the enforcers will not let you off lightly. One black-clad member, struggling, attempted a threat, appearing somewhat dazed. Is that so? You want to let me go? How delightful. I was just thinking of testing that. With a slight exertion of one arm. Crack. The threatening member instantly ceased to exist, his body unceremoniously tossed aside. And what of the 4 of you? Will you spare me? Or shall I be left trembling in fear? Yiling Tian's blood-red eyes regarded the 4 with mockery. No. Yiling Tian, if you let us go, we shall pretend this never happened. I can concoct a reason for his death. The higher-ups want to suspect a thing. The black-clad captain, seeking to secure the survival of his team, gradually calmed, speaking earnestly. Forget it. I shall not play with you any longer. With a slight exertion of 4 arms. 4 distinct cracks echoed. The remaining 4 black-clad members perished heroically in that modest inn. Are you not leaving? What do you linger for? Yiling Tian looked at the receptionist, who sat trembling at the door. You want to kill me? The receptionist attempted to rise but was paralyzed by the gruesome scene before her, her body weak and unable to muster strength, inching backward instead. Thank you. I want to speak of this. The receptionist clawed at the doorframe, stumbling desperately, her movements labored, and no need for thanks. Soon as the words left his mouth, a shadow fell from the sky. Blood sprayed, and the receptionist's face turned pale with fear as she collapsed to the ground. Quite sharp indeed. Yiling Tian observed the 1-meter-long scythe with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. This scythe was one of his abilities, allowing him to transform his forearm into a blade. Just then, his phone buzzed incessantly, and Yiling Tian resumed his human form, answering the call. A polite voice greeted him from the other end. Hello, are you Yiling Tian? Your application for the Yama loan has been approved. Please check your account. You must pay it back in full within 7 working days. Otherwise, we shall come to collect. With that, the line went dead. Which loan is this, arriving now? Yiling Tian was perplexed. Opening his text messages, the message read, Your loan has been dispersed, totaling 10,000. After deducting platform service fees of 8,000, customer service fees of 1,000, processing fees of 500, and the agent's cut of 499. 9. The actual amount received is a mere 0.1. Please repay the full amount of 10,000 within 7 working days. Otherwise, we shall come to collect, and your safety cannot be guaranteed. Company, Yama Financial Limited. Address, Shinwu City, Shinwu District. After reading the message, Yiling Tian paused, then revealed a sinister grin. It seems this Yama loan possesses considerable clout, even daring to provide an address. How delightful. I am quite bored. And shall pay you a visit. Ainwu Hua District, within an abandoned basement. A pool of blue liquid writhed upon the ground before soaring upward, coalescing into a massive figure. The deep blue skin glistened smoothly. A colossal tail swaying behind it. It was the venom demon, Qianzheng. Meanwhile, a massive shadow approached the entrance of the basement. Have you shaken off by Zifeng and the others? Qianzheng had reverted to human form. swiftly donning a deep blue outfit, inquiring. Yes, those three were quite a handful, like stubborn gum. Had I not erected numerous stone walls to obstruct them, they would have caught up to me long ago. The rock-armored demon, Zhang Yu, halted, transforming back into human form and donning a stylish black outfit. Zhang Yu, with our combined strength and thousands of demon minions, it should be a simple task to eliminate them. Why do we always flee from them? Qin Zheng sat on a stone, looking at Zhang Yu with confusion. During their time together, he found Zhang Yu to be astute and respectful, yet sometimes he enjoyed being cryptic. Uncle Venom, the timing is not yet right. As the number of demons increases, the enforcers and dragon guards will become increasingly preoccupied, and when they are unable to attend to us, that will be our moment to strike. Zhang Yu approached Chen Zheng, sitting beside him, producing 2 pieces of gum from seemingly nowhere. He handed one to Chen Zheng and patiently explained. Those 3 are not particularly strong, but they are not weak either. Practicing against them is just right. If we were to eliminate them now, and they sent stronger foes, it could spell our doom. If we cannot contend with them, we would have to flee, and at that point, all would be lost. Zhang Yu analyzed the pros and cons with earnest seriousness. Just imagine, if they send even stronger dragon guards than Lei Hong, could we handle that? All those minions you've amassed would be for naught. Youthful minds are sharp. My aging brain struggles to keep up. Qianzheng nodded in agreement, chewing the gum thoughtfully. Chapter 54. Nurturing the enemy to preserve one's strength. That is not to say I lack experience. In terms of social savvy, I cannot compare to you, but in strategy, I have read the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms and the Art of War countless times. Zhang Yu smiled humbly, revealing a cunning grin as he spoke slowly. We are nurturing the enemy to preserve our strength. As long as those 3 remain alive, they won't send stronger foes for a while. That makes sense. Qianzheng nodded. To be honest, ever since I stopped being a sycophant, I feel my intelligence has significantly improved. I no longer find myself lost in romantic delusions or sycophantic thoughts. Zhang Yu, appearing puzzled, murmured to himself, then pulled out 2 bags of chips, offering one to Chen Zheng. Here, Uncle Venom, since we have some time to spare. Choose a bag. You rascal, you truly resemble the gadget-laden Doraemon, possessing everything. Chen Zheng chuckled warmly, accepting the offer. The next moment, both felt an unfamiliar presence, their pupils narrowing in shock as the chips fell from their hands. They fixed their gaze on a figure not far away, clad entirely in black, obscured beneath a mask, rendering their features indiscernible. A dragon guard? No, you carry a familiar aura. Zhang Yu sprang to his feet, eyes filled with vigilance. How did you find us here? Chen Zheng slowly rose, the relaxed demeanor on his face vanishing, replaced by deep animosity. Sequence 3. The Sword-Hidden Demon. The cloaked figure introduced themselves, their voice flat and devoid of emotion. Both the rock-armored demon, Zhang Yu, and the venom demon, Chen Zheng, had never encountered the Sword Hidden, but upon hearing the term demon, their brows relaxed slightly, though their vigilance remained intact. A master has sent me to find you. Here are the new demon pills. The Sword Hidden extended their hand, revealing 2 demon pills resting in their palm. That master. Chen Zheng and Zhang Yu exchanged glances, confirming their unspoken understanding. They then turned to the demon pills in the Sword Hidden's hand, which indeed resembled those they had previously consumed, coupled with the familiar aura emanating from the Sword Hidden. The 2 approached cautiously, taking the demon pills before swiftly retreating without a moment's hesitation. Jianin gazed at the 2 of them and spoke. This time it is a privilege. In the future, should you desire something new, you can only complete your exclusive tasks through the official demon website. Having said this, Jianin vanished without a trace. The 3rd sequence is perilous. Chen Zheng's expression turned grave. I feel that we are quite powerful now, yet it seems that we might not be able to defeat him even if we join forces. Zhang Yu said uncertainly, casting a doubtful glance at Chen Zheng. Let us first check the demon management network, Chen Zheng suggested, pulling out his phone and accessing the official demon website. Apart from the homepage featuring the demon apocalypse, there was another option labeled tasks. However, these tasks were visible only to demons, with each demon able to see only their exclusive assignments. Unlike the demon apocalypse, which was visible to everyone on Blue Star, revealing only sequences and titles. Upon clicking on the task, it read, proceed to the Law Enforcement Division in Wuhua District to seize the antique treasure basin, with a time limit of 7 days. Accompanying this was a photograph of the basin, which appeared round and full, resembling a full moon resting on a desk, exuding a warm and ancient aura. The basin was meticulously crafted from high-quality bronze or ceramic, its surface adorned with a layer of glaze that had weathered the passage of time, either lushly verdant or profoundly serene, the hues rich and layered, as if one could glimpse the traces of history within. Sees the treasure basin? Chun Zhang pondered over the task's content. Mine is the same, Zhang Yu remarked, glancing at his phone before looking back at Chun Zhang. Did the master already know that the two of us were together? Whether he knows or not is inconsequential. What matters is that we must make another trip to the Law Enforcement Division, and we have a 7-day limit. Seems we must act swiftly. The remaining 7 days should suffice to assimilate more followers, Zhang Yu contemplated, then turned towards a certain direction and continued, Uncle Venom, we shall split up for a few days. Take care of yourself. And if you must flee, do so. After all, we have both become demons. There is no shame in it. Chun Zhang cast a glance at Zhang Yu and cautioned, be careful as well in Shenwu City. Within the Shenwu district, at the Heavenly Palace Bar. This bar, a dazzling gem of the city's nightlife, appeared particularly enchanting under the glow of neon lights. Two figures stepped across the threshold, instantly enveloped by a unique atmosphere infused with the scents of alcohol, coffee, and a hint of tobacco, as if they had traversed time and entered a realm rich with stories and dreams. One figure, clad in a suit with slicked-back hair and sunglasses, strolled towards a private booth. Following closely was a woman in leather, her long, wavy hair cascading elegantly, mirroring the direction of the man. Soon, the suited man opened the door and entered the booth, while the leather-clad woman paused momentarily before following him in. Jian, are you here to challenge me to a fight or to share a drink? A young man in a white outfit with a crew cut sat calmly on the plush sofa, his features sharp and resolute, gazing at the suited man. He then proceeded to pour red wine into 2 glasses until they were 7/10 full. Jian, the Demon King Wang Feng, smiled faintly and without ceremony took a seat on the opposite sofa. Addressing the matter directly, it's still about that issue. I wish to invite you to join us. The door swung open once more, and a woman in leather gracefully stepped inside. The young man in white did not respond to Wang Feng's question but turned to the leather-clad woman and asked, while I find it unsurprising that Jian could locate me, how did you, Spider, find your way here? The spider demon Lin, she smiled elegantly in response, he has his methods. I have my channels. After saying this, she walked over, picked up one of the glasses of red wine, and drank it in one go, exclaiming, I was dying of thirst. What are your intentions, Jian? The young man in white inquired earnestly. Regarding Wang Feng paused, contemplating before slowly replying, to create a realm governed by us. Hearing this, the young man simply stated, is that a realm of enslavement for ordinary people? Wang Feng smiled slightly. Not quite. This is merely an ideal at present, as we have yet to take the first step. And you, Spider, what brings you here? The young man in white asked Lin Shi, after downing 3 glasses of red wine. Lin Shi wiped her mouth with a napkin and smiled brightly. Tong Tian, I am here to invite you as well, though my ideal is not as grand as his. Rather, it is to dismantle the island nation schools and judge those corrupt officials and unscrupulous merchants. Tong Tian, the demon Wu Renfeng, did not respond immediately but took a sip of red wine before casting a glance at the two, ultimately fixing his gaze on Wang Feng. Chapter 55. It turns out I am learning a foreign language. Wang Feng observed that Lin Shi was also seeking to recruit individuals. Yet he remained entirely unperturbed, savoring his red wine as if completely at ease. Apologies, Jian, but our paths do not align. Wu Renfeng spoke slowly, filling his glass with red wine and gesturing towards Wang Feng. However, if you wish to share a drink, you are always welcomed. Of course, I am equally available for a brawl. Each has their own aspirations. It cannot be forced. Wang Feng drained his glass of red wine, offering a slight smile. Just then, his phone buzzed persistently. Upon answering, he heard Su Qing's voice. Jian, their essay situation. Returned swiftly. After hanging up, he said, I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again. Wang Feng addressed the two before rising to depart. Take care, Lin Shi said politely. Wu Renfeng nodded, his calm gaze fixated on Lin Xi. In truth, our objectives align. The question is, are you serious? Indeed, more genuine than gold, Lin Shi replied, meeting Wu Renfeng's gaze with a radiant smile. To be honest, after becoming a demon, I found myself quite lost. The disparity was overwhelming. Initially, I merely wish to eradicate the entire underworld. However, upon infiltrating the island nation's schools, I realized they are my true targets. Wu Renfeng leaned back against the sofa, swirling his wine glass as he murmured. The reflection of the wine glass mirrored Wu Renfeng's eyes. The conspiracy surrounding the island nation's schools in Xinwu City had been unveiled, and the underground laboratory destroyed, an event that would undoubtedly alert other cities' island nation schools. Hence, relying solely on the strength of one demon is insufficient, or rather, not secure enough. Collaborating with me would be exceedingly wise. Lin Shi added, taking a sip of red wine. What is your next objective? Wu Renfeng inquired. How about we discuss it together? Lin Shi gently set her glass down. Wu Renfeng nodded. High West City. The two spoke in unison. Then, let us toast to a victorious start and a pleasant collaboration. Lin Shi filled another glass with red wine, raising it high. May all go smoothly. Wu Renfeng lifted his glass in agreement. Cheers. They both drank deeply. Shall we set off now? Wu Renfeng slowly stood and asked. Before that, let us invite one more person. Perhaps he has come to terms and will agree. Lin Shi revealed a mysterious smile as she stood up. Meanwhile, 10 foreign individuals with golden hair and blue eyes sped along the highway in a stretch limousine, racing ahead. All 10 bore identical faces, square jaws, broad foreheads, and prominent noses, mirroring the appearance of the Wells who had been brutally dispatched by Wang Feng. The doctor changes his mind daily. Weren't we supposed to capture the GNCI demon? Why the change of plans? One of the Wells, dressed in a lazy manner with a prominent printed on his chest, questioned. There are 3 GNCI demons. Even with 10 of us, we might not secure a victory. Moreover, this 1,000-armed demon is an unpredictable variable. Plans never keep up with changes. Another Wells, marked with on his chest, replied that I heard this madman has been killing from afternoon until night, taking out quite a few people. Just one lending company saw dozens of its members turned into hundreds of pieces. Crazier than us? The third Wells said, sipping red wine leisurely. Currently, that monster is heading to the residence of an expert named Wang Wei. We can intercept him there, the fourth Wells suggested. Look, this guy is still live streaming. Though he's been shut down, quite audacious. The fifth Wells presented his phone to the others, revealing a screen where the demonized Yiling Tian had censored himself to avoid being shut down. Yiling Tian grinned widely, exuding arrogance, declaring, now that I have become a demon, I will cleanse all trash, as the saying goes. With great power comes great responsibility. Hence, I shall slay whoever I desire. Anyone who dares oppose me can come and try. He continued, next on my kill list is that expert, Wang Wei, who claims that every citizen of Longhua has an average savings of 1 million. Damn, before I became a demon, I hadn't seen even 10,000, let alone 1 million. Now, I'll head over to this Wang expert's place to demand 1 million if he refuses. Before he could finish, the live stream abruptly went black, displaying a violation message and automatically switching to another stream where a bunny girl was provocatively posing. This guy is indeed quite arrogant. If he could be captured by the doctor, he would make a fine troublemaker, the sixth Wells remarked with interest. Rather than capturing him, the doctor likely wishes to study him. The seventh Wells replied coolly. The eighth Wells, driving, pressed the accelerator down hard, speeding towards Wang Wei's residence. Meanwhile, a towering figure, 3.5 meters tall with 6 arms protruding from its upper body, swiftly approached a villa. As it neared, the villa erupted with sounds that were anything but pleasant, eliciting a thrilling rush of blood. This old fellow certainly has enthusiasm. He seems to be enjoying himself immensely. Yiling Tian lifted his gaze. Observing the brightly lit second floor, with a leap, his figure vanished in an instant. Within a room of the villa, spacious enough to encompass 100 square meters, a specially crafted 5-meter-long bed cradled a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his 50s, his smooth scalp adorned with only a few strands of white hair. As he embraced the young woman beside him, a look of utter indulgence on his face. Let me tell you, with just a bit of persuasion, earning over 1,000 a year is absolutely effortless for me. The balding old man squinted his eyes, speaking with a smug satisfaction. As long as you follow me, I can assure you 100 in a year, without a doubt. You will be clothed and well-fed, living a life of luxury. Thank you, Academician Wang. Encountering you is truly my fortune, the young woman cooed. Nestled in his arms, suddenly, a loud crash echoed. The entire window shattered, sending wall tiles and glass fragments scattering across the floor. Had the room not been so spacious, they might have splattered onto the grand bed. Ah, Academician Wong, you seem rather spirited. No wonder you Haven T fled. Turns out you've been busy learning a foreign language, leaving no time to heed the ominous sounds. A colossal shadow descended upon the ground, causing the entire building to tremble slightly. Had Yi Ling Tian not managed his strength, he might have crushed the entire floor. Observing the two on the bed, their faces awash with terror, he smirked. Academician Wong, didn't you claim that the average savings of a citizen from Longhua is 1 million? I've come to collect. You are a demon? Academician Wong hastily pulled up the blanket to cover their bodies. His voice filled with dread. His arm extended outward, feigning calmness, yet trembling uncontrollably. This is a private residence. You dare to intrude? That is illegal. Chapter 56. 1v10 Academician Wong recognized Yi Ling Tian immediately as a demon. A being that even enforcers could not capture. I detest being ignored. Yi Ling Tian declared, as the palm of one arm transformed into a scythe over a meter long. With one swift motion, he plunged it into the blanket. The pristine white fabric instantly stained crimson with blood, the young woman's lips spilling forth blood as she collapsed lifelessly. Tell me, where is my 1 million? Where has it gone? Yi Ling Tian's gaze bore down upon Academician Wong, who was paralyzed by fear. His eyes Yi Ling Tian sensed an ominous presence, and two scythe-like arms crossed defensively before him. His .10 beams of laser light struck the blades of the scythes head-on, thick white smoke billowing upward, filling the air with the acrid scent of scorched metal. They didn't penetrate? Number 2 Wells gaped in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out, his mouth agape enough to fit a durian. Die? Meanwhile, 8 booming voices echoed around Yi Ling Tian. The other 8 Wells, brandishing various weapons, wore expressions of murderous intent. A colossal laser sword lunged towards his chest. A massive laser knife swung horizontally at his waist, and a gigantic laser axe descended upon his neck. 8 different laser weapons targeted his vital points. Damn it, am I truly going to perish here? Today, I have only just become a demon. I haven't even begun to revel in my power before facing demise. This thought flashed through Yi Ling Tian's mind as he desperately swung his scythe arms to fend off the onslaught. Bang, bang, boom. The deafening sounds of impact rang out, and a thick cloud of smoke erupted. The formidable black figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. 3 of the scythes were already encased in ice, while 2 others had been charred black by the lasers, leaving him with only one functional scythe arm to withstand the simultaneous attacks of 8 adversaries. Lying on the ground, Yi Ling Tian bore various wounds, his flesh torn, blue blood oozing from his body. Damn, these strikes are ruthless. I thought I was destined to meet my maker. Slowly, Yi Ling Tian rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his injuries visibly healing before their eyes. Not dead yet? The 10 Wells exclaimed in disbelief. This monster can heal its wounds autonomously. The expressions of the 10 Wells darkened simultaneously. The previous assault would have been insurmountable even for an A-class ability user, and the outcome was undeniably fatal. Yet, their strongest attack had not only failed to slay him but had merely inflicted minor injuries. Most alarmingly, he was self-healing as if nothing had happened. Clearly, continuing the battle would pose an immense challenge to subdue him, introducing far too many uncertainties and risks. Surprised? Unexpected? I am the destined child. How could I so easily meet my end? Yi Ling Tian smirked with pride, the 6 scythe arms unfurling once more. The ice encasing the scythes began to shatter and fall away, while the 2 charred scythes gradually returned to their pristine state. Thousand-armed demon, since neither of us can overpower the other, why not sit down for a proper discussion? Number 1 Wells spoke from a distance, his earlier arrogance noticeably diminished. Very well, as long as you agree to one request of mine. Yi Ling Tian replied haughtily. What request? To have you as my subordinate, at my beck and call. Yi Ling Tian's tone left no room for debate. In your dreams, Number 2 Wells retorted angrily. Then what is there to discuss? Let us all perish. Seizing the moment of their exchange, Yi Ling Tian's body regained its full strength, his legs coiling with energy, ready to strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 projectiles sliced through the air, and the crowd looked up to see 3 dark figures plummeting towards them. Damn, it's a bomb. Yiling Tian was the first to notice, retreating swiftly. The 10 wells, realizing too late, scrambled backward in alarm. Boom, boom, boom. 3 black projectiles landed with a resounding thud, but instead of the anticipated explosion, 3 clouds of black smoke rapidly enveloped the area. This is a bomb. It is a smoke grenade. Not just a smoke grenade. It seems to contain toxic gas. Damn, it reeks. What on earth is this? It's like a blend of feces, durian, and stinky tofu, all mixed together. Is this the Dragon Guard or the Steel Demon? The 10 wells found themselves shrouded in black smoke. As robots, they were naturally unafraid of toxic gas, yet they still possessed a sense of smell. A massive shadow descended, its bee-like wings beating at a high frequency. The enormous conical spike pierced through one wells like a knight's lance, followed by a series of thrusts that reduced him to shards. Again, another thrust, and 3 wells were taken down before they could even react. Their remains scattered across the ground. In ambush, scatter quickly. Number 1 well shouted, sensing the imminent danger. Too late. A large hand pressed down on his shoulder, speaking slowly to Ian. The next moment, that hand shimmered with a faint light. An intangible electromagnetic wave slithering into Number 1 Well's body. What is this? Wells felt an unusual sensation within, his entire body becoming unresponsive. With a crackling sound, black smoke erupted from his form as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Employing the same method, that hand pressed against the shoulders of the other 2 wells, and after another flicker of light, they too fell, powerless to resist. Another demon. Retreat. A sense of inexplicable fear surged within Number 2 Wells as he shouted, fleeing in another direction. The remaining 2 wells, equally terrified and devoid of combat spirit, followed suit. Chapter 58. The explosion whooshed. Whoosh. 2 more black projectiles arced through the air, hurtling towards the last 3 wells. As they looked up, their faces paled upon seeing the 2 projectiles descending directly above them. Yet they found themselves powerless to act. With a thunderous boom, the 3 wells were obliterated, vanishing without a trace. Unable to even attempt to reassemble, Yiling Tian observed as the 10 mutated beings, who had previously fought him to a standstill, were annihilated in the blink of an eye. The black smoke gradually dissipated. 3 figures emerged, their crimson eyes fixated on Yiling Tian, widening in astonishment. The 3 figures bore resemblance to him, yet with distinct differences. The first stood around 3.5 meters tall. A demonic form with a massive spike in each hand, resembling a knight's lance. 6 pairs of translucent bee wings hung down his back. The second, of the same height and demonic physique, lacked wings but featured crimson eyes adorned with blue shadows. The third, possessing a demonic form as well, sported long white hair and 2 cannons protruding from its back, reminiscent of a water turtle. Why have you interfered with my affairs? I finally encountered a few mice to play with, only to have you disrupt my fun. Yiling Tian's eyes darkened, his typical stubbornness surfacing as he questioned, I? Interfere? The spiked demon King Feng looked on with mild confusion at the self-important demon before him, dismissively replying, these 10 mutated beings have long been on our hunting list. You don't know, you, demon, are rather unreasonable. You have been battling them for a considerable time and have failed to subdue them. Instead of gratitude for our intervention, you stand here making a fuss. The eye demon Su Qing, with her blue-shadowed crimson eyes, fixed her gaze on Yiling Tian. Let us retreat. These 10 mutated beings served as a good test for our new abilities, and the results are satisfactory. The steel demon Guoli gave Yiling Tian a disinterested glance, choosing to ignore him as he spoke to Feng and Su Qing. Speak. How will you compensate for my losses? Yiling Tian fumed at the blatant disrespect from the 3, feeling his anger boil over. King Feng regarded Yiling Tian's obstinacy with a frown, stating, Thousand-armed demon, if you seek a thrilling experience, why not join us? We would not lack for excitement. Join you. Why don't you join me instead? I am in need of subordinates. If you become my followers, I shall overlook this matter. Yiling Tian raised his head proudly, his arrogance palpable. Join us and co-create. There shall be no distinction of rank. King Feng chose not to engage with this naive fool, responding slowly. The spikes retract. This one seems more unreliable than the heavens. Akin to a fool, allowing him to join would only hinder us. Guoli expressed rare dissent, promptly turning to leave. Count me out, Su Qing echoed, also departing. Very well, let us depart. King Feng cast a glance back at the thousand-armed demon before turning away. You are but a mere number of demons. I am the 13th ancestor of the Thousand Arms, and you dare to underestimate me? Watch as I dispatch you. Yiling Tian's fury ignited, his crimson eyes blazing with anger. His legs bending as 6 scythe arms unfurled, slashing towards King Feng. Seeking death? King Feng's eyes flashed with cold light. He turned swiftly, and the massive spike shot forth, before the 6 scythe arms could descend. The enormous spike pierced through Yiling Tian's chest, lifting him high into the air. Whoosh! The massive spike launched him like a cannon into the sky, leaving Yiling Tian in a state of shock. Gua Li's muscles rippled as 4 more cannons rose from his back, arranged in a fan shape. Boom! 6 projectiles were launched simultaneously, the deafening sound echoing as they soared towards the airborne Yiling Tian. Boom! Rumble! In the midst of the colossal explosion, dense black smoke enveloped the sky as if a celestial beast were devouring the sun. The thousand-armed demon faltered. Will the master hold us accountable for this? The eye demon glanced back, a hint of worry in her tone. You are overthinking it. Our master is immensely powerful. If he wished to prevent our actions, he would have done so. His silence indicates he believes that the thousand-armed demon deserves his fate. King Feng remained indifferent, slowly stating, after all, merely being struck down in 2 moves renders such a weak demon unworthy of survival. It would only bring shame to the demons. The demise of such a fool is inconsequential. Gua Li remarked coldly, showing no concern. The 3 colossal figures gradually vanished into the night. A few minutes later, the once deceased thousand-armed demon, Yiling Tian, was resurrected once more, revived. Moments later, Yiling Tian cursed vehemently. The spiked demon and the steel bullet demon? Those 2 scoundrels truly went all out, nearly bringing me to death. If it weren't for my immortal body, I would have indeed fallen into their hands. The thousand-armed demon, Yiling Tian, surveyed his surroundings repeatedly, and after a final glance, he decided to cease his observations, for the narrative had been altered. Damn it, it seems that dying is not an option. This regenerative ability nearly drained my mental energy. With a lingering sense of dread regarding his restored form, Yiling Tian gazed towards the direction where Wang Feng and his companions had departed, vowing with malice, "This grudge I shall repay in due time." With that, he leapt into the air and vanished from sight. Simultaneously, at the Divine Martial District, in a certain leisure bar. This establishment featured soft music, creating a tranquil ambience devoid of dance performers or booming sound systems. The lighting was gentle, and the environment elegant. In a corner booth, a young man with blue hair, clad in white casual attire, reclined on the sofa, consuming bottle after bottle of beer, his complexion flushed and eyes glazed. Thoroughly enjoying his state of inebriation, at the entrance of the bar, 2 individuals donned in Dragon Guard uniforms entered, immediately locking onto the blue-haired youth in the corner. They approached him, standing before him, one snatching the beer bottle from his grasp, their expressions a mix of emotions. "Captain, you cannot allow yourself to descend into such debauchery. Even if you refuse to answer calls from above, you should at least keep in touch with us. Whatever the situation, it must be addressed. Chen Ping, Gu Bei, have you been sent by the higher-ups to apprehend me?" Yi Chen lifted his heavy eyelids to glance at them, offering a faint smile. Chapter 59. The third squad. Chen Ping's expression froze as he placed the beer on the table, gazing deeply at him. "Captain, let us speak outside." He then turned to Gu Bei, saying, "I'll settle the bill. You help the captain outside." "All right," Gu Bei nodded and walked over. "No need for you to assist." "I'm not drunk," Yi Chen remarked, surveying the surroundings before slowly rising and walking out. Before long, the 3 arrived at a desolate square. The moonlight in the early morning was still bright, illuminating the faces of the 3. Each lost in their own thoughts, a gentle breeze caressed Yi Chen's face, bringing a modicum of clarity to his chaotic mind, and his gaze gradually sharpened. He sat down on a stone bench, leaning back and calmly addressed the 2 before him. "What is the matter? Why the silence now?" Chen Ping and Gu Bei exchanged glances, their expressions complex, until Chen Ping finally spoke. "We've been sent to persuade you to return." "Persuade me to return?" Yi Chen scoffed coldly, raising his hands casually. "You might as well come and handcuff me." Seeing Yi Chen's demeanor, Chen Ping stepped back, his expression helpless. "Captain, you've saved us countless times. How could we do such a thing? Indeed, Captain, whatever issues arise, we can clarify them upon our return. You've made significant contributions. They won't make things difficult for you. Gu Bei quickly added, "It seems you truly know nothing." Wei Yichun fixed his gaze on Chen Ping, then turned to Gu Bei. "I am not a mere puppet. I possess my own thoughts. How could I turn a blind eye to matters that incite public wrath? Captain, what on earth has transpired? Since your return from the island school, you've become a different person. Did those demons truly do something to you?" Chen Ping scrutinized Yi Chen, his brow furrowed, feeling an unfamiliar distance from the captain, who now bore a countenance laden with worries and a frown. Indeed, they had publicly announced that the demons had indiscriminately attacked the island school and were currently exerting all efforts to capture them. Right? Yi Chen chuckled coldly. A flicker of intrigue crossed Chen Ping's eyes. "Is there more to this?" Yi Chen did not respond but instead let out a bitter laugh. "What do you think our initial purpose in joining the Dragon Guard was?" "To protect our homeland," Chen Ping and Gu Bei replied without hesitation. "You may have that objective, but I do not. My goal is to obliterate the island's ninjas and army to avenge my brother." Yi Chen gazed into the distance, his eyes deep and filled with hatred. "I have but one brother. He has died. If I do not avenge him, who will? Captain, regardless of our objectives or ideals, we can achieve them faster within the Dragon Guard. This is the only path, the shortcut." Chen Ping sensed the underlying meaning in Yi Chen's words, but continued to persuade him. "Enough. If you are not here to apprehend me, then I shall take my leave." Yi Chen slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes and glancing at the two. The two watched in disbelief as Yi Chen walked past them, feeling an eerie sense of familiarity intertwined with strangeness, as if they had never known him at all. Observing Yi Chen's retreating figure, their expressions grew more complex, even tinged with pain. They raised their right fists, sharing a knowing smile, and resolutely struck each other. Boom! Both were struck in the chest by the other's fist, sent as soon as the words left his mouth. Li Dongtang seemed to teleport, instantly swapping places with Gu Bei, with a swift thrust. Xiao Wuchen drove his black spear directly into Gu Bei's chest. It was decisive and unhesitating, lacking any semblance of delay. Clearly, Xiao Wuchen had intended from the very beginning to eliminate both of them without a moment's doubt. Gu Bei's eyes widened in disbelief, and before he could even react, he was pierced through, blood gushing from his mouth as he fell lifeless to the ground in the blink of an eye. Both Chen Ping and Gu Bei were slain, caught completely off guard. Wei Yichun, witnessing the consecutive demise of his teammates, found it unbearable. His eyes blazed crimson with rage as he cried out in anguish. His hands slicing through the air. Two shockwaves surged forth, aimed at both Xiao Wuchen and the approaching Li Dongtang. It was too slow. Li Dongtang sneered, sidestepping the airwaves effortlessly. Raising his right leg, he unleashed a whip-like kick towards Yi Chen. The shockwave before him was blocked by Xiao Wuchen's black iron sand, and fully aware of the terrifying strength possessed by Li Dongtang, Yi Chen had no choice but to evade, retreating swiftly. Facing a duo of A-grade ability users, the small team comprising a B-grade user was swiftly overwhelmed. "You are truly less than beasts, killing your own kind. How dare you call yourselves Dragon Guardians?" Yi Chen's figure flickered backward, his expression grave, his words laced with fury. "Those who cannot create value are fit only to be called worthless. To associate with you worthless beings is nothing short of disgrace. Thus, eliminating you is a benefit to the Dragon Guardians, not a detriment." Xiao Wuchen merely cast a cold glance at the two corpses on the ground, his expression gradually turning to one of disdain as he continued. "Moreover, those disloyal to the Dragon Guardians ought to be purged. Do not overestimate your own importance. What we lack the least in Longhua is ability users. Clearly, you are quite aware of many matters. You are indeed all cut from the same cloth. You all deserve to die. Why elder brother's sacrifice was truly in vain." Wei Yichun, employing an agile evasion, narrowly avoided Li Dongtang's whip kick, his frost-like gaze sweeping over Xiao Wuchen in the distance. "Do you not wish to avenge your teammates? Simply fleeing will never bring about retribution." Though Li Dongtang was not slow, Yi Chen's continuous dodging infuriated him, prompting him to employ provocation. "You all deserve death." Yi Chen leaped into the air, evading a flying kick from Li Dongtang. Observing Yi Chen ascend, Li Dongtang feared he might escape into the skies and called out, "Switch!" In the next moment, Li Dongtang appeared mid-air, while Yi Chen found himself grounded. Freeze! From a distance, Su Wuyan fixed his gaze on Yi Chun and commanded. An invisible force descended, enveloping Yi Chun and rendering him immobile, a mere jester. What does it matter if you can fly? You will never escape my grasp. This is where it ends. Xiao Wuchen looked on indifferently as he raised his hand and pressed down. The black iron sand coalesced into a sharp arrow, aimed directly at Yi Chun's heart. Yi Chun watched the oncoming dark arrow. His heart tightened, and he unleashed a small shockwave from his palm to strike his right shoulder, just as the black arrow pierced through his chest. The shockwave forced Yi Chun to pivot sideways. Instead of striking his heart, it grazed his left shoulder, propelling him backward. Blood streamed from the wound as Yi Chun, feeling the excruciating pain, finally broke free from Su Wuyan's binding. Die? Li Dongtang descended from the air, delivering a crushing kick towards the grounded Yi Chun. Enduring the agony, Yi Chun thrust his left leg powerfully against the ground, launching himself away and causing Li Dongtang to miss. Above the battlefield, hundreds of meters in the air, one man and his dog watched the conflict unfold. As the powers grew, mutations indeed occurred. With a devil mask adorning his face, Nia Wudao sat cross-legged in midair, observing the two captivating battles below in the Xinwu district. Since the emergence of the 10th-rank Sky Demon, his flying ability had been augmented, merging with one of his inherent capabilities, allowing him to soar without wings. Elder brother, I find you increasingly inscrutable, Xiao He remarked with a serious expression, glancing around. Why hasn't he this 1,000 arms joined the ranks of the Spikes? Is he truly so dim-witted as to not realize the benefits of sheltering beneath a great tree? Xiao He, you fail to grasp this. It is human nature, the most unpredictable element. This is precisely why I choose humanity. Even when they become demons, their former humanity influences them, leading them down divergent paths, resulting in vastly different growth. Nia Wudao's gaze was deep as he surveyed the scene below. Elder brother, while that may be true, it seems the 1,000 arms is likely to be killed. Are you certain you want to come to his aid? I suspect he will be the first demon to fall. Xiao He appeared to be relishing the spectacle, glancing around. Only a handful of demons enjoy a novice protection period. Those of double digits do not share this luxury. Moreover, 1,000 arms is not so easily slain. There are no more than a handful of beings in this world capable of killing him. Nia Wudao raised his right hand, opening his 5 fingers, then procured a handful of sunflower seeds from somewhere with his left. After pouring half into Xiao He's black paw, he began to crack them, continuing, even if 1,000 arms were to perish, so be it. It merely signifies that becoming a demon cannot alter his ill fate. Chapter 61. Difficult resistance. Xiao He tossed the seeds into his mouth, shell and all, savoring the taste, his paw pointing down at Yi Chun and the others. These dragon guardians are truly ruthless, slaying their own without a flicker of remorse, not even a moment's hesitation. If they were to become demons, I suspect they would be even more chaotic than 1,000 arms. The battles among the dragon guardians are rare, especially such life and death spectacles. More importantly, the depths of the dragon guardians run deep, a realm beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Nia Wudao, while munching on sunflower seeds, watched with keen interest. Elder brother, that fellow likely cannot hold out much longer. Should we not recruit him as a demon? I encountered him once underground in the island school, and he was quite intriguing. Xiao He grinned slyly, as if concocting a nefarious plan. Rather than intriguing, I find that muscular brute far more fascinating. Nia Wudao's gaze lingered on Li Dongtang below, as if admiring a piece of art. Then, as if struck by inspiration, he lightly pounded his right fist into his left palm. They could use some tasks to occupy themselves. Something stimulating would be ideal with that. He produced a unique electronic device resembling a phone, crafting a task message. Task exclusive to demons. Rank 4 Spike Demon, Rank 5 Sky Eye Demon, Rank 6 Steel Bullet Demon. How tragic, Xiao He remarked, observing Yi Chun, battered and bloodied. Shaking his head in sympathy, in this world, misfortune unfolds daily. There is always someone worse off in this realm. The weak are trampled by the strong. Thus, one must either be trampled or grow stronger. Nia Wudao cast a fleeting glance at the battle below, which was nearing its conclusion. He then retrieved the demon's cauldron, smiling slightly. Having rested sufficiently, it is time to attend to business on the ground. Yi Chun crossed his arms over his chest, as if struck by a colossal hammer, sent sprawling over 10 meters by Li Dongtang's whip kick. Whenever he attempted to utilize his flying ability to escape, he was either intercepted by Xiao Wuchen's Black Iron Sand or swapped positions by Li Dongtang's spatial manipulation, leaving Yi Chen utterly helpless. Yi Chen, you surpass your two worthless teammates by a considerable margin, managing to withstand our two waves of combined assault. Xiao Wuchen spoke with rare admiration, but then his tone chilled as he added, "Yet, you remain merely a slightly stronger waste. This game of cat and mouse should come to an end. We have wasted far too much time. You rely solely on ambushes. It is truly pathetic for the Dragon Guardians to harbor such treacherous individuals." Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. His eyes filled with defiance and indignation as he surveyed his surroundings. "I finally understand why such experiments exist within the island school. It is because some at the top are as filthy as you." At that moment, battered and bruised, Yi Chen had entirely lost faith in the Dragon Guardians, even in the upper echelons, with nothing left in his heart but hatred. The three members of the third squad exchanged glances, their expressions darkening at Yi Chen's words. Presently, Xiao Wuchen stood not far from Yi Chen, surrounded by swirling black iron sand. Su Wuyan, to the side, adjusted his mask, staring at Yi Chen, ready to immobilize him with his command. Behind them, Li Dongtang readied himself, his right toes scraping against the ground, preparing to finish the battle with a single strike. "You are nothing but traitors. We are merely executing orders, not backstabbing." Su Wuyan angrily gestured with his hands, rebutting in sign language, then shouted at Yi Chen, "Freeze. Even if we did not resort to ambushes, you would still not be our match. We are merely conserving time." Li Dongtang propelled himself forward with a powerful push from his right foot, charging towards Yi Chen, as a member of the Dragon Guardians, disobeying orders from above and acting independently warranted immediate execution. "Your deaths are not unjust." Xiao Wuchen adopted an air of righteous indignation, his hands raised before him as the black iron sand surged like a wave towards Yi Chen. Blood continuously flowed from his numerous wounds, staining his Black Dragon Guardian uniform an even deeper crimson. Enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, Yi Chen confronted the relentless assaults from Li Dongtang and Xiao Wuchen. Whether it was Li Dongtang's whip kick or Xiao Wuchen's black iron sand, being struck would undoubtedly spell his demise. The agony intensified Yi Chen's lucidity, his mind racing. At this moment, he found himself immobilized by Su Wuyan, unable to move, while the attacks from Li Dongtang and Xiao Wuchen loomed perilously close. Prior to being frozen by Su Wuyan, Yi Chen had let his arms drop, palms facing the ground. In a critical moment, he unleashed two powerful air shockwaves from his palms. Bang! The immense force rebounded, propelling Yi Chen into the air. Incredible! He managed to evade. Li Dongtang was astonished as his kick connected with the air where Yi Chen had just stood, mistakenly believing Su Wuyan's incantation had failed. However, due to the overwhelming inertia, he could not halt his momentum and ended up colliding with the approaching black iron sand. No way, he dodged that? Su Wuyan realized that his incantation had indeed immobilized Yi Chen. His face etched with anxiety as he gestured frantically, using sign language to explain that Yi Chen's flight was not his fault. Already gravely injured, Yi Chen was forced to spit out blood once more due to the backlash of the two shockwaves. Yet it was preferable to being struck down. Utilizing the momentum, he soared out of Li Dongtang's line of sight. "Don't let him escape." Xiao Wuchen's eyes blazed with fury, almost as if they would ignite. The black iron sand that floated above the ground coalesced into several black spears, aimed at Li Dongtang. Swap. In the next instant, Li Dongtang and the airborne Yi Chen exchanged places once more. The black spears were now locked onto Yi Chen, resembling predatory beasts poised to deliver a fatal blow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black spears shot towards Yi Chen with lethal intent. Faced with the oncoming black spears, Yi Chen managed a bitter smile, his eyes filled with hatred and defiance. Yet he stood unafraid. He could not resign himself to death, nor could he accept the inability to avenge his comrades. A howling wind swept past Yi Chen, hurtling towards the multitude of black spears. Upon closer inspection, it was a flurry of black feathers, seemingly forged from steel, sharp and gleaming with a dark luster. Bang, bang, bang. The black feathers clashed violently with the black spears, neither side yielding. Suddenly, a slender white thread shot towards Yi Chen from behind, adhering to his back. Chapter 62. Correcting the Path of Evil. Wei Yichun felt as though something had latched onto him, pulling him backward, his legs scraping against the ground, causing him considerable discomfort. Are there allies still around? Li Dongtang landed on the ground, staring ahead. In the distance loomed two massive shadows, their expressions grave. Demons? One of the colossal figures unfurled a pair of 3-meter-long wings, clearly the source of the black feathers. However, Li Dongtang's ability to swap places could not be used continuously due to a cooldown period, and just as he was about to pursue, Xiao Wuchen's voice halted him. They've already fled. It's too late to chase. Xiao Wuchen observed the three shadows swiftly vanishing from sight, a flash of sinister intent crossing his face. Dongtang, report to the higher-ups. The 7th Squad has betrayed the Dragon Guards and colluded with demons. Chen Ping and Gu Bei have already faced their fate, and Yi Chun has been rescued by demons. Li Dongtang nodded, while Su Wuyan slowly lowered his mask, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that his incantation had its drawbacks. The three figures darted rapidly between the towering skyscrapers, one soaring upward with wings unfurled, while another propelled itself skyward with white threads. Only the petite figure seemed to sway precariously in midair, yet ultimately kept pace with the two massive forms. The 3.5-meter-tall figure gradually descended onto the rooftop of a 100-story building, retracting its wings. I envy how freely you can fly. The spider demon Lin Shi leaped after them, landing gracefully, her hand slightly moving to retract the white threads, gazing at the night sky, admiring the view. Another figure, considerably smaller in comparison, also ascended and descended gently, with disheveled blue hair and a tattered black uniform. Blood had dried at the wounds, giving the appearance of a beggar. Wei Yichun glanced at the towering demon Wu Renfeng, clearly recognizing that the black feathers were his doing, though he had not witnessed him using them underground at the school in the island nation. Turning to the demonized Lin Shi, he raised his head slightly and inquired, "Why did you save me?" Lin Shi's crimson eyes met Yichun's, devoid of explanation. "Because we are the villains, and thus we revel in our whims." "Are you planning to use me?" Yichun, naturally skeptical of Lin Shi's reply, cut to the chase. Having been rescued by demons, whether voluntary or involuntary, it was an undeniable fact that solidified his association with them. There would be no cleansing of this stain. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, you hold no value to the Dragon Guards anymore. Do you believe you possess any worth to us? Lin Shi retorted. This response left Yichun momentarily stunned, igniting a flicker of self-doubt. Could it be that he was truly so worthless that he could be discarded at any moment? Lin Shi produced a black pill, unmistakably a demon pill, a new version provided by Jian Yin. Extending it towards Yichun, she spoke slowly, "With your current strength, seeking revenge is impossible. Consuming this is your only path forward." Wei Yichun regarded the black pill in her palm with confusion, raising his gaze to Lin Shi. "Is this the secret to your transformation into demons? If you consume it, you will discover the truth," Lin Shi replied, her crimson eyes remaining unaltered. Calmed, "Aren't you afraid I might run off with this pill? Aren't you concerned I would expose your secret?" Yichun countered, refraining from taking the demon pill. "There's nothing to fear. Demons are not worth studying. We're merely a band of villains, and if we die, so be it. No one will remember us." Lin Shi responded nonchalantly, her impatience evident. "Whether you want it or not, I'll consume it myself. If you wish for revenge in the future, you will have no opportunity left." Recalling the encounter with the heavenly demon facing 3 A-level ninjas in a 1 versus 3 struggle, he realized that even when they fought evenly, they could suppress and even kill their opponents in a short time. Then there was that massive black dog, exuding an air of danger that terrified him. Its power was already at an S level. The demon pill in Lin Shi's hand resembled Pandora's box. Once opened, there would be no turning back. Yet, as she had pointed out, if he had truly perished at the hands of Xiao Wuchen and the others, he would likely be forgotten. After a moment of contemplation, Yichun finally made his decision, extending his hand to accept the demon pill from Lin Shi, though his expression remained conflicted. Closing his eyes, he steeled his resolve and swallowed the demon pill whole. In the next moment, a sensation of ethereal bliss coursed through his entire being, a tingling warmth radiating from the crown of his head. Wei Yichun closed his eyes in enjoyment, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. "Shouldn't this be excruciating?" Wu Renfeng observed, astonished. His own experience had been one of unbearable pain, yet Yichun's reaction was markedly different. Could he possibly be a masochist? Lin Shi's crimson gaze scrutinized the demonizing Yi Chen. Clicking her tongue in surprise, I didn't expect the illustrious dragon guard to harbor such tastes. In mere moments, Yi Chen completed his transformation into a demon, standing at approximately 3.5 meters tall. His form enveloped in a deep blue hue, devoid of any distinctive features. Slowly opening his eyes, the surroundings sharpened into clarity, his vision extending further than before, and all his senses heightened several-fold. An unending surge of power coursed through him, akin to a rebirth, and he could not help but exclaim, "Is this the power of a demon?" No wonder those ninjas, along with myself, the dragon guards, were unable to match up. Congratulations, you have embraced the path of evil, Lin Shi remarked, a hint of a smile playing at her lips. Yi Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. What a novel phrase. Then he chuckled at himself. In this world, there is no absolute good or evil. No clear right or wrong. Now I am likely a wanted man. There is no refuge left for me. Who would have thought that in the end, it would be the demons who took me in? A true man makes the world his home. What is there to fear? Wu Renfeng spoke slowly. Previously, the identity of the dragon guards restricted you, but now the demons have liberated you completely, allowing you to act as you please. Lin Shi scrutinized the demonized Yi Chen once more, pondering, I wonder what abilities you have acquired. It feels like my previous abilities, Yi Chen replied, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Then, as if struck by inspiration, he mused, I wonder what rank I am and what name I should carry as a demon. Just look at the demon codex, Wu Renfeng suggested. Oh, right, my memory, Yi Chen exclaimed, slapping his large head, and promptly retrieved his phone to access the demon's official website. The Demon Codex, Chapter 63, The Flying Demon, Bonus Chapter. Finally, he found his rank and title. While others appeared in black, his rank and name shown in crimson. Rank 14, Flying Demon. Why is it that as soon as I became a demon, the Demon Codex updated immediately? It feels as though there are spies among us, Yi Chen thought, casting a suspicious glance at the two. Lin Shi smiled mysteriously. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Now that everything is settled, shall we set off? Wu Renfeng prompted. Set off? Where to? Yi Chen inquired. To Haiwei City, to destroy our next target, the school in the island nation. Lin Shi gazed towards the direction of Haiwei City, then turned to Yi Chen and directly inquired, Are you going or not? With a hint of resignation, Yi Chen replied, Having already boarded your pirate ship, how could I possibly decline? He too cast his gaze towards Haiwei, his eyes gradually growing colder. I must personally shatter the island nation's conspiracy. I cannot allow my brother's hard work to be in vain. A flicker of doubt crossed his gaze, and after a moment of contemplation, he looked earnestly at Wu Renfeng and Lin Shi. However, Haiwei City is no simple matter. The passwords of the Island Nation School are certainly known to the various city lords, and the strength of Haiwei's lord is classified as S-rank. Our journey there may not be as smooth as we hope. Wu Renfeng approached the edge of the rooftop, speaking boldly without fear. Then let us set forth. As dawn began to break in the east, a massive shadow infiltrated one of the villas within the residential area. Shortly thereafter, screams echoed, blood splattering against the curtains, leaving the interior in utter chaos. The figure leapt from the window, revealing an upper body adorned with 6 arms. Isn't this Chowda supposed to reside in this villa area? Having already dispatched 6 experts, none of them were him. The 1,000-armed demon, Yi Lingtian, clutched a large head, his face a mask of confusion. Gradually reverting to his human form, he activated the devil's voice on his phone, observing the comments tally at 99. Damn it. Could these online trolls be deceiving me? However, they certainly did not mislead him regarding the direction. It appeared that nearly all the residents of this villa area were experts. They spouted various outrageous claims daily, utterly indifferent to the plight of ordinary people, truly despicable beings. Yi Lingtian opened a private message revealing Chao Da's detailed address. Upon checking the sender's information, he discovered the account had been banned. In a wonder, it was indeed the house in the far corner. This old scoundrel certainly knew how to choose a location. Yi Lingtian stowed away his phone and transformed into his demonic form once more. Approaching that villa in the Shenji district, atop a 5-star hotel, Wang Feng sat at a dining table, consuming breakfast while scrutinizing the image of the 1,000-armed demon displayed on his phone, albeit with the identity obscured. This guy can even rise from the dead. No wonder he is so brazen, Su Qing exclaimed incredulously from across the table. These double-digit demons possess increasingly bizarre abilities. Resurrection appears to be among them. Guoli remarked, seated on a wooden chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, sipping soy milk while gazing into the distance. This thousand-armed demon certainly knows how to make a scene, killing so many in one night. His identity seems quite significant as well. He could aid us by diverting the attention of the law enforcers and the dragon guards, making him a valuable ally. Wang Feng replied with a slight smile. When shall we carry out the task assigned by our superior? After all, there is a deadline, Su Qing inquired, looking at the two men. Capturing Li Dongtang alive is no simple task. Wang Feng recalled the exclusive mission detailed on the demon's official website. His expression turning serious. It is precisely because of the challenge that our superior entrusted this mission to the three of us. However, since it is an order from our superior and the first task bestowed upon us, we must accomplish it flawlessly, lest we betray the faith he has in us by providing us with demon pills. Wang Feng slowly rose, smiling at the two. The third squad consists of 2 A ranks and 1 B rank. With unknown abilities, which indeed present some difficulty, we cannot confront them head-on. There is also Lei Hong, who is no easy opponent. Su Qing expressed her concern. Do you have any good ideas? Guoli asked Wang Feng. Recognizing the familiar benevolent smile indicating a scheme was brewing. The thousand-armed demon could assist in diverting firepower, Wang Feng remarked with a hint of cunning, picking up his phone as the image of the thousand-armed demon turned towards them. What role could he possibly play? Besides, we've already harmed him. Would he even be willing to help? Su Qing questioned, her face a mask of confusion. Guoli remained silent, awaiting Wang Feng's elaboration. The dragon guards will certainly prioritize searching for him. But we can fan the flames and encourage him to seek out the dragon guards on his own. Doesn't he, the thousand-armed demon, enjoy playing with the devil's voice? Let him experience the taste of being cyberbullied. Wang Feng's lips curled into a sinister smile. Our subordinates happen to have expertise in orchestrating online harassment. Su Qing and Guoli exchanged glances, still somewhat perplexed. Rest assured, this fire will ignite today, Wang Feng declared, scrolling through his contacts and dialing one of his subordinates in the villa area. Chowda's living situation is quite nice. No wonder they say raising salaries is detrimental to ordinary people's endeavors. Yi Lingtian inhaled the bloody scent wafting from the bedroom but felt no sense of unease. Instead, he admired the opulent decor of the hall while savoring a freshly grilled steak, relishing the moment. Suffer as you will. Others enjoy the fruits of your labor. Over the past few days, Yi Lingtian had personally dealt with numerous pests, deeply understanding the meaning behind that phrase. He casually opened the devil's voice, nearly forgetting to chew in disbelief. One video bore the title, "The Thousand-Armed Demon Wreaks Havoc on Ordinary People. He will inevitably be struck down by Lord Lei Hong." The video rambled on like a declaration against thieves. Leaving Yi Lingtian utterly bewildered, he continued scrolling, encountering several more videos, all laden with insults directed at him. Titles included, "Our Dragon Guard's Third Squad, Xiao Wuchen, Su Wuyan, and Li Dongtang vow to personally slay the thousand-armed demon. This murderer, and as the Lord of Shunji City, I, Lei Hong, shall personally judge the thousand-armed demon and execute him publicly." Another read, "The thousand-armed demon is a calamity, an enemy of humanity, deserving of eradication. Dragon Guard Declaration." What the hell is going on? Has my account been tagged? Why am I only seeing these kinds of videos? Yi Lingtian was taken aback, scrolling through several more, his expression growing increasingly grim. "Fine, since you dare to declare war against me, I shall hasten your demise. I refuse to believe that all of these are insults. After all, just yesterday, they were supporting my extermination of those heartless beasts." Yi Lingtian opened the video he had posted, his brow furrowing in discontent. The pinned video was flooded with derogatory comments about him, questioning his lineage repeatedly. Had it not been for the inability to reach through the internet, Yi Lingtian felt he could have personally eliminated each and every one of them. His blood pressure rising. The comment section read, "Indeed, a worthless individual becomes a demon, merely a useless demon at that, only daring to slay ordinary people. Why not go after Lei Hong or the Dragon Guards? Yes, I think he cannot fight back, only bullying the weak, pathetic creature. While other demons engage with the Dragon Guards, he goes around harassing ordinary folks, truly a disgrace to demons. Indeed, absurdly laughable, broadcasting his intent to kill this or that. calling himself this lord, merely a foolish clown, a bunch of keyboard warriors. I shall eventually make you pay. Yi Lingtian's face darkened, slamming his hand on the table with a crack. The table shattered into pieces, flying in all directions. He then put away his phone. After all, he could not destroy it in his fury. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Lingtian seemed to arrive at a certain resolve, murmuring to himself, I do not wish to engage in mere verbal duels with you. If you dare question my strength, I shall slay the lord of Shunji City, Lei Hong, before your eyes, silencing your doubts with my might and smashing your keyboards. With that, he adopted a spirited demeanor. Exuding confidence, he retrieved his phone once more, opened the devil's voice, and released a hunting announcement. I, the thousand-armed ancestor, hereby declare my next target to be Lei Hong, the lord of Shunji City, a decrepit old man with a long beard. Clean your neck and await the descent of my scythe. Once the video was posted, he immediately promoted it, igniting the buzz. Yet, a troubling thought struck him. That fellow is in the Lord's mansion. What if there are too many experts? Wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Yi Lingtian found himself frozen in thought after posting the video. However, if the video gained traction, many would see it. If he deleted it afterward, wouldn't that be an embarrassment? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind, and he wore a smug expression. But I never specified a time limit. As long as I can kill him, that suffices. I refuse to believe he can bring a crowd every time he goes out. He must have moments of solitude. With this resolve, Yi Lingtian departed the villa area, heading straight for the Lord's mansion. As a competent jungler, one must possess a comprehensive view of the situation, but more importantly, patience. Only then can one catch their prey. The fish has taken the bait so quickly. Wang Feng observed the hunting announcement of Yi Lingtian on the devil's voice, a look of triumph on his face. The position of the thousand-armed demon indeed seemed to be moving towards the Lord's mansion at an impressive speed. Su Qing closed her eyes, akin to a satellite, sensing the location of the thousand-armed demon. This fellow's intelligence is quite low. How could he fall for such a trap? Guoli set down the newspaper he had been reading, glancing at Wang Feng. This time, he might be in for a world of hurt thanks to you. That fellow can survive being blasted to smithereens. It won't be so easy to kill him, Wang Feng mused, scratching his nose, as if contemplating something further. He turned his gaze to Guoli and Su Qing. A slight smile gracing his lips. I have a battle plan that requires your cooperation. Meanwhile, in a small town nestled between Shunji City and Haiyue City, a quaint tavern housed a private room. Look at the devil's voice. There's an amusing character boldly proclaiming his intent to kill Lei Hong. Our superior has named him the thousand-armed demon, and he refers to himself as the thousand-armed ancestor. Lin Shi remarked, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she watched the hunting announcement. Why are there suddenly so many videos berating this thousand-armed demon? Wu Renfeng sensed a whiff of conspiracy and then stumbled upon the hunting announcement for the thousand-armed demon, leading him to a sudden realization. It appears that someone is stirring the pot from behind the scenes. The intelligence of this thousand-armed demon seems rather concerning. It was far too easy for it to fall into a trap. I reckon this fellow's mind is utterly vacant, or perhaps it's merely half-formed and somewhat foolish, incapable of discerning such an obvious ruse. The question remains, however, who is fanning the flames? Yi Chun, deserving of his former status as a Dragon Guard member, swiftly perceived the underlying intricacies and, shaking his head with a smile, remarked, this fellow still intends to slay Lei Hong. Unless that day the big black dog has another chance, if he goes, it is likely to be a futile endeavor. Is Lei Hong truly formidable? I have heard he is an A-rank ability user, Lin Shi inquired while sipping her wine. Lei Hong is a former member of the Dragon Guard, holding the rank of captain. He was once a candidate for the Golden Dragon Guard, though the reasons for his exclusion remain a mystery. The prerequisite for joining the Golden Dragon Guard is an S rank. Although his current rating is A, that does not diminish his prowess. Yi Chen elaborated, in a hotel room within Wuhua District. A knock echoed through the air as the silver-haired Chan Zheng opened the door. Uncle Venom, the opportunity has arrived. Zhang Yu exclaimed, entering the room and plopping down onto the sofa, his face alight with excitement. After closing the door, Chan Zheng regarded Zhang Yu with a hint of fatigue. What opportunity? Did you not see the magic sound? We have a prime counterpart brazenly declaring their intent to hunt down that scoundrel Lei Hong. This is our chance, Zhang Yu replied, confusion etched across his features as he looked at Chen Zheng, who merely shook his head. He had momentarily overlooked that during this period, Qian Zheng was not only evading the White Zifeng team but also assimilating demon minions, resulting in his physical and mental exhaustion. With a faint smile, he opened the magic sound and displayed the hunting announcement video to Qian Zheng, stating, "Our opportunity to seize control has finally arrived. Even if we do not succeed, at the very least, the task assigned by that esteemed individual can be fulfilled. Once the thousand-armed demon makes a move against Lei Hong, there will undoubtedly be no reinforcements on this end. The White Zifeng team alone cannot withstand us. At that point, we shall directly assault the Wuhua District's enforcement division, and upon conquest, we can dominate the entire Wuhua District. Very well, I will summon back the scattered demon minions and strive for victory in this battle to secure Wuhua District." Qianzheng nodded, reclining on the bed. "But first, I shall take a moment to rest. In the city of Divine Marshal, within the Lord's Mansion, a conference room displayed a video on a screen, broadcasting the hunting announcement for Lei Hong. I cannot believe these demons have become so brazen. Are they truly toying with my Dragon Nation?" Mu Yi, wearing black sunglasses, seethed as he gazed at the screen. Beside him stood two individuals, one clad in white, Baiyu, and the other in black, with piercing eyes and long hair, coldly observing the screen. This was indeed the third combatant of the Heavenly Shield Guard, Cold Blood, an A-rank ability user. Due to the shortage of manpower in the city of Divine Marshal, Lei Hong had spared no expense in hiring the Heavenly Shield Guard for assistance. Although the other two were lackluster, Cold Blood was undoubtedly worth every penny, possessing a stellar reputation within the ability user community. Chapter 65. The more, the merrier, the more excited I become, continued, for he had a mission that was indeed serious. Opposite them sat the third team of the Dragon Guard, the Xiao Wuchen team. Xiao Wuchen cast a cold glance at the video before closing his eyes, appearing to meditate. The Thousand-Arm Ancestor? This fellow is rather arrogant. However, it works in our favor, as he has come to deliver himself to us. Li Dongtang remarked coldly, "Initially, I intended to send you to the Wuhua District to encircle the Venom Demon and the Rock Armor Demon. It would be challenging to take them down relying solely on the White Zifeng team." Lei Hong remained composed, showing no sign of anger, instead turning to Mu Yi. Flashed a professional smile. "Since you have engaged our Heavenly Shield Guard, it signifies your recognition of our strength. Whatever your commands may be, we shall execute them with utmost diligence." He then turned to Cold Blood, enthusiastically introducing, "Cold Blood is the sword of the Heavenly Shield Guard. He has never failed in any task he has accepted. Our leader highly values your commission and has sent hot blood directly. Ha." Xiao Wuchen could not help but let out a cold laugh upon hearing this, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. "If you doubt my strength, we can step outside for a spar. I would like to see just how capable the captain of the Dragon Guard's third team truly is." Cold Blood glared at Xiao Wuchen. His face darkened as he taunted, "If you are afraid, then keep your mouth shut. Those who can only speak with sarcasm are merely worthless. I have never engaged in sparring. To fight with me is to determine both rank and life or death." Xiao Wuchen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze flashing with a hint of murderous intent, chilling to the core. The atmosphere became stifling, thick with the scent of gunpowder, making it difficult to breathe. "Enough," Lei Hong declared, his expression turning serious as he surveyed the two and it present. "Demons are wreaking havoc outside, and the Thousand-Armed Demon has killed numerous intellectuals and pillars of various fields. If you are here to incite internal strife, you may leave at once. If not, first cleanse the demons and afterward, you may pursue your own agendas." His tone carried an unmistakable warning. Observing the room fall into silence, Xiao Wuchen once again closed his eyes. Lei Hong continued, "Regardless of whether this is a conspiracy or if there are any potential detrimental factors, as long as the Thousand-Armed Demon dares to come knocking, it is advantageous for us. If we can kill one, that is one less threat. Ideally, we will capture them all. I do not wish for any of you to hold back, and should the hunting of the demons fail due to anyone's negligence, that individual will bear full responsibility." The latter part of his statement bore an explicit warning, as no one could afford to shoulder the blame for failure, especially since the emergence of the demons, they had yet to capture even a single one, while the Dragon Guard had lost 4 members. To ensure the extermination of the Thousand-Armed Demon, all shall join forces. I shall serve as bait. I refuse to believe that the demons possess a significant number of reinforcements. For every one that comes, I shall slay one." Lei Hong's eyes narrowed, murderous intent radiating from him, as faint sparks danced across his body. A black sports car sped swiftly from the Lord's mansion, with Lei Hong gripping the steering wheel in one hand. Executing a flawless 180-degree drift at the corner, the accelerator pressed to the floor. Amidst the roaring engine, the shadow of the black sports car gradually shrank, disappearing at the end of the road. Still driving a convertible, these lords truly possess wealth, Yiling Tian, who had been lurking in a nearby building for quite some time, observed, displeased as he watched Lei Hong zoom down the street. Transforming into his demon form, he leaped toward another building, pursuing Lei Hong's direction, grumbling, "What is the rush? Are you on fire, seeking your little lover to cool off?" As the shadow of the black sports car became increasingly distant, a towering figure, standing at 3.5 meters tall, leaped from the high-rise, landing with a resounding impact that left a massive footprint. Charging towards the black sports car amidst swirling dust. Approximately half an hour later, he arrived at a desolate wilderness, surrounded by jagged rocks. The black sedan executed another dazzling 360-degree drift before coming to a halt in a cleared area. Several hundred meters away, the thousand-armed demon, Yiling Tian, could not help but feel bemused. Could such a desolate place truly conceal a lover? Did this lord truly indulge in such extravagant pursuits? He then retrieved his phone. Aiming the camera at the distant Lei Hong, his rugged voice resonating, the hunting hour begins. With a crimson tongue brushing against the red button on his phone, he successfully published the video before tucking it away. Brimming with confidence, he declared, "After I eliminate you, I shall create a hunting conclusion video, and it will be nothing short of perfection." With that, the 6 arms on his upper body morphed into scythe-like appendages. Glimmering in the sunlight, Lei Hong, clad in a trench coat, turned to face the slowly approaching Yiling Tian, pondering whether to commend his audacity or scorn his foolishness for delivering himself to his adversary. "If the intelligence of other demons resembled yours, I would have far fewer headaches. Are you implying that you deliberately lured me out? I am not alone." Yiling Tian halted, 2 question marks emerging in his mind. A sense of foreboding enveloping him. He then scanned his surroundings, offering a cold smile. "Humph, you are merely posturing. You think you can intimidate me like this? Do you believe I am as cowardly as your ilk?" In the distance, Lei Hong merely cast a casual glance at Yiling Tian, stating, "To be honest, I have encountered numerous demons, yet this is the first time I have met one as dim-witted as you. Can you truly not recognize such an obvious trap?" As Lei Hong spoke, his gaze toward Yiling Tian shifted to one of sympathy, for such a foolish creature was indeed a rarity. Hearing Lei Hong's derision, Yiling Tian's anger morphed into mockery, retorting, "I never expected the Lord of the City of Divine Martial to rely solely on verbal sparring. I am aware you aim to buy time for reinforcements. However, I am least afraid of facing multiple opponents. The more there are, the more exhilarated I become. Is that so? You will truly find it exhilarating." A mocking voice emerged from behind Yiling Tian. Turning to look, he was met with the sight of Mu Yi, accompanied by 2 young men. One clad in white, wielding a short sword, and the other in black, gripping a blood-red longsword. Indeed, it was Mu Yi and his companions. Encircling him from behind, approaching death and yet utterly unaware. "Your reactions are somewhat sluggish," came the voice of Li Dongtang from a nearby side. Leading the trio was, of course, Xiao Wuchen, with black iron sand swirling around him. Alongside Su Wuyan, shrouded in a mask. Chapter 66. One person has surrounded you all, continued. The 3 factions formed a triangular formation, ensnaring Yiling Tian in their midst, leaving not even a fly with an escape route. As Yiling Tian observed the encroaching trio, a sense of foreboding washed over him. The situation appeared to have escalated beyond mere triviality. Had he truly fallen into an ambush? Yet, even if he had, what did it matter to the ancient ancestor known as Qianbi? He steeled himself internally. His scarlet eyes brimmed with disdain as he surveyed his surroundings, lifting his head in haughty defiance. "Humph, you wretches think you can ensnare me? Everything unfolds precisely as I anticipated. It is but I who has surrounded you in an instant." 6 scythes unfurled from his upper body, and without further ado, he charged toward Lei Hong with lethal intent. "I hope your body is as resilient as your words." Lei Hong, witnessing the massive form of Yiling Tian bearing down upon him like a war chariot, remained unperturbed, raising his hand toward the heavens. With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning descended, striking directly at Yi Lingtian. Instinctively sensing danger, Yi Lingtian sidestepped swiftly. The lightning bolt collided with the ground, creating a deep crater, shrouded in swirling smoke and charred earth. It was evident that being a city lord came with its own prowess. However, he was still no match for me. Yi Lingtian barely felt the impact before he reconstituted himself, sensing a surge in both power and mental fortitude. His speed heightened, and he faced Lei Hong's lightning with ease and composure. Is that so? What if there are two? Lei Hong raised his hand once more, intoning gravely. Two successive bolts of lightning descended upon Yi Lingtian's path. Damn, do they not have a cooldown? Yi Lingtian hastily dodged again, only to find the second bolt had already anticipated his movement, crashing down directly above his head. Two of his scythe arms raised high. He managed to block the lightning, yet the tremendous force still forced him back several steps. This fool may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but his strength is formidable, to have withstood my lightning with just 2 scythes. Lei Hong noted that Yi Lingtian still had 4 scythes remaining and realized that this Qinbi demon was indeed a formidable opponent. Fortunately, he had the foresight to summon his allies. Buzzing. 2 beams of laser shot towards Yi Lingtian from behind. Damn it, another sneak attack. Yi Lingtian swiftly swung his remaining scythe arms to deflect the 2 lasers effortlessly. The beams struck against the scythes but could not pierce through. After dying once, the quality of these scythes has indeed improved. Yi Lingtian was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had indeed grown stronger through combat. Was it possible that he owed a debt of gratitude to the Spike Demon and the Steel Bullet Demon? If they had not slain him, he would not have experienced this enhancement. Without such an increase in power, he would surely have been overwhelmed by the successive assaults. Should he thank them for their lethal kindness? No. What if he hadn't possessed this resurrection ability? Would he not have truly perished? What on earth are these scythes made of? My lasers cannot penetrate them. Yi removed his sunglasses, his eyes ablaze with laser energy. Having fired for several seconds without breaching the defenses, his mouth twitching in self-doubt. After his previous encounter with the Steel Bullet Demon, now finding himself unable to breach the defenses of the Qinbi Demon, could it be that he had grown so weak? Yet, the continuous firing of lasers was unsustainable, as his mental energy would deplete rapidly over time. Reluctantly, he donned his sunglasses once more, abandoning his assault to await a more opportune moment. What an idiot! Has he been frightened by our numbers? Baiyu, wielding a short sword, approached from the side, mocking Yi Lingtian for appearing lost in thought. Just as Baiyu lunged forward with his blade, Yi Lingtian commanded, "Stop!" With a thunderous crack, another bolt of lightning descended from above. You think mere lightning can deter me? One of Yi Lingtian's scythe arms casually intercepted the strike, while another scythe cleaved toward Baiyu. A ruthless glint in his eyes as he declared, "I shall first take you down as a warning to the rest. Die!" A shadow flashed beside Yi Lingtian, a blood-red sword aimed directly at his heart. The assailant was none other than Long Shui. I said he must die. No matter how many come, it will be in vain. Yi Lingtian's remaining arms swung their scythes toward Long Shui, who could not have fathomed that this would be his final confrontation. Vanquished in mere 2 moves, "Shao Bai!" Yi roared, pulling off his sunglasses and unleashing another barrage of lasers. Yet, Long Shui, nimble and cunning, deftly evaded the attacks from Yi Lingtian's 3 scythe arms, retaliating with a strike to his chest. Though it failed to break through his defenses, withdrawing without lingering over Baiyu's demise, Long Shui merely drew a crimson line across his fingertip, the blood flowing to his sword, which seemed to pulse with newfound life. "Do not bother me!" Yi Lingtian swatted away the 2 incoming laser beams with his scythes and charged once more at Lei Hong, disregarding Yi, who clung like a leech to it that moment. A voice called out, "Switch!" Having been a mere 10 meters from Lei Hong, Yi Lingtian suddenly found himself several hundred meters away, replaced by a muscular man. What the hell is this skill? How did I get so far away in an instant? Yi Lingtian took in the unfamiliar surroundings, realizing Lei Hong had inexplicably distanced himself. Nearby, a man surrounded by black iron sand and a young individual wearing a mask approached, the iron sand swarming toward him like a swarm of bees. Chapter 67. Once again, I am struck. Sensing a sliver of danger, Yi Lingtian was consumed with fury, swinging his 6 scythe arms to cleave through them. The masked man swiftly pulled down his mask. Commanding, freezed, in the next instant. Yi Lingtian felt as though he had been encased in ice, rendered immobile, forced to watch as the black iron sand surged towards him. Get away! Trapped, Yi Lingtian struggled against the restraints, his fury igniting a desperate effort to break free from the invisible bonds. With indomitable will and immense strength, he fought against the intangible shackles. The critical juncture, Yi Lingtian finally broke free. Erupting like a caged tiger, his scarlet eyes ablaze with wrath as he swung his six-scythed arms at the two figures before him, scattering the oncoming black iron sand and preventing them from advancing. What is happening? Xiao Wuchen's cold visage flickered with rare bewilderment as he glanced at Su Wuyan. Su Wuyan, under his scrutinizing gaze, felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling and gesturing frantically. This demon's mental energy is too potent. His strength is overwhelming. I can only hold him for less than half a second. Daring to challenge my authority, I shall send you both to your demise first. Yi Lingtian swung his scythe arms once more toward the two. Retreat. Xiao Wuchen's eyes darkened as he stepped back, the black iron sand swirling around him and Su Wuyan, forming two impenetrable walls. With a resounding crash, the walls blocked Yi Lingtian's attack, but in the next moment, they crumbled, drawn back by a mere gesture from Xiao Wuchen. There is no other choice. We must employ the most powerful incantation to immobilize him, or we shall all fall into peril. Even if we must kill him, it will come at an immeasurable cost. We must conclude this swiftly. Xiao Wuchen's expression was grave as he issued his command without room for debate. Su Wuyan's complexion turned ashen at the thought of using the ultimate incantation, knowing it would demand an even greater sacrifice. Yet, they had no choice but to comply unconditionally. With a resolute expression, they fixed their gaze upon Yi Lingtian and shouted, "Freeze!" As soon as the words left their lips, an invisible hand seemed to seize Yi Lingtian's colossal form. Yet this was not the end. Fearing he might escape once more, an even larger invisible hand gripped him tightly, ensnaring him in an endless web of immobilization. PFF'd, Su Wuyan's chest heaved violently as he spat a mouthful of blood. Crimson droplets streaming from his nose and ears, his body teetering on the brink of collapse, clearly pushed to his limits. Damn it. This is not over. Yi Lingtian realized he was entombed in what felt like solidified cement. Unable to move despite his fervent struggle, a flicker of panic igniting within him. Attack! Kill him! Xiao Wuchen commanded sharply, gesturing toward Yi Lingtian. Black eternal spear, pierce his heart, whoosh. The surrounding black iron sand coalesced before him, and in the blink of an eye, a mysterious spear, pitch black with a faint ethereal glow, hovered above the ground. The spear was long and straight, resembling the brightest star in the night sky, exuding an aura of unparalleled lethality. Its tip was razor-sharp, seemingly capable of piercing through any obstacle, evoking a profound sense of power and the allure of deep darkness. This is the strongest attack that Xiao Wuchen can unleash at present, the Black Eternal Spear. Forged from black iron sand, boasting incredible penetrating power. Whoosh! The dark spear shot forth like an arrow, swift as lightning. Simultaneously, two more bolts of lightning descended from above, directly striking the immobilized Yi Lingtian. Following closely behind, two laser beams shot toward him from Imo Yi, likely the most powerful lasers at his disposal. Swish, boom. Sizzle. 3 distant attacks simultaneously struck Yi Lingtian. Bound by the constraints of the true word technique, he found himself utterly immobilized, helplessly watching his various skills hurtle towards him, unable to take any action. Thud. The dark spear pierced directly through Yi Lingtian's left chest. Soaring backward, blue blood erupted forth like a geyser, creating a massive, irregular wound in his chest, with flesh and blood clearly visible around it, and through the gaping hole, one could glimpse the other side of his spirit. Wow! A surge of excruciating pain washed over Yi Lingtian, and he coughed up a mouthful of blue blood, his mental energy rapidly depleting. 2 bolts of lightning struck his large head simultaneously, causing him to feel disoriented, his vision blurring, even sensing a burnt aroma in the air. The laser beam from behind seared into his back, a searing pain radiating throughout his body, nearly melting his deep blue skin and releasing a pungent scent of burnt flesh, an agonizing torment. Yi Lingtian swung his scythe-like arm, breaking free from his bindings once more, frantically slashing at his surroundings. The interval from being immobilized by the true word to completing the ranged attack lasted barely 2 seconds, indicating that Su Wuyan's true word technique could exert its maximum power for no more than that fleeting moment. However, after unleashing this true word, Su Wuyan collapsed to the ground, his mental energy completely drained, suffering severe backlash and rendered unable to continue the fight. The physical resilience of these monsters was truly terrifying. Even with their bodies pierced, they remained alive. Li Dongtang appeared behind Yiling Tian, leaping forward, his right leg poised to strike at his neck. Bang! Struck hard, Yiling Tian's crimson eyes were filled with madness. Under the sting of pain, he instinctively swung his scythe towards Li Dongtang behind him. The next moment, the scythe shattered a fragment of stone. Meanwhile, Li Dongtang had already swapped positions to a stone pile hundreds of meters away, his expression one of lingering fear. This injured fellow reacted far too quickly, nearly catching him off guard. Hiss! The sound of iron being sliced echoed in all directions, cold-blooded and ruthless. An eye locked onto a flaw in Yiling Tian's defenses, darting to his side like a phantom. And with a swift strike, a red flash severed one of his scythe arms. Dead. Yiling Tian endured the heart-wrenching pain, swinging his remaining scythe arm towards the cold-blooded assailant. Cold blood narrowed his eyes, ducking just in time, but a segment of his tied-back hair was nonetheless severed. Having landed a hit, he dared not linger, continuously retreating. Suddenly, numerous oval shadows appeared on the ground. As everyone looked up, they were met with a dark cloud of artillery shells, which seemed to possess a homing ability, accurately descending upon the gathered individuals. Concurrently, in the distance, a massive shadow with buzzing wings surged toward Li Dongtang, moving with incredible speed. Chapter 68. Dongtang captured. What could have prompted this sudden turn of events? To understand, we must delve back a few minutes. On a distant series of hills, 3 dark figures lurked, observing Yiling Tian engage in battle against 7 ability users. It must be noted that this 1,000-armed demon, though a bit reckless, was undeniably formidable. Wang Feng watched the fierce clash among the 8 and found himself increasingly impressed with Yiling Tian's strength, exclaiming, "That guy's power has more than doubled since the last time. If any one of us were to face those 7 alone, we wouldn't fare much better." Guoli's expression turned grave as he spoke. "Is this part of your plan?" Su Qing asked Wang Feng, realizing that his intellect seemed to be on the rise. Previously, she had only noticed his combat prowess, but now he displayed a certain acumen in strategy as well. The real show is yet to come. "Our only task now is to wait for the right moment," Wang Feng replied, his hunter-like gaze fixed on the distant Li Dongtang. "So, we are to play the role of the opportunist? Wipe them all out?" Su Qing inquired. "You're overthinking it. That Lei Hong clearly has yet to unleash his full power, including the one wielding the red longsword and the one cloaked in darkness. These individuals are clearly holding back," Wang Feng observed, his eyes sharp as he sensed that the 3 were no ordinary foes, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "However, if the opportunity arises, I wouldn't mind dispatching them right now. The 1,000-armed demon has been immobilized once more. This time, he likely won't escape, and is destined for demise," Guoli remarked, his excitement palpable as he noted the battle reaching a fever pitch. "Are we about to act?" Su Qing asked, her expression tense, as the prospect of such an endeavor was undeniably thrilling. Her words tinged with anticipation. "Soon," Wang Feng replied, his gaze fixed on the gaping wound in Yiling Tian's chest. Involuntarily flinching at the thought of the pain he must be enduring, he witnessed Li Dongtang charging towards Yiling Tian. His eyes narrowed, readying himself to strike. The 3 of them soon transformed into demonic forms, each towering around 3.5 meters. Acting according to plan, they unleashed a barrage of artillery fire, while Wang Feng instructed, "Sky Eye, relay the coordinates of the key targets. I will go after Li Dongtang." The spiked demon Wang Feng unfurled his wings and surged towards Li Dongtang, who had positioned himself atop the rocky debris. Meanwhile, Guoli, in collaboration with Su Qing, raised multiple cannons across his body, bombarding the area where Yiling Tian was engaged in battle with an onslaught of shells. In the battlefield occupied by Yiling Tian, everyone looked up at the ominous cloud of artillery shells, their eyes wide, mouths agape in disbelief. "Here we go again. Is another rescue on the way?" Lei Hong glanced upwards, recalling the earlier incident when the steel bullet demon had been rescued from a dire situation. Facing a similar scenario, he muttered. This time, no one can save him. As soon as the words left his mouth, a surge of lightning crackled around him, electric currents enveloping his body with a sizzling sound. He pointed a finger skyward, and bolts of lightning transformed into numerous tiny serpents that darted upward, their speed too swift for the naked eye to perceive. The artillery shells aimed at Lei Hong were intercepted mid-air by the rain of lightning serpents, detonating upon impact. This tactic mirrored the earlier encounter at the Divine Martial Hospital. With so many forces deployed, and yet you still escape. Where does that leave my reputation as the city lord? Lei Hong effortlessly blocked the incoming artillery, his right hand crackling with electricity, ready to strike down Yiling Tian. Eye in the air, the sound of thunderous explosions resonated, as thick black smoke began to envelop the area. Wait, not just bombs. There are also toxic gas shells. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lei Hong held his breath and began to retreat from the noxious cloud. Could that steel bullet demon be lurking nearby? Xiao Wuchen's expression turned alarmed as he gazed at the multitude of artillery shells above. With a wave of his left hand, a portion of black iron sand coalesced into a large hand, encasing the unconscious Su Wuyan and bringing him to his side. His right hand directed the remaining black iron sand to form a massive black iron wall overhead, intercepting the falling projectiles. Boom! A cacophony of explosions erupted from the iron wall, which was subsequently shattered into countless pieces, while Xiao Wuchen carried Su Wuyan away from the battlefield. This black mist. This is bad. It's toxic gas. A quick glance at Su Wuyan revealed that while Xiao Wuchen could endure the gas for a while, he could not risk it, and he retreated swiftly. Damn it. Not again. Mo Yi looked up, feeling the strain on his spirit, and saw a dense array of artillery shells above. At that moment, he wanted to flee, but his body felt unresponsive, his legs weak. Still dawdling, do you wish to perish? Suddenly, a hand seized the back of his collar, dragging him away from the battlefield with alarming speed, as cold blood held a sword in his left hand while pulling the weakened Lei Hong with his right, hastily retreating into the distance. Steel bullet demon? Spike demon? Are these fellows here to save me? Yiling Tian gazed up at the sky filled with artillery shells, a look of confusion on his face. But if they are here to rescue me, why are they also aiming for me? Damn it, run. Ever since the steel bullet demon had blown him to pieces, he had developed a psychological aversion. Not even pausing to retrieve his severed arm, watching everyone else flee, he sought a safe direction and dashed away. Not looking back, damn it, a wise man does not take immediate losses. I will return. The thousand-armed demon, seemingly fueled by newfound potential, dragged his wounded body and sprinted away. Fortunately, I used spatial exchange to move this far. Otherwise, I would have sustained severe injuries if not death, from a distance. Li Dongtang stood atop the rocky terrain, watching the swarm of artillery shells descend, a wave of dread washing over him. His gaze swept toward Xiao Wuchen and Su Wuyan, noticing that Xiao Wuchen had shielded them from the bombardment and was retreating. Prompting a sigh of relief, "Brother, this is not the time to relax," a mocking voice echoed from behind, sending chills down Li Dongtang's spine, every pore on his body standing on end. Instinctively, he turned to deliver a kick, but a voice pierced through his flesh as a black spike evaded his vital points, plunging directly into his chest. In the next moment, a swift chop struck his neck. Damn, that hurts like hell. Feeling the sharp pain radiating from his chest and neck, Li Dongtang was on the verge of despair, his right fist swinging out, bang. His punch connected squarely with Wang Feng's cheek, nearly knocking him off balance. Chapter 69. The Speed of Jian Yin. Additional update. Damn. Is this guy not fainting? Or is my strength just too feeble? A glimmer of suspicion flickered in Wang Feng's eyes as he absorbed Li Dongtang's punch with his face. His left hand, wielding a black spike, aimed for another vital point, determined to incapacitate him. With two consecutive spikes piercing through, the paralyzing poison attached to the spikes infiltrated Li Dongtang's body. Li Dongtang felt his entire body grow weak. Unable to muster even a modicum of strength, his eyes turned white, and he fainted on the spot. He was hoisted once more by Wang Feng, soaring towards the position where Su Qing and the others were located. In the distance, Xiao Wuchen, witnessing Li Dongtang being abducted, trembled with rage, his face contorted with extreme displeasure. The black iron sand around him coalesced into a dark platform, and Xiao Wuchen, accompanied by Su Wuyan, stepped onto it, gliding towards Li Dongtang like a magic carpet. Demon, do not leave. Stand still. Yet, the adversary paid him no heed, moving at a speed several times greater than his own, rendering him unable to catch up. Merely watching the figure diminish in the distance. Has he fled again? Lei Hong observed as the black toxic mist gradually dissipated. The silhouette of the thousand-armed demon had long since vanished. The usually composed Lei Hong felt the urge to curse, his face twisting in frustration. They had dispatched 7 individuals, only to inflict severe injury upon the enemy. This was nothing short of a futile endeavor, and more grievously, they had sacrificed one person and lost another. Such a disgrace. Demon, I shall ensure you pay the price, leaving you without a burial ground. Lei Hong could no longer contain the fury bubbling within him. Electricity surged throughout his body, frenzied and restless. These demons were far more troublesome than anticipated. Their physical strength was immensely high, rendering ordinary B-rank ability users no match for them. The complexities of the situation exceeded all expectations. In the distance, Long Shui surveyed the battlefield with a grim expression. The outcome was entirely beyond his expectations. He could hardly fathom how, after just a few days, these demons had grown so powerful, bearing little resemblance to those he had first encountered. Now even allied with Bai Yu.Mo's voice carried a hint of guilt, noting that, including Chong Yin, they had already sacrificed 2 generals since their encounter with the demons. We must reassess this situation. These demons are advancing in strength at an alarming rate. The challenges far exceed what we had imagined. The rewards for this mission are woefully insufficient. Long Shui cast a glance at Lei Hong in the distance, then at Xiao Wuchen and Su Wuyan on the black iron platform, gravely remarking, this hulking figure possesses a troublesome ability, capable of swapping positions with any object within sight. Wang Feng had completely evaded Xiao Wuchen's pursuit and slowly descended onto the mountainside, where the surrounding trees conveniently concealed their figures. If all else fails, we could blind him to avoid further complications, suggested Guoli, observing Li Dongtang, who appeared as if he were a lifeless dog. The master instructed us to capture Li Dongtang alive. If we were to incapacitate him, I wonder if that would meet the master's requirements. Yu Qing, with her crimson eyes fixed on Li Dongtang, shook her head in denial. It would be unwise to act with such cleverness. He is merely unconscious and could awaken at any moment. If he were to escape using his abilities, we would face considerable trouble in recapturing him. Guoli astutely pointed out, had I known, I would have brought some sleeping pills. That was a miscalculation. As Wang Feng walked, he patted Li Dongtang's face to check if he was merely pretending to be asleep, then turned to Su Qing. Can you sense the master's location? Su Qing shook her head. If the master does not wish for us to find him, I cannot perceive his position. What then shall we do about the mission? Continuing to carry this burden is not a viable option. Perhaps we should blind him, Guoli suggested with a furrowed brow, eyeing Li Dongtang, who was being dragged along like a dead dog. Look over there, Wang Feng pointed at a figure not far off, a faint smile gracing his lips. Jian Yin. Guoli and Su Qing watched as the silhouette of a figure clad in black gradually materialized, solidifying into the form of the third-ranked demon, Jian Yin. The next moment, Wang Feng felt a sudden lightness in his right hand. Looking down, he was shocked to find Li Dongtang had vanished. What the hell? Li Dongtang has escaped. Over there, Su Qing pointed, revealing Li Dongtang standing before Jian Yin. Strange, did I not just swap places with that figure in black? Why is his hand empty? Where is the black-clad man? Li Dongtang, equally puzzled, stared at Wang Feng's empty hand, deciding to flee. He turned, his eyes widening in disbelief. The next second, a massive syringe plunged into his neck, injecting its contents before he could react. You think you can match my speed? You're still a novice, Jian Yin remarked coolly, withdrawing the syringe after its contents had been fully administered. That should render you unconscious for 2 to 3 hours. Thank goodness he didn't escape. Otherwise, it would have been a complete failure. Guoli remarked, wishing to kick Li Dongtang for being so cunning. Long time no see, Jian Yin. Wang Feng felt a renewed sense of awe at Jian Yin's earlier display, realizing that even the positional exchange with Li Dongtang had been thwarted. After all, the thousand-armed demon had suffered considerable losses. He greeted Jian Yin with a smile. Jian Yin merely nodded in acknowledgement before retrieving 3 demon orbs and extending his hand. The 3 individuals cooperatively extended their enormous deep blue palms to receive their mission rewards. After distributing the demons, Jian Yin cautioned, You have significantly enhanced your strength after consuming the demon orbs, but the more you consume, the less effective they become, and it's even normal for there to be no reaction at all. Unless the master increases the dosage, which depends on luck, how to utilize the demon orbs is up to you. These are the instructions the master wished for me to convey. With that, Jianyin began to drag Li Dongtang away, his form gradually fading from view. Consuming too many will diminish the effects. Is it akin to taking medication, where the body develops resistance, thus reducing efficacy? Wang Feng mused, stroking his chin as he observed the others. That may not be entirely accurate. It's like how I could only launch bombs initially. After consuming the demon orb, I was able to unleash toxic gas bombs, and my physical strength increased considerably. It might be that further consumption of demon orbs won't enhance physical strength as easily, nor will abilities increase so readily. Guali reflected seriously after pondering for a moment. I only regained my human form after consuming the second demon orb, and I acquired an ability akin to electromagnetic waves. Su Qing concurred with Guali's assessment. Did Jianyin not say that how we use the demon orbs is up to us? Does that imply we can cultivate new demons ourselves? Wang Feng shared his understanding with the others. It should be so. Su Qing and Guili nodded, albeit somewhat uncertainly. But it must be reliable. If we consume the demon orbs and they do not share our intentions, it could spell trouble, Wang Feng concluded after a moment of contemplation. For now, let's focus on enhancing our own strength. The other two agreed with this course of action. In the outskirts of the Divine Martial District, within a certain villa, anguished pleas echoed throughout the hall. Dog brother, I beg you, spare me. I am willing to become a demon. Just let me go. I wouldn't mind turning into a dog. Big brother, you have imprisoned me for dozens of days. I no longer know what month or day it is. I am truly going insane. I cannot bear it any longer. Every day is nothing but eating and sleeping, and even the anesthetic needs to be administered at maximum dosage, and my body cannot withstand it any longer. I am truly on the brink of death. Please, let me out for just a brief respite. Please, I am willing to become a demon. I am willing to. Even as a dog, I have no objections. Just let me out. A massive iron cage contained a disheveled, corpulent man, his eyes reflecting madness. He repeatedly bashed his head against the floor, tears and snot streaming down his face, embodying sheer desolation. What, do you think anyone can become a dog? Is being a dog too much of an indignity? Upon hearing the remark about being a dog, Xiao He, seated on the sofa, immediately took offense, glaring as he retorted. No, 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 dog brother, I was wrong. Please, forgive my minor transgressions and let me out. Zhong Yan, observing Xiao He's displeasure, quickly cowered and pleaded for mercy. He had completely surrendered. After all, one cannot forsake freedom for the sake of dignity. Silence. If you keep this up, I will administer a few more injections, Xiao He said, reclining with his legs crossed on the sofa while munching on a popsicle and casting a sidelong glance at Zhong Yan in the cage. The threat of more injections clearly instilled fear in Zhong Yan. Initially, the anesthetic was administered to prevent him from awakening and using his abilities to escape. However, it later became a means to silence him. After all, Zhong Yan now wore a black collar around his neck, resembling a dog in every sense. This collar suppressed his abilities and even his strength. After being confined for so long, the edge had been worn off him, leaving only the mantra in his heart: obedience. Seek freedom, dog brother, dog brother. I will not make a fuss, I promise. You have already placed an ability lock on me. Could you let me out for a few steps? I have been imprisoned for dozens of days and have no idea what the outside world is like anymore. Zhong Yan begged desperately, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, a figure descended from the balcony, stepping through the void, casting a gaze upon the ruckus that Zhong Yan was causing. Upon seeing the man adorned with a demon mask, Zhong Yan instinctively shrank back, immediately falling silent, for he knew that this man was the true demon, the one who had abducted him and subjected him to a life worse than that of a pig or dog. Big brother, you have arrived, Xiao He exclaimed, swallowing the last bite of his popsicle and leaping from the sofa, instinctively wagging his tail and speaking in a garbled manner. Is Jianyin not here yet? Nia Wudao approached the sofa leisurely and sat down with a sigh, rubbing his temples. Not yet. He is always elusive and aside from you. Who could possibly know his whereabouts? Behave yourself. Soon, you will have company. Nia Wudao cast a casual glance at Chongyan and said indifferently before closing his eyes to meditate. Could it be that yet another unfortunate soul has been captured? Nevertheless, he had already resolved to behave and agreed to become a demon. Why could he not be left in peace? Chong Yin felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, his heart heavy with unspoken grievances. My lord, Li Dongtang has been brought in, announced Jianyin as he appeared in the hall. Li Dongtang, still in a state of unconsciousness, was casually tossed onto the floor like a lifeless dog. Nia Wudao slowly opened his eyes and exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaohe. Understood, Xiaohe comprehended the cue and excitedly dashed into a nearby room. Moments later, another cage appeared beside Chong Yin's, housing the unconscious Li Dongtang, who bore a black energy lock around his neck. Wait, isn't this fellow a member of the Dragon Guard? Chong Yin stared at Li Dongtang's Dragon Guard uniform. Momentarily stunned, his mind becoming clearer, yet he stifled the words that threatened to escape his lips, fearing the implications. Daring to kidnap even a Dragon Guard? Have you all gone mad? Is he an acquaintance of yours? Xiaohe inquired, noting Chong Yin's improved demeanor. Not familiar, I don't know him. Chong Yin hastily shook his head, turning away to avoid implicating himself. However, he couldn't resist stealing a glance at Li Dongtang, feeling somewhat reassured. After all, if even a Dragon Guard could be captured, perhaps his own predicament was not so shameful. More importantly, he was no longer alone, and his spirits lifted considerably. You've worked hard. Please sit and enjoy a cup of tea. Nia Wudao smiled at Jianyin, turning to grasp the kettle. Within seconds, the water in the kettle began to boil. He poured it slowly into the teapot, knowing that only hot water could awaken the tea's essence and flavor. Thank you, my lord. Jianyin stepped forward as if teleporting, settling onto the nearby sofa, quietly observing Nia Wudao's tea-making ritual. Nia Wudao poured 3 cups, setting one before Jianyin, another for Xiaohe, and then turned to Xiaohe, saying, fetch a syringe and draw some blood. I've prepared it already, Xiaohe said, producing a large transparent syringe, a gleam of excitement lighting up his face as his gaze shifted towards Chong Yin. Big brother, I've already been compliant. Please let me go. Chong Yin felt dizzy at the sight of the syringe, instinctively retreating, his expression filled with terror. It was evident that he had undergone blood draws more than once, compounded by a continuous stream of anesthetic needles, leaving him with an indelible aversion to needles. A.S. Xiaohe approached him with a mischievous grin. Nia Wudao interjected, not him, the one next door. Draw a couple more tubes for backup. Hearing Nia Wudao's voice, Chong Yin let out a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground. Nia Wudao then turned to Jianyin, slowly stating, there is a matter I must entrust to you regarding rock armor and venom. Please command me. My lord, Jiannin's mask remained unmoved, yet the tea before him had already been consumed. It was unexpected that a golden dragon guard had been dispatched from Dragon City. The rookie protections for rock armor and venom are still in place. And I need you to handle this. After swallowing his tea, Nia Wudao continued, should we kill him, or assist rock armor and venom in their retreat? Jianyin asked. Just ensure their survival. With that, the rookie protections for demons ranked 4 through 9 will be exhausted, and the rest can take their course. Understood. I shall depart immediately. Jianyin vanished from the sofa once more. Big brother, why don't we just eliminate all the dragon guards? Xiaohe exclaimed. With a single infernal fire, I could send them all to meet the grandmothers, leaving not a trace behind. After drawing 10 tubes of blood from Li Dongtang, Xiaohe resumed his seat on the sofa, sipping tea while perplexedly asking, if a game can be completed using cheats, there would be no sense of experience or achievement, nor any progress whatsoever. Besides, this world is not solely populated by dragon guards. Can you truly eliminate them all? Nia Wudao replied, his words laden with deeper meaning. Big brother, as long as the killing is satisfying, that is all that matters. If we cannot kill them all, we can take our time, Xiaohe responded, his expression one of confusion as he looked at Nia Wudao. Nia Wudao found himself momentarily speechless, reorganizing his thoughts. Demons above rank 3 require growth, and this world serves as their finest training ground, enabling them to become stronger. Meanwhile, Chong Yin, confined in his cage, listened to the extraordinary exchange between the two. Had he not been aware of their capabilities, he might have deemed them mad. Yet he understood that these 2 lunatics were indeed capable. More importantly, the more he knew, the greater the danger he faced. The other party seemed to speak freely about him, evidently intending for him to remain here for eternity. The thought made Chong Yin wish he were deaf. After hearing Nia Wudao's words, Xiaohei nodded, seemingly understanding. As he scrolled through his handheld device, suddenly, he seemed to discover something and presented it to Nie Wudao. Big brother, look here. Another live stream of someone lamenting their plight, wishing to become a demon. Nie Wudao glanced at a video showcasing a flamboyant male performer, claiming to be an orphan who had been cheated out of a bride price, and lamenting his misfortunes, expressing a desire to become a demon, all while pushing alone. Ever since Yiling Tian became a demon through a similar sob story online, a plethora of copycats had emerged, each presenting an array of scripts. Of course, the demonic broadcasts had been repeatedly banned, yet accounts remained unsealed. Even Dragon Nation's intervention had proven ineffective. After a brief glance, Nie Wudao lost interest. The first to indulge in gluttony is the most genuine, while the rest merely follow suit. These characters transforming into demons would serve no purpose. They would likely exploit their demonic identities to sell goods, utterly useless. He then instructed Xiaohei, this newcomer is yours to train. I shall step out for a while. Understood, big brother. As Nie Wudao's figure slowly faded away, Xiaohei nodded excitedly. After all, he had lost all interest in Chongyin, whom he deemed spineless. This new arrival, tall and robust, exuding strength, seemed to possess a greater spirit, and Xiaohei relished such challenges. Taming a wild stallion was undoubtedly more fulfilling than riding a docile horse, satisfying his inner, more twisted desires. In the city of Divine Marshal, within the Lord's residence, in Xiao Wuchen's room. Xiao Wuchen held the phone at a distance, wary of the saliva from the other end splattering through the line. The voice on the other side conveyed disbelief. My heavens, how did you conduct this battle? How could you bear to speak of it? 7 individuals encircled a demon, yet one was killed, and another was captured. It seems you were outmaneuvered. I suspect you fell into their trap. Aware of his failure, Xiao Wuchen realized that any explanation would sound hollow, potentially worsening the situation. He opted for silence, his expression darkening. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment, then regained composure. A report from Lei Hong had just come through, detailing the incident. It appeared that the Sharp Spike and Steel Bullet demons were also involved, yet this could not serve as an excuse for your failure. Both you and Lei Hong shall bear responsibility for this debacle. However, the punishment will not be immediate. You still have an opportunity to redeem yourselves. Li Dongtang must be rescued, for he possesses valuable intelligence concerning our dragon guards. These demons are not to be underestimated. They are now targeting our dragon guards. You must eradicate all demons in the city of Divine Marshal, lest we lose face as dragon guards. First, the Honglian team suffered defeat, and now the Beizifeng team has made no progress whatsoever. With Yi Qin's betrayal and now your failure, the situation is dire. The voice on the other end grew increasingly furious, even perplexed. There's something amiss with the city of Divine Marshal. It seems cursed. Every squad we send either suffers casualties or disappears without a trace. It's quite bizarre. We assure you we will eliminate all demons, Xiao Wuchen replied, struggling to contain his anger, his face taut with frustration. These demons are primarily around A rank, nearing S rank. Relying on your capabilities alone is insufficient. By the time you complete your mission, the entire city of Divine Marshal may well fall. We have dispatched Elder Yan. He will first address the demons in the Wuhua district before assisting you. You are to cooperate fully with Elder Yan, heed his orders, avoid recklessness, and do not attempt to muddle through like those from the Tiandong group. As the conversation progressed, the tone from the other end grew increasingly stern and uncompromising, tinged with a warning. Understood, Xiao Wuchen replied, his face pale with fury. The line went dead with a series of beeps. When have I, Xiao Wuchen, ever endured such humiliation? Angry, he raised his hand. Yet, regaining his composure, he lowered it slowly. After all, the phone was a crucial item for the Dragon Guards. Reflecting on his past achievements, where every mission was flawlessly completed, he felt a surge of resentment, arriving in the city of Divine Marshal only to let Yi Qin escape, losing one team member to capture and another gravely injured in the hospital. His heart was heavy with frustration, and his eyes burned with unquenchable rage. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room of the Lord's residence, Lei Hong felt overwhelmed, staring blankly at the monitors, as if the sky were about to fall. How strange. Why can't we locate the Sharp Spike gang? It's as if they know our every move, perfectly evading our cameras. He stroked his chin, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Lord, every time we attempt to conduct a sweep, We arrive only to find no one there, as if they had anticipated our arrival, rendering our efforts futile. A nearby enforcer shared a look of exasperation, equally disheartened. Chapter 72. Moonlight City. The three formidable demons possess immense power, so their ability to evade my grasp comes as no surprise. However, the manner in which their subordinates manage to escape is perplexing. It is improbable that they are consistently aware of our movements. Lei Hong, equally bewildered, is aware that the underworld of the Divine Martial District is under the control of Wang Feng and his companions, who have long been privy to this situation, yet the timing was not right for action. It was only due to the failure of their mission, 7 against 1, disrupted by Wang Feng, that they were compelled to act prematurely, a desperate measure indeed. His gaze shifted to the enforcers surrounding him, his mind racing with the unsettling thought. Could there truly be a traitor among us? Yet every operation has been executed under my direct orders, promptly carried out. Even if there were a mole, it would be implausible for them to relay information so swiftly. Time is of the essence, especially since even our phones have been confiscated. Shaking his head, Lei Hong dismissed the notion. It would be absurd to suspect himself as the traitor. Little did he know, across from him was Su Qing, whose perceptive abilities rival those of a satellite in space, capable of pinpointing locations throughout the entire city and alerting her subordinates to flee. It is precisely because of Su Qing's presence that Wang Feng and the others have managed to linger in the Divine Martial District for so long beneath Lei Hong's very nose. Should they fail to resolve this demonic dilemma, his illustrious reputation would be tarnished, forcing him into an early retirement. Gazing intently at the surveillance screens, his face a canvas of resignation and frustration. He noted the graying strands in his hair. Suddenly, a notification pinged on his phone. Lei Hong retrieved it, and upon reading the message, shock washed over him. He muttered to himself, "The Golden Dragon Guard, S-Class Esper Yin Hui. I never imagined they would send that old man 1,000 meters away from Moonlight City." 3 figures landed deftly atop a towering tree, surveying the cityscape before them. The scent of the sea permeated the air, tinged with a hint of salt. Clad in a sleek black leather jacket, Lin Shi felt the cool breeze against her skin, though the odor was somewhat peculiar. Being near the coast, the architectural standards here were uniquely stringent to prevent erosion. Yichun had shed his Dragon Guard uniform for casual white attire, his blue hair adding a dash of charisma. "Look, a flying saucer, and it's golden," Wu Renfeng exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the horizon. "Really? Tong Tian, at your age, you're still making such jokes? How inappropriate," Lin Shi replied, following Wu Renfeng's gaze. She was taken aback as her eyes widened. It resembled a golden meteor streaking across the sky. Several kilometers away, a golden orb of light trailed a long tail as it glided past them. That direction must be Divine Martial City. Could it be a divine omen? Wu Renfeng pondered, his confusion palpable. "Strange, why are you so quiet? Have you lost your voice?" Lin Shi teased, noticing Yichun's intense focus on the direction where the golden light had vanished, his expression grave. Golden light? Could it be someone significant? Yichun's face grew increasingly serious, his eyes widening in astonishment as he sensed a familiar aura. "Brother, could you refrain from being so cryptic? I detest when you speak in half-truths, pretending to be profound." "Isn't that exhausting?" Lin Shi complained, her irritation evident. "None of the Dragon Guards possess such abilities, but there is an elder in the Golden Dragon Guard who excels in manipulating golden light. A fearsome S-Class Esper and a direct disciple of the former Grandmaster from Longhu Mountain Tianshi Mansion, known by many titles," Yichun explained slowly. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled slightly. "It seems that the upheaval in Divine Martial City has stirred urgency in Dragon City. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched him here, especially given the current internal and external crises. They are in dire need of manpower. To be frank, the Dragon Guards are rather lackluster. 7 against 1, and they still manage to be countered. News has spread across the internet, everyone's laughing at them, saying that as long as you have money, anyone can join, just like that group of kickball players," Lin Shi remarked with sarcasm. Wei Chun, having long since distanced himself from the Dragon Guards, shrugged off her comments. While the members of the Dragon Guards may have some inflated reputations, the Golden Dragon Guard consists solely of individuals with proven strength, each boasting formidable achievements. Even those invited possess solid capabilities. There exists an insurmountable divide between S-Class and A-Class. Once you have the opportunity to experience it firsthand, You will understand whether I have exaggerated. Seeing the doubt on Wu Renfeng and Lin Shi's faces, Yi Chun chose not to elaborate further, instead directing his gaze towards Moonlight City, a slight smile gracing his lips. Perhaps soon, we shall witness it for ourselves. Let us advance into Moonlight City, Wu Renfeng declared, leaping from the treetop. As they could no longer afford to be overtly conspicuous in flight. Discovery would render their mission to dismantle the underground laboratory beneath the island school virtually impossible. Yi Chun added. Wait, once we enter Moonlight City, we must procure an umbrella swiftly, lest we draw attention to ourselves. He recalled the abilities of the city's lord and promptly reminded them. Speak up if you have something to say. This sudden turn of events is quite jarring. Lin Shi followed suit, leaping down. Didn't I just think of that? Yi Chun replied incredulously. The trio descended from the trees, and a notification chimed on their phones. Upon checking, they discovered a specialized mission on the Demon's official website. Acquire all materials and data from the underground laboratory of Moonlight City. Exclusive task. Sequence 8 Spider Demon. Sequence 10 Tongtian Demon. Sequence 14 Flying Demon. Task reward, 3 demon pills. Are we being monitored? Or have you reported our movements in secret? Yi Chun questioned suspiciously, glancing at Lin Shi and Wu Renfeng. Both shook their heads. But Lin Shi appeared unfazed, having grown accustomed to such occurrences. I've already told you, that individual is always watching us. Since there's a task to complete, let us proceed. It's a fortuitous opportunity to obtain demon pills as well. Lin Shi remarked nonchalantly. This doesn't conflict with our mission. Let us explore Moonlight City first, Wu Renfeng suggested, sprinting towards the city. Moonlight City, Moon Lake District, named for its expansive moon-shaped lake, is the most bustling area of the city, replete with entertainment options that entice visitors to linger and revel. The sky above the Moon Lake District is bright, yet a gentle rain falls. Crowds throng the streets, bustling with activity, yet not a single soul carries an umbrella, for they know the rain will not dampen their garments. The droplets fall like cotton bubbles, vanishing upon contact, causing no distress to the residents of the Moon Lake District. Chapter 73. The Reign of Moon Lake at the boundary of the Moon Lake District. In a deserted alley filled with dilapidated structures awaiting demolition, 2 colossal figures, approximately 3.5 meters tall, stand out. They possess dual horns, crimson eyes, and deep blue skin. Characteristics they share. Point 1. Adorned with red markings and donning crimson gauntlets. Dashes through the rain. The other, marked in pristine white and wielding a long, ice-like spear, follows closely. The 2 titanic figures seem to be fleeing for their lives, the one with red markings cursing as he runs. Damn it, how did they find us? We've been pursued since we entered Moonlight City, and those monsters are utterly relentless. Zhou, is it because of your bad luck that we've been so thoroughly discovered? The one with white markings retorted, trailing behind. Song Lan, stop blaming me for everything. This is not the time for jokes. The explosive-fisted demon, Qin Jiuxiao, swiftly ducked into a crumbling building. Sigh, we've been here for days without making any progress. Let me recap. The cold gun demon, Yi Song Lan, followed him inside. The roof tiles appeared precarious, threatening to collapse at any moment, while rainwater dripped through the cracks, disappearing upon contact with their massive forms. Yi Song Lan plopped down, catching his breath and earnestly analyzed. We traveled from Divine Martial City to Moonlight City with the intention of destroying the underground laboratory of the island school to avenge our grievances. We encountered no issues traversing other districts. But as soon as we entered the Moon Lake District, we were discovered in less than half a day. They even know we are demons, and those water monsters have relentlessly pursued us since then. From the heart of the Moon Lake District to this very moment, day and night, if we weren't in our demon forms, we would have collapsed from exhaustion by now. We intended to head straight to the island school to obliterate their underground base. Yet we've seen nothing but trouble. Moreover, after slaying a group of those water monsters, another wave appears, endless and unyielding. This rain that doesn't dampen is truly eerie. Qin Jiuxiao's crimson eyes gazed out at the continuous drizzle. Listening to Yi Song Lan's incessant recounting, his furrowed brow gradually relaxing. Rain, yes, there's definitely something wrong with this rain. It hasn't ceased for days. Isn't rain a normal occurrence? What's the issue? The only peculiar thing is that it doesn't get one wet. Yi Song Lan replied dismissively. Shut it, you dimwit. Think properly. We faced no issues before entering the Moon Lake District, yet within half a day of entering, we were discovered. We've been fleeing for days, and despite not hiding from the rain, they can find us wherever we go. If that's not suspicious, then what is? Furthermore, there hasn't been a single surveillance camera in the Moon Lake District. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Qin Zhouxiao asserted, growing increasingly convinced of his theory. Your words seem to hold some truth. Do you mean to say that as long as we evade the rain, we shall be safe? Yi Kanglin exclaimed with sudden realization. If we manage to escape the rain without being discovered, it indicates that our conjecture is indeed correct, Qin Zhouxiao asserted with certainty. But what if we avoid the rain and still get caught? Qin Zhouxiao looked utterly speechless. Brother, can't you wish for something more optimistic? This relentless pursuit is hardly a cause for joy, is it? If we truly elude the rain yet are still discovered, we will have no choice but to rely on our own fortunes. Raindrops from the rooftop began to fall upon the shoulders of the two. Their engrossing conversation interrupted as they looked up, a hint of foreboding reflected in their eyes. Bang! In the next moment, the entire dilapidated structure collapsed with a thunderous roar. Run.2 colossal figures bore the falling debris, sprinting toward the outside. Qin Zhouxiao and Yi Kanglin dashed out simultaneously, miraculously unscathed despite the imminent danger. Their crimson eyes darted around, filled with resignation and irritation. They found themselves surrounded by a horde of water-like monsters, an overwhelming tide crashing down upon them. Each creature, resembling a liquid humanoid, bore the contours of various forms, some mimicking humans wielding water-formed weapons, others taking on the shapes of dogs, tigers, bears, and elephants, all bizarrely sculpted from water, as if intricately detailed by an artist's hand. Damn it, who conjured up these monsters? How bothersome, Qin Zhouxiao thought, as the flames around his fists reignited. Striking at the advancing water creatures. Let's cut through them first. There are simply too many. Yi Kanglin brandished the icy spear in his grasp, charging forward in a swift motion, the surrounding water monsters numbering nearly 1,000. Densely packed, swoosh. Qin Zhouxiao unleashed a barrage of fiery strikes, the water creatures before him evaporating instantly, vanishing without a trace. The temperature soared dramatically due to the steam, yet it did not faze Qin Zhouxiao. The water monsters, undeterred by his assault, lunged toward him with reckless abandon, employing varied attacks, clawing, stabbing, biting, an unending array of assaults. Enough already, evaporate away. With flames igniting in his crimson eyes, Qin Zhouxiao's fists clashed together, fire erupting from his feet. Spreading outward like a pillar of flame, the encroaching water creatures were once again instantaneously vaporized, unable to approach him. However, for every wave he dispelled, another surged forth, an endless tide of water monsters attacking Qin Zhouxiao. Meanwhile, Yi Kanglin was not faring much better. With a thrust of his icy spear, a chilling aura enveloped the surrounding water monsters, freezing them into lifelike ice sculptures that soon shattered into powder. Yet, more water creatures continued to flood toward him, an incessant wave. At this rate, exhaustion was inevitable. How many have we slain? Surely over 10,000 by now. Are they deliberately trying to torment us? Yi Kanglin's expression darkened. Frustration evident, he thrust his spear once more, the monsters connecting like skewers, becoming ice sculptures that promptly disintegrated into powder. Facing the relentless tide of water monsters, Yi Kanglin stomped his right foot against the ground, a chilling aura rising and spreading outward. Wherever the icy breath swept, the water creatures transformed into ice statues, only to shatter moments later into powder. Creating a path through the chaos, he charged ahead with his icy spear. Shouting, "Zhouxiao, we must flee!" Though the water monsters posed no lethal threat to Yi Kanglin, their sheer numbers were enough to hinder their escape. Damn it, let us get out of this cursed Moon Lake district. Qin Zhouxiao, engulfed in flames, struck out once more, the surrounding water creatures evaporating anew. The scene was a striking contrast of ice and fire. The densely packed water monsters either frozen into ice sculptures or vaporized by intense heat. A thick mist enveloping the battlefield, oscillating between frigid and scalding. Qin Zhouxiao followed closely in Yi Kanglin's wake, embarking once more on their flight. Meanwhile, in the Divine Martial District, as the battle between the 1,000-armed demon, Yi Lingtian, and 7 ability users raged on, the Venom Demon and Rock Armored Demon began their own offensive in the Wuhua District. Venom Uncle, the time has come. We shall mobilize our forces today to seize the world. Came the declaration. The fighting had commenced. Reinforcements would not arrive anytime soon. In an underground chamber of the Wuhua district, the rock-armored demon, Zhang Yu, held a magical device, broadcasting a video of Yiling Tian, filled with fervor and determination. Around him gathered approximately 2,000 demon minions, their deep blue skin and clawed limbs resembling human forms yet with deep blue faces. After lying in wait for so long, the moment to strike had finally arrived. Venom Demon, Qianzhong, observed the throng of demon minions with a complex expression in his eyes. At that moment, Zhang Yu unveiled a map of the Wuhua district, marking 4 red locations, one in each cardinal direction, all distanced apart. With a confident demeanor, he pointed to the 4 marked spots. Venom Uncle, you may now command the remaining hidden demons to proceed to these locations. If each spot has around 2,000 minions, that should suffice. Zhang Yu continued to advise Qianzhong, just put on a show, take down a few for appearances, but don't go on a rampage. Those are our subjects. If we wipe them all out, we'll lose our workforce. We want to have access to delicacies, games, or entertainment. After all, the demon minions were only capable of destruction and killing. Expecting them to serve as laborers was a fantasy. Furthermore, once ordinary women transformed into demon minions, their appearances became quite unappetizing, far less appealing than their normal selves. While the Wuhua district's populace remained intact, if they were all wiped out, the Dragon City would unleash its wrath without hesitation. Zhang Yu had meticulously considered these factors, aiming to create diversions to distract the enforcers and dragon guards, with the ultimate objective being the enforcers divisioned. No problem. Aside from the minions here, there are over 8,000 more lying in wait across various locations. Dispatch around 2,000 to each. It's a trivial task. Changing's mind raced, and the demon minions hidden throughout the Wuhua district began to mobilize, heading toward their designated targets. Then let us proceed to the Black Robe Division. Once we subdue the Dragon Guards, Han Yi, and the rest of the Black Robes, the Wuhua district will be ours. Zhang Yu exuded confidence, his form swelling as his skin deepened in hue to a dark blue. Layers of armor began to envelop his skin, glimmering with an eerie black luminescence. Let us go. Qianzhong too began to undergo a transformation, his stature growing as layers of blue armor manifested along his back. The 2,000 demon minions around them opened their mouths wide, seemingly ecstatic, swaying as they advanced toward the Enforcer Division. The scene was more grandiose than a parade of 100 demons, the underground chamber heavy with a foreboding atmosphere. In the Wuhua district's Black Robe Division. Ever since the division captain's demise, Han Yi had been temporarily tasked with maintaining order here, as the Black Robe headquarters in Divine Martial City had fallen under Lei Hong's complete control. Han Yi was overwhelmed daily, trying to contend with Zhang Yu, Qianzhong, and countless demon minions, his stress causing visible hair loss. The captain's office echoed with the thunderous sounds of snoring, revealing a deep slumber. Han Yi, clad in his black robe uniform, lay on the sofa, his hair noticeably thinning, brow furrowed. Quick, send reinforcements. Why are there so many monsters? And elsewhere, deploy more personnel, preferably heavy weaponry. Otherwise, we won't stand a chance. In the midst of his sleep, he rolled over, his tightly shut eyes twitching, mumbling in his sleep. Why are so many monsters appearing? Don't come near me, don't. Suddenly, he rolled over with a thud, crashing to the floor, his head colliding with the corner of the coffee table with a loud bang. Damn it! Han Yi grimaced in pain, rubbing his forehead as he opened his bleary eyes. Instinctively touching his head, shaking off the lingering disorientation. Looking around cautiously, relieved that no one witnessed his embarrassing moment, Han Yi stumbled to his feet and slowly returned to the sofa. Damn it, can't I even take a nap in peace? I dreamt of those monsters. Clearly having had a nightmare, he poured himself a glass of water, gulping it down before exhaling a deep breath. Knock, knock, knock. A frantic knocking resounded at the door, accompanied by a panicked voice. Captain, those demon minions have begun attacking people again. Come in. A seemingly calm voice emerged from the captain's office. A black robe swiftly opened the door and rushed in, noticing Han Yi's forehead was slightly red and perhaps swollen. Without a second thought, he exclaimed, Captain, what happened to your forehead? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Han Yi, teacup in hand, glanced at the ceiling before finally responding, a mosquito bit me. His expression then darkened as he reprimanded. Didn't TI instruct you to remain calm during emergencies? Can't you think rationally and address situations with a composed mindset? With your current approach, how can we protect our homes and defend the city against those monsters in the future? The bewildered figure in black, having been reprimanded, nodded repeatedly with a smile, indicating his agreement. Chapter 75. The division was attacked again. Suddenly, as if recalling something, his expression changed dramatically. No, the main team, there are monsters. Those creatures have emerged once more. Look, there's urgency in the air. Han Yi glanced up at the enforcer, took a sip of water, and spoke slowly. Did you not absorb anything from what was just said? One must remain calm in the face of adversity, act decisively. Do you understand? Moreover, those monsters do not attack daily. Simply summon some reinforcements, equip heavy weaponry, and eliminate them. It's not as if this has just started. No, the main team. This time it's different. In the Western Commercial Street, Eastern Antique City, Southern Entertainment District, and the North. An alarming number of monsters have appeared, with current estimates reaching 6,000 to 7,000, and the number is still rising. The black-clad figure looked tense, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation as he reported meticulously. Bang. Crack. The cup in Han Yi's hand fell to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Both individuals stared at the broken shards scattered across the floor. Han Yi's expression stiffened. He had been sleep-deprived lately, causing his grip to falter. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and rubbed his temples. Where is Team Bai Zifeng? Have they arrived? Captain Bai has already sent 2 members to the Commercial Street and Antique City. He is waiting for you in the conference room. Young people are indeed different. They deserve to be part of the Dragon Guard. Let us learn from them and move forward. Han Yi slowly rose and walked toward the door. Instructing, please have the janitor clean up. There are too many mosquitoes. In the conference room, Bai Zifeng, dressed in white and holding a fan, gazed at the monitor, his brow furrowed as if deep in thought. Bang! The door creaked open, and Han Yi and a black-clad figure stepped inside. Captain Bai, what is the matter? Han Yi inquired, noticing Bai Zifeng's tense expression. Something feels off. It's strange how so many monsters suddenly appeared. And they are conveniently scattered in 4 directions, Bai Zifeng replied, shaking his head slowly. Captain Bai, haven't these monsters been behaving this way recently? They appear here and there, in groups, like guerrilla fighters. It's simply a matter of exterminating them. Han Yi observed the monitor screen and continued, pausing momentarily, though this time the numbers are indeed a bit excessive. Look at the screen. These are the feeds from the 4 directions, and there are many more that haven't been captured. Conservatively, there are estimated to be 8,000 monsters in these 4 locations. Previously, the maximum was just a few hundred, easily eliminated, but now one location has at least 2,000 appearing. Bai Zifeng pointed at the monitor. His face grave and added, combined, the 4 locations have around 8,000, all appearing simultaneously. Moreover, both the rock-armored and venomous monsters have yet to show themselves. This situation is indeed complex. After listening, Han Yi nodded solemnly. This time, the numbers are indeed concerning. Fortunately, we have already dispatched numerous enforcers and military personnel. I've sent 5,000 to each location, and with your 2 members and heavy weaponry, we should be able to overpower them. And what about here? Bai Zifeng pointed downward with his index finger. What do you mean? Do you think they would dare to come to the Enforcers Division seeking death? Han Yi expressed disbelief. Last time, there was Lord Lei Hong overseeing the area, and most of our forces have been dispatched, leaving only a few hundred. Bai Zifeng looked at Han Yi and spoke again slowly. If the rock-armored and venomous monsters were to appear, where do you think they would show up? Are you suggesting they are coming for us? Han Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. No sooner had he finished speaking than a black-clad enforcer burst into the conference room. Rolling in a panic. Main team, there are many demons outside. They have surrounded us. Just as I feared, prepare for battle. I have already sent messages to them. Bai Zifeng remained calm, gently fanning himself, and said, as long as we can hold out for 20 minutes, reinforcements will arrive, and we can launch a 2-pronged attack. This time, we will surely eradicate them completely. After saying this, he exited the conference room. Watching Bai Zifeng's retreating figure, Han Yi felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. His expression darkened, filled with doubt. With so few people, can they truly hold for 20 minutes? More importantly, if Lord Lei Hong is unable to provide timely support, the consequences could be disastrous. Can just the 3 of them handle this? He then turned to the black-clad figure and said solemnly, "Let us go. I will personally join the fray. These demons are truly cunning." Boom! The entrance of the black-clad Enforcers Division was smashed away by a massive boulder that erupted from the ground, falling into obscurity. "Charge, brothers! Today shall be our day of reckoning. No longer will we hide and bear this humiliation." The rock-armored demon, Zhang Yu, stood outside the Enforcers Division, raising his hand high, his mouth stretching into a wicked grin. Revealing sharp teeth, he waved his arm forward, proclaiming passionately, "Kill them, and the Wuhua district will be ours." Beside him, the venomous demon, Chan Zheng, was equally cooperative, commanding the 2,000 demonic subordinates on site to launch an assault. Boom! The area outside the black-clad Enforcers Division erupted into chaos, with clouds of dust rising, shaking the ground beneath. The 2,000 demonic subordinates staggered forward, racing towards the Enforcers Division, a terrifying sight to behold. "Set up the machine guns, and what about the armor-piercing rounds? Don't hold back. Fire mercilessly and eliminate them all." Hani watched as the entrance was destroyed, issuing orders to the hundreds of black-clad figures ahead. With the entrance breached, there were no barriers left. Soon, the foremost demonic subordinates surged in. However, they were still about 1,000 meters away from the prepared enforcers, who were fully armed. All the demonic subordinates charged forward fearlessly. In the next moment, bang, 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 boom. Bullets rained down like a tempest, and armor-piercing rounds struck the bodies of the demonic subordinates, creating a cacophony of explosions. Those hit directly by the armor-piercing rounds fell dead on the spot, unable to rise again. The foremost demonic subordinates, riddled with wounds, continued to stagger forward, struggling to move. Fortunately, the quantity of armor-piercing rounds was limited. They could only impede the advance of the demonic subordinates without posing a lethal threat. Gale Slash. Bai Zifeng exerted force with his foot, summoning the power of the wind, and the white fan twirled in his palm before he waved it forward in an arc. A crescent-shaped gale shot forth like a dart towards the foremost demonic subordinates. Chapter 76, 2 against 1. Soldier against soldier, leader against leader. Bai Zifeng, is it not rather ungracious to attack my brothers? A boisterous and rough voice echoed. In the next moment, several stone walls erupted from the ground, blocking Bai Zifeng's Gale Slash. Dozens of armor-piercing rounds were similarly halted by the stone walls, minimizing the losses among the demonic subordinates. Bai Zifeng's gaze turned icy, his expression as frosty as the winter, as he gracefully soared over countless demonic subordinates, landing on the ground before the rock-armored and venomous demons, unafraid, as they dared to assault the Enforcers Division once more. "It seems I have underestimated you. After lurking in the shadows for so long, you finally dare to show yourselves for a direct confrontation. No, you have not underestimated us. We have indeed been lurking, but merely to develop our strength in secret," Zhang Yu casually replied, spreading his enormous hands. His crimson eyes held a deeper meaning as he gazed at Bai Zifeng. "You are quite the talent. Would you care to collaborate with us? Once we conquer the entire Dragon Nation, we could even make you a lord." Hee. Bai Zifeng scoffed coldly. Zhang Yu frowned. "Are you dissatisfied with being a lord? If it's truly insufficient, I could make you a grand marshal. Get lost." "What, do you aspire to be the Dragon Lord?" Zhang Yu's crimson eyes widened as he pointed at Bai Zifeng not far away. "You underestimate the power of the Dragon Nation. Do you think with just the two of you can shake the millennia of foundations of the Dragon Nation? You are but a frog in a well." Dreaming foolishly, Bai Zifeng's disdain was evident as he shook his head at the two. "Very well, then let us cease the idle chatter and send you on your way." Zhang Yu erupted in anger, stomping forcefully on the ground. Countless sharp stones erupted from the earth beneath Bai Zifeng, who had anticipated this and had already leapt into the air to evade the attack. "Humph, after all this time, you still resort to the same old tricks." Bai Zifeng waved his fan, conjuring two whirlwinds that surged towards the rock-armored and venomous demons on the ground. "Uncle Venom, as long as we eliminate him, we can easily handle those two dragon guards." The rock-armored demon faced the incoming whirlwind and struck it with a punch, instantly dissipating it. He then raised his right hand before him and bellowed, "Rock Giant Sword." The ground trembled, the surface cracked slightly, and a massive stone sword slowly emerged from the crevice. Zhang Yu grasped the sword's hilt and pulled it free. The rock giant sword was heavy and enormous. Measuring at least 3 meters in length, covered in strange patterns as if they had been carved into it. The venomous demon, Qianzhong, swung his massive tail, effortlessly dispersing the whirlwind and lunging towards Bai Zifeng's position. Bai Zifeng, since you refuse to surrender, I shall no longer play games with you. Let me show you my true power. Zhang Yu lunged forward in a swift motion, dragging the rock giant's sword across the ground. Creating a deep trench. A new ability, is it? Bai Zifeng gazed at the colossal rock sword in Zhang Yu's hand. A grave expression etched upon his face as he continuously maneuvered to the side. He had not anticipated the rapid enhancement of these demons' powers, their concealment truly profound. Just as he attempted to flee, Zhang Yu declared, "Let you fall." Dragging the massive rock sword, Zhang Yu surged towards Bai Zifeng. Swinging the great sword down with force, the rock sword, entwined with a tempest, descended like a pillar of heaven from above. Sensing the aura of danger, Bai Zifeng instinctively darted sideways, narrowly evading the strike. Cold sweat already saturating his back. Suddenly, a dark shadow assailed him from behind, sending a jolt of terror through his being. He instinctively dodged once more. With a sharp gasp, he felt a stab of pain in his arm as he swiftly retreated. The venomous stinger from the tail of the venom demon had struck him. Bai Zifeng glanced at the sizable stinger embedded in his flesh, gritting his teeth against the agony as he yanked it out with his left hand. Casting it aside, in previous encounters with the venom demon, he had always managed to evade its tail's stinger, yet today he had fallen victim. Observing the venom demon not far off, he noticed that the large stinger had disappeared from its tail. Yet a new one was slowly growing in its place. Fortunately, he had evaded further disaster. The venom demon, Qianzhong, with his crimson eyes fixated on Bai Zifeng suspended in midair, spoke with a hint of regret. He had refrained from attacking initially to await the opportune moment, aiming to exploit a weakness and eliminate him. After all, he was the captain of the Dragon Guard, but now his left arm lay incapacitated. Capturing him was merely a matter of time. Zhang Yu observed Bai Zifeng's right arm, now drenched in blood, as he swung his great sword horizontally towards him. You wish to fly? Let us see how you evade this. Countless sharp stones coalesced and rained down upon Bai Zifeng like a torrential storm. Aware of the venom demon's toxin's assimilative properties, Bai Zifeng quickly retrieved an antidote from his pocket. He uncorked a vial of blue liquid and gulped it down in one swift motion. Transferring the fan to his left hand, he retreated rapidly from the onslaught of sharp stones. He never anticipated that these two demons had grown so formidable, their performance starkly different from their previous encounters. At this moment, Bai Zifeng could only strive to delay them while awaiting reinforcements. Tempest Fury, Bai Zifeng squinted, forcefully fanning his left hand. Like a fan of banana leaves, a fierce gale surged towards the oncoming sharp stones. The collision was thunderous, sharp stones shattered into dust, and the tempest gradually dissipated, vanishing from sight. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yu charged once more towards Bai Zifeng's position as a massive stone wall erupted from the ground ahead. Zhang Yu leaped atop the stone, springing into the air, his great sword poised to strike. This is bad. Does that stinger still have a paralyzing effect? Bai Zifeng sensed his right arm had entirely lost sensation. And faced with Zhang Yu's terrifying stone sword, he could only evade desperately. As Zhang Yu swung and missed, another stone wall burst forth, cutting off Bai Zifeng's escape. Zhang Yu landed on the stone wall, pushing off with his right foot to leap at Bai Zifeng once more. Could this second antidote really fail to suppress his toxin? Bai Zifeng watched as Zhang Yu appeared as two overlapping figures, sometimes merging, sometimes separating, yet he relied on years of combat experience to evade continuously. Should that colossal sword strike him, his flesh would stand no chance. All of Bai Zifeng's focus was on Zhang Yu. Not daring to show even the slightest negligence, compounded by the toxin's debilitating effects on his mental acuity. Suddenly, another shadow shot through the air. Damn it. It's that old six again. Having evaded Zhang Yu's 3 attacks, compounded by the toxin's effects, Bai Zifeng now felt utterly exhausted, a chill creeping up his back. However, it was too late to dodge. A venomous needle pierced his side. Bai Zifeng felt a searing pain in his waist. His body instinctively stiffening as a wave of dizziness engulfed him. Unable to withstand it any longer, his eyelids grew heavy, and his body plummeted from the sky. Catch him! Qianzhong looked up at Zhang Yu, calling out. All right. Zhang Yu, stepping on a jutting rock, leapt to catch the falling Bai Zifeng. hoisting him over his right shoulder as he descended slowly to the ground. Uncle Venom, do you think he'll die or become a demon servant? Zhang Yu's rock sword gradually dissipated as he glanced at the unconscious Bai Zifeng, then turned to Qian Zheng. He should become a demon servant, albeit somewhat differently. I am currently establishing a certain connection with him, akin to theirs. Qian Zheng pointed at the attacking demon servants, then glanced at Bai Zifeng, pondering before continuing. Previously, it was ordinary people transforming into demon servants. Now we have a special ability user. He should be quite unique. We will need to wait until that connection in my mind is fully established to know for sure. If you can assimilate ability users and transform them into demon servants while retaining their unique abilities, that would truly be extraordinary, Zhang Yu exclaimed, excitement filling his face as he looked at Bai Zifeng. It may not be so simple. The toxin can assimilate an ordinary person in merely a few minutes, but the process is evidently slower with ability users. Their physique is 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. If they have access to the antidote during that time, they could still dispel the toxin. Qian Zheng shook his large head and stated directly, I can sense that complete assimilation will likely take over 2 hours. In the meantime, keep an eye on him while I go capture Hani. He might know something about the treasure basin. Qian Zheng's tail moved in front of Zhang Yu, and a stinger fell from it. You keep this stinger. I will search for the treasure basin. With that, his body transformed into a puddle of liquid, swiftly moving toward the law enforcement division. Kill. Eliminate them. Han Yi's face contorted with fury, his assault rifle unleashing a relentless barrage as his eyes blazed with madness. Countless bullets rained down upon the horde of demon servants. Yet, they could hardly impede the relentless advance. Many law enforcers had already fallen victim to the demon servants' poisonous grasp, leaving fewer than 500 law enforcers to fight and retreat. The situation dire, with annihilation looming. Han Yi observed Bai Zifeng plummeting from the heights, caught by the rock-armored demon. He stood utterly stunned, his madness fading, replaced by sheer terror. Bai Zifeng, he had actually been defeated. How could this be? Han Yi retreated step by step, forgetting to fire his weapon. Then he turned to his fellow law enforcers, commanding them fiercely, hold them off. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Everyone, just hold on a little longer. Victory will be ours. Han Yi's face was earnest and impassioned as he rallied their spirits. Charge. Eliminate them. Everyone, hold on. Reinforcements are on the way. Justice shall prevail. Hearing this, the crowd seemed invigorated, their fervor ignited as they unleashed a frenzied volley upon the demon servants. Some law enforcers, undeterred by the proximity of the demon servants, drew their knives and charged. The battle devolved into a chaotic melee, bloodshed rampant, while Han Yi had quietly slipped back to a safer position. Disappearing at the entrance of the headquarters, navigating through the corridors, Han Yi moved with urgency, anxiety gnawing at him as he murmured to himself, Lei Hong won't make it in time, and Bai Zifeng has been defeated. If I don't flee now, I will surely meet my end. But before I run, I must retrieve the Li family's treasure, or they will certainly not spare me. After several twists and turns, he arrived at a room. His expression sour as he muttered, that bastard Li Shanhe knows how to hide things well. No wonder they say the most dangerous places are often the safest. Who would have thought the treasure basin was hidden here? The Li family's wealth was built upon the foundation of the treasure basin. Perhaps he should take it with him as he fled? Han Yi slowly opened the door, his mind racing with thoughts. Stepping inside, he approached the wall, struggling to find the switch. After a moment of searching, he pressed a light-colored spot on the wall, and in the next instant, a humming sound resonated. The floor tiles gradually shifted, revealing a pitch-black entrance before him. How wonderful it is to have wealth. Anything can be constructed and hidden so discreetly. Han Yi marveled, ready to step into the entrance when suddenly, a slippery object coiled around his neck. Who? Han Yi gasped in horror. Behind him, a puddle of liquid morphed into a human shape, outlining Qian Zheng's figure. So the treasure basin is truly hidden here. Following you was indeed the right choice. Watching Han Yi struggle, Qian Zheng threatened, be still, or I shall snap your neck, denying you even the chance to become a demon servant. I won't move. Please don't kill me. Han Yi quickly capitulated, his face a mask of fear. Lead the way, Qian Zheng commanded coldly. The two, one human and one liquid, proceeded towards the entrance. The passage was lengthy yet narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time, flanked by lights that illuminated the way. How did you become involved with the Li family? Qian Zheng queried, perplexed by the dynamics of the Dragon Kingdom. Was originally promoted by them, having mingled with Li Shanhe. The captain of the Wuhua district squad was also one of theirs. But he has long since been killed by you, Han Yi responded hastily. Then why hasn't the Li family come to retrieve it? This was never theirs. It was something they had seized from Shan Fugui. If it were kept in their home, it would be easily discovered. Just as it happened, Li Shanhe was present and proposed an idea. Why not conceal it within the enforcement branch, since the captain of this division is one of their own? Han Yizhi, without withholding anything, divulged every detail. Stolen? Does such a treasure truly exist in this world? Qianzheng inquired with a look of confusion. Centuries ago, the treasure basin belonged to Shen Wansi, who became the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom by virtue of it. Now it had passed into Shan Fugui's hands, and the Li family had long coveted it, eager to possess it. Later, the Li family compelled him to surrender it in the name of the Dragon Kingdom. But Shen Fugui refused. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, Shen Fugui voluntarily relinquished it and even received a silk banner and a reward of 500. All of this was orchestrated by the Li family. As Li Shanhe had drunkenly confided to me once at the time, I thought he was merely boasting. Chapter 78. Effortless domination. Now, with Li Shanhe dead and the division captain also deceased, the Li family ordered me to find an opportunity to seize it, lest my family's lives be forfeit. Whether it was the threat to his life or not, Han Yi's potential erupted as he hastily revealed so many secrets, not pausing for breath. Qianzheng suddenly felt overwhelmed. Was the treasure basin truly so extraordinary? While speaking, the two arrived at a 10-square-meter underground chamber, where a circular stone pedestal held an ancient basin. Its design was rustic yet elegant, resembling a spirit born of nature itself. The basin's body was round and full, with flowing lines, as if every curve contained the profound principles of the universe, signifying a bountiful source of wealth and enduring blessings. The mouth of the basin was wide, its edges adorned with intricate cloud and thunder patterns, exuding nobility without sacrificing a sense of tranquility, as if it could absorb wealth from all directions. The base of the basin was sturdy and solid, standing on 3 legs, each carved with auspicious beasts, whether a Qilin treading on clouds or a Pishio guarding riches, each with its own unique form. Qianzheng gazed in bewilderment at the golden light emanating from the basin's mouth. And before he could voice his question, Han Yi, noticing his expression, hurriedly explained. As long as you drop a gold ingot into the treasure basin, it will double within 24 hours. However, once the ingots reach the brim, no further increase will occur. I submitted a gold ingot just yesterday, so there should only be 2 left now. Qianzheng remained silent, instead surveying the surroundings and realizing that apart from the treasure basin, there was indeed nothing else. In an instant, he began to transform into a demon, the spikes on his tail lunging towards Han Yi without uttering a single word. Even after this, you still want to let me go. Han Yi looked at the spikes piercing his heart, his eyes filled with resentment, and before he could finish speaking, he collapsed limply. Qianzheng reverted to his human form and strode over, seizing the treasure basin as he advanced toward the entrance of the passage. Han Yi, staggering to his feet, his deep blue skin indicating his transformation into a demonic servant, followed closely behind Qianzheng on the other side. The battle involving the rock-armored demon, Zhang Yu, was nearing its conclusion. He wielded the white wind in his left hand and charged into the throngs of black-clad individuals as if entering an unguarded realm. Wherever he went, those in black were effortlessly knocked to the ground with a single slap. Mindful of not killing them, Zhang Yu controlled his strength with care. Hey, don't be so rough. He seized the hand of a demonic servant and, with a kick, sent the body of a black-clad individual flying into the servant's backside. If you harm him, even if he becomes a demonic servant, what use is he without limbs? Fortunately, such brutally savage demonic servants were few. After all, the penchant for dismemberment was not universally shared, and it seemed that the venom demon was preoccupied with something else and had neglected control. All the black-clad individuals within the division had been exterminated, and now it was merely a wait for the venom demon, Qianzheng, to emerge and assimilate them. Zhang Yu seemed to sense something and turned to glance at the entrance, where a mass of enforcement officers stood, most of them injured, their numbers barely exceeding 10,000. They arrived swiftly, but still too late. A smirk crept onto Zhang Yu's face as he advanced toward the entrance. Wielding the white wind in the distance, The enforcement officers observed the scene within the black-clad division, their expressions shifting from astonishment to fury and hatred. Before them stood two members of the Dragon Guard, their black uniforms stained with blue blood. Li Qingyi, armed with a staff, and Yin Xiaotian, wielding a war hammer. Both fixed their incredulous gazes upon Zhang Yu's large hands clutching the white wind. Disbelief etched on their faces. What? The captain couldn't stop him? In less than 20 minutes, the entire army has been annihilated. Seeing the white wind lying motionless like a dead dog, both erupted in anger. Dare to kill our captain? Damn rock armored demon, pay with your life. Li Qingyi's staff glowed with a green light, and the surface of the ground seemed to writhe with countless snakes, slithering toward Zhang Yu. Humph, back then, the three of you couldn't defeat me alone. Now, with just the two of you left, you still struggle like trapped beasts. Zhang Yu, gripping the white wind, lunged forward, facing the emerging roots and vines. A cold smile graced his lips as he raised his right hand slightly, summoning dozens of sharp stones. With a flick, the stones shot forth toward the roots and vines. Bang, 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 before the vines could reach Zhang Yu. They were intercepted, shattered into pieces, and fell to the ground. No matter what, I must retrieve the captain. Yin Xiaotian charged at Zhang Yu with his war hammer, radiating murderous intent. Li Qingyi, seeing the vines intercepted, did not grow angry but quickly maneuvered to the other side, coordinating with Yin Xiaotian to reclaim the white wind. They knew well that the three of them could not take down the rock-armored demon. Now, with only two left, it was even less possible, and they could only seek a secondary option. Still want to snatch it? Since you've returned, you might as well stay. Zhang Yu's feet stomped on the ground, and he pulled the massive rock sword from the fissure that had appeared, launching it toward Li Qingyi like a cannonball, raising the 3-meter-long sword to cleave down. Li Qingyi looked up at the massive shadow descending from above, his eyes narrowing in alarm as a vine wrapped around his waist, yanking him backward. Bang! The rock sword struck the earth, creating a massive pit and sending dust soaring. What terrifying power! Li Qingyi narrowly avoided Zhang Yu's attack, his expression grave. Realizing Zhang Yu had completely set his sights on him, a flicker of determination crossed his eyes. The vine quietly emerged from the ground at his feet, and Li Qingyi began to retreat rapidly. Run? Where to run? Zhang Yu dragged the rock sword and charged again. Li Qingyi, watching the colossal figure rapidly approaching him, did not continue to retreat. However, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, clearly indicating his intense anxiety. Are you stunned? Prepare to die. Zhang Yu swung the sword down again at the motionless Li Qingyi. The fierce wind generated by the massive sword bore down on Li Qingyi, nearly sweeping away his hair and uniform. Use a sonic boom. This is our only chance. Seeing the giant sword about to fall, Li Qingyi dodged to the side once more. His staff lightly touched the ground, and a vine pulled Yin Xiaotian from afar. This way, you'll get hurt too. Yin Xiaotian's expression revealed concern, hesitating. Better to die together than alone. Hurry! Li Qingyi was struck by the impact of the giant sword hitting the ground, sending him flying with a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Not this again. Zhang Yu saw Yin Xiaotian, bound by vines, approaching him. A hint of trepidation flickered across his face, but the sword had already struck the ground, leaving no time for a follow-up attack. Chapter 79. The Golden Dragon Guard. Yin Hui observing Yin Xiaotian's gaping mouth, Zhang Yu could only release the giant sword, raising his right arm to block, but it was evidently too late. An oppressive aura enveloped the surroundings. As if time had frozen, boom! A deafening roar erupted in the air, resembling an invisible hammer striking all around. The shockwave expanded at an almost imperceptible speed, instantly shaking everything nearby. Leaves fluttered, windows trembled, and even solid walls seemed to quiver and collapse. Even the enforcement officers and demonic servants engaged in battle in the distance instinctively halted, retreating a few steps, covering their ears, faces contorted in pain. Though Li Qingyi had anticipated this, he was still affected by the residual force of the sonic boom. Flung backward, blood seeping from his ear canals. Shaking his head to dispel the dizziness, he looked toward Yin Xiaotian and the rock-armored demon, his expression frozen, eyes widening in horror. Where was the rock-armored demon? Where was he? That location now only had Yin Xiaotian, who stood unsteadily as he turned sharply, witnessing a scene that left him utterly stunned. He had not anticipated that the meticulously planned scheme would result in complete failure. At this moment, Li Qingyi's heart felt like ashes. He knew there was no chance left, no opportunity to rescue the White Wind, unless reinforcements arrived. But that was utterly impossible. Uncle Venom, if you hadn't come, I would have fallen victim to those two little bastards. The moment Zhang Yu was struck by the sonic boom, a tail wrapped around him, yanking him back and allowing him to evade most of the attack. As he gazed at the Venom demon, Chan Zheng, behind him, better early than precisely on time. We have acquired the treasure basin. Chan Zheng released his massive tail, eyeing Li Qingyi and Yin Xiaotian with a somber expression. Take down these two and end this battle. All right, leave Li Qingyi to me. I almost fell into his hands. Damn it. Zhang Yu propelled himself forward once more like a cannonball. Meanwhile, the exhausted Yin Xiaotian stood no chance against Chan Zheng's assault. Falling to the ground without resistance, captured without a hint of doubt, Zhang Yu advanced with an enormous fist. The injured Li Qingyi found himself momentarily dazed. He retreated a step, and several tendrils erupted from the earth, intertwining into a net that sought to block Zhang Yu's strike, break it, with a resounding crack. Despite the tendrils' formidable resilience, they were shattered by Zhang Yu's overwhelming force, instantaneously snapping apart and scattering to the ground. The fist, accompanied by a ferocious gale, hurtled towards Li Qingyi, who felt an invisible pressure firmly ensnaring him. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he hurriedly raised his Qi Mei staff to shield himself. Bang! Zhang Yu's fist collided with the staff, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent Li Qingyi flying several dozen meters. Remarkably, the staff did not break, leaving Zhang Yu momentarily astonished as he watched Li Qingyi's figure soar through the air. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Li Qingyi, already grievously wounded, rolled several times before finally halting, his complexion pale and his gaze unfocused. With a crack, the staff in his grip splintered into two pieces. This kid has quite the tenacity. He should be dead by now. This time, I shall see what you use to defend yourself. Zhang Yu extended his index finger, a sharp stone coalescing at its tip before he swiftly hurled it. The stone shot towards Li Qingyi's heart like a bullet, a piercing sound slicing through the air. Suddenly, a beam of golden light streaked down from the sky, arcing gracefully before plummeting. The sharp stone reached Li Qingyi in the blink of an eye, only to be met by a sudden pillar of light that materialized before him. Upon contact with the light's edge, the stone seemed to evaporate into thin its, just a small stone. I thought it was a bullet as the golden pillar gradually faded. A figure in a Taoist robe emerged. The elder wore an elegant, ancient garment in a soft azure gray, adorned with embroidered patterns of auspicious clouds and cranes. The robe billowed gently in the breeze, reminiscent of swirling mist. His visage was lean, exuding an air of calm and wisdom, with silver hair casually gathered by a wooden hairpin, a few strands dancing in the wind. Enhancing his ethereal presence, a gentle smile graced his lips, as if he harbored a compassionate and tolerant heart towards all beings. Elder Yin, you actually came. Li Qingyi, lying on the ground, appeared revitalized upon seeing the Taoist elder. You are gravely injured. Leave the rest to me, Elder Yin replied, producing a pill and flicking it into Li Qingyi's mouth, which dissolved instantly, restoring some color to his pallid face. Who are you, old man? Zhang Yu strode forward, holding by Zifeng, his tone arrogant. I am a member of the Heavenly Master's residence at Longhu Mountain, currently the 9th Elder of the Golden Dragon Guard, enjoying S-class supernatural privileges. I am Yin Hui. Elder Yin gently stroked his long, thick white beard, speaking with unhurried composure. Zhang Yu, somewhat bewildered, remarked, Longhu Mountain? Heavenly Master's residence? Golden Dragon Guard? An S-class supernatural being like you? After striking Elder Yin for a while, he realized, so you are the reinforcements from the Dragon Guard? No, why send someone ranked 9th? If you're going to send help, send someone ranked 1st. Who do you think you're looking down on? Hearing Zhang Yu's words, Elder Yan's previously calm demeanor faltered, and he replied, slightly flustered, I am the 9th Elder, not ranked 9th in power. I simply entered late, Ditto. That means you're useless. Your power is inferior. So you entered late. Zhang Yu, though a demon, held to his principles. I do not kill the young or the old. Ha ha ha. Elder Yan's celestial demeanor evaporated as he burst into laughter, which gradually faded. His gaze settled on by Zifeng in Zhang Yu's grasp. Release him, and I shall temporarily spare you both. Zhang Yu scrutinized by Zifeng, noting he had just over an hour before transformation. I cannot give him to you. I am curious to see what the Dragon Guard will become. Chapter 80. The terrifying golden light glancing at Elder Yin, Zhang Yu warned, Old man, I advise you to leave. The waters here are too deep for you to navigate. Depart swiftly, or when necessary, I shall still kill the old and the young. You two demons are quite bold to dare rebel, even holding the Dragon Guard hostage. Since we cannot reach an agreement, I shall take matters into my own hands. Elder Yin took a step forward. His eyes narrowing slightly. Old man, instead of returning to Longhu Mountain to enjoy your retirement, you come to this mundane world. Today, you shall capsize. Zhang Yu, gripping by Zifeng, lunged at Elder Yin. His right fist raised. He struck with the force of a tempest. Elder Yin stood resolutely, golden light flickering around him. Bang! A colossal sound erupted. What is this? So solid. As Zhang Yu's fist approached Elder Yin, it felt as though it struck an invisible wall of steel. The recoil left his arm tingling, forcing him to stagger back several steps. What? Don't hold back. Use some strength. Don't be polite to an old man. Elder Yin stepped forward once more, a smile playing on his lips. Whoosh, a figure resembling an arrow shot towards Elder Yin. Yet, like Zhang Yu's punch, it clattered harmlessly to the ground before him. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a poisonous dart from the Venom Demon. This old man is no simple foe. That golden light is suspicious. Qianzhang, the Venom Demon, stood beside Zhang Yu, his tone serious. Casting a glance at the dart in Qianzhang's hand, Elder Yin also noted Li Qingyi on the ground. Remarking, wasn't the intel supposed to suggest you were evenly matched? I thought this would be a simple task, yet you seem to be faring poorly, Li Qingyi, having regained some color, felt embarrassed as he struggled to rise. Whispering Elder Yin, be cautious of the Venom Demon's darts. They carry paralyzing poison, and the rock-armored demon has high defenses. Do not concern yourself with these matters. Retreat and rest well, if I cannot subdue even the two of you. Then I truly should retire. Elder Yin surveyed Zhang Yu and Qianzhang, exuding an air of tranquility. If you two do not engage, then it falls to me. As soon as the words left his mouth, he transformed into a streak of golden light, shooting towards Zhang Yu. What the hell? This old man is so fast. Zhang Yu instinctively raised his right fist, ready to strike, but Elder Yin had already appeared before him. His left hand spread wide in front of Zhang Yu, too slow. With a thunderous crash, Zhang Yu felt as if struck by immense force, sending him hurtling back. The rock-armored demon Qianzhang's massive tail swept towards Elder Yin like a tidal wave. Dan Ti Rush. It's your turn now. In the next moment, a golden light erupted from Qianzhang's back, outlining Elder Yin's figure as a terrifying force descended upon him. With a thud, Qianzhang was blasted over 10 meters, crashing to the ground. What kind of ability is this? Zhang Yu, grimacing in pain, slowly rose, noticing his left hand felt considerably lighter. Where did he go? He looked towards the Venom Demon, only to find that Qianzhang's hostage, Yin Xiaotian, had also vanished. Elder Yin held both Yin Xiaotian and Bai Zifeng in his grasp as he approached Li Qingyi, placing them on the ground. He produced 2 more pills, flinging them into their mouths. Advising Li Qingyi, you are responsible for their care now. Xiao Bai's toxin is severe, and my pills can only suppress it temporarily. Thank you, Elder Yi and Li Qingyi, overwhelmed with gratitude at seeing his brothers saved. Nearly knelt before Elder Yin. Now, it is time to deal with the two of them. Crime requires evidence, while quelling rebellion only needs coordinates. Elder Yin's Taoist robe billowed in the wind as he slowly approached Zhang Yu. Golden light radiating from him. Bang, bang, bang. Countless bullets rained down upon the rock-armored demon and the Venom Demon. A veritable storm of fire. In the next instant, it was as if a golden curtain descended, rendering all the bullets null and void. If you have nothing to do, step back. Whether to watch or to return home, do not disturb me, Elder Yin stated, glancing at the distant enforcers with indifference. With the demon minions eradicated, the remaining enforcers sought to assist the silver-haired elder, only to be taken aback as all their attacks were effortlessly neutralized. This old man is astonishing. With a mere wave, he dissolved all the bullets. Perhaps he is a cultivator, even more formidable than Lord Lei Hong. Indeed, with just one move, he repelled the rock-armored demon and the Venom Demon. Who else could achieve such a feat? If he had arrived earlier, our Wuhua district would have been at peace, and we wouldn't have lost so many brothers. It's not too late. At the very least, these two demons will perish here today. All present gazed at Elder Yan's remarkable abilities, their faces awash with astonishment, marveling at his prowess. Old man, we underestimated you. We should have shown you some color. You were starting to act all high and mighty. Zhang Yu's blood-red eyes locked onto Elder Yan as the ground beneath him cracked open once more, a massive rock sword slowly rising. Rock-armored, don't be impulsive, the Venom's voice echoed from beside him. I harbor no impulsiveness. Rather, I am curious to see if his radiance can withstand my colossal rock sword. Zhang Yu drew forth the immense rock sword and, with a swift leap, charged forward. He soared into the air, raising the rock sword high to cleave down upon Yin Hui, who appeared to be moving at a snail's pace. Break for me. The force of his strike was akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens, descending with unyielding might. The rock sword met what felt like an impenetrable wall of steel, failing to penetrate even a fraction. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of terrifying air surged outward, spreading in all directions, stirring up clouds of dust that nearly uprooted the very ground beneath. Yin Hui merely raised his gaze slowly, extending his right hand with his index and middle fingers poised as if to grasp the descending rock sword. Though a closer inspection revealed a slight distance between them, despite the overwhelming impact, he remained utterly unaffected, offering a faint smile. The force is adequate, yet it still falls short. With a sharp flick of his index finger, the rock sword was sent hurtling backward over 10 meters, embedding itself into the ground. Suddenly, a shadow darted in from the side. Yin Hui remained unperturbed, catching a glimpse of a massive tail with his peripheral vision. A resounding crash echoed as the scene repeated itself with the rock sword. A sneak attack is of no use against me, Yin Hui remarked, his demeanor calm and collected. Chapter 81. Rock Dragon Break. A flash of golden light erupted, and with a deafening impact, the venomous demon Chan Zheng was once again hurled backward by the tremendous force, crashing to the ground, a trickle of blue blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Zhang Yu, the rock demon, felt a numbness in his hand, losing grip of the rock sword, watching helplessly as it slipped from his grasp. Staring at the distant rock sword lodged diagonally into the earth, he was momentarily frozen, a wave of powerlessness washing over him as he comprehended the vast disparity in strength. After all, his previous opponents were merely B-class abilities, with the strongest being A-class Lei Hong. They had not been entirely helpless against him. Yet, this elder before him was S-class, and despite his frail appearance, he housed such terrifying power. The gulf between S-class and A-class was a chasm that could not be crossed. Rock armor, be cautious above, run. The distant venomous demon Chan Zheng urged anxiously, hastily rising to support Zhang Yu. The eyes of the rock armor demon glowed a deep crimson, filled with confusion as he slowly lifted his gaze. Above, the figure of Yin Hui loomed, composed, fingers splayed wide as he descended upon them. Now do you understand the extent of my power? Golden radiance once again flared forth, the overwhelming force akin to a mountain crashing down. Bang! Zhang Yu's massive form was smashed into the ground, a trickle of blue blood escaping his lips, rendered as if frozen in place. Unable to move, I must concede. You demons are indeed formidable. Your sheer physical strength surpasses that of most A-class abilities, capable of enduring so many of my golden light spells without succumbing. Yin Hui pressed his palms together, directing his focus upon the prone Zhang Yu, golden light surging forth once more as he intoned, "Let us see if your body can withstand this move of mine." Suddenly, another shadow struck from behind. How bothersome, akin to a fly. Yin Hui withdrew his hands, spinning around abruptly, aiming at the venomous demon, poised to unleash his golden light spell once more. Yet, the space before him was devoid of anything. Chan Zheng had long vanished. Where could he be? A glance revealed that the rock armor demon had already been whisked away. A feint? Intriguing. The old man had been outmaneuvered. The venomous demon transformed into a puddle of liquid, concealing himself beneath the ground, reverting to his demonic form, dragging the rock armor demon's legs as he fled. Get a grip, you're still young. Can you not endure this minor setback? Your mind appears sharp, yet your mentality is utterly lacking. Chan Zheng scolded as he propelled the rock armor demon forward. You've grown too accustomed to favorable conditions. You cannot withstand adversity. Just because you've turned into a demon doesn't make you invincible. If you continue to flounder, I shall abandon you. Qianzheng exhibited a rare display of frustration, having previously been amiable and taciturn. Today, however, the atmosphere was markedly different. Zhang Yu, momentarily shaken by the turn of events, slowly regained a semblance of clarity in his bewildered gaze. Can you flee from me, old man? A golden light descended near them. Yin Hui clasped his hands together, murmuring indistinct phrases that a beam of golden energy erupted from his palms, striking the venomous demon Qianzheng directly aboom. The massive form of the venomous demon was sent hurtling by the golden torrent, blue blood splattering in all directions. With a resounding crash, he collapsed to the ground, his fate uncertain. Venomous. Uncle. The rock armor demon Zhang Yu's pupils constricted, his crimson eyes flickering with a peculiar light, dispelling his confusion. Rising from the ground, he beheld the fate of Qianzheng, his mind a blank slate. Qianzheng had always cared for him as a senior, agreeing with every idea he proposed, never once opposing him. Yet, he had never chastised or reprimanded him, granting him utmost respect. Now, however, because of his own shortcomings, Qianzheng had been unable to evade Yin Hui's attack, struck directly and left in peril. The rock armor demon's blood-red eyes fixed upon Yin Hui, instinctively exclaiming, "Rock Dragon Break." No sooner had the words left his lips than Zhang Yu's crimson eyes shone with a frenzied, eerie light. With a fierce flourish of his hands, he seemed to summon the ancient powers from deep within the earth. In that instant, the ground trembled violently, as if a slumbering dragon was awakening, preparing to burst forth from the soil. Soon after, a massive fissure split the ground, accompanied by a deafening roar and billowing dust. As a colossal rock dragon surged forth, its body enveloped in a yellowish light, resembling a moving mountain, charging towards Yin Hui with unstoppable momentum. The rock dragon's visage was fearsome, stretching over 20 meters in length, as if it could rend apart any obstacle in its path. Has he unleashed his ultimate move? Yin Hui observed with growing seriousness. His previously composed demeanor was now tinged with gravity, yet he retained his calmness. With another sweeping gesture of his hands, a golden glow radiated from him, rapidly expanding to form an impenetrable golden shield. Let us see whether your rock dragon is mightier, or my golden shield more resilient. The golden barrier shimmered as though woven from pure gold, enveloping Yin Hui entirely, transforming him into a golden war deity, unwavering in stance. Boom! A roar akin to a dragon's echoed throughout the realm as the rock dragon crashed into the golden shield, the collision producing a cacophony of deafening sounds and blinding sparks. The dragon's claws scraped across the surface of the golden barrier, leaving deep gashes, each strike seemingly intent on tearing it asunder. Yet, despite the rock dragon's formidable might, Yin Hui's golden shield remained as steadfast as stone, unyielding against the onslaught. In the midst of this fierce clash, Yin Hui's expression grew increasingly somber, his brow furrowing slightly as he noted the golden shield dimming beneath the dragon's assault. However, the rock dragon's form also began to fade, yet the golden shield continued to stand firm, shielding Yin Hui from harm. After a tense standoff, the rock dragon let out a thunderous roar before dissipating into nothingness. While Yin Hui remained resolute, the golden shield dimmed further still. I must admit, you possess commendable strength. That last strike bore the power of S-Class. Alas, you lack the finesse and resilience necessary to master it. Sweat trickled down Yin Hui's forehead, though he maintained an air of composure. He advanced closer to Zhang Yu, his body radiating golden light. Hell. Zhang Yu, undeterred by his earlier failure, was consumed by rage, lifting his head and delivering a powerful punch. Chapter 82. The might of hidden swords even transformed into a demon. One should not exhibit such a lack of decorum. Yin Hui effortlessly blocked the strike, his serenity restored as the golden light surged. An intangible wall once again obstructing Zhang Yu's assault. With a resounding crash, Zhang Yu's colossal figure was sent tumbling yet again, landing beside the venomous demon Qianzheng. This old man is as tough as a turtle, and his attacks are insufferably vile. How am I to combat such a foe? Pain etched across Zhang Yu's visage as he wiped the blood from his lips. Even his most potent attack failed to breach Yin Hui's golden barrier. The two had remained on the receiving end of relentless blows, and had it not been for their resilient physiques, they would have met a swift demise long ago. Turning his gaze toward the venomous demon Qianzheng, concern and urgency laced his words. Uncle Venomous, how fare you? Are you still alive? Cough, cough. Chen Zheng rolled over, spitting up more blood. His chest visibly caved in as he weakly replied, I was nearly done for. That move was ruthless indeed. I lack your defensive capabilities and simply cannot endure it enough. This must come to an end. After such prolonged engagement, even my mental fortitude cannot withstand further depletion. Yan Hui swiftly raised his hands, focusing intently on the rock armor demon and the venomous demon. With a swish, a golden torrent shot forth from his palms, hurtling towards the two. Damn it, I will take this one. The rock armor demon Zhang Yu, seemingly revitalized, leapt up to position himself before the venomous demon, his eyes reflecting the golden surge with determination, crossing his arms before him as if he had long since cast aside the notion of life and death. Just as the golden torrent was about to strike Zhang Yu directly, a shadow descended from above, standing firm before him like an immovable mountain. With a rush, that golden torrent resembled a tumultuous river encountering a boulder, cascading violently to either side, leaving the rock-armored demon and the venomous demon entirely unharmed at a sword. As the onlookers focused their gaze, they were astonished to discover that the barrier against the golden deluge was a black longsword. Now firmly embedded in the ground, standing tall and resolute in an instant, a figure descended from the heavens, gracefully landing atop the hilt, exuding an aura of depth and mystery, as if merging with the vast night sky. Jian Yin? Zhang Yu and Chen Zheng exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes alight with surprise and disbelief. What about the treasure basin? Jian Yin did not turn around but replied coolly, I have it. Chen Zheng, seemingly pulling the treasure basin from thin air, declared without hesitation, revealing the mysterious artifact upon his large palm. With a swift motion, Jian Yin grasped it, the basin appearing to be drawn to him, vanishing from view. Moments later, he produced 2 demon pills. Tossing them back with precision, they arced through the air, landing accurately in the hands of Zhang Yu and Chen Zheng. This is your reward. Retreat now. This individual is beyond your current capabilities. Furthermore, your initial protection has been completely exhausted, and you must fend for yourselves henceforth or face dire consequences. Jian Yin's emotionless voice echoed ominously. No. Do you not require our assistance? Zhang Yu, barely suppressing his pain, slowly rose and remarked with a complex expression as he gazed at the distant Yan Hui. Every additional ally strengthens our cause. Chunjing added as he rose with Zhang Yu's support. Leave. Jian Yin's tone grew increasingly frigid, as if his patience was wearing thin. Realizing Jian Yin's refusal of their goodwill, Zhang Yu and Chen Zheng shared a tacit understanding and retreated, offering a parting. Take care. It seemed you are the sequence 3 Jian Yin demon, a formidable force indeed, to confront me with such confidence. Yan Hui mused, observing the departure of the rock-armored demon Zhang Yu and the venomous demon Chen Zheng, his expression remaining composed. For all their prowess in fleeing, they could not evade his grasp. And once he subdued Jian Yin, they would be next, merely a matter of time. This a faction of the Heavenly Master's residence? They have even joined the Golden Sky Guard. Jian Yin's eyes, veiled beneath his black hood, shimmered with an enigmatic intensity, his tone laced with disdain. You are not my match unless the Master Zhang arrives. Humph, it appears all demons share the same nature, all bark and no bite. Yan Hui retorted, incensed by Jian Yin's words. Go contend with your kind of wickedness. My senior brother's intervention is unnecessary. I alone can subdue you all. As soon as the words left his lips, he clasped his hands together, unleashing another golden torrent towards Jian Yin. Jian Yin merely stood atop the black longsword, arms crossed, resembling a statue. Just as the golden torrent was about to strike him, countless black sword shadows emerged, flickering like phantoms, swirling chaotically. The golden torrent was instantaneously fragmented into myriad minuscule pieces, vanishing completely. Goodness, how can a sequence 3 demon be so formidable? Standing still, he has countered that old man's ultimate move. The rock-armored demon Zhang Yu, retreating midway, halted and gazed back at Jian Yin's location, his heart tumultuous with unyielding awe. The first encounter in the basement had already hinted at his profound strength. Yet no one anticipated such extraordinary prowess. It was no wonder he stood beside that esteemed figure. Chen Zheng's crimson eyes widened in astonishment. If this being's strength was so terrifying that he could effortlessly face an S-rank, what level of power must that esteemed figure possess? The onlookers, including all present, were left utterly speechless, their expressions frozen in shock as silence enveloped the scene. Just moments prior, Yin Hui had wielded the golden torrent to great effect, driving the two demons into a panicked retreat, yet now, it had failed to even graze Jian Yin, dissipating entirely, a turn of events unforeseen by all. Previously, they had heard from Hong Lian that this Jian Yin demon possessed outrageous strength, likely around A rank, capable of effortlessly rescuing the spiked demon while retreating unscathed. Now, it was evident that Jian Yin was far beyond A rank. He was undoubtedly S-ranked at Li Qingyi, tending to Bai Zifeng and Yin Xiaotian beneath a great tree. Was struck with alarm as he witnessed the unfolding scene, murmuring to himself, "Thank heavens it wasn't this Jian Yin causing trouble. Otherwise, could the three of us withstand even one strike?" The surviving enforcers wore expressions of complexity, resentment, disbelief, and sheer shock, their faces reflecting a tapestry of emotions. Yet they still placed their hopes on Yin Hui, for aside from him, none could contain this horde of demons. Yin Hui, faced with the recent events, felt his composure waver, though he forced a smile, internally fraught with anxiety. "You are indeed far stronger than those two. However, do you think I rely solely on the golden light incantation?" He produced two talismans from his robe, one inscribed with the character for thunder, his confidence restored. "I possess even greater means of attack. This time, let us see if you can so easily deflect." Before he could finish, Jian Yin leaped lightly. The black longsword soaring into the sky expanded like a mystical staff, growing wider and longer. The youth shows no regard for martial decorum, launching an attack without warning. Yin Hui sensed the murderous intent emanating from the colossal sword, a chill running down his spine, leaving him no time to activate the 5 Thunder Talisman. He could only invoke the Golden Light incantation, raising his defenses to their utmost, for he realized there was no escaping this strike. He could only brace for impact. Jian Yin's gaze fixed upon Yin Hui as he stood upon the sword, the night sky darkening ominously, as if a blood moon were rising, draping the land in an eerie crimson shroud. A thick aura of darkness enveloped Jian Yin, seemingly devouring the very light of the stars. His eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty gleam, locking onto Yin Hui. With a swift motion, he propelled himself into the air, the black longsword trembling violently, erupting from the ground and shooting towards the heavens, its swirling black mist pulsating with a terrifying energy. "Break!" Accompanied by Jian Yin's emotionless command, the black longsword erupted in a blinding radiance, not of celestial origin, but of abyssal fire, distorting and warping the surroundings. The sword expanded dramatically, as if absorbing the very space and night around it, transforming into a gargantuan blade stretching 40 meters. Its surface shimmering with a dark luster, exuding cataclysmic power. In that moment, the air felt as though it had solidified, and with Jian Yin's gesture toward Yin Hui, it was as if a colossal hand wielded the immense black longsword, slicing through space with a howling roar, aiming directly at its foe. The very fabric of reality seemed to part as the sword passed, leaving behind an enduring black fissure. Yin Hui's protective golden light dimmed in the face of this cataclysmic assault. The black sword's energy surged forth like a raging tide, generating thunderous roars as it collided with the air, mingled with the whispers of the abyss, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Such a potent attack. It could even breach my golden light incantation. Could this individual's strength truly rival that of my senior brother? It cannot be. This is inconceivable. The demeanor of Yin Hui, once composed and confident, had utterly fractured, his astonishment palpable. The protective golden light, more resilient than a turtle's shell, crumbled under the relentless pressure of the black sword, dissolving into nothingness. As the black sword descended toward Yin Hui, it inexplicably transformed into a flurry of black light, vanishing without a trace, restoring silence to the scene. Jian Yin, along with the 40-meter black sword, disappeared into the night sky as if they had never existed. What just transpired? From a distance, Li Qingyi watched in disbelief as the black sword cleaved through Yin Hui's protective golden light, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, as the sword threatened to strike Yin Hui. His heart raced to his throat. In the blink of an eye, the black sword vanished into thin air, leaving him utterly stunned, his body trembling as he leaned weakly against the tree, as if he had been engaged in battle himself. The onlookers, the surviving enforcers, wore expressions of confusion, uncertain of the events that had unfolded. Yet it appeared the demons had retreated, and Yin Hui remained unscathed. It seemed they had emerged victorious in the crowd. Someone shouted, "We won! We've driven back the demons. Indeed, we have triumphed over that wretched horde. Alas, it is regrettable we could not vanquish them entirely. Evil cannot suppress righteousness. One day, we shall eradicate the demons for good." Thanks to Elder Yin, had he not arrived in time, we would have struggled to contend with those demons. Elder Yin, exuding an ethereal presence, appeared to be a sage of great wisdom. With him around, the demons would eventually be subdued. Moments later, the crowd erupted into jubilant cheers, their excitement mingled with a sense of futility and sorrow, for this battle had claimed too many lives. Yet only Yin Hui understood the truth. His robe was drenched in sweat, cold beads cascading down uncontrollably in a daze. He remained rooted in place, reflecting on the fact that had that sword truly struck, he would have met his long-departed master. Apart from my senior brother, no one in the contemporary Heavenly Master's mansion has ever instilled such a terrifying pressure in him. The face of the sword strike from Jian. The protective golden light felt as fragile as paper, utterly vulnerable. What exactly are these demons? Each one seems stronger than the last. Is Jian truly a demon of such caliber? His power has evidently reached the same level as my senior brother. Yin Hui's eyes were fixed intently on the spot where Jian vanished, muttering to himself, his gaze filled with confusion. Why did he ultimately hold back? Could it be because of my senior brother? At this moment, Yin Hui was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. He had initially believed he would display great prowess, only to be struck down by Jian at the last moment. Shattering his confidence and completely collapsing his Dao heart, it seems retirement is inevitable. Why senior brother was right. The world is bound to descend into chaos, and I should not have descended the mountain. With a bitter smile, Yin Hui turned his gaze toward the direction of Longhu Mountain, his expression complex. In the Divine Martial District, at dawn, within a dilapidated house, a man with disheveled hair and a filthy appearance, resembling a beggar, was none other than Yiling Tian. At this moment, Yiling Tian had lost considerable weight, evidently having endured significant hardships lately. Looking quite pitiful, he was scrolling through videos on his phone, cursing, "Damn it, have those dragon guards gone mad? I'm not the only demon in the Divine Martial District, yet they cling to me like rabid dogs." After watching several videos, his mood lightened somewhat, exclaiming, "Serves them right." The first video was titled, 7 against 1, 1 killed in retaliation. The dragon guards are truly weak, and the abilities of the others are just so. The second video was titled, 2 demons actually assaulted the Martial Hua District Enforcers Division. Almost seizing control of Martial Hua District, Chapter 84, Scythe Tornado. Recently, many videos had been mocking the Dragon Guards, causing a significant loss of their credibility, as if an invisible hand were stirring up the commotion behind the scenes. However, the MOE platform was an international one, and the Dragon Kingdom was unable to unilaterally take down the videos, only able to protest, unless they completely severed ties with the international community and banned MOE entirely. The Venom Demon and the Rock Armor Demon are even more reckless than I am, daring to attack the Enforcers Division. How bold of them! Yiling Tian watched the videos, took a sip from a nearby bottle of water, and nodded appreciatively. He then scrolled to the next video, featuring a vlogger living in the beautiful country, sharing his daily life. Glancing at himself, with tattered and filthy clothes, then looking at the vlogger, dressed impeccably with a beaming smile, he reflected on his recent days of being relentlessly pursued by the Dragon Guards, not just one, but in pairs. Whenever he was found, he would be besieged by a group, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Must I lower myself to join the ranks of the spiked demons? This thought crossed Yiling Tian's mind, but he immediately shook his head in denial. I have yet to settle the score for the last time they shattered me. That time was 1 against 7, and they were likely involved. Damn it. Why am I so unlucky? After much contemplation, a spark of enlightenment flashed in his mind. There surely aren't that many ability users abroad. Even if there are, they likely aren't that formidable, or else the dark web would have reported on them. With this realization, Yiling Tian seemed to have made a decision. I shall venture to the beautiful country. The challenges there must be far less daunting than here. After conquering the beautiful country, I shall return with an army to settle accounts, and then the entire world shall be mine. Yiling Tian's previously despondent demeanor gradually vanished. Replaced by an air of spirited ambition, he rose slowly, exuding a sense of dominion over the world. Yes, it shall be so. Soon the entire world will belong to me. Ha 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 ha, he laughed maniacally to the sky. Hello, handsome. So this is where you've been hiding. A face appeared on the wall of the dilapidated house, grinning broadly. Following this, the figure stepped through the wall, dressed in a blue tracksuit, tilting his head with a smirk. Qian Bai Lao Zhu, your laughter is so loud that it would be hard for anyone not to find you. What is so amusing? Share it so we can all laugh together. Upon seeing this person, Yiling Tian's eyes were filled with disdain, and he could not help but curse, damn it, it's you again, you wall-piercing freak. How bothersome that I've told you. Take the money, and I'll handle your troubles. If you surrender, I won't have to scour the world for you. The young man in the blue tracksuit shrugged nonchalantly. Xiaobai has been killed by you, so the boss sent me over. We can't sleep easy until you're dead. Dottie, as he was called, adopted a carefree demeanor. Enough of the nonsense. We're here to work, not to chat. A cold voice emerged from the shadows. The next moment, a crimson sword shadow sliced towards Yiling Tian. Upon realizing the newcomer was the cold-blooded one wielding a blood-red longsword, Yiling Tian immediately transformed into his demonic form, 6 scythe-like arms slashing forward. However, the tornado has receded further and further away, and as it gradually dissipates, the towering figure of Yiling Tian swiftly vanishes from the sight of the onlookers. Meanwhile, 2 colossal figures are racing frantically as if fleeing for their lives. Uncle Dewey, we've made it this far. Should we be safe now? The rock-armored demon, Zhang Yu, surveyed the surrounding darkness, feeling as though they had ventured into the wilderness, with the sun yet to rise. Let us take a break. The venom demon, Chanzhang, also halted, scanning the area before turning to Zhang Yu and inquiring, where exactly are we? We must still be in the Wuhua district, right? Zhang Yu looked around uncertainly and then transformed back to his human form, pulling out his phone to check the map. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. My goodness. We've run so far that we've reached the boundaries of the Xinwu district. My demonic subordinates have nearly all been lost. I never anticipated that we would encounter such formidable individuals at the moment of our success, Qianzhang remarked, his crimson gaze fixed on the Enforcer division, filled with discontent. Zhang Yu transformed back into his demonic form, a hint of self-reproach evident in his demeanor. This is my fault. I underestimated the strength of the ability users in Longhua. Even if we manage to seize the Wuhua district, we might not be able to hold it. What are your thoughts moving forward? Qianzhang inquired. I have no idea, Zhang Yu replied, his crimson eyes clouded with confusion as he shook his head. Since neither of you has a plan for the next step, why don't you come to our place to rest for a few days? A massive figure descended from the sky. Its translucent bee wings flapping vigorously, it landed gracefully, allowing its wings to fold behind it, and politely nodded at the rock-armored demon and the venom demon in the distance. Qianzhang and Zhang Yu exchanged wary glances, scrutinizing the demon before them, who had black spines protruding from its fists and transparent bee wings on its back. Zhang Yu asked, somewhat puzzled, you're a rank 4, spike demon, aren't you? Indeed. I have long heard of your esteemed names and have been eager to converse with you. Unfortunately, you were in the Wuhua district, and I had no opportunity to speak, Wang Feng replied, his coarse voice maintaining a tone of politeness and humility. Esteemed names, what a joke. Merely the defeated commanders of a lost army? No, not even commanders. Zhang Yu replied, shaking his head in exasperation. It seems you've been waiting for us for quite some time. Qianzhang asked Wang Feng. Not particularly. I just arrived the moment you did, Wang Feng responded, his expression earnest and eager for collaboration. Do you wish for us to join you? Or do you have another agenda? Zhang Yu probed cautiously. To be precise, it's not just me, but us, and it's not about joining but rather collaborating. As we share a common goal, Wang Feng explained. Not just you demons? Zhang Yu glanced around, sensing no other presence. They are on their way. I arrived quickly due to my ability to fly, Wang Feng clarified. Then posed a question. Did Jianin assist you? Hearing this, Zhang Yu and Qianzhang exchanged awkward glances and nodded. You misunderstood. I didn't mean to bring it up intentionally, as I too have been saved by Jianin. Wang Feng noted, sensing their discomfort. Each of us demons has a one-time protection as beginners, and aside from the spider demon, I can't confirm about the others, but we have all used ours. Wang Feng's crimson gaze turned serious as he looked at Qianzhang and Zhang Yu. Therefore, regardless of any challenges we face moving forward, we will not receive assistance from that esteemed individual. The depth of Longwa's resources far exceeds our expectations, which is why we have hesitated to act in the Xinwu district. Thus, I hope to collaborate with you both. Only together can we defeat those dragon guards, as relying on just one or two individuals is insufficient. Zhang Yu and Qian Zheng exchanged glances, remaining silent. Zhang Yu then posed a question to Wang Feng. Are you the leader of your group? No, we have no leader. We make decisions collectively, Wang Feng replied. Then what happens when opinions differ? Zhang Yu pressed. Aware that they were not like Qian Zheng and might have conflicting ideas. The majority rules, as long as our objective remains unchanged. The process need not be rigid, Wang Feng answered earnestly. Uncle Dui. What are your thoughts? Zhang Yu asked. You decide. I have no preference, Chen Zhang replied in his usual manner. A temporary collaboration is acceptable, Zhang Yu said, turning to Wang Feng. Wang Feng stepped forward and extended his right hand. To a fruitful collaboration. To a fruitful collaboration. The two clasped hands. By the way, I have one more question. How did you ascertain our location? Zhang Yu inquired, filled with curiosity. Let the eye of heaven explain that to you. Wang Feng answered, turning to look behind him. Two gigantic figures approached from the distance, one of whom had two cannon barrels rising from its back, and its flowing white hair danced in the wind. The other had crimson eyes with blue shadow, and she spoke slowly, because I possess a unique tracking ability that allows me to trace you throughout the entire district. Chapter 86, Brother. I was wrong indeed. It is thanks to the eye of heaven that we have remained safe during this time. Wang Feng concurred, then a slightly mischievous smile appeared on his face. So, it has been tough on the thousand-armed brother, who has drawn the fire of the dragon guards, enduring their relentless pursuit day and night. Has the thousand-armed demon not joined you? Zhang Yu inquired. We invited him once. He behaved like a madman, speaking and acting without any sense or order, unpredictable in every way. You could never anticipate his next move, Wang Feng lamented, throwing up his hands in exasperation. If we were to ally with him, we would likely find ourselves in dire straits. That is true. Zhang Yu recalled the thousand-armed demon from the demon sound and nodded in agreement. Let us return to the headquarters. You can rest there, and we can discuss our next steps. Wang Feng suggested to the two. No problem. Zhang Yu and Qian Zheng affirmed with a nod. The final 5 demons, under Wang Feng's lead, made their way toward their lair. With the Eye of Heaven's counter-tracking ability, they could easily evade the Dragon Guard's pursuit. In the Xinwu district, the first rays of morning sunlight touched an unnamed mountain. Inside a cave, several empty mineral water bottles lay scattered across the uneven stone surface. Alongside crumpled packets of instant noodles discarded in a corner. The increasingly emaciated Yi Lingtian leaned against the stone wall, eyes closed in slumber, his appearance still filthy, and his disheveled hair nearly greasy enough to extract peanut oil. It was evident that he had not been faring well during this time. Oh, thousand-armed ancestor, how have you fallen so low? A light, airy voice drifted in from the cave entrance. Damn, they managed to track me down. I didn't even notice. Yi Lingtian jolted awake, his eyes snapping open as he glanced toward the entrance. Instead of a person, he spotted a large black dog over a meter long, and he exhaled in relief. You scared me. I thought the dragon guards had caught up, but it's just a dog at a dog. Why? Yi Lingtian looked back at the entrance, scrutinizing it again. He rubbed his eyes, thinking, surely I haven't gone so long without meat that I'm hallucinating? After blinking a couple of times, he noticed the little black dog drooling uncontrollably, its gaze akin to that of a starving man who had spotted a beautiful woman. It really is a dog. Heaven has not forsaken me. I finally see meat again. I can indulge. As soon as those words left his lips, he felt invigorated, springing up and lunging toward the little black dog. What a fool. The little black dog observed as the shadowy figure lunged toward it like a ravenous wolf, looking more pitiful than a beggar and emitting an unpleasant odor. The dog disdainfully shook its head. Bang! It felt as if an invisible hand had struck him. What the hell? Before Yi Lingtian could reach the little black dog, he felt a sharp pain across his face and was sent flying back, crashing hard against the stone wall. Damn it, who dares to slap my handsome face? Yi Lingtian nearly had his mouth skewed by the blow, scanning his surroundings with suspicion, his eyes filled with wariness. How strange. I distinctly heard someone speaking. Could it be that they can turn invisible? His nose twitched as he sniffed the air again, frowning deeper as he looked at the little black dog and muttered, "Odd. Aside from that dog, there's no one else around. Even if someone could go invisible, they couldn't hide from me. What if it was I who spoke?" The little black dog said, its eyes filled with a look of incredulity. "What the hell? In this day and age, even dogs can speak." Yi Lingtian's eyes widened in astonishment as he pointed at the little black dog, his expression akin to a discovery of a new world. The little black dog's mouth twitched as it shook its head again, thinking, what an idiot. Absolutely a fool. A talking dog would be a great delicacy. It might even enhance my powers. Upon hearing the little black dog speak again, Yi Lingtian's mind raced with a wild notion, and a look of delight spread across his face. He sprang up once more, charging toward the little black dog. However, before he could draw near, bang! The same spot on his face was struck again. The fiery pain jolting through him as he crashed into the stone wall once more, his face now decidedly askew. Damn it, that hurts like hell. Who keeps slapping my face? It's completely crooked now. Yi Lingtian touched his cheek, finding it noticeably misaligned, and glanced around before finally locking his gaze on the little black dog, asking, could it be that you, the speaking dog, are the one slapping me? Xiao Hei's eyes sparkled with mockery as he stood in place. A smirk playing on his lips. It seemed that after receiving those 2 slaps, he had finally gained some clarity, his intelligence having improved just a tad. Yi Lingtian, upon hearing this, was filled with rage. He abruptly stood up, pointing at Xiao Hei and cursing. It's one thing to be bullied by that gang, but to be humiliated by you, a mutt, is utterly intolerable. I swear I will stew you today to vent my anger. Mutt.t. At these words, Xiao Hei's gaze gradually turned icy as he fixed his stare on Yi Lingtian. The latter felt a chill run down his spine under Xiao Hei's intense gaze. Yet he remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, stubbornly retorting, yes, mutt. What of it? Are you not going to accept that? In an instant, Xiao Hei vanished from sight. What speed is this? Yi Lingtian stood frozen in shock. The next second, a resounding bang echoed, followed by a searing pain across his face, which had caved in. Still a mutt, am I? Still a fool? As Yi Lingtian endured Xiao Hei's wrathful voice, he felt several heavy blows to his head, resulting in painful lumps forming. Given that the cave entrance was narrow, if he were to transform into a demon, the entire cave would likely collapse, burying him alive. Furthermore, if it were to circulate that he had fought with a dog and transformed, it would be a disgrace beyond measure, more unbearable than being hunted. Damn it, am I really unable to defeat you? Mutt? Even if I don't transform, I can still take you down, with indignation written all over his face. Yi Lingtian, despite being beaten black and blue, swung his fists in retaliation. However, all he could see were afterimages, rendering Xiao Hei's position indistinguishable. Any punches he threw merely struck air. The consequence was receiving even harsher blows, thud, thud. His abdomen, face, and nearly every part of his body felt the relentless pounding, each impact sending waves of pain crashing against his skull, causing him to grimace. Still defiant, still arrogant, still daring to confront him, still putting on airs. With Xiao Hei's furious reprimands, another round of merciless strikes ensued. Chapter 87, Submission. Unable to fight back any longer, Yi Lingtian finally surrendered, cradling his head in his hands. That moment, resembling a swollen pig's head, he cried out for mercy, please stop. Stop, big brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Wrong. In what way? Xiao Hei, far from ceasing the onslaught due to his pleas, grew increasingly exhilarated, relishing the chance to vent his frustrations. Big brother, I was wrong in every way. Please, just stop. Yi Lingtian felt his entire body growing numb from the beating, hastily replying, completely submissive. Still going to eat dog meat? No more, big brother. I swear I'm done with it. Truly. Yi Lingtian had wholly succumbed to Xiao Hei's might, his words laced with fear. Sensing the relentless assault had finally ceased, he timidly raised his battered face to observe Xiao Hei's canine countenance gazing back at him, causing him to shudder and inch back against the wall. Seeing Xiao Hei silent, Yi Lingtian mustered his courage despite the excruciating pain coursing through him and timidly asked, brother, what brings you here? You aren't here to beat me up again, are you? Xiao Hei rolled his eyes, seemingly recalling something. He had nearly forgotten the task entrusted to him due to Yi Lingtian's antics. With a flourish of his paw, documents and plane tickets appeared as if by magic, landing directly before Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian picked them up one by one, his eyes wide with astonishment, glancing at the documents and then back at Xiao He. He exclaimed, "Big brother, how did you know I was headed to the beautiful country? I was just fretting about how to get there, and you've prepared everything." His expression turned serious as he tentatively inquired, "Did you install a tracker on me? How else would you know my thoughts? If I had known, I wouldn't have taken this job. I should have let Jianin handle it," Xiao He lamented. Showing little interest in responding further, he tossed a demon pill toward Yi Lingtian, stating, "You are the first demon to go abroad. This demon pill is a reward from Big Brother." Demon pill? Yi Lingtian caught it, inspecting the candy-like object with curiosity. "What is this for?" It was not surprising that Yi Lingtian was puzzled, as he had transformed into a demon while asleep, dreaming of his teacher from Hebei. "This is what you use to transform into a demon, you idiot. Enough. If I stay here any longer with you, my IQ will likely take a hit." With that, Xiao He vanished from sight. "Hey, big brother." Yi Lingtian attempted to ask something, only to find Xiao He had already disappeared. Staring at the demon pill, he murmured to himself, "So, according to that mutt, my transformation into a demon was due to consuming this pill?" Suddenly, a dark figure sped through the distance, generating a sonic boom, bang. The shadow exploded, scattering into countless fragments. Yi Lingtian felt a sharp pain in his forehead, discovering a deep wound upon inspection, blue blood staining his right hand. Glancing at his bloodied hand, he instinctively swallowed, gazing into the distance, momentarily forgetting the pain, incredulously exclaiming, "No way, can Big Brother really hear this well from so far away? Damn it, this wretched place is no place for a human. I need to leave. A gentleman takes their revenge 10 years is not too late. I will study abroad and return to exact my vengeance." Yi Lingtian unhesitatingly swallowed the demon pill, grasped the plane tickets and documents, and cast a final deep glance. Noon. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. In the Divine Martial District, at the Lord's estate, the conference room. Lei Hong occupied the main seat, with Mo Yi, Long Shui, and Da Di seated on his left, while Xiao Wuchen, Su Wuyan, and Li Qingyi sat on his right. Lei Hong observed the 6 individuals and spoke first. According to the information from the airport, the 1,000-armed demon Yi Lingtian has already boarded an international flight under the alias Tom Yi before 10 o'clock. By now, he has likely arrived in the beautiful country. I see. No wonder I couldn't find that handsome fellow anywhere. He had already slipped away, Da Di exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Since he managed to exit the country smoothly, it indicates his documents were in order. However, the question arises, who provided him with those documents? Xiao Wuchen voiced the critical point. Considering he has transformed into a demon, it's not surprising he could acquire such documents. The main point is, with that plague gone, we can focus on dealing with the other demons, Mo Yi remarked, visibly pleased to hear of the 1,000-armed demon's departure. After all, their primary mission was to assist the Divine Martial City in exterminating demons, and with the 1,000-armed demon fleeing to the beautiful country, they had indirectly achieved their goal. The only regret was being unable to avenge Baiyu. His departure is beneficial for us. It alleviates a great deal of pressure, and more importantly, it allows the demons to wreak havoc in the beautiful country, presenting them with challenges and preventing them from reveling in our misfortune. Li Qingyi concurred with the 1,000-armed demon's exit. After surveying the surroundings, she turned to Lei Hong and inquired, "Lord Lei, what about Elder Yan?" Upon hearing Elder Yan's name, everyone perked up, for he was an S-class Esper, a legendary member of the Golden Dragon Guard, who had easily defeated the Venom Demon and the Rock Armor Demon, aiding the Martial Hua District in overcoming its crisis. With his assistance, resolving the demon issue in the Divine Martial District would be as simple as taking candy from a child. However, upon hearing Li Qingyi's question, Lei Hong's expression grew complex and helpless as he sighed. "This is something I wanted to inform everyone as well. Elder Yan is unlikely to assist us." "What happened? Has he been injured?" Dadi blurted out, directly asking. Lei Hong shook his head, replying, "Master Zhang personally ordered him to return to Longhu Mountain, or else he would be expelled from the sect." Elder Yan, upon hearing Master Zhang's thunderous command, dared not delay for a moment and flew back immediately. "What?" Dadi gasped upon hearing Master Zhang's name, taking a deep breath. Could it be that the old master foresaw something, prompting the higher-ups to disregard everything and summon Elder Yin back? What did they say? Xiao Wuqian asked Lei Hong, looking for clarification. How could they refuse when Master Zhang spoke? The higher-ups had no choice but to comply, Lei Hong replied. His eyes filled with helplessness. He scanned the group again, his expression serious. Currently, there are no S-class powerhouses coming from Dragon City, but the 7 of us are sufficient. All the demons are concentrated in the Divine Martial District. We can focus on dealing with them. He then turned to Li Qingyi and inquired, how are Captain Bai and Yin Xiaoyan's injuries? They are both severely poisoned and can only gradually detoxify. It will take at least 15 days for them to recover. Li Qingyi reported gravely, providing a conservative estimate. Chapter 88. The 5 Demon Conference. Lei Hong nodded, pondering for a moment before dropping a bombshell, but the higher-ups have instructed me to personally negotiate with the demons in the Divine Martial District. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present was left in shock, disbelief, and anger etched across their faces. Negotiate? Are you saying the higher-ups want to negotiate with those monsters? Imo Yi, usually composed, could no longer contain himself, blurting out, only to realize his words were somewhat inappropriate. He cleared his throat and continued more calmly, Lord Lei, our heavenly shield guard has sacrificed 2 generals. If you negotiate with them, what becomes of our mission? Monetary compensation will be provided. Then that is acceptable, Imo Yi nodded, falling silent. Indeed, the higher-ups had a broader vision. Unlike us, who are mired in our own troubles, I trust their foresight, Di commented with a faint smile. His tone laced with irony. From beginning to end, the cold-blooded remained silent, until the word surrender to the demon slipped from Lei Hong's lips, causing a slight shift in his expression. Xiao Wuqian's face darkened to the point where it seemed water could drip from it. He glanced at Lei Hong. His words caught in his throat. Su Wuyan, as always, said nothing. Donning a mask as he sat quietly, Li Qingyi's expression was equally complex, her silence echoing the unspoken tension in the room. The dragon guards understood all too well that once a decision was made from above, it was nearly impossible for anyone to alter it. After all, the greater good was paramount. Let's leave it at that for today. The meeting is adjourned, Lei Hong declared decisively, casting a sweeping gaze across the room to in the Divine Martial District. At Nye Wudao's villa, the elder brother remarked, you should have seen Qian Bai's foolish demeanor. It infuriated me to the point of delivering him a sound thrashing. He should consider himself fortunate that I didn't beat the excrement out of him. Sitting on the balcony, Xiao He sipped his juice, swallowing before continuing in discontent. Had it not been for your instructions, I would have set him ablaze, reducing him to ashes and sending him to meet his great-grandmother, just to see how he would resurrect. Indeed, indeed. Thank you for your hard work, dog brother, Nye Wudao replied, clad in casual attire, his gaze falling upon the snacks and juice on the table. He smiled. Isn't this a feast arranged to reward your efforts? Regardless, I have no desire to seek out that fool any longer. Lingering with him would surely dull my wits, Xiao He expressed with disdain, as he stuffed large chunks of snacks into his mouth. He has already ventured to the beautiful country. You wouldn't be able to join him, Nye Wudao remarked, gazing into the distance. That mysterious fellow is bound to surprise us, with that kind of fool. I find it hard to believe he could offer any surprises. Brother, you are surely mistaken. Xiao He shook his head in disbelief. The beautiful country is a veritable den of chaos. With his intellect, he is likely to only attract trouble. His gaze shifted to the treasure pot on the table, and he inquired with curiosity, brother, I was initially skeptical about whether this thing could truly produce gold. Now, there are already 2 pieces. The foundation of the Dragon Nation far exceeds your imagination. Treasures like the treasure pot are not singular. Many hidden gems lie within the depths of mountains and cliffs. Nye Wudao's eyes fixed on the treasure pot. If we were to refine the treasure pot alongside 2 other items, we could undoubtedly forge an extraordinary demon. Nothing could be more entertaining than Li Dongtang. That lad's bones are considerably harder than those of the rock, and I am well fed now. Xiao He wiped his mouth with a napkin, grinning broadly. It's time to stretch my limbs and loosen up. With that, he strolled from the balcony into the hall, moving leisurely, his head bobbing, clearly in a much improved mood. Jianin, Nye Wudao called out into the void. Sir, Jianyin's figure materialized in response. Please make a trip to the Longhu Mountain Tianshi mansion and retrieve an item from the old Tianshi. After handing Jianin a note, Nye Wudao smiled slightly. Once this item is in hand, we will have the necessary materials. What if he refuses to give it to me? Jianning respectfully accepted the note. Tucking it away with caution, if he refuses, I will visit Longhu Mountain once more and reason with him. He will surely comply, Niao Wudao replied with a faint smile, as if recalling something joyful. His expression brightening. Understood, sir, Jianning said before vanishing once again. Surrendering, is it? Quite intriguing, Niao Wudao mused to himself, gazing into the distance as his figure gradually faded away. I in the Divine Martial District, at the stronghold of the Three Evil Gang, which had now been renamed the Five Evil Gang, at the top of a hotel building, in a hall of over 500 square meters, Wang Feng still sported his slicked-back hairstyle and sunglasses, one hand holding a wine glass while the other rested in his pocket, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window gazing into the distance. Guali, with graying temples, sat in his usual manner, perusing a newspaper. Su Qing emerged from her room, adorned in a simple floral long dress, complemented by a beige cardigan and pearl earrings, her flat shoes exuding a gentle and graceful femininity. Since regaining her human form, she had procured numerous outfits from various malls, changing daily as if to compensate for the time she could not return to her human state. Noticing Wang Feng's distant gaze, she inquired, "Is the view truly so captivating? I do not gaze upon the scenery, but rather the tranquil essence within it, alongside the gentle passage of time that soothes the soul." Wang Feng reflected deeply, turning to continue, "Before I transformed into a demon, I was merely a powerless individual, unable to secure a place to rest, let alone enjoy life." He downed the wine in his glass, a bitter smile crossing his lips as he added, "Now, we have transformed, possessing the strength to protect ourselves, to decline what we dislike, and to resist them. Once, I believed resistance to be a mere illusion, yet now it has materialized into reality, leaving me in disbelief." Guoli remained silent, producing a tattered photograph from his pocket, an image of himself with his son. His eyes reddened slightly as he sighed deeply. "We have all come together through misfortune, but can we truly create an ideal realm? After all, demons are seen as villains in the eyes of the world. Failure is what defines one as a villain, for they have lost their voice. Conversely, the successful, demons included, can cleanse their reputations and ascend, basking in the admiration of thousands, leaving a legacy that endures through time." Dressed in white casual attire, Zhang Yu emerged from one of the rooms, his hair slicked back with wax, offering a slight smile to the group. Chapter 89. The first exchange clanged. A door in the adjacent room slowly opened, revealing Chen Zhang, his hair considerably grayer, who chose not to speak but instead moved to the hall, pulling a chair to sit down. Lost in thought as he stared out the window, Yu Qing, unusually silent, sat in another chair, seemingly lost in memories of her son, for the privileges of Li Shanhe had unjustly led to her son's demise, leaving her with only the hope of that great man. Each time she thought of this, her eyes grew misty. "Let's refrain from discussing such heavy topics," Wang Feng suggested. "Our current situation is thanks to that great man. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know where I would have perished, likely with grass over a meter high on my grave." He smiled faintly, placing his wine glass on the table as he took a seat. "Without that great man, I wouldn't have dared to act recklessly. I would have likely ended up in a dire situation." Zhang Yu also took a seat, shrugging casually. Upon hearing the mention of the great man, admiration was the only expression on their faces, devoid of any other sentiments. Wang Feng surveyed the room. Zhang Yu was the youngest, while Chen Zhang was the eldest, followed by Su Qing, Guali, and lastly himself. Each bore different ages but shared two commonalities: unfortunate fates and demonic identities. "Let us speak. We have all joined forces. Now that there are 5 of us, strength in numbers, it is time for a significant endeavor," Zhang Yu boldly declared, gazing at Wang Feng, who remained silent for a moment. "The foundation of the Dragon Nation is not something we can compare ourselves to. We have only been demons for a few days. While the Dragon Nation has existed for thousands of years. As for the Golden Dragon Guards, as you mentioned, it may require all 5 of us to pose a fighting chance." Wang Feng's expression turned serious as he continued. "Moreover, Yan Hui is the 9th elder, indicating that there is more than one Dragon Guard, at least 9. Not counting the Dragon Guards or other unknown entities. My proposal is to utilize the assimilation effect of the venom to transform some criminals into demon servants. With the vast population of Divine Martial City, assimilating 100,000 demon servants is entirely feasible. Furthermore, the underworld of the Divine Martial District is already under our control. We have both money and arms at our disposal. With the Heavenly Eye's complete regional positioning, they currently cannot threaten us. We simply need to proceed cautiously, and taking Divine Marshal City within a month is entirely achievable. Wang Feng analyzed earnestly, feeling parched. He poured another glass of wine and drank it down. Our only concern is the Golden Dragon Guards. Aside from enhancing our own strength rapidly, we have no other options. We can either engage in battle or consume demon pills. Yet the great man has not assigned us any tasks, Zhang Yu pointedly remarked. There is another method, albeit rather bloody and devoid of humanity. Wang Feng's mind sparked with an idea, slowly voicing it. We are all demons now. Why concern ourselves with humanity? Just speak plainly. If it works, that's all that matters, Zhang Yu urged directly. Wang Feng raised his hand, extending his index finger. First, capture 2 or more dragon guards alive as leverage for negotiation. Second, utilize remote-controlled bombs, placing them throughout Divine Marshal City, using the entire population as hostages. Even if we seize the entirety of Divine Marshal City, the Dragon Nation will think twice before taking action against us. Are you certain they wouldn't dare to act? Guoli questioned, his tone not one of skepticism towards Wang Feng's plan, but rather a concern for the character of those in Dragon City, who often seemed utterly ruthless. If they dare to act, then so be it. I believe the Thorn plan is viable. Even if the Dragon City side does decide to act, we can always flee if we can't win. Zhang Yu declared fearlessly, expressing his support for Wang Feng's strategy. Indeed, there seems to be no better alternative, Chen Zhang added. Xu Qing hesitated but ultimately nodded in agreement. Since everyone has no objections, I will assign the tasks. Wang Feng stated, rising slowly as the group remained silent. Continuing the narrative, the Steel Gundam is assembling remote-controlled explosives, burying them throughout Xinwu City. The Heavenly Eye oversees the entire situation, monitoring the movements of Lei Hong and his gang, allowing us to evade their schemes. Together with Yan Kai, we initiate the assimilation plan using the venom, striving to create 100,000 demonic servants in a short span of time. No issues there. The other 4 nodded and rose. Just as they were about to disperse, a phone rang. Wang Feng answered the call, switching to speaker mode. An urgent voice came through. Boss, my underlings have been caught in a trap set by the law enforcers. The caller provided a number, urging them to contact it, stating that the city lord's mansion wishes to negotiate with them. You sent it, right? Wang Feng replied calmly, the moment he saw the message's number. He glanced at the others. Any suggestions? I believe we should ignore them. Lei Hong's group will undoubtedly scheme against us, aiming to ensnare us all at once, Guoli stated outright. We could call them first and see what they say. If it's a meeting at the city lord's mansion, there's no point in considering it. That's pointless. However, if it's somewhere outside, we can contemplate their intentions. Zhang Yu also expressed his opinion. Xu Qing and Chen Zhang remained silent, merely observing. All right, let us make the call and see what they intend. If they truly have the sincerity to negotiate, I'll go myself. Should there be a trap, I possess flight capabilities, making it easier for me to escape. Wang Feng listened to everyone's opinions and made a compromise decision. He then took out another phone and dialed the previously provided number. With a beep, the call connected, and Lei Hong's voice came through. Hello, who is this? Sequence 4, Spiked Demon. Wang Feng answered on speaker. I'm pleased that you took the initiative to call, indicating your willingness to negotiate. This should be our first interaction, correct? Lei Hong's calm voice returned, showing no signs of surprise. Speak, what do you wish to discuss? Let us talk about something beneficial for both of us. Rest assured, it's not a trap. I guarantee it as the city lord. At the very least, you won't come to harm during this negotiation, regardless of its outcome. Where? At Wangxian Tower. I've reserved a private room, just the 2 of us. No third party will be present. You set the time, Lei Hong said amiably, as if speaking to an old friend rather than an adversary. Fine, I'll send you the time via text. Wang Feng ended the call. Wow, do you think Lei Hong is trying to lure us into a trap? He has probably already pinpointed our location through the phone, Zhang Yu astutely noted, sensing a conspiracy. They can't pinpoint us. I've used my electromagnetic abilities to block any tracking, Xu Qing replied. I still believe we shouldn't go. That gang is full of tricks and cannot be trusted, Guoli expressed his discontent, shaking his head. I concur, Chongqing added. If Lei Hong dares to deceive us, then the law enforcers and Long City would lose all credibility. Who would negotiate with them then? Zhang Yu remarked from a different angle. Regardless of whether we go or not, any ambush nearby will certainly not escape my perception. Su Qing asserted confidently. Under the oversight of the Heavenly Eye, we have evaded their pursuit multiple times. Hence, I have another plan to ensure the negotiation is foolproof. Wang Feng spoke slowly, casting a mysterious smile at the group. In Haiwei City, Moon Lake District, a trio consisting of 2 men and 1 woman. The woman clad in leather attire, her figure strikingly captivating. What drew even more attention was that all 3 were holding umbrellas as they entered the most bustling, luxurious restaurant in the area. Passers-by showed no inclination to evade the gentle rain falling from above, but instead pointed and commented on the trio. Another group of outsiders. They think it's raining and are using umbrellas? How amusing. Many people who first come to our Moon Lake District do this, thinking the rain will soak them, not realizing it won't at all. Should we go remind them? I find it quite funny. As a little girl with twin ponytails passed by the trio, she looked at Lin Shi holding the umbrella and curiously said, "Auntie, you don't need an umbrella in our Moon Lake District. You won't get wet." The little girl beamed warmly, pointing to herself, innocently adding, "Look, I'm not wet at all. My clothes are very clean, Auntie." Upon hearing those words, Lin Shi felt a pang of vulnerability. Gazing into the girl's innocent eyes, she forced a smile. "Little sister, you should call me sister, not Auntie. It's sister." "Okay, Auntie," the little girl obediently nodded. Lin Shi's expression stiffened, her body slightly trembling. Yi Chun, suppressing his laughter, quickly approached to ease the situation, gently addressing the little girl. "Thank you for the reminder, little sister. We understand." Then turning to Lin Shi, he said, "Aren't you hungry? Why are you still dawdling? Let us get inside." Lin Shi huffed and walked toward the restaurant entrance. The little girl looked puzzled at Lin Shi's sulky face. "Goodbye, little sister," Yi Chun smiled, waving his hand. "Goodbye, uncle," the little girl responded with a smile. "Uncle?" Yi Chun's smile froze instantly, eyes filled with confusion as he muttered, "Have I really aged?" "Uncle, hurry and come in." Lin Shi's voice echoed from inside the restaurant, filled with mischievous delight. Sighing, Yi Chun closed his umbrella, shook his head, and stepped inside. The first floor of the restaurant was teeming with people, nearly at capacity. Fortunately, with wealth, one need not worry about securing a meal. After spending several thousand, they were ushered into a luxurious private room. However, as they passed through the first floor, they overheard the discussions of the onlookers, unintentionally gathering a wealth of information. "Did you hear? 2 demons are trying to sneak into the Moon Lake District. It is hilarious. They really don't know when to quit. They must be accustomed to being overbearing in Shenwu City, thinking our city lord is as incompetent as those from Shenwu City. What are they trying to sneak in here for?" They ended up being chased out by the city lord, fleeing in disgrace. They had it coming, those despicable demons. Indeed, they're like locusts invading. Thankfully, we have the city lord's protection, ensuring those demons can't infiltrate Wu Renfeng. Lin Shi and Yi Chun exchanged glances, silently proceeding upstairs. Upon reaching the private room, they shut the door and took their seats. "It seems 2 of our kind arrived before us." Lin Shi grabbed the lemon water jug from the table, poured herself a glass, and downed it before speaking first. "Aside from the first 3 demons, sequences 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9, and that 1,000-armed demon are still in Shenwu City, leaving only sequences 11 and 12 unless new demons have emerged." Yi Chun chimed in, pouring himself a glass of lemon water and taking a sip as he analyzed. "But what could their purpose for coming to Haiwei City be? I didn't sense any other demonic auras along the way." Wu Renfeng expressed his confusion. "Regardless of their intentions, as long as they don't obstruct us, it's fine," Lin Shi said indifferently. Turning to Yi Chun, "Riddler, please provide an overview of the situation in Haiwei. Knowing ourselves and our enemy ensures victory in every battle." Yi Chun paused, organizing his thoughts before responding. "The rain falling in Haiwei City is one of the city lord Hai Ningyue's abilities. Once you enter Haiwei City, no one can escape her perception. This is why the city enjoys the highest security in the world. Even mutants cannot infiltrate. With such a relentless downpour, won't her mental energy be exhausted? Isn't she afraid of overextending herself to death?" Wu Renfeng found this hard to comprehend, as it surpassed his understanding. This isn't secret. The city lord's mansion is built upon Moon Lake, which continuously supplies her with mental energy. Thus, the city lords of Haiwei City never leave their mansion, never departing the Moon Lake District. Yi Chun glanced at the 2 who were listening intently, his expression gradually turning serious. "Of course, This is also one of the reasons past city lords couldn't enter the Golden Dragon Guard. Only within the Moon Lake district, above Moon Lake, can their powers be maximized, reaching an S rank. Without the support of Moon Lake, they would only possess A rank abilities. I never imagined the situation of the City Lord of Haiwei City would be so astonishing. Had you not mentioned it, we could never have investigated it so thoroughly, Lin Shi remarked, her expression one of realization. The City Lord of Haiwei is not appointed by Long City but is a direct lineage, passed down through blood, inheriting only to daughters, Yi Chun said, slowly revealing the information. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, both Wu Renfeng and Lin Shi, who had just taken a sip of water, couldn't help but cough several times. As if they had choked, their expressions filled with astonishment as they stared at Yi Chun. Such an oddity. In my past experiences within the Special Forces, I have never encountered tales as peculiar as these. Wu Renfeng's eyes brimmed with astonishment. If what you say is true, the Lord of Heiju City possesses extraordinary abilities. What should our next course of action be? Lin Shi's words trailed off abruptly as she turned to the door of the private room. Someone was approaching. A knock resounded from outside. Hello, boss. May I come in to serve the dishes? Come in, Lin Shi replied. As the door swung open, a procession of waitstaff entered, each carefully balancing an array of delectable dishes, which they then arranged meticulously upon the dining table. Wishing you a pleasant meal, they said before gently closing the door behind them. The table before them was laden with no less than 90 dishes. A bounty of seafood and game, complemented by 3 basin-sized servings of white rice. The trio swallowed hard, for since their transformation into demons, their appetites had swelled considerably, and after a day of travel with scarcely a proper meal, they found themselves ravenous. Without a word, each grabbed a basin of rice, wielding their chopsticks and spoons with fervor, swiftly diminishing the mountain of food before them, as they neared the end of their feast. A young girl burst into the room, clutching a bouquet of flowers. Upon closer inspection, it was the little girl who had addressed them as uncle and aunt. She made her way directly to Yi Chun, extending the flowers towards him with a beaming smile reminiscent of sunlight, gently inquiring, Uncle, could you buy a bouquet for the beautiful aunt beside you? Wu Renfeng and Lin Shi, taken aback by the girl's boldness, paused in their eating, their expressions shifting to one of guarded seriousness. No, little sister. Uncle has no money to buy flowers. I'm merely enjoying Auntie's hospitality, Yi Chun responded with a calm demeanor. The girl, with her pure and innocent gaze, replied earnestly, Uncle, my mother says that those who rely on others for sustenance often have weak stomachs, and if one's stomach is weak, the body cannot thrive. Even sleeping beside an aunt won't make one strong. Wu Renfeng and Lin Shi exchanged incredulous glances at the girl's audacious remarks. Lord of Haicheng, it has been a while. Your words remain as sharp as a blade, Yi Chun remarked with a wry smile directed at the girl. The girl, unfazed by the comment, simply smiled and, with a flick of her wrist, a cascade of azure water enveloped her form, causing her to grow until she stood at approximately 1.7 meters tall. The water dissipated, revealing a flowing light blue gown that swayed gently with her movements, exuding a faint aura reminiscent of the ocean. The dress, adorned with delicate shells and starfish motifs, appeared as if it had just been retrieved from the depths of the sea, shimmering with a soft radiance. Her long blue hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, with hints of deep blue interspersed, akin to mysterious marine algae. Her eyes shimmered like the depths of the ocean, radiating wisdom and gentleness. Long time no see, Yi Chun, she greeted with an air of elegance. Paging you, Wu Renfeng and Lin Shi's expressions darkened, akin to startled cats, their demeanor shifting to one of impending confrontation. Do not be alarmed. I am not here to cause you trouble, Paging you reassured with a radiant smile, pulling out a chair and gracefully settling into it. Her gaze shifted between Wu Renfeng and Lin Shi before finally resting on Yi Chun. Of course, I hope the 3 of you will not seek to trouble me either. Let us coexist peacefully, shall we? Wu Renfeng and Lin Shi retained their wariness, albeit suppressing the hostility in their gazes. After all, this individual had managed to enter undetected until she opened the door, indicating her formidable prowess. I had not anticipated that even with such caution, I would still escape your notice, Yi Chun lamented with a rueful shake of his head. I am no mere decoration. If you two could not perceive my presence, Heiju City would have long since descended into chaos. A persistent smile adorned Heijingyu's lips as she continued, Had it not been for your presence, I would have, like before with those two ice and fire demons, swept you out the door. Casting a glance at the lavish spread before them, her implication was clear. Had she not taken the initiative to allow them entry, they would not be indulging in such a feast. Does this mean we owe you our gratitude? Lin Shi retorted with a hint of sarcasm, her displeasure evident. That is unnecessary. I have my own reasons for wanting to meet with Yi Chun. He Jingyu disregarded Lin Shi's comment, her attention returning to Yi Chun. It has been over a year since we last met. The last time was at your brother's funeral. You had just awakened your abilities then, and now you have reached the level of a B-class ability user. Time can alter much. Some changes occur in an instant, Yi Chun reflected, his tone laden with unspoken sentiments. The only regret is that I could only send a projection at that time. I could not be there in person. Your brother and I were longtime friends, and I feel immense guilt for not being able to bid him farewell properly. He Jingyu's azure eyes glistened with a touch of sorrow. He understood the burdens you carried. He would not hold it against you. Yi Chun spoke with a calm assurance. You had just joined the Dragon Guard, and now He Jingyu hesitated, her gaze lingering on Yi Chun. Though she refrained from voicing her thoughts, become a traitor, Yi Chun interjected, offering a subtle smile without shying away from the truth. I imagine I am already listed on the wanted list, likely prioritized above demons. Are you here to apprehend me? He Jingyu shook her head slightly. You know I typically disregard orders from that side. No one can command me, I know, which is why I find it curious that an island school would emerge within your jurisdiction. Particularly in the Uehu district rather than elsewhere, Yi Chun's gaze hardened, taking on an accusatory tone. He Jingyu remained unfazed, responding softly, currently, the dragon is beset by internal and external troubles. The probability of ability awakenings is already 1 in 100,000. Given the various factors at play, the number of surviving and developing ability users is alarmingly low. The challenges we face are greater than you might imagine. But conducting such experiments will result in numerous fatalities. Do you not understand this? Yi Chun exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at He Jingyu. Astonished that she would utter such words. I only mentioned one of the reasons, Yi Chun. This world is far more complex than you perceive. It is not as simple as what you can see with your own eyes, He Jingyu replied with grave seriousness. I have but one question. Are there any traitors or spies among us? Yi Chun's expression grew cold, his voice low and measured. No, at the very least, the Dragon Lord would not tolerate such occurrences. However, the 8 prominent families in Longqing have always constrained the Dragon Lord. You are aware of this, He Jingyu spoke slowly, understood. Nevertheless, I must destroy the island school, for it contains intelligence that my brother sacrificed his life to obtain. I cannot allow it to be in vain. Yi Chun declared resolutely, brothers like you are all the same. In the past, I could not dissuade your elder brother, and now I find myself unable to sway you either. He Jingyu sighed, a blend of amusement and exasperation in her eyes. You were able to dismantle the island school in Shenwu City because it had only just been established, and its instructors were severely lacking, with average strength. However, the island school here in Heiju City possesses power far beyond your imagination. Even an S-class ability user would find it challenging to escape unscathed. Luck cannot remain on your side indefinitely. Is that so? However, we are not the type to retreat in the face of adversity. The stronger the storm, the more determined we are to sail through it, Yi Chun asserted, his expression unwavering and resolute. If you intend to prevent us, now is the time. Otherwise, the island school will be lost. And all your efforts will be in vain, Lin Shi teased, her tone laced with mockery. Yi Chun, if your sole intention is to destroy the island school, I will not stand in your way. But you must not harm the innocent. The common folk are blameless, and I hope you will remember this. He Jingyu scanned the trio with a calm gaze. With that, her form began to tremble slightly, layers of delicate ripples forming on her surface. These ripples spread, causing her entire being to become increasingly indistinct, as if morning mist dissipating under the sun. She transformed into countless water droplets, seemingly evaporating into nothingness. A projection? Wu Renfeng remarked, observing the spot where He Jingyu had vanished. Since she does not oppose us, we need not hide any longer. Shall we head directly to the island school? Yi Chun inquired of Wu Renfeng and Lin Shi. Certainly. What is there to fear? I am eager to see how many ninjas and other supernatural beings are hidden within, and I intend to uproot them all, Lin Shi declared boldly. Let us go. Having finished our meal, it is time for some exercise. Wu Renfeng said as he rose slowly in the beautiful nation of Metropolis City. A young man clad in black casual attire, with dark hair, sat at a restaurant table, his face etched with worry. Gazing at the menu before him, he muttered, "Why is it all meat? Is there no white rice?" The menu's worm-like characters were decipherable, and he understood the spoken language. Yet he found the offerings unsatisfactory. Oh well, I suppose I must eat something. I need strength to conquer the beautiful nation. I cannot afford to be at a disadvantage here, Yi Lingtian said, pointing at several dishes on the menu while gesturing to the waiter to place his order. After finishing his order, he lifted his cup for a sip of water, only to notice a table nearby where a blond young man was pointing and whispering about him, displaying a lack of decorum. "Do you think that chubby yellow-skinned fellow can use a fork? I wager he will end up eating with his hands, just like that guy from last time," one of them remarked. "I suspect he carries his own chopsticks. After all, he doesn't appear particularly intelligent, and dining is likely a formidable challenge for him. You two should lower your voices. It's quite impolite to let others overhear. Emily, that yellow-skinned individual is gazing at us with a lewd expression. How disgusting. There are 4 of them, 2 men and 2 women, and to Yi Lingtian, they all look somewhat similar, though the 2 women certainly capture his attention more. With their golden hair and blue eyes, they possess delicate features and tall, statuesque figures, exuding an irresistible allure. Yi Lingtian brazenly fixates on the 2 beauties, his heated gaze seemingly capable of melting their garments away. The 2 men beside them immediately appear affronted, their faces contorted with rage as they stride toward Yi Lingtian. "You, lowly yellow-skinned creature, dare to leer at my girlfriend? Are you seeking death?" One of the blond men brandishes a fork, pointing it menacingly at Yi Lingtian. "To have set foot on our land is already a mercy we extend to your kind. Yet you now have the audacity to gaze upon us with filthy eyes. Kneel and repent at once." The other blond man, slightly taller at around 1.9 meters, looks down at Yi Lingtian with arrogance. "Kneel and apologize." The 2 blonde women nod in agreement, smirking. The surrounding diners, all citizens of the beautiful nation, pause their meals, captivated by the unfolding drama, while even the waitstaff adopt a non-interventionist stance. "Kneel? Apologize?" Yi Lingtian furrows his brow, perplexed, muttering to himself, "Is the cost of merely admiring a woman so steep?" "Kneel," the 1.9-meter-tall blond man presses a large hand onto Yi Lingtian's shoulder, attempting to force him to the ground. But when he exerts his strength, he finds Yi Lingtian as unyielding as a mountain. "What are you doing?" Yi Lingtian, undaunted, gazes up at the blond man, who now wears an expression of shock and confusion. After all, at 1.9 meters tall, he could easily lift over 100 kilograms, yet he cannot budge this individual who stands just over 170. "This is absurd. Get off." The tall blond man presses down again, but Yi Lingtian remains steadfast, like an immovable wall. "To show such disrespect to me is tantamount to courting death." Yi Lingtian's expression darkens as he unleashes a powerful punch. Thud! The blond man's chest caves in from the blow, and with a sickening splatter, blood erupts from his mouth as he collapsed. Nia Wudao flipped his right hand, and a devilish orb materialized in his palm, concocted from the very blood of Li Dongtang. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Mingyao seized the orb and consumed it. Within moments, she began her transformation into a demon. Towering like a mountain, she reached an astonishing height of 4 meters. Enveloped by the shadowy power of the stars, resembling a fearsome entity from the depths of night. Her head bore dark, menacing horns, sharp and sinister, while her feet resembled the claws of an abyssal predator, each step seemingly capable of tearing through the fabric of space. Her obsidian form shimmered with a dark golden hue, adorned with star-like patterns reminiscent of the Milky Way. Sequence 15, Star Demon, Nia Wudao remarked, gazing at the towering figure before him. "This is another name you bear." The Star Demon Li Mingyao bowed gratefully in response. In the beautiful country of Goat City, nestled beside Metropolis City, the urban landscape was uniquely striking. With Gothic architecture rising majestically, neon lights flickering to illuminate the city's blend of opulence and shadow. Narrow streets and dark corners concealed countless malevolences. A singular figure traversed the desolate streets as the bitter wind howled and yellow leaves cascaded from the trees. His appearance was akin to a meticulously crafted oil painting, both absurd and enchanting. Clad in a flamboyant ensemble of vibrant colors, the red, Yellow, blue, and green fabrics wove together into a flowing tapestry, each piece seemingly narrating a different tale. Arthur's visage was cloaked in a delicate white foundation, while deep-hued eyeshadow accentuated his profound, slightly melancholic gaze. A smirk graced his lips, neither fully a smile nor a frown, with two streaks of crimson tracing the contours of his face. His nose bore a vivid red hue, adding an element of theatricality to his already striking features. Yet, a single thought incessantly echoed in his mind. No wonder they say they despise being with you. That you are a recluse to the extreme, a true oddity. You want me to perform, and you brought a GU and DO you wish to end my life? Arthur, you are fired. Get out. The handgun, in fact, was a request from a colleague who had asked him to carry it today but had yet to collect it from him. It was clear to Arthur that he had fallen into a trap. Even if the gun had not fallen during the performance, he would have been dismissed for another reason. As he pondered this, Arthur threw his head back and laughed maniacally, as if releasing some pent-up frustration. Passing a dark alley, a voice bellowed from within, "Hey, what are you laughing at?" Almost immediately, a figure lunged out, landing a punch squarely on Arthur's face. With a resounding thud, pain radiated through his features as he was sent sprawling to the ground. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the scene in the alley. Aside from his assailant, 3 others lurked, 2 of whom were men, adjusting their trousers and cursing as they emerged. The remaining figure was a woman, pallid and crumpled on the ground, gasping as if devoid of strength to rise. Her body marred by wounds, clearly the victim of a brutal beating. Damn, you startled me, making me lose my composure. What a buzzkill. Who is the lunatic laughing over here? Mark, didn't he just knock him out? Did you? The 2 blonde youths continued their tirade, glancing at the assailant who had attacked Arthur. Arthur, feeling the relentless pain in his face, succumbed to his uncontrollable laughter, which only intensified under duress. Supporting himself on the ground, he struggled to regain control of his laughter, yet his lips betrayed him, curling upward in a smirk that he could not suppress. Damn it, are you provoking us? Kill him. Mark, the blonde youth, charged at Arthur in a rage. The 2 other youths, incensed by Arthur's laughter that interrupted their assault, rushed forward, seeking to unleash their fury upon him. Look at you, dressed in this grotesque manner, scaring people late at night. I was on the verge of taking off. And your laughter sent me plummeting back down. If I don't make you pay for this, I want to find peace. The trio surged forward, once again toppling Arthur, and a flurry of fists and feet descended upon him mercilessly. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Mark, the first to attack, stared in disbelief at the black handgun in Arthur's grasp, then looked down at the blood seeping from his chest. He gasped, collapsing to the ground. He has a gun? Run! He killed him. Run! The other 2 blonde youths, witnessing Arthur draw the weapon and dispatch Mark with a single shot, fled in terror, not daring to glance back. A cruel, savage glint flickered in Arthur's eyes as he raised the weapon once more. Firing again, bang! One of the remaining blonde youths fell, his head exploding like a ripe fruit, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The last blonde youth stumbled while fleeing, falling in a heap. Arthur approached, laughter bubbling forth as he aimed his gun at him. Advancing slowly, the blonde youth scrambled backward, panic etched across his face, desperation etched in his voice. Don't kill me, please. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Arthur paid no heed to his pleas, raising his weapon once more and firing, striking true to the center of the youth's forehead. The young man fell, eyes wide in death, unable to close them. The dim sky wept as raindrops fell from above. Chapter 95. The Jester Demon Tick-tock, tick-tock. Arthur's maniacal laughter gradually subsided. Arms spread wide as he gazed up at the night sky. The drizzle fell like a delicate weave, caressing every corner of the city. In this hazy curtain of rain, Arthur's figure appeared starkly out of place. He had just concluded a bloody massacre, yet his visage remained adorned with that peculiar smile. The rain washed away the blood, yet could not cleanse him of his sins. Arthur began to dance in the rain, his movements light and eerie, as if twirling with the raindrops, reveling in this singular blend of tranquility and madness. His laughter resonated through the rain, intertwining with its rhythm to compose a bizarre symphony. In this dance amidst the downpour, Jester Arthur seemed to have discovered a sense of freedom and liberation. while the world around him grew ever more elusive and unfathomable in the wake of his twisted steps. Time slipped away, and a thunderous roar shattered the Serenity Point. 10 white sedans raced toward him, screeching to a halt as 20 black-clad agents disembarked. "Get on the ground, or we will open fire," the leader shouted from behind the car, warning Arthur, who was still dancing. The other agents took cover, brandishing their firearms at Arthur. Arthur, upon seeing the numerous white cars and black-clad agents, halted his dance, a grin again stretching across his face as he laughed uproariously as he reached into his coat. A gunshot rang out from the opposite side. Amidst his laughter, Arthur darted into the alleyway. The sound of gunfire erupted once more. Puffed. Arthur's arms, abdomen, and calves were struck by multiple bullets. Pain coursed through him. Yet he laughed uncontrollably, as if the laughter somehow dulled his suffering. Taking refuge behind the alley wall, he aimed his handgun at the pursuing agents, emptying the magazine into them. The foremost agent crumpled to the ground. A bullet lodged in his heart, while the others hastily retreated, seeking cover behind vehicles, unwilling to charge recklessly into the alley. "People like me, does anyone truly care if I exist?" Arthur felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His clothes soaked in blood, his strength waning. Yet he clutched the handgun tightly, a cruel smile creeping back onto his lips. "Let my death hold more value than my life." With that, he exhaled slowly. Just as he prepared to emerge from the alley, a streak of starlight fell from the sky, illuminating the ground before him like a radiant pillar. As the light faded, it transformed into countless twinkling stars, revealing a mysterious figure clad in a black mask, his deep-set eyes piercing through the darkness. "You?" Arthur gazed at this enigmatic figure, feeling an unexpected calm wash over him. "Do you wish to gain power?" Nya Wudao spoke softly. "Power?" Arthur echoed, puzzled. "Transform into a demon and embrace your rebirth." "Demon? Are you referring to the ones from the Dragon Kingdom?" Arthur's disbelief was palpable as he glanced at Nya Wudao, then lowered his gaze, whispering, "Can someone like me truly be transformed?" A hand extended towards him, palm upwards, revealing a black, devilish orb nestled within. "Consume this, and you shall become a demon, acquiring the power that is rightfully yours." Arthur remained silent, devoid of hesitation as he grasped the orb and swallowed it whole. For no one had ever managed to calm the storm within him. Each encounter with a stranger left him anxious, triggering uncontrollable laughter. Over time, he had learned to avoid contact with others, leading them to perceive him as a recluse. Sequence 16, Jester Demon. "Farewell, I hope the next time we meet, you can surprise me in ways I never imagined." As Arthur's mind gradually succumbed to a sense of vertigo, he vaguely discerned the voice of the mysterious figure before him, which resonated with an unsettling clarity, as if it were etched directly into his heart. Perhaps it was the effect of the devil's pill that distorted his vision, for the enigmatic figure before him suddenly transformed into starlight, vanishing as if it had never existed. What is this? The pain is unbearable. Arthur felt an excruciating ache enveloping his entire body, his muscles visibly swelling. As his form continued to rise, in an instant, a colossal silhouette loomed, towering at an astounding 4 meters. Shrouded in an eerie black aura, behind him, 6 black long swords were haphazardly suspended, their blades glinting with a chilling luminescence, hinting at boundless slaughter and peril. On either side of his head, 2 formidable horns jutted out, sharp and curved, reminiscent of a demon's horns in the dark of night, instilling fear in all who beheld them. Between the horns, a magician's hat was precariously balanced, its wide brim casting a shadow. His face bore a ghastly pallor, as if smeared with vibrant, chaotic paint. His eyes, sunken and gleaming with a sanguine light, emanated cruelty and cunning. The bridge of his nose was distorted, its tip stained crimson, as if freshly pulled from a pool of blood. The corners of his mouth curled in a grotesque smile, revealing a sinister grin. "The curtain rises, for my existence shall become the nightmare of Goth City. I wish for all to remember me." Sequence 16, The Clown Demon. The immense figure turned and departed, the 6 black swords howling as they soared into the distance, targeting the remaining 19 cloaked figures. "Metropolis, Tio dare kill indiscriminately here. If the Dragon Guard cannot punish you, let us, the Alliance of Super Beings, execute you." Spider-Man, perched atop a sunshade, spread his arms wide. launching two strands of webbing that latched onto a massive stone on the ground. Hurling it towards the thousand-armed demon Yi Lingtian, bold words, "Is this the extent of your powers, the super beings from your fair country?" One of Yi Lingtian's scythe-like arms swung down, cleaving the two boulders into fragments that scattered in all directions. Whoosh, a strand of webbing attached itself to the chest of the thousand-armed demon. "You shall soon discover if this is all we are capable of." Spider-Man retracted the webbing and moved towards Yi Lingtian. "If you are willing to submit to me, I may spare your life." Yi Lingtian regarded Spider-Man's flamboyant movements with disdain, effortlessly severing the webbing that clung to him with a single stroke. His form vanished from sight as six scythe-like arms unfurled, hurtling towards Spider-Man like cannonballs. "This guy." Spider-Man's expression grew grave. His left hand shot out another strand of webbing towards a nearby skyscraper. Once it adhered to the wall, he retracted it, propelling himself towards the building, narrowly evading Yi Lingtian's scythe attack. "Damn. This guy is a real nuisance. I wish I could fly." Yi Lingtian's towering form crashed to the ground, shattering the floor beneath him, as he once again targeted Spider-Man with the force of a cannonball. Chapter 96. The Alliance of Super Beings. The spot where Yi Lingtian had just stood was left in ruins, as if crushed by a press. The tiles reduced to powder, deeply indented. "This guy possesses incredible strength, rivaling even the Hulk." Spider-Man stood firmly on the outer wall of a high-rise, his eyes sharp, fixated on the slowly approaching thousand-armed demon. Yi Lingtian's form was massive, his deep blue skin and six scythe-like arms slicing through the air, each strike seemingly capable of rending space itself, exuding a disquieting aura. Let us see how this move fares. The battle erupted once more, as Spider-Man darted forward like a wraith, launching strands of webbing that appeared even more resilient, attempting to ensnare the lethal scythe arms. Does this fool truly believe I am an idiot? Seeking death. However, Yi Lingtian's reactions were surprisingly swift, his scythe arms carving strange arcs in the air, effortlessly evading Spider-Man's assault. Truly troublesome. More so than Dr. Octopus, Spider-Man refused to back down, skillfully navigating between the towering buildings of the city, dodging Yi Lingtian's ferocious attacks. Each evasive maneuver was perfectly timed, as if his body melded with the air, becoming elusive. Simultaneously, he sought opportunities to counterattack, searching for any flaws in Yi Lingtian's defenses. Boom. A high-rise was cleaved open by a scythe arm, creating a gaping hole, causing the building to sway precariously, while the surrounding crowd had long since fled. "This guy is as agile as a flea," jumping about. One of Yi Lingtian's scythe arms embedded itself into the wall of a skyscraper, allowing him to perch there, contemplating the incessantly leaping Spider-Man. He is indeed massive, but his intellect leaves much to be desired. While engaging in combat, Spider-Man observed that whenever Yi Lingtian swung his scythe arms, his body would momentarily pause. Seizing this opportunity, Spider-Man devised a daring plan. "Come forth, hideous beast. It is time to end this battle." Spider-Man shot out another strand of webbing, hurtling towards Yi Lingtian, his words dripping with provocation. Yi Lingtian remained silent, swinging his scythe arms as he leapt upward. When the two were merely 2 meters apart, Spider-Man feigned a vulnerability, enticing Yi Lingtian to strike. As Yi Lingtian's scythe was about to make contact, Spider-Man flashed aside, using the webbing to cling to the blade, leveraging the momentum to soar above the demon's head. "Accept our judgment. Let us see how you escape." Above Yi Lingtian's head, Spider-Man seized the moment to unleash a barrage of webbing, aiming to bind Yi Lingtian. "Is that so, little one? I have awaited you for quite some time." Yi Lingtian's lips curled into a cunning smile, as 6 scythe arms unfolded, meeting no resistance, the webbing torn apart by that overwhelming force in an instant. "This monster's strength surpasses even that of the Hulk. This is dire." Spider-Man sensed a wave of danger enveloping him, an instinctive warning. He moved backward while shooting out webbing, utilizing his agility to dart around Yi Lingtian, constantly altering the angles and intensity of his attacks. Flamboyant antics. "I have no desire to waste time with you. If reinforcements do not arrive soon, this game shall come to an end." Yi Lingtian had intended to play a waiting game. But after battling for so long without a single ally arriving, impatience crept onto his face. He vanished again, charging towards Spider-Man's next landing point. "This guy, he actually began to predict my position." Spider-Man landed on the wall of a skyscraper, a chilling sensation coursing up his spine, compelling him to flee once more. Two late-point-two scythe arms descended in quick succession. As Yi Lingtian's form materialized above Spider-Man, his crimson eyes locked onto him. Thud. Spider-Man was gravely injured, the pain overwhelming. Why write it this way? Because I fear it may become too bloody, and if it does, it will all vanish, thus I must write it in this manner. Spider-Man emitted a deafening scream, nearly losing consciousness from the agony, as his right hand shot out another strand of webbing, fleeing into the distance. The alliance of super beings? Surely it cannot be that this flea is alone. Remarkably resilient, to be so gravely wounded yet still flee with such speed. Yi Lingtian drove one of his scythe arms into a skyscraper, stabilizing himself, watching as Spider-Man's figure gradually faded from view. Murmuring to himself. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, onlookers with binoculars observed the battle unfold, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Our hero, Spider-Man, has been driven to flee by this demon. How is this possible? His body is nearly severed in half, his intestines spilling out. Let us hope Spider-Man does not perish, for who else can stop this demon? The alliance of super beings is not limited to just Spider-Man. There is also the Hulk, Superman, and others. This demon will face the judgment of super beings. The alliance of super beings does not solely protect Metropolis. They safeguard other cities as well, hoping that someone arrives soon to slay this demon. Metropolis, headquarters of the alliance of super beings, conference room. The entire space was suffused with a sense of futurism, as silver metallic walls glimmered coldly under the illumination of lights, while the air was imbued with a subtle electronic fragrance. Above, a series of LED light strips flickered, intertwining to form flowing patterns, adding an air of mystery and dreamlike quality to the gathering. At the center of the room, dozens of transparent floating screens hovered, as if supported by an invisible force, slowly rotating to display various complex data streams and images. Among these screens, the figures of super beings were clearly visible. Some sat, some stood, with a few engrossed in manipulating virtual interfaces, their fingers tracing vibrant arcs in the air. Only one empty screen remained, silently suspended. One of the screens featured a figure clad in a red cape, followed by a commanding voice. Why has the thousand-armed demon appeared in Metropolis? Are they not in Dragon Country? Other figures on the screen shook their heads, indicating they knew nothing of the matter. The last empty screen emitted a sound as a figure clad in a black bat-like suit appeared. Speaking in a low tone, just now, Spider-Man fought fiercely with the thousand-armed demon. He has been gravely injured and has retreated. Hulk, you go assist him, okayed. A massive figure on one screen responded, before the display reverted to blankness. Chapter 97, Negotiation at the Celestial Pavilion. What on earth is happening? The figure in the red cape inquired directly. The thousand-armed demon arrived by plane. As for whether the Dragon Nation deployed demons to our territory, that is a matter for the military to investigate. Diplomatic issues are beyond our purview. Currently, there is another pressing concern. Demons have also appeared in Gothic City, specifically a Sequence 16, the Clown Demon. However, that creature vanished after committing murder, and I am actively tracking its whereabouts. Batwing stated solemnly, I am unable to extricate myself at the moment. If it were merely two demons, I could handle them with ease. But I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. The figure in the red cloak declared before disappearing, leaving the screen blank once more. Batman, what shall we do next? I am still in Atlantis. And if you require my assistance, you must give me advance notice. I am not at your beck and call, as I am quite occupied. The robust figure with blue hair like waves and a bushy beard remarked candidly from one of the screens. There is no need for your involvement at this stage. The thousand-armed demon has been preliminarily assessed to possess A-class strength. The Hulk has already departed, and for safety's sake, Steel should accompany you as well. Batman instructed once more. One of the figures on the screen, whose face was half replaced by machinery, nodded before disappearing, leaving the screen blank again. Aren't these demons a specialty of the Dragon Nation? How have they spread to our territory like a virus? It is one thing for the thousand-armed demon to arrive by plane, but what about the Clown Demon? An empowered individual from one of the screens inquired with confusion. I am still investigating this, but I have confirmed the identity of the Clown Demon. It is not a citizen of the Dragon Nation, but rather one of our compatriots from the Beautiful Nation. A professional clown actor, Batman responded. He continued with a grave expression. According to my investigations, The demons from the Dragon Nation are also transformed from ordinary people. If our ordinary citizens begin to turn into demons as well, one will naturally lead to another, spreading like a virus. If that happens, we will descend into chaos, much like the Dragon Nation. The more demons there are, the more difficult the situation will become. I am currently in the Dragon Nation, and I have heard news that an S-class empowered individual was nearly slain by a demon. That is an S-class individual, not lacking in strength, so how can these demons be so formidable? One of the empowered individuals on a screen expressed his shock. Regardless of how powerful the demons may be, we must eradicate them before they spread further, nipping them in the bud. Otherwise, our alliance of empowered individuals will become an international laughingstock. Akin to the Dragon Guards, another figure on a different screen solemnly stated, "I have my plans in place. Whatever conspiracies may arise, our alliance will shatter them. That concludes the meeting. If you finish your current tasks, support each other. Your efforts are appreciated," Batman said, his expression still serious. Gradually, the figures on the screens within the conference room faded away, returning to blankness. I in the Divine Martial District, at Wangxian Tower, at dusk, the ancient tower stood majestically, its exterior exuding an air of antiquity and elegance, with traces of time evident in the blue bricks and dark tiles. Above the tavern, the eaves soared, adorned with intricately carved dragons and phoenixes. Vividly lifelike. Normally bustling with crowds, the tavern's entrance was now desolate, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Rows of neon lights flickered on the damp streets as a luxurious black limousine glided to a halt before the tavern's entrance, its body gleaming coldly under the dim lights, resembling a slumbering behemoth awaiting its master's summons. The car door opened slowly, revealing a foot clad in custom leather shoes stepping into the world outside, each stride exuding a sense of steadiness and strength. Next, Wang Feng emerged, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, sunglasses perched on his nose, and chewing chocolate, clad in a dark, tailored suit, a white shirt beneath his tie fluttering in the wind. Making him particularly striking with a calm demeanor, Wang Feng exited the vehicle, his movements elegant yet powerful, as if every detail had been meticulously calculated. He gently adjusted his attire, then gazed towards the brilliantly lit entrance of Wangxian Tower. A faint smile gracing his lips, observers hidden nearby noted this scene and murmured quietly, "Damn, this demon certainly knows how to make an entrance, daring to come alone, trying to show off. He thinks he is the gambling king, imitating their grand entrance. Let us see if he returns lying down. Humph, he may be arrogant now, but he will soon find himself in a predicament. How dare he look down on us? These demons truly act without restraint. Keep your voices down. We must not alert Lei Hong. Let us observe the situation first." "Greetings, Lord Lei is inside," an enforcer said, jogging out from the tavern, maintaining a respectful demeanor. While speaking, he discreetly stole glances at Wang Feng, carefully sizing him up. One might think a gambling god had arrived, completely oblivious to the fact that he is a heinous demon. Wang Feng remained unfazed, his smile unwavering as he walked inside. The tavern was currently empty, save for a round table set with a teapot and 2 cups. Sitting at the table was Lei Hong, who took a sip of tea before pouring himself another cup and then filling the other cup. He looked up at Wang Feng and calmly said, "Please take a seat." Wang Feng did not hesitate, moving forward to adjust the chair before sitting down. He picked up the teacup, draining it in one go, and nodded in praise. "This tea is fragrant and memorable. It is quite good. I too find this tea delightful. However, if the Dragon Nation descends into war, amidst the turmoil, one may not be able to enjoy such fine tea again," Lei Hong remarked, drinking deeply as he regarded Wang Feng with implied meaning. Upon hearing Lei Hong's insinuation, Wang Feng smiled slightly, acknowledging the astuteness of Lord Lei. "The art of language is indeed beyond my capacity. Such a simple pot of tea can elevate the conversation to such lofty heights. Might you enlighten me as to why a mere teacher transformed into a demon overnight?" Lei Hong inquired, observing Wang Feng with a placid expression as he slowly spoke. Upon hearing this question, Wang Feng's smile faded, the image of his mother collapsing resurfacing in his mind. Yet, at this moment, he had learned to control his emotions well. His gaze deepened as he reflected. One can never truly comprehend the thoughts and actions of an ant. Yet when the day comes that an ant poses a threat to a human, it is then that one is willing to lower themselves to engage in dialogue with the ant. You understand this feeling, Lord Lei? Chapter 98. departing with purpose born into a prominent family in Long City. Lei Hong was well-versed in both culture and martial arts, leading a life of smooth sailing, completely disconnected from the struggles of the lower classes. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, stating, "If those behind the scenes do not wish to speak, then so be it. We shall investigate on our own. I have summoned you today to discuss but one matter. Speak that it is undeniable that your demons are indeed powerful. This cannot be refuted in terms of physical strength alone. You surpass the average A-class empowered individuals by a considerable margin, and with your peculiar abilities, ordinary empowered individuals truly cannot match you," Lei Hong observed. Slowly speaking. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "However, do not underestimate the foundation of the Dragon Nation. Should we devote ourselves fully to confronting you, there will be no escape for you. Is this the matter you speak of?" Wang Feng inquired, his expression unchanging as he lifted his teacup and drained it. Observing Wang Feng's composed demeanor, it was evident he had not absorbed the gravity of Lei Hong's previous words. After a moment of silence, Lei Hong spoke earnestly, "If you are willing to surrender, I assure you, regardless of the crimes you have committed or the lives you have taken, all will be forgiven. Moreover, the Dragon Nation is willing to offer you positions as Dragon Guards, with benefits and treatment equivalent to those of existing members." After finishing, Lei Hong wore a confident expression, believing Wang Feng had no reason to refuse. "Demons as Dragon Guards? Are you serious?" Wang Feng's lips twitched, almost breaking into laughter. "Indeed, this directive has been issued by Long City. There is no mistake. I can represent Long City in negotiations with you. As long as you are willing, the conditions I just mentioned can take effect immediately," Lei Hong asserted with unwavering confidence. "No, you misunderstand." Wang Feng shook his head, looking at Lei Hong with conviction. "Surrendering is out of the question. It is impossible in this lifetime." Lei Hong's expression darkened slightly, though he suppressed his dissatisfaction and spoke slowly. "If it is the conditions that do not satisfy you, feel free to propose your own." "Oh, and what if I desire Divine Martial City?" Wang Feng replied with a smile that was neither here nor there. "You wish to take my position?" Lei Hong frowned slightly. "No, you have misunderstood my intention. I want the entire Divine Martial City, free from the jurisdiction of Long City, independent and autonomous," Wang Feng articulated earnestly. "You are asking for too much. Such conditions are unimaginable for Long City to agree to." Lei Hong's expression turned grim as he rejected without hesitation. Looking at Wang Feng, his tone turned harsh. "So, does this mean we have no conditions to discuss? Are you demons resolute in opposing the entire Dragon Nation? Are you prepared to be rebels? If I lacked sincerity, I would not have come here today. It is merely that the conditions you propose are not enticing enough, as if you regard us as fools," Wang Feng said, gradually rising. Stretching his limbs, the sound of cracking bones echoed as he continued. "Since you have no favorable conditions to offer, and you refuse to accept our proposals, shall we consider this negotiation a failure?" Lei Hong also rose slowly, his gaze fixed on Wang Feng, remaining silent. "It seems that if I do not acquiesce to your terms today, you may resort to breaking your word. Is that correct? You do not intend to allow me to leave the tavern?" Wang Feng maintained his calm demeanor, surveying his surroundings. "I, Lei Hong, am a man of my word. Since negotiations have faltered, so be it. You may leave." With a complex expression, Lei Hong waved his hand and spoke. "If they do not emerge soon, I shall indeed take my leave." Wang Feng smiled indifferently and began to walk slowly towards the door. "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh, demons, do not depart. This is not a place where you can come and go at your whim. Since you are here, why not linger a few more days? Return Li Dongtang to me. Otherwise, you shall not leave here safely today." In the next moment, several angry shouts resounded, followed by 6 figures descending from the sky, directly appearing outside Wang Xian building, blocking the entrance. From left to right stood Mo Yi, Long Shui, Da Di, Xiao Wuchan, Li Qingyi, and Su Wu Yan. Mo Yi pinched his sunglasses. Long Shui brandished a blood-red long sword. Da Di had transformed into a metallic being, while countless black iron sands floated around Xiao Wuchan. Li Qingyi held a staff, and Su Wu Yin was poised to lower his mask at any moment. Observing the 6, who seemed ready to spring into action at any moment, Xiao Wuchun darkly inquired, "Where is Li Dongtang?" Wang Feng wore a smile, surprised by the hospitality of the Dragon Guards. Even in failure, they felt compelled to send him off. Such treatment was rather generous, though the array before him seemed rather extravagant. Leaving him somewhat taken aback, he then turned to Lei Hong, his tone dripping with sarcasm. City Lord Lei, you claim authority, yet not a soul heeds your words. Fortunately, I did not agree to surrender earlier. I nearly fell into your trap. Can you truly trust these demons? Xiao Wuchen scoffed coldly, his disdain evident. I have already informed you that regardless of the outcome of this negotiation, he must leave safely today. Otherwise, what credibility will we have in the future? Lei Hong stepped forward, positioning himself before Wang Feng, addressing the group sternly. City Lord Lei, today if he does not surrender Li Dongtang, he shall not leave Wangxian building. I will show no leniency to anyone. Xiao Wuchen slightly raised his hands, and the black iron sands began to stir ominously. Enough of your bickering. If I suffer even the slightest injury today, countless innocent lives in the city will bear the consequences because of you. Wang Feng, unperturbed, gazed steadily at Xiao Wuchen and continued, his tone growing heavier. Remember, if anything should transpire, their deaths will rest on your shoulders. I assure you, my comrades will not hesitate. If you abandon all sense of restraint, then we need not hold back any longer. Let us all perish together. With that, Wang Feng erupted into maniacal laughter, his visage transforming into something grotesque. The expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. The man before them was no longer human but a demon, capable of any atrocity. You despicable fiend, Xiao Wuchen seethed. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Xiao Wuchen, step aside. Should you dare to act out of line today, the higher-ups will not let you off lightly. Lei Hong's body crackled with latent thunder, clearly at the peak of his fury. Upon hearing Lei Hong's warning, Xiao Wuchen recalled the methods of Long City, his form stiffening, his face paling drastically. Ultimately, he retreated a few steps, parting the way. Thank you, everyone, Wang Feng said with a slight smile. Courteous in his demeanor, he then walked slowly towards the black stretch limousine parked nearby. Lei Hong and his 7 companions watched helplessly as he departed, entering the vehicle and driving away. City Lord Lei, if he continues to threaten us with the lives of ordinary people, shall we not have to let him go every time? Xiao Wuchen exclaimed, anger etched across his face as he addressed Lei Hong with discontent. I have stated that credibility is paramount. If we breach our word, who would dare to negotiate with us in the future? In the heat of battle, one does not slay the envoy. Do you not understand?